A harvest of wrath and hatred, 3 centuries of American imperialism. Those who cannot remember the past are doomed to repeat it. George Santayana. Our wine is bitter, but it's our wine. Jose Mart. The truth is always the best argument. Sophocles. Contents. Latin America. I. Central America. Nicaragua. Honduras. El Salvador. Guatemala. Panama. 2. The Caribbean and Mexico. Cuba. Dominican Republic. Haiti. Grenada. Mexico. I. South America. Colombia. Venezuela. Brazil. Chile. Asia. 1. Southeast Asia, Philippines, Indonesia. East Timor. Vietnam. Cambodia. Laos. China, Korea, Japan, and Diego Garcia. China. Korea. Japan. Diego Garcia. 6. The Middle East. Tran. Syria. Lebanon. Iraq. Afghanistan, Guantanamo Bay Military Prison, Israel/Palestine, Pakistan. 7. Africa. Congo, Democratic Republic of Angola. Ghana. Morocco. Libya. Somalia. Sudan. Europe. Germany. Greece. Serbia and Montenegro. Introduction to the original edition. For quite some time I have been making notes, saving articles, and collecting books on the history of areas of particular interest to me, as well as about recent political events in all areas. Initially I did not plan to publish a book, rather, I wrote essays about United States military and Central Intelligence Agency interventions in a few countries just to give documented facts to some friends and acquaintances with whom I discussed world events. There are many excellent books about U.S. interventions in a particular country or area, however there are very few which cover major interventions throughout the world, and these are somewhat lengthy for many readers, who are nonetheless interested in the subject. It is for this reason that I decided a few years ago to write this book in order to reach the many people who want to know about this subject but are intimidated by voluminous books, and do not care for shorter ones without documented facts. In writing this book, I have striven to be brief, presenting the basic facts with numerous references and with quotations from people involved or near to the events mentioned, or from writers recognized for their research and honest reporting. In a few countries, where relatively recent or much discussed interventions occurred, I have made brief comments about the facts presented. I chose to include only the major military and CIA interventions. Otherwise, this book would have been unnecessarily and intimidatingly long, since there are few countries, if any, in which the U.S. has not intervened. Following September 11, 2001, many articles attempted to answer the question Americans asked themselves: why do they hate us? Most of them, particularly those carried in the main media in the weeks and months following the attacks, suggested that the U.S. is hated because of its wealth and the success of its ubiquitous international companies, or, as the President of the U.S., George W. Bush, stated on national television, because they hate our freedoms, our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other. These explanations are not only wrong but ludicrous. Wealth and success, as well as the freedoms others have, very often generate envy but not hatred, and certainly not the hatred that leads young and often well-educated people to immolate themselves in order to inflict some pain on their enemy. This type of hate only flourishes as a result of extremely grave, real, or perceived harm done to family, clan, nation or race. Other articles hinted at the answer, stating in various ways that the U.S.'s meddlesome ways were the cause of this hate. While this is basically correct, the word meddlesome is not. If the U.S. had merely been meddlesome, it might be disliked, but it would not be hated, certainly not with the intense hatred that many feel against the government of this country. It should be obvious to anyone who has taken even a mild interest in current or past U.S. government interventions in other countries and applies the same standard of behavior to the actions of the U.S. as to those of other nations or groups of people, that the U.S. is hated for the severe harm and suffering caused by its military and CIA interventions to people in other countries. The countless U.S. interventions were and are being carried out mostly in order to maintain or increase geopolitical control and/or ensure access to key natural resources. At times, however, military actions have been taken by the president for other reasons, such as to distract the American people from internal problems and obtain their support, since people tend to rally around their leader in any military action regardless of the circumstances. The CIA interventions, at times seconded by the military, more often than not have been made to remove or assassinate democratically elected leaders such as Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, Lumumba in the Congo, Salvador Allende in Chile, and other leaders, such as Sukarno in Indonesia, Fidel Castro in Cuba, and Gamal Nasser in Egypt, who did not submit to the wishes of the U.S. government or giant U.S. corporations, or to ensure that corrupt dictators pliant to the U.S., such as the Somozas in Nicaragua, Suharto in Indonesia, or the Shah in Iran, took control and/or remained in power. However, the U.S. is not only hated by some for its military and CIA interventions. It is disliked or despised for many other reasons, such as ignoring world court rulings when they went against U.S. interests, as was the case when the U.S. mined Nicaraguan harbors in 1984, showing contempt for the opinion of the rest of the world, by voting alone against all others in the United Nations, thus preventing the passage of a vast number of resolutions such as the prohibition of chemical and bacteriological weapons and the development and manufacture of new types of weapons of mass destruction, and the right of every state to choose its economic and social system in accord with the will of its people, and by also preventing passage, voting with only Israel's support, of almost all UN resolutions even vaguely critical of Israel or in support of the Palestinians. Clearly the question which should be asked is not why do they hate us, but why do they hate the US? The American people are not hated. I will use the term Americans to refer to the citizens of the United States of America, inasmuch as Americans have appropriated this term for themselves, although it obviously applies to all the people in the American continent, from Canada down to Chile and Brazil. Most Americans, like most of the people in the world, are good people preoccupied with making a living, taking care of their family, and, if possible, have some joy in their lives. They are concerned with their neighborhood problems and do not want to harm or interfere in the lives of people from other countries, hundreds or thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, most Americans, like most of the rest of the people in the world, do not read beyond the headlines, if at all, and what they see in their newspapers and television screens regarding international events is often heavily slanted, particularly in the US, to the government's version of events, which is, naturally, biased, and at times totally untruthful. As a result, most Americans are convinced that the US is fighting for freedom, justice, and democracy, while many people in the world view the US as an imperialistic oppressor trying to impose a global capitalistic system which only benefits the rich, particularly the largest US corporations, to the detriment of the majority of the nations and people of the world, who are becoming increasingly poor and less free. As will be shown and documented in this book, democracy and free trade are just nice-sounding concepts applied only when it is to the US advantage. The US has removed or been involved in the assassination of democratically elected leaders in many countries in order to replace them with dictators, and has gone to extreme lengths not to allow free elections if the US-backed candidate was perceived as a loser. The US certainly does not believe that democratic principles apply in international courts or the UN, where the US has all too often rejected proposals backed by all other nations. Democracy, the will of the majority of the people, was also not taken into consideration when Palestine was partitioned in 1947 against the will of the overwhelming majority of its inhabitants. Truly free trade is allowed only when beneficial to large US corporations or occasionally, when necessary to buy the vote of a given country in the UN. Many democratic governments in America were overthrown, because they refused to allow the continued plundering of their country by U.S. corporations such as United Fruit. That the U.S. media has a self-imposed censorship, more effective than most government censorships, is a well-recognized fact. In a country as large as the U.S., with so many major newspapers and television stations, it is truly amazing that comments and news in the major media regarding the government's foreign policy and military involvements are so uniform and with hardly a dissenting view. No major newspaper or media strongly criticized the government during the long years of the embargo and bombing of Iraq following the 1991 U.S. invasion, even though the embargo and sanctions kept Iraq's economy strangled, causing shortages of medicine, malnutrition, starvation, and disease. Almost all Americans have been conditioned with a false patriotism which keeps them, including even the top politicians of the political party out of power, from questioning, much less criticizing, the government once it embarks on another military strike, invasion, or war, even if the claims made to justify these actions were such obvious lies as those used to justify the invasion of Grenada or Panama. The minuscule island of Grenada was invaded supposedly because it represented a threat to the U.S., and the need, all of a sudden, to invade Panama and kill 2,000 people in order to kidnap the president, Manuel Noriega, was under the pretext that he was a corrupt drug dealer, which he had been for the almost 20 years he worked for the CIA. Noriega had even been paid, wined, and dined on orders of President to be George Bush, then director of the CIA. The real reason for eliminating Noriega was that he actually became less corrupt and did not want to continue putting the U.S. interests ahead of those of his own country. The false patriotism, the media censorship and the government's unceasing propaganda are responsible for there not being a public and media outcry of the inhumanity of US actions or the statements of its top government officials, such as when in 1995 the then Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, was asked on the television program 60 Minutes whether the sanctions on Iraq were worth the lives of the 500,000 children who died as a consequence of the sanctions. Albright replied, "I think this is a very hard choice, but the price. We think the price is worth it." 500,000 children died in order to put pressure on a dictator, Saddam Hussein, whom a very few years ago the US supported politically and militarily, yet the media and the overwhelming majority of the American people remained apathetic when confronted with the monstrosity of Albright's statement and its implications. While Americans will claim, if queried about it, that every human life is of equal value, the actions of their government and their response to these actions indicate otherwise. No major newspaper or television station strongly criticized the government when during the 1980 to 1988 Iran-Iraq War, after the US gave its total support to Saddam Hussein, the same Saddam Hussein who is now evil personified. The US Navy warship Vincennes shot down an Iranian civil airliner on a routine flight, killing all 290 people on board. Not only did the US not apologize, but rather decorated the captain and the crew, and George Bush, vice president at that time, said, "I will never apologize for the United States of America. I don't care what the facts are." During the government of President Reagan, the death toll in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua was more than 150,000 civilians, largely as a result of Reagan's support of the U.S. proxy army, the Contras. The Contras assassinated thousands of religious leaders, health workers, and government officials and massacred thousands of peasants. The conflict in Central America was well covered by the press, since the Sandinistas in Nicaragua welcomed the press in order that it could verify the terrorist activities of the Contras. Yet, the U.S. press usually only cited numbers of people killed or wounded in the conflict and did not report that it was a U.S. mercenary army which was attacking a country where the people had just overthrown a 43-year-old dynastic dictatorship, the Somozas. The U.S. military was participating directly by blowing up Nicaragua's harbors and flying over the country gathering information for the mercenary army. The foreign press, contrary to the one in the U.S., reported the many mass acts and atrocities, such as one told by a survivor, "Rosa had her breasts cut off. Then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats and pulling the tongue through the slit. 3 *. Few major newspapers highlighted that in the 1960% all the native inhabitants of Diego Garcia, a tiny island in the Indian Ocean, were forcibly removed in order to provide the U.S. with a military base from which to patrol the Middle East. Most facts concerning U.S. military and CIA interventions become apparent to those not limiting themselves to only one source of information. Other facts eventually become public record when secret government files are declassified, and from memoirs, diaries, books, and documents from top U.S. officials, including former U.S. presidents, who chose to reveal some of the facts they had hidden or lied about while in office. However, most people are not interested in old truths. This, and the media's self-imposed censorship precludes highlighting newly revealed old facts, particularly if unflattering to the government. Few people are aware that President Eisenhower admitted in his memoirs that he did not allow elections to be held in Vietnam in 1956, as specified in the Geneva Accords after the defeat of the French in Dien Bien Phu. Eisenhower stated, "I have never talked or corresponded with any person knowledgeable in Indochina affairs who did not agree that had elections been held at the time of the fighting, possibly 80% of the population would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh as their leader rather than Chief of State Bao Dai." 4 *. Most Americans still believe that the U.S. entered into war with Vietnam because U.S. destroyers had been attacked by Vietnamese boats, even though top U.S. officials revealed that this is not true. The captain of the allegedly attacked vessel cautioned Washington shortly afterwards not to take any action, since he was not really certain that the ship had been attacked, and the commander of the Navy pilots flying overhead stated later that our destroyers were shooting at phantom targets. There were not PT boats there. There was nothing there but black water and American firepower. President Lyndon Johnson cynically commented a year later, after the war which cost the lives of over 2 million Vietnamese and 58,000 American military personnel had already started, that for all I know, our Navy was shooting at whales out there. 5 * Few people in the U.S. know or are ready to admit that their troops and the CIA committed heinous massacres and crimes in almost every U.S. involvement, even though they are well documented and acknowledged by top officials. For example, in Vietnam the CIA's Operation Phoenix established quotas of influential people such as mayors, doctors, and teachers suspected to aid the National Liberation Front who should be assassinated. The head of the Phoenix operation, William Colby, later to be director of the CIA, testified before Congress in 1971 that 20,587 alleged Viet Cong had been assassinated by the Phoenix operation, and when asked by a congressman whether he could distinguish a Viet Cong from a loyal Vietnamese citizen, Colby answered no. 6 * The U.S. government cleverly convinced its own people and most other countries that the 1990 Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, which was an Iraqi province until the British separated it from Iraq last century, could not be tolerated and required U.S. military action. Yet, documents recently declassified confirmed that during the 1973 oil crisis the US and Britain considered invading Saudi Arabia and Kuwait to take control of their oil fields. 7 * There was no major media coverage of this fact. In 1990, 2 months after Iraq invaded Kuwait, most senators and congressmen were still reluctant to endorse a US invasion of Iraq to free Kuwait. But one event changed their mind. On October 10, 1990, Nayara, a 15-year-old girl, appeared before Congress stating she was a volunteer nurse in a Kuwaiti hospital where the Iraqi troops entered and took about 300 babies from the incubators and left them on the floor to die. This moving story was used by President George Bush to convince public opinion that an invasion of Iraq was justified. Sometime later it became known that Nayara was the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S. She had told this totally false story, prompted and coached by the public relations firm Hill and Knowlton, which had been hired by the Bush administration. 8 * While the media kept headlining that Iraq was in violation of UN resolutions, they hardly mentioned the fact that Israel has been in flagrant violation of UN resolutions 194 and 242 for decades. Israel has so skillfully managed its image through public relations work and financial muscle that any criticism of Israel, an Israeli or any person of Jewish faith is immediately construed as anti-Semitism and the perpetrator of this crime is ostracized. Most people have a double standard, one to measure what they do and another one to judge the identical action when done by someone else, but it is nonetheless surprising, to the point of being difficult to believe if we were not confronted by it so often, how utterly differently most of the American people judge identical actions depending on whether they are taken by the US or by nations or groups of people currently in disfavor. Most Americans have been so thoroughly brainwashed by the media and their government's propaganda that they are convinced that their government does not lie and that all actions taken by their country and its military forces are necessary for the security of the nation or to bring prosperity and democracy, even if these actions involve the destruction of homes, schools, and hospitals, the devastation of a country's infrastructure and the death of thousands or tens of thousands of people in countries which have not taken any hostile action whatsoever against the US. And so, few people questioned or were in the least bothered when the US without warning invaded Panama in December 1989, killing over 2,000 Panamanians and leaving about 15,000 homeless, and few questioned the US invasion of the tiny island of Grenada in 1983, because it was a threat to the US. They saw nothing wrong in the 1986 attempted assassination of Muammar Gaddafi, either. US airplanes bombed Gaddafi's house, killing Gaddafi's 2-year-old daughter and 40 to 100 other people. They also saw nothing wrong when in 1998 the US destroyed the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant in Sudan, which produced 50% of the country's pharmaceutical products, based on unfounded suspicions, proven totally incorrect, that it produced a deadly nerve gas. The lack of medicines in Sudan, as a result of the destruction of the factory, caused tens of thousands to die. The US neither apologized to Sudan nor paid the owner for the destruction of the factory. The attack on the Al-Shifa plant was made at the time former President Clinton was under severe criticism and scrutiny for his philandering and apparent lies in regard to the Lewinsky affair. Yet, the Republicans, the opposition party and the media, which had called Clinton a liar, accepted his administration's explanation for the sudden need of this unsubstantiated attack. Even Senator Orrin Hatch, who had publicly called Clinton a jerk, and the Wall Street Journal, which had branded him a sociopath, both applauded the bombing. 9*. The American people, of course, could not conceive that the missile attack was made to create a diversion and not to avoid a possible threat to the United States. As stated by Edward S. Herman, a renowned writer and professor at the Wharton Business School, University of Pennsylvania, one of the most durable features of the U.S. culture is the inability or refusal to recognize U.S. crimes. 10*. Somehow, most Americans, who call the police if they see someone kicking a dog or a cat, do not seem to have any feeling for human lives as long as they are killed by the U.S., and they do not even question the morality or legality of U.S. airplanes bombing civilian targets to assassinate the leader of a country or to bomb a pharmaceutical factory on very flimsy suspicions. They do not seem to care when thousands of civilians are killed or horribly maimed as a result of bombing supposedly carried out to kill terrorists, destroy military targets, or simply to soften resistance. There is no public outcry or condemnation by political leaders for the many civilians, killed practically every day in Iraq or Afghanistan, victims, collateral damage, as the U.S. prefers to call them, of U.S. bombing, other attacks by the U.S. troops, or as a result of the U.S. occupation. No one seems to care. After all, why should anyone care if a few more Iraqis or Afghans are killed after hundreds of thousands, probably over 1 million, have already been killed there by the U.S. invasions and bombings, the lingering effects of the depleted uranium used by the U.S. or as a result of economic sanctions? Yet, when an embassy or any other American installation is attacked and even one American is killed, U.S. television and newspapers are awash with outrage at the terrorists, and foreign political leaders and even the UN General Secretary raise their voices in an unending plethora of condemnation. Only the death of the rich and powerful or American-born are mourned. The US disregard for human life and democracy is patent today in Iraq. All the claims that President Bush made in an attempt to justify the invasion of Iraq have been exposed as originating from extremely poor intelligence or being plain lies. There was no nexus to Al-Qaeda, there were no missiles with a 650-kilometer range, there had been no search for uranium in Africa, and there were no chemical or biological weapons and no advanced nuclear weapons program. The suspected biological weapons factories on wheels turned out to be food testing trucks. But the US cynically remains in Iraq, in spite of the resistance of the people to US occupation. The US claims it is bringing freedom, democracy, and sovereignty, this, while it is killing the people they supposedly came to liberate. In April 2004, the Bush administration stated that its military forces would remain freedom, democracy, and sovereignty would just have to be ignored even if the US handpicked governing council did not request it. In World War II, the French resisting the German occupation were called freedom fighters, however in Iraq those fighting against the oppressors are called terrorists by the US media. Lack of respect for other nations' right to govern themselves as they see fit and for the lives of people who do not bow to their imperialistic designs has been a characteristic of any great power. From the Romans up to the colonial era of Spain, England, the Netherlands, France, and Portugal, every great power has striven to dominate as many other countries as possible and maintained control by threats, bribes and force, without any regard for human life. Perhaps, what makes the present US world dominance particularly hard to accept is the consummate hypocrisy with which since the middle of last century the US has masked its acts of overt aggression and terrorism. Central America and Southeast Asia were ravaged last century, supposedly to save the world from communism and preserve democracy. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, the most common reasons given to bomb or invade other countries has been terrorism and weapons of mass destruction. Countries are invaded and bombed at will, because they are said to harbor terrorists, or because they might be building WMD. These attacks are made under the pretense of saving the world from harm and convert the country to a democracy. The fact that these countries either have oil or gas or are strategically located is, of course, always coincidental. The US conveniently defines only nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons as WMD. It has not used these weapons recently, and does not believe it will have to use them in the near future, because today it has weapons which do just as much harm but which, of course, it refuses to classify as WMD. The US claims that high-tech weapons, such as its cruise missiles, are precision weapons which accurately hit any target, and are, therefore, not WMD. It also states that the scores of civilians killed by those precision weapons in nearby homes, hospitals, and schools are collateral damage and should not count since it was not intended for them to die. Certainly the argument made not to include the precision weapons as WMD is unreasonable. One could argue just as well that an atomic bomb placed accurately on a military target is not a WMD since the 100,000 or more that would die as a result were not intended victims. Whether cluster bombs, landmines, and depleted uranium weapons should be included as WMD is debatable. What is not debatable, however, is that they should be banned since they do indiscriminate damage among civilian populations, often long after the conflict in which they were used has ended. The long-term harmful effects of the depleted uranium weapons that the US used massively in Iraq are too tragically evident in the manifold increase in the death rate as a result from cancer and other diseases, as well as in the number of babies born with gross deformities. In Serbia, in the areas where the US employed depleted uranium weapons, cancer rates have already increased fourfold. During the Nuremberg trials of German leaders, nothing was said about one type of war crime, aerial bombing, particularly the bombing attacks made not to destroy military targets but to terrorize the civilian population, to achieve the greatest number of civilian casualties and to destroy as many cultural and architectural treasures as possible. The reason for this omission was that the US and Britain could not hide the fact, which was quite apparent and extremely well documented, that in regard to this war crime they were in every respect enormously more guilty than the Germans. The type of bombing campaigns undertaken by the US and Britain in Germany had already been defined as a war crime as far back as the Hague Convention of 1907 and by the unanimous resolution of the League of Nations Assembly on September 30, 1938. The former states, among other provisions, that the right of belligerents to adopt means of injuring the enemy is not unlimited. 11*. The latter states that, the intentional bombing of civilian populations is illegal. Objectives aimed at from the air must be legitimate military objectives and must be identifiable, and any attack on legitimate military objectives must be carried out in such a way that civilian populations in the neighborhood are not bombed through negligence. 12*. As World War II progressed, the US and Britain began bombing small cities with no military value but rich in cultural and architectural treasures, so as to demoralize the population and kill as many civilians as possible. To this end they worked hard to develop incendiary bombs which under certain conditions formed a firestorm with hurricane-force winds which engulfed a city, thus incinerating its inhabitants. In one such attack in Hamburg, 40,000 to 50,000 died mostly in their cellars, which became virtual crematoriums. 13*. In Forchsim, a city of about 60,000 people, a total of 20,277 died in a firestorm with temperatures reaching 1700 degrees Celsius. The most savage attack was made shortly before the war ended in Dresden, a city with no military objectives which had not been bombed before. 14*. The US and Britain decided to bomb it to the ground just to show the Soviets, who were their allies in the war but already perceived as a future enemy, the power of the Western capitalist states. Dresden, with its wealth of cultural and architectural wonders, was bombed on February 13 to 14, 1945. Between 40,000 to probably well over 100,000 civilians were killed, 15*. Most of whom were women, children, and the elderly, and almost no buildings were left standing. The devastation was complete. A very good description of what constitutes terrorism is written in the U.S. Code. It reads, "Act of terrorism means any activity that involves a violent act or an act dangerous to human life, and appears to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by assassination or kidnapping." 16*. Upon reading the brief accounts of the U.S. military interventions shown by countries in this book, it will be apparent that the US for the last half-century has been the renowned terrorist country on Earth. The US has more nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, which it defined as WMD, than any nation on Earth. It is the only one to have used nuclear weapons in war and is one of the relatively few countries to have used chemical and biological weapons in war, invasions, and terrorist acts. Many herbicides, among them Agent Orange in Vietnam, the nerve gas sarin in Laos, and bacteriological weapons in China, Korea, and Cuba. The US also gave Iraq extremely toxic biological weapons during the Iran-Iraq War, when Saddam Hussein was a friend, weapons he later used against his own people, the Kurds. With what moral authority can the nation with the largest arsenal of WMD, the only one to have used nuclear weapons and one of the few that has used chemical and biological weapons, threaten other nations, like Syria and Iran, because they may be working on making WMD, and invade Iraq on the alleged suspicion that it had WMD? The US protege, Israel, has had nuclear weapons for decades. Yet the US, voting with Israel against all other nations, has vetoed every UN resolution to demand that Israel renounce possession of nuclear weapons and all resolutions condemning Israel's refusal to place its nuclear facilities under International Atomic Agency safeguards. And yet, with outrageous cynicism, the US claims to endorse a WMD-free Middle East, while it refuses to even allow any criticism on the WMD of Israel. The US also voted alone against UN resolutions to prohibit chemical and bacteriological weapons, as well as against resolutions prohibiting the development and manufacture of new types of WMD. The US is largely responsible for the existence as well as the continuous aggravation of the Israel-Palestine problem. Very briefly, the Israel-Palestine conflict exists because the US, using extreme intimidation, managed to get other countries to vote so as to obtain the necessary two-thirds vote in the United Nations, with which it had been decided it would be legal to create a new country, Israel, by taking more than half the land of Palestine against the wishes of the overwhelming majority of its inhabitants, and in clear violation of the United Nations Charter as well as the concepts of democracy and justice. Since then, the U.S. has provided Israel with almost unconditional political support and supplied it with money and weapons while vetoing any new UN resolution even vaguely critical of Israel, and, naturally, those which called for Israel to abide by UN resolutions 194 and 242 which state, respectively, that Israel should permit the return of the Palestinians who were forced out of the usurped land and return all the land they appropriated through war and dispossession of Palestinian land. In April 2004 in a meeting with Israel's Prime Minister Sharon, President Bush stated that he endorsed Sharon's stated plan to keep some of the Israeli settlements in land which was granted to the Palestinians during 1947 UN partition, and not to allow the return of the Palestinians, who were forced out of their land by Israeli massacres and intimidation. With President Bush's statement, the U.S. finally decided not to continue playing the role of unbiased mediator which no one believed anyway and reneged on the so-called roadmap to peace. President Bush's endorsement of Sharon's plan and the inaction of the rest of the world have fueled the Israelis' genocidal actions against the Palestinians. The UN and the European Union merely watch as the Israeli atrocities continue, and the Jews outside Israel, so very vocal when anything critical is said about any Jew, look on silently while the Palestinians are exterminated. In late April 2004, the outrageously cruel and disgusting abuses committed by American soldiers and other U.S. personnel on Iraqi prisoners at the Abu Ghraib prison became public record, mainly by the release of photographs illustrating this abuse, but also by the publication of reports, from various organizations concerned with human rights, on the U.S. treatment of detainees and prisoners, not only at Abu Ghraib but at other U.S. prisons around the world. A report by the International Committee of the Red Cross affirms that some of the methods of coercion used at Abu Ghraib and other prisons, certainly those shown in the photographs, were tantamount to torture and constituted a serious violation of the Geneva Conventions. The report also concludes that the abuses were not the wrongdoing of a few, rather they were used by military intelligence in a systematic way. 17 Kenneth Roth, Executive Director of Human Rights Watch, stated that following the September 11 attacks, the U.S. military had systematically used torture on detainees around the world, 18 and that most of the interrogation methods approved for use in Iraq and the War on Terror had been ruled illegal by the courts, 19 The investigation of Seymour Hersh, presented in The New Yorker, concludes that the cause of the abuses by American soldiers lie not in the criminal inclinations of a few Army reservists but in a decision by Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, to expand a highly secret operation to the interrogation of prisoners in Iraq. 20 and the Washington Post finds that none of the arrangements that permit U.S. personnel to kidnap, transport, interrogate and hold foreigners are ad hoc or unauthorized by Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel and, depending on the particular issue, approved by White House General Counsel's Office or the President himself. 21 A country's leaders do not need to give specific instructions in order to have people killed or tortured, they just create the proper atmosphere of hatred and fear, proclaim the need to save the nation from unspeakable evil, and then give orders which lend themselves to the broadest interpretation. President George W. Bush and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld almost certainly did not specifically approve some of the worst tortures inflicted on Iraqis and Afghans like some of the ones shown in the photographs made public, nor did they order the killing of prisoners. They did not have to do it. By stating that their enemies belonged to an axis of evil, and indeed were so terribly evil that Bush decided that the Geneva Conventions, which call for human treatment of prisoners and the occupied population, would not apply, and then approving a program which gave blanket advance clearance to kill or capture certain enemies anywhere, and indicating that the safety of the U.S. depended on obtaining confessions during interrogations, they basically send a message that anything goes against the Satan-like enemy. A few months ago, at the end of 2003, I had planned to end this introduction with the following two paragraphs. A. It is my hope that this book will contribute to making a few more people aware of why the US government is disliked by many people and hated by some, and lead a few more Americans to actively campaign to elect a government that does not invade or bomb other countries based on suspicions or fabricated reasons, or interfere in other nations' affairs in any way, a government that withdraws all political, economic, and military support to Israel until Israel abides by UN Resolutions 194 and 242. And also dismantles its WMD installations, a government that respects international treaties and joins the rest of the nations in the UN to outlaw landmines and all WMD instead of blocking these efforts, and to ensure that our grandchildren will not inherit an even more polluted environment, a government that will repeal the recently imposed fascist Patriot Act provisions, ensures at least a minimum well-being for all its citizens, and cares for all people and not only for special interest groups, large corporations, and the very rich. B. In short, I hope that this book will contribute to the election of a government that again makes all its citizens proud and which people of other nations look at with admiration and envy, instead of with anger and hatred. Today I sadly have to admit that the possibility of having such a government in the foreseeable future is very remote. Even though the many claims made to invade and occupy Iraq have been exposed as false, the majority of Americans still approve of President Bush's administration, and the US continue the occupation of Iraq, a country they had destroyed with over a decade of economic sanctions and war, and where more than 25,000 civilians have been killed since the 2003 invasion, victims of the bombing and other attacks by US forces. The US also continues with their de facto occupation of Afghanistan. Many other countries also feel the threat of a US military invasion. The Bush administration continues to threaten Syria and Iran, which were recommended by the Jewish lobby in the Pentagon, Paul Wolfowitz, Richard Pearl, and Douglas Feith, as the next countries to be invaded after Iraq. The US acts of aggression are not likely to stop inasmuch as, with very few exceptions, the leaders of both major political parties share the same imperialistic attitude. US policies and actions in Iraq and Afghanistan today indicate that the remarks made over a decade ago by leading political scholar Noam Chomsky on US policies and actions are still as true today as they were then. Commenting on the US unending acts of aggression, Chomsky said, "There are many terrorist states in the world, but the United States is unusual in that it is officially committed to international terrorism, and on a scale that puts its rivals to shame." 22*. And commenting on statements by US leaders on resistance to US aggression, Chomsky stated, "The message is clear, no one has the right of self-defense against US terrorist attack. The US is a terrorist state by right. That is unchallengeable doctrine." 23*. Cuernavaca, Mexico, July 2005. Latin America. Central America. Nicaragua. Already in 1853 the United States sent military forces to Nicaragua to protect American lives and interests during political disturbances. 1*. And soon afterwards, in 1854, Nicaragua was attacked for the first time by the US when the Navy burned down San Juan del Norte to avenge an insult to American officials and to the millionaire Cornelius Vanderbilt. A year later the US recognized the puppet government of American adventurer William Walker, but then withdrew support when Vanderbilt opposed him. In 1857 US Marines landed twice to oppose Walker, once protecting his men from retaliation by the Nicaraguans and then taking him to the US. 1*. In 1867 US Marines occupied Managua and Leon. 2*. Between 1890 and 1900 the Marines made several landings in Nicaraguan soil. In 1909 Marines invaded Nicaragua in support of a US and Britain-inspired revolution, and a year later they made 2 landings. From 1912 to 1933 the country was under direct US military occupation. The Central American Court of Justice, which had been established in 1907 at US initiative, condemned the US intervention in Nicaragua in 1912 to no avail, as well the Bryan-Chamorro Treaty of 1916, which granted the U.S. perpetual rights to construct a canal through Nicaragua and to lease a naval base in the Gulf of Fonseca. The U.S. totally ignored the cut. Civil war broke out in 1926 after Diaz was installed as president backed by 2,000 U.S. Marines. General Cesar Sandino, one of the leaders of the rebellion, continued fighting after another sham election in 1928, and the government, aided by the U.S. Marines, launched a brutal counterinsurgency campaign. U.S. control over Nicaragua was complete. U.S. bankers ran the customs offices, a U.S. coronel and a U.S. captain ran the army and the police, and an American general presided over the election board. In 1928, while another president chosen by the U.S. was elected, 432 U.S. Marines headed the voting stations and 12 U.S. airplanes stood by in readiness. 3** In 1933, after the U.S. Marines left the country when President Sacasa took office, Sandino made peace with the government, but was assassinated on the way home as he left the presidential palace where he had been a dinner guest. Anastasio Somoza, the head of the National Guard, who had him killed, had told his officers that same evening after leaving U.S. Ambassador Arthur Bliss' residence, that Bliss had given him unconditional support on the planned assassination. 4** Somoza, president and absolute ruler since 1936, robbed and tortured, with United States tacit approval, employing the U.S.-trained National Guard. When he was assassinated in 1956, his son Luis took power, and in 1967 his grandson Anastasio Somoza II continued the Somoza rule until his overthrow by the Sandinistas in July 1979, when he fled to Miami with a fortune estimated at close to $1 billion. The U.S. government had supported the Somoza regime, whose army had 5%. During the 43 long years in which the Somozas ran Nicaragua like a private estate, been one of the most totally corrupt military establishments in the world, taking over most of the country's land and businesses. President Carter supported Somoza until the end, and when direct intervention was blocked by congressional human rights legislation, Israel took over providing support. When it became apparent that the Somoza regime was collapsing, the U.S. tried to convince the Organization of American States to send in a peacekeeping force, which would only have prevented the Sandinistas from any military progress. Afterwards, the Carter administration flew Guard commanders out of the country in planes with Red Cross markings, which is a war crime, and began to again build up the Guard on Nicaragua's borders. 6** The Republican Party's platform stated that it deplored the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua. On taking office in January 1981, Ronald Reagan successfully pressured all large international agencies, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, to withhold loans to Nicaragua, while the U.S. cut off all programs of assistance and drastically reduced imports from Nicaragua. 7** Under Reagan, to further destroy the Nicaraguan economy, the U.S. attacked Nicaragua directly using the Contra forces, trained troops from the old Nicaraguan National Guard and El Salvador, and U.S. mercenaries, but also American pilots and officers. All these were controlled by the CIA, which smuggled arms and equipment from the U.S. Center for International Terrorism in Miami and trained thousands of Contras in Florida and California. These forces operated out of sanctuaries in Honduras and El Salvador, and also from Costa Rica and, for a time, from U.S. ships off the coasts of Nicaragua. Contra forces systematically blew up bridges, government offices, schools, health centers, mines, and pipelines. They destroyed roads and machinery as well as crops, barns, silos, and irrigation projects. They ambushed trucks, and raided farms and villages. There is massive documentation of all this, since the Sandinistas kept Nicaragua open for foreign witnesses to record what was happening. The U.S. military also participated directly mining harbors, overflying the country and blowing 4. up installations in the ports. The US-backed Contras also assassinated hundreds of religious leaders, teachers, health workers, and government officials. When direct supervision by the CIA of the U.S. proxy army was terminated by Congress, President Reagan secretly transferred control to the National Security Council. The extent of CIA control was detailed by former Contra leader Edgar Chamorro, who described the US-backed FDN as an anti-democratic front organization. Participation of US mercenaries, as well as Israeli mercenaries, is well documented. 8*. The Sandinistas launched a literacy campaign to teach every Nicaraguan to read and write, and they set out to build 2,500 clinics so Nicaraguans would have access to some kind of medical treatment. 9*. The Somoza dynasty, the dictators backed by the United States, had not gotten around to such programs in 43 years. Oxfam reported that in Nicaragua there was a substantial effort to address inequities in land ownership and to extend health, educational and agricultural services to poor peasant families. In the early 1980s, the World Bank called its projects extraordinarily successful in Nicaragua in some sectors, better than anywhere else in the world, and in 1983, the Inter-American Development Bank concluded that Nicaragua has made noteworthy progress in the social sector, which is laying the basis for long-term socio-economic development. 10*. In the first 4 years after the revolution, Nicaragua's rate of growth was greatest of any Latin American country. But the United States could not allow a government that seemed to help the people, instead of filling the pockets of the oligarchy and United States corporations. 3 Nicaraguan harbors were mined by the CIA in 1984. Nicaragua took this action to the World Court, but the U.S. refused to accept the World Court adjudication in favor of Nicaragua. The covert activities of the Reagan administration in violation to public opinion and congressional dictates were well known. Oliver North was running the Contra operation from his office at the National Security Council. 11*. And details of U.S. supply flights to the Contras inside Nicaragua were even known to the Sandinista military intelligence, but the media did not follow this story until 1986, when Eugene Hasenfuss was shot down and captured. 12*. The CIA had prepared a manual of instruction which encouraged the use of violence against civilians and even stated, "It is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets such as judges, police, and state security officials, and others." The existence of this manual was disclosed in 1984. A comic book, Freedom Fighters Manual, also prepared by the CIA presumably for distribution to the population, had illustrations showing, among others, how to stop up toilets, pull down power cables, put dirt in gas tanks, telephone false alarms of fires and crimes, go to work late, call in sick and threaten officials over the phone. 13*. In 1983 the Contadora Group, composed of Mexico, Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela, attempted to bring peace to Nicaragua and after much work came up with a treaty dealing with the civil war, foreign intervention, elections, and human rights. The U.S., which was not to be a signatory, pressed the Sandinistas to sign, but when in 1984 Nicaragua announced it would sign the treaty, Washington started to find fault with the treaty, refused to endorse it, and through intense lobbying was able to block the adoption of the treaty as written. Afterwards, the Reagan administration threatened the Contadora members and thus was able to effectively oppose the peace talks among the group. Panama's President Manuel Noriega did not follow the United States game plan and neither did he step down from power as he was told by the U.S., This led to a cut in Panama's economic assistance and to Noriega's transformation from a loyal CIA agent to a drug-dealing enemy of the U.S. Mexico's corrupt ruling party was coerced by a warning that the U.S. would favor the opposition party, PEN, if Mexico gave support to the Contadora Group. 14*. In 1984 the Sandinistas won the election by a 2-1 margin. This election was acknowledged to have been fairly free by the 400 foreign observers and even U.S. diplomats. The Reagan administration's hate toward the Sandinistas was extreme and caused President Reagan and members his cabinet to lift their veils and show themselves as foolish and bigoted extremists. President Reagan called Nicaragua a totalitarian dungeon. 15*. Where people were more oppressed than the blacks in South Africa. 16*. Kissinger demanded the resignation of the American ambassador to Nicaragua because he had reported that the Sandinistas were performing fairly well in such areas as education. 17 Nicaraguan and Western estimates were that U.S.-run flights to supply the Contras in Nicaragua reached 30 to 40 flights monthly. 18 The New York Times cited that 45,000 people were killed or wounded in this destabilization. 19 The death toll in Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua during the Reagan years, largely as a result of the Reagan administration actions, was more than 150,000. These were, furthermore, not ordinary killings but atrocities with extensive torture, rape, and mutilations. The foreign press, contrary to the one in the U.S., reported many of these atrocities. As told by a survivor, Rosa had her breasts cut off. Then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off, and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats, and pulling the tongue out through the slit. 20 But Reagan never apologized for the massacres and other killings. On the contrary, President Reagan showed his disregard for human lives and suffering by stating proudly "I am a Contra," and then betrayed his hate by stating that the Contras were the moral equivalent of his founding fathers. 21 6. The Sandinistas are given credit by independent observers for addressing the needs of the country. The practical achievements of the Nicaraguan Revolution offer the poor an alternative model, and make Nicaragua a symbol of hope that, despite all the odds, a better life is possible, and now, for the first time, Nicaragua has a government that cares for its people. 22 These views, however, were completely censored from the U.S. media. Since 1983, the United States had spent billions in destabilizing and destroying the country and millions to promote the opposition's triumph in the elections, and had engaged in an intense campaign of disinformation with made-up opinion and news stories under false signatures planted in major media outlets. These tactics did not give the desired results in the 1984 elections, but in 1990 the U.S. made sure that the people became aware that the embargo and Contra war would continue if the Sandinistas won again. 23 Violeta Chamorro, George Bush's friend and CIA collaborator, 1. WPM Otis. In Honduras. In 1903, 1907, and 1911 U.S. Marines landed during political disturbances. In 1912 President Taft sent the Marines to protect U.S. banana investments during political disturbances, and in 1919 a U.S. landing force went ashore to maintain order in a neutral zone during an attempted revolution. A 1923 coup attempt by a local client of United Fruit, which practically owned the country, led to a U.S. military intervention and a settlement arranged by the State Department. The United Fruit client took power in 1932 and together with United Fruit ruled the country for the next 17 years. During JLD's 1954-56 dictatorship there was a long strike by United Fruit's workers which led to legislation that gave workers the right of collective bargaining. Shortly afterwards Diaz was unseated by a coup, and the military ruled from then on, directly or indirectly, through the 1980%. The labor legislation, which would have lowered United Fruit's profits, was repealed after the military took over. An Oxfam report stated that the major factors which caused Honduras to lose the ability to feed its own people included the economic power of U.S. corporations, the interests of a small Honduran elite, and the policies of U.S. and international banks and aid agencies. 1 U.S. Ambassador Jack Benz was moved out in 1981, after only a year at the post and not long after a meeting in which he was told by U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders to stop reporting human rights abuses in Honduras through official channels. Honduras was used as one of the Contra bases for fighting the Sandinistas. In 1982 the U.S. started to build landing strips, radar stations, docks and communication centers, and, under the cover of joint US-Honduran military exercises, U.S. and Honduran reconnaissance planes, usually piloted by Americans, and electronic surveillance ships, were photographing and bugging the country. 2 American pilots were also flying combat missions against Nicaraguan troops and carrying supplies to the American Mercenary Army, the Contras, inside Nicaragua. Several were shot down and killed. 3 U.S. Ambassador John Furch was removed from his post in 1986 because he infuriated Honduras military command by dealing with the civilian government, and considering it to be the highest authority in the country, and also because he objected to the CIA's role in training the battalion implicated in death squad activities and torture and the Reagan administration's lies. He stated that the U.S. had lied about an alleged Nicaraguan invasion in order to induce Honduras to request military aid which was to be given to the Contras, since the U.S. could not do this openly. 4 The atrocities committed by the Contras in Honduras are well documented by many eyewitness reports. The chairman of America Watch and Helsinki Watch, after a personal visit to study the great divergence between President Reagan's rhetoric and the conclusions of the report on Contra atrocities, concluded that there can be no doubt, on the basis of what we heard and saw, that a planned strategy of terrorism is being carried out by the Contras along the Honduras border and that the U.S. cannot avoid responsibility for these atrocities. 5 A total of 16,000 Honduran peasants were forcibly removed from their homes in order to give the area to the Contras. 6 10. El Salvador. During the 1932 Peasant Rebellion, General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez armed forces massacred 30,000 peasants in what is now known in El Salvador as La Matanza, the massacre. 1 While the carnage was perpetrated, U.S. and Canadian Marine ships stood offshore and the U.S. Marines in Nicaragua were put on alert, but, as the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral William V. Pratt testified before Congress, it was found unnecessary for the United States and British forces to land. As the Salvadorian government had the situation well in hand, 2 Martinez was recognized by the U.S. while he went through an election in which he was the sole candidate. His regime, supported by the U.S., was corrupt and very repressive. He ruled until 1944 when he was overthrown by a coup. El Salvador was almost completely controlled by a small oligarchy of about 100 families and foreign investors, who enriched themselves while the majority of the population starved or emigrated. The U.S. here, as elsewhere, wanted stability, benefited from the existing system, and was therefore content to work with the military oligarchy complex that ruled most of Central America from the 1820s to the 1980s. 3 In 1960, following a massacre of protesting university students by the police, a junior officers' coup established a moderate leftish government aiming at major social and political changes. Shortly afterwards, however, other officers, responding to the US and the oligarchy's pressures, staged a counter-coup. The new military regime was strongly supported by the US, which helped to enlarge and train the military, the National Guard and the police, and to set up communication and intelligence networks. 4 By 1969, 300,000 Salvadorans, more than 1/10 of the population, had fled to Honduras. The Alliance for Progress programs for strengthening internal security worsened the situation of El Salvador with the establishment of the military and paramilitary groups such as ORDEN, which terrorized the countryside, and ANSESL, which served as the intelligence service for the death squads. The founder of these two groups, General Medrano, described as the father of the death squads by José Duarte, the president of the junta which ruled the country, was awarded a silver medal by President Johnson in recognition of exceptionally meritorious service. 5 In 1972 there was another reformist coup after the election was stolen by the military. This coup was defeated by US-sponsored Nicaraguan and Guatemalan troops. Several hundred people were killed by government forces while protesting the results of the 1977 presidential election. The continuing electoral fraud and government repression prompted more and more Salvadorians to turn to guerrilla warfare. After Somoza fell from power in Nicaragua in 1979, the US feared that another of their protégés, the brutal El Salvador dictator, might also be overthrown, so they backed a reformist military coup, but ensured that only the most reactionary officers obtained positions of power. The killings continued and caused almost all the civilian members of the junta to resign, and many of them to join the guerrilla force along with the Communist Party members, which had supported the new government. The killings increased soon afterwards when the junta collapsed and only the US-backed officers remained. In February 1980, Archbishop Romero pleaded with President Carter not to provide the junta with military aid. In March 1980, Archbishop Romero was assassinated while saying Mass. Thousands of peasants and urban poor took part in a commemorative Mass a decade later, along with many foreign bishops. The U.S., which had funded and trained Romero's assassins, did not attend the ceremony. The U.S. media mostly ignored all these events. 6 * The first of many major massacres occurred in May 1980 as thousands of peasants fleeing to Honduras were attacked by helicopters and troops as they were crossing the Sumpul River. According to eyewitness testimony reported by Amnesty International and the Honduran clergy, women were tortured, babies thrown in the air for target practice, and children were decapitated or slashed to death with machetes. At least 600 corpses were prey for dogs and buzzards, others were lost in the water. Bodies of 5 children were found in an Honduran fisherman's fish trap. 7 * By November 1980 the political opposition and the independent media had been eliminated through assassinations, bombing, and terror. In December 1980, José Napoleón Duarte, who had just become president of the ruling junta, surprised the New York Times reporter Raymond Bonner by giving a surprisingly frank and accurate answer to the question why the guerrillas were in the hills. Duarte answered, 50 years of lies, 50 years of injustice, 50 years of frustration. This is the history of people starving to death, living in misery. For 50 years the same people had all the power, all the money, all the jobs, all the education, all the opportunities. 8 * 12. The US organized massacres increased after Reagan took office. A year later the church reported that some 30,000 civilians had been killed and 600,000 made refugees. 9 * Ignoring the slaughter. Jeane Kirkpatrick, U.S. Ambassador to the UN, speaking for the Reagan administration on December 1, 1981, cynically praised the moral quality of the government that was carrying out the mass acts. A total of 50,000 people were killed in El Salvador during the Reagan presidency. After they destroyed practically all popular organizations, the army and the Contras directed their attacks against the civil population in the guerrilla-controlled areas with ground sweeps and massacres by the US-trained elite units and an increase in the air war and the use of napalm in early 1984. It became known that U.S. airplanes were increasing reconnaissance for military operations. 10 * Use of napalm was confirmed by Dr. John Constable of Massachusetts General Hospital, a specialist in burn victims with Vietnam War experience. 11 * In November 1989, 6 Jesuit priests, their cook, and her daughter, were murdered by the army. That same week, at least 28 other Salvadoran civilians were murdered, including the head of a major union, the leader of the Organization of University Women, 9 members of an Indian farming cooperative and 10 university students. The Jesuits were murdered by the Atlasatl Battalion, an elite unit created, trained, and equipped by the U.S. The Bush administration made every effort to silence and ship back to probable death in El Salvador a witness who detailed the involvement of U.S. advisors and the Salvadoran government in death squad activities. This, despite the pleas of human rights organizations and requests from Congress that his testimony be heard. The treatment of the main witness to the assassination of the Jesuits was similar. 12 * The U.S. involvement in the terror unleashed on the Salvadoran people has been described by many Salvadorans from the highest to the lowest levels in the El Salvador government. In his book Behind the Death Squads, Alan Nairn concludes, U.S. complicity in the dark and brutal work of El Salvador's death squads is not an aberration. Rather, it represents a basic bipartisan, institutional commitment on the part of 6 American administrations, a commitment to guard the Salvadoran regime against the prospect that its people might organize in ways unfriendly to that regime or to the U.S. 13 * When the war came to an official end in 1992, more than 1 million Salvadorans had become refugees. 14 * And over 80,000 had died. Most of the dead were civilians killed by the government forces and its paramilitary allies. 15*. This was one of the conclusions of the report of the UN Commission of Truth, which was established as agreed during the peace agreement reached to end the war. This report also stated that the death squads were often operated by the military and supported by powerful businessmen, landowners, and some leading 13. politicians, and cited Roberto D'Aubuisson, the principal founder of the Nationalistic Republican Alliance, as the most notorious death squad leader. The report did not go into the U.S. role in human rights abuses. However, the findings of the Commission of Truth prompted the U.S. Congress to call for the declassification of State Department, Defense Department, and CIA files on El Salvador. Various of the thousands of previously secret documents confirmed the conclusions of the Commission of Truth report and revealed that the Reagan and Bush administrations had concealed from Congress evidence of widespread human rights violations by their Salvadoran allies. 16*. Already prior to the declassification of the U.S. government secret files, U.S. Representative David Obey said that the Commission of Truth findings verified that our own government was lying like hell to us. 17*. Guatemala. In 1920, U.S. forces intervened to protect American interests during disturbances. In 1944, Juan José Arevalo was elected president, after decades of military rule. The U.S. soon became hostile to the new democratic government because it was really democratic and consequently did not repress the communists. It worked on a labor code that took away some of United Fruit's privileges, and was slow in granting concessions to U.S. oil companies. 1*. The new president, Jacobo Arbenz, who took office in 1951 after being elected by a large margin, attempted to carry much-needed reforms and expropriated unused lands held by the United Fruit Company to give them to landless peasants, offering to pay United Fruit according to the value stated in their books. 2*. Arbenz also built a hydroelectric plant to offer cheaper energy than the U.S. electricity monopoly, as well as an Atlantic port and a highway to compete with United Fruit, which owned the country's only significant Atlantic harbor. But his effort to build a better life for the people in Guatemala was not to be, because the United States chose to protect United Fruit's control of the country and re-establish military rule which, along with dictatorships, had been proven to be considerably easier to bribe and control than a truly democratic government. In 1954 the CIA organized a coup, supposedly to avoid a communist takeover, and restored military rule. When Eisenhower became president in January 1953, he revived a plan previously approved by Truman, to remove Arbenz. Both administrations were pressured by United Fruit, which aside from its vast uncultivated land holdings in Guatemala, much of it expropriated by Arbenz, and the country's only significant Atlantic harbor, also owned the telephone and telegraph facilities and held monopoly on banana exports. 3*. United Fruit's influence in Washington was enormous. Many key U.S. policy radicals had a close association with United Fruit, among others, the Secretary of State, J. Foster Dulles, and the director of the CIA, A. Dulles, had both been United Fruit lawyers. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, the U.S. representative in the United Nations, had lobbied for United Fruit. The brother of the Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, J. Moores Cabot, had been president of United Fruit. President Eisenhower's personal secretary was married to a public relations director of the same company, and W.B. Smith, the Under-Secretary of State, was trying to obtain an executive position at United Fruit while he was working to plan the coup. The headquarters for planning the details of the coup were in Florida. Training for hundreds of men, U.S. and Central American mercenaries, was held in Anastasio Somoza's Nicaragua, where airstrips were also made available. Airplanes for use in the coup were stationed in the Canal Zone, Nicaragua, and Honduras. The U.S. propaganda and disinformation machinery planted hundreds of articles on Guatemala in Latin American newspapers, and over 100,000 pamphlets on the supposed communist hold on Guatemala as well as anti-communist cartoons and posters were distributed. Selected Guatemalan officers were offered bribes. Coronel Castillo Armas, picked by the U.S. to take over, waited with his troops at a united fruit plantation in neighboring Honduras until advised to enter. 4 During the 1954 coup, U.S. planes bombarded the country while the CIA mercenary army made little progress due to the resistance of the Guatemalan army. However, radio broadcasts of the CIA radio station atop the U.S. Embassy, also transmitted through some public and even military channels, spread panic by falsely stating that the rebels were advancing on all fronts after great battles and heavy losses of the Guatemalan army, and that they were picking up large numbers of volunteers. Finally, the bribes, panic and bombing by the U.S. bore fruit, and Coronel Castillo Armas and the mercenaries entered the capital almost unopposed. President Arbenz asked for asylum in the Mexican embassy. 5 The 1954 coup that overthrew the democratic government was categorized by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles as a new and glorious chapter in the already great traditions of the American states. 6 Various U.S. government documents indicate that the U.S. thought that Guatemala's government under Arevalo and Arbenz was too democratic. A CIA memorandum of 1952 had described the situation in Guatemala as adverse to U.S. interests because of the communist influence. Based on militant advocacy of social reforms and nationalistic policies, also, the 1944 revolution had aroused a strong national movement to free Guatemala from the military dictatorship, social backwardness, and economic colonialism which had been the pattern of the past. 7 and a 1955 secret State Department report stated that Arevalo, faithful to his program, insisted upon the maintenance of an open political system. Neither the military, debilitated by internal rivalries, nor self-seeking politicians were able to circumscribe his policy. It was in this atmosphere of laissez-faire that the communists were able to expand their operations and appeal effectively to various sectors of the population. 8 Castillo Armas' new government immediately arrested thousands of suspected communists and tortured or killed many. A committee was set up that could 16. Declare anyone a communist without right to appeal. These communists could be arrested for 6 months and could not own a radio or hold public office. The military repealed the land reform, dissolved the peasant cooperatives, halted the literacy program and destroyed the labor unions. Opposition newspapers were closed, and books of Victor Hugo, Dostoevsky, and Guatemala's Nobel Prize winner Miguel Angel Asturias, among others, were burned. The economy collapsed and the peasants and all those who opposed the regime were terrorized or killed. 9 This type of military rule continued and was maintained by regular U.S. intervention through the 1990. In 1960, when nationalist, somewhat less extreme Guatemalan officers attempted to overthrow the regime of General Ydígoras, President Eisenhower stationed warships and 2,000 Marines offshore, and American and Cuban exile pilots bombed the dissidents' headquarters and airfield until the revolt was put down. 10 Several officers of the failed coup joined the incipient guerrilla movement. In 1963, General Ydígoras, who planned to step down the following year and thereby set up an election, allowed the return of Arevalo, who had been kept abroad by legal means and threats. But President Kennedy and his administration were fearful that a free election would reinstate Arevalo to power and that his government would initiate the same kind of reforms and independent foreign policy that had led the United States to overthrow Arbenz. 11 To ensure that this did not happen, the U.S. instigated and supported a military coup, which overthrew Ydígoras. The new military regime, quickly recognized by the Kennedy administration, rapidly increased the repression of the population. 12 In Guatemala as in Salvador, many of the peasants began supporting the guerrillas after the government destroyed their nonviolent efforts to get out of the conditions of feudal servitude and misery to which the U.S. had significantly contributed, and the increased repression and state terrorism created insurgency and further U.S. intervention. Guatemala's Vice President Marroquín Rojas indicated that the counterinsurgency campaign in 1966 to 1968 resulted in the slaughter of 10,000 peasants with the help of the American Green Berets and the napalm bombing by U.S. airplanes based in Panama. Marroquín Rojas was strongly anti-communist, but he apparently resented the U.S. planes' continuous violation of Guatemalan sovereignty. 13 Amnesty International estimated that by 1976 the number of those murdered by the military, the police, and paramilitary and vigilante groups exceeded 20,000. In 1981, shortly after Reagan's inauguration, General V. Walters, a deputy director of the CIA, visited Guatemala as Secretary of State Alexander Haig's special emissary and indicated that the U.S. was moved to help the Guatemalan government in order to defend peace and liberty. 14 * this, while within a period of few 17 months, Guatemalan security forces massacred at least 2,000 peasants and assassinated 76 officials of the Christian Democratic Party, many trade unionists and at least 6 Catholic priests. 15 * the massacres by the government forces have been widely examined and documented. In 1982 Amnesty International reported that in widespread massacres the government had destroyed entire villages, tortured and mutilated local people and carried out mass executions. 16 * in the July 1982 massacre at the San Francisco farm, the women were raped and shot or burned, the old people hacked to pieces with machetes and the children disemboweled. The death toll was 300. 17 * General Efren Rios Montt took power in a March 1982 coup and in July declared a state of siege which lasted 8 months. During this first 6 months in power, 2,600 peasants and indigenous peoples were massacred, and during Montt's 17-month reign, more than 400 villages were obliterated. 18 * in December 1982 President Ronald Reagan went to see for himself, and, after meeting with Montt, said that the Guatemalan leader was totally committed to democracy and was getting a bum rap in regards to extensive human rights allegations. 19 * in 1983 the Guatemalan Human Rights Commission stated that more than 40,000 people have disappeared, and more than 95,000 have died in political violence here since 1954. 20 * in other words, 140,000 people had died. In addition, over 500,000 people were displaced. This, by governments installed and kept in power by the U.S. since it overthrew the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz in 1954. In 1985, human rights organizations estimated that 1,000 political assassinations per month had been carried out the prior year. At the same time that this data was published, the State Department indicated that human rights were improving in Guatemala. Declassified materials showed that the CIA station in Guatemala City knew that the Guatemalan army was massacring entire Mayan villages, while Reagan administration officials publicly supported the military regime's human rights record. 21 * in the late 1980s U.S. pilots participated in the bombing of towns in central Guatemala, supposedly to fight the guerrillas, and killings continued throughout the 1990s. In 1990, after a prominent American businessman was kidnapped and killed, the Bush administration publicly denounced the Guatemalan military and cut off military aid to Guatemala, but instructed the CIA to continue this aid secretly. Many Americans disclosed their or their relatives' torture, rape, or murder, after Robert Torricelli, of the House Intelligence Committee, made public that the Guatemalan guerrilla leader Efren Bamica, who disappeared in 1992, had been tortured and killed on orders of Col. Alpine, a former CIA agent trained by the 18 U.S. In 1989, Sister Diana Ortiz, an American nun, was abducted by the Guatemalan army, burned with cigarettes, raped repeatedly, and lowered into a pit full of corpses. A fair-skinned man, who spoke Spanish with an American accent and cursed in English, and whom the others referred to as their boss, later ordered the torture stopped when he realized Ortiz was American. 22 * The Civil War officially ended in 1996 when a peace accord was reached between the government and the rebels. However, death squad activities continued against dissidents, and the military, still armed and trained by the U.S., continued to be untouchable. In April 1998, Bishop Girardi, coordinator of the Human Rights Office of the Archbishop, was murdered 2 days after he presided over a presentation on massacres, assassinations, and disappearances. In late 1998, 4 human rights organizations released previously classified documents about the Guatemalan military against Marxist guerrillas. The internal documents detail the military's role in systematically killing rebels and their alleged sympathizers. The Independent Historical Clarification Commission, established by the United Nations as part of the peace accord that ended the war, had a large international staff, which made extensive use of recently declassified State Department documents. The Commission's report, Guatemala, Memory of Silence, published in February 1999, estimated that 200,000 people were killed in the over 30 years of brutal repression, 93% of them by government forces, and also stated that 83% of the victims of executions and disappearances were Mayans. The report concluded that American companies and government officials exercised pressure to maintain the country's archaic and unjust socio-economic structure and that the CIA supported illegal counterinsurgency operations there. As a result of American policy, entire Mayan villages were attacked and burned and their inhabitants were tortured and slaughtered in an effort to deny the guerrillas protection. Weeks after the commission released its scathing report, President Clinton apologized for the American support of Guatemala's right-wing regime. Guatemala, Memory of Silence reiterates that, the massacres that eliminated entire Mayan villages are neither perfidious allegations nor figments of the imagination, but an authentic chapter in Guatemala's history. 23 *. However, those responsible for the massacres as well as those who perpetrated them have not only not been brought to justice, but many are still in government positions, and General Rios Montt recently even ran for the presidency. Right-wing death squads continue to operate. Since Guatemala, Memory of Silence did not identify individuals responsible for various massacres, those now suspected of publicly denouncing the criminals become victims. On May 5, 2001, an American nun, Sister Barbara Ann Ford, was killed by a group of heavily armed men in Guatemala. 19. City. She had worked on the Recovery of Historical Memory report, which catalogued human rights violations during the 36-year civil war in Guatemala. 24 * In the September 2007 elections, Rios Montt, who while in power conducted a genocidal campaign against the indigenous Mayans, won a seat in Congress. As a member of Congress he would be immune from prosecution unless a court suspended him from office. 20. Panama. From 1856 to 1902 there were 7 U.S. interventions in the Colombian state of Panama to protect the Atlantic Pacific Railroad and or to protect American lives and property during real or anticipated civil unrest. Before the turn of the 19th century there had been attempts by the French to build a canal through Panama, but these failed because of lack of planning, corruption, and yellow fever, malaria and cholera outbreaks among the workers. In January 1902 the U.S. Congress authorized and directed the President to acquire rights and construct an interoceanic canal. In 1903, the Colombian Senate unanimously rejected the Hay-Herran Treaty, which would have given the U.S. the right to build the canal. Immediately, the U.S. started to persuade key Panamanians, or entice them with bribes and other means, to declare independence from Colombia. Between October 19 and 30, 1903 President Roosevelt ordered 3 Navy ships to the immediate vicinity of Panama. On November 2, 1903 a U.S. warship arrived at Colon, the capital of Panama, effectively precluding Colombian troops from taking action. Next day Panama declared independence from Colombia, and on November 6 the U.S. recognized the new republic. On November 18, 1903 the Hay-Buenaventura Treaty was signed in Washington, D.C. This treaty gave the U.S. rights in perpetuity to the occupation and control of the Panama Canal Zone. Representing and signing for Panama was Philippe Buenaventura, a French citizen and astute businessman, who had been lobbying for years to build the canal in Panama. From 1903 to 1914, except for a few brief periods, U.S. Marines were stationed in Panama, and in 1908 and 1912 they intervened during elections. In 1918 U.S. Marines occupied the Panamanian province of Chiriquí for 2 years to keep public order. In 1921 U.S. Marine squadrons were stationed on both coasts to prevent war between Panama and Costa Rica, and in 1925 U.S. troops occupied Panama City to keep order. In 1964, 23 Panamanians were killed after they tried to raise the Panamanian flag in the Canal Zone. 1 *. General Omar Torrijos took power in a 1968 coup, displacing an oligarchy that ruled since 1903. He initiated social programs and for the first time brought the poor into the government. He also negotiated the Torrijos-Carter Treaty, which provided for a totally Panamanian canal by the year 2000. These accomplishments, plus his friendly relations with Cuba, made him an enemy of the U.S. In 1969 conservative officers unsuccessfully tried to overthrow Torrijos to avert a communist dictatorship. Just prior to the coup one of the main plotters had met a U.S. officer, and after the coup the same plotter and various others escaped a maximum security jail in an elaborate commando operation. They later appeared in the U.S. Canal Zone from where they flew to Miami. 2 * General Torrijos died in a suspicious airplane crash in 1981. The CIA is strongly suspected. At 1 a.m. on December 20, 1989 the U.S. invaded Panama with 27,000 troops and bombed Panama City in order to remove President Manuel Antonio Noriega from office, kidnap him and take him the U.S. to be tried on narcotics charges. More than 2,000 Panamanians, mostly civilians, died during the invasion, many thousands more were left wounded and about 15,000 were left homeless. 23 Americans died. 3 * Noriega had been an ally of the U.S. as well as an informant for years, and the U.S. government knew that Noriega was involved in drug trafficking since at least 1972, when the Nixon administration considered assassinating him. Payments to Noriega continued while George Bush was director of the CIA in 1976, at which time Noriega was receiving over $100,000 per year. 4 * In December 1976 Noriega went to Washington, stayed as house guest of Bush's deputy director Vernon Walters, and met Bush, who gave him a VIP tour of the CIA, even though American officials suspected Noriega of being responsible for the bombs that exploded 2 months ago under cars parked in the Canal Zone. 5 * In 1983, a U.S. Senate committee concluded that Panama was a major center for the laundering of drug funds and drug trafficking, but the U.S. government continued to keep Noriega on the CIA payroll until 1986, except during President Carter's administration, 1977-81. In May 1986, the director of the Drug Enforcement Agency praised Noriega for his vigorous anti-drug trafficking policy. A year later, the director welcomed our close association with Noriega, while Attorney General Edwin Mee stopped a U.S. Justice Department investigation of Noriega's criminal activities. In August 1987, more than a year after the New York Times printed a front-page story on Noriega's drug involvement, a Senate resolution condemning Noriega was opposed by Elliott Abrams, the State Department official in charge of U.S. policy in Central America and Panama. 6 * George Bush, campaigning for the presidency in 1988, said he was not aware of any conclusive evidence that Noriega was involved in drugs until Noriega was indicted. Bush also initially denied having met Noriega when he was CIA director in 1976. 22. By early 1989 it became apparent that Noriega no longer enjoyed Washington blessings. Consequently, after in May 1989 Noriega stole another election, the U.S. media expressed outrage over his failure to meet the US lofty democratic standard 7-star. There are indications that the U.S. could have captured Noriega during a failed October 1989 coup attempt, but did not do so in order to proceed with the planned invasion. Members of the Panamanian Defense Forces had Noriega in custody for over 2 hours and were willing to hand him to the U.S. military. U.S. officials in Panama were advised about the coup beforehand, but the coup plotters received practically no help. The reasons given later by the Bush administration for this lack of support were as varied as they were unconvincing. The invasion of Panama, which was code-named Operation Just Cause, was another example of United States' total disdain for international laws and human rights. The invasion involved, among other unlawful acts, invading a small country contrary to all international laws in order to capture a man who had been on the U.S. payroll for decades and welcomed warmly by several U.S. administrations, indiscriminately bombing the poor, 100% non-white, areas of Corallo and San Miguelito, causing thousands of civilian casualties and about 15,000 people to become homeless, breaking into houses, invading prisons and releasing prisoners, and raiding the Nicaraguan ambassador's home wearing painted faces and firing guns in the air, and wrestling the ambassador to the ground while they ransacked the house. After Noriega kidnapping, drug money laundering and drug trafficking continued just as before, since his involvement in drug traffic was relatively very minor. Drug money laundering in Panama had always been conducted primarily by the banks, since the banking system was virtually unregulated. 8** The Noriega kidnapping was the first attempt of the U.S. to justify the use of force abroad on grounds of drug enforcement. Also, since this action took place after the end of the Cold War, the U.S. could do it with impunity, with no fear of reprisals. In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that search and seizure operations conducted abroad by U.S. law enforcement, military or other government agencies against foreigners should not be restricted by the Fourth Amendment. In other words, the constitutional rights established to protect Americans from abuses of power by their government were not to be valid for foreigners abroad. Simultaneously, the Justice Department, in defiance of international law, issued an internal legal opinion authorizing its agents abroad to abduct foreigners in order to bring them to trial in the U.S. 9** With this edict, the U.S. granted itself a license to kidnap. The New York Times reported, from Mexico to Argentina, Latin American governments today roundly condemned the use of force by the United States against Gen. Manuel Antonio Noriega of Panama. 10** On December 21, President George Bush stated, "I appreciate the support we have received, strong support from the U.S. Congress, and from our Latin American neighbors." 11** The next day in the OAS, these Latin American neighbors voted a harsh condemnation of the U.S. invasion by a vote of 20-1, the U.S., of course, casting the dissenting vote. On December 21, when asked by a reporter, was it really worth it to send people to their death for this? To get Noriega? Bush answered, "Every human life is precious, and yet I have to answer, yes, it has been worth it." Later he stated that his heart goes out to the families of those who have died in Panama. 12** As usual, most of the U.S. media totally mislead the people by reporting that Noriega declared war on the U.S. and the U.S. made a lawful surgical strike in order to restore democracy. In sharp contrast to these lies, foreign media such as the British and Canadian broadcasting systems and Latin American media reported an unlawful, imperialist, invasion, occupation, which Noriega described as a state of war with the U.S. 13** During the Operation Just Cause invasion, General Colin Powell, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, declared, "We have to put a shingle outside our door saying, 'Superpower lives here.'" 14** in Latin America, the Caribbean and Mexico. Cuba. Cuba had been attempting to gain independence from Spain for some time, when in early 1895 the war to gain independence broke out in force. By 1898 commercial activity had practically stopped due to the war, greatly affecting the vast U.S. commercial interests in the island. The U.S., therefore, using a mysterious explosion in the USS Maine in the Havana harbor as an excuse, declared war on Spain in April 1898, and by August signed a peace protocol ending hostilities. Cuba gained independence from Spain in the Treaty of Paris in December 1898. However, Cuba had not gained independence, since the U.S. now occupied it militarily. Upon accepting the Spanish surrender, the U.S. immediately named a military governor, who excluded Cubans from government and disbanded the Cuban army. The Platt Amendment, which in 1901 was forced upon the Cubans into their constitution, gave the U.S. the right to oversee international commitments, dominate the economy, intervene in internal affairs, and establish a naval base on the island. In other words, the US was in position to totally dominate Cuba, and dominate it they did. US military occupation lasted until May 1902, when the first Republican administration started. Another US military occupation took place in 1906, as the liberals revolted protesting electoral and administrative procedures. The US took over administration until 1909 when a Cuban president was installed. In 1912, President Mario Garcia Menocal, also head of the Cuban-American Sugar Company, called the U.S. Marines to control unruly blacks. 2 U.S. warships arrived and the Marines landed at Daiquiri Beach to protect U.S.-owned sugar mills and copper interests in the area. In 1917 the Marines intervened again to guarantee sugar exports during WWWI. Most armed forces left by 1919, but 2 companies stayed at Camagüey until 1922. In 1933 U.S. Ambassador Sumner Welles coordinated events that led to the overthrow of the hated dictator Machado. For the next 25 years Sergeant Fulgencio Batista would directly or indirectly rule Cuba. A month after the coup, Ramsés N. Grau San Martin assumed the presidency for a 4-month period with the support of Batista. He declared a socialist revolution, annulled the Platt Amendment, passed new labor legislation and new land distribution laws, and granted women the right to vote. Washington reacted to Grau's actions by putting ships off the Cuban coast. U.S. intervention seemed near. Many of Grau's reforms were institutionalized in Cuba for some time. However, the political system was not reformed. Batista used de facto or actual presidential powers to quickly change Cuba. While others held the presidency, Batista was the real power. He also was constitutional president from 1940 until 1944 and then took power in a 1952 coup. Within days, the Truman administration recognized his government, and started sending military and economic aid. Batista's regime was brutal and corrupt, but U.S. interests flourished and therefore little was said to him about democracy. After his 1952 coup, Batista ruled as a dictator until the Cuban Revolution of 1959. On January 1, 1959, Batista fled Cuba, and Fidel Castro and his revolution took over the government. At the time of Castro's revolution, the U.S. economic dominance of the island was in some areas almost total. American companies controlled 80 to 100% of the utilities, mines, cattle ranches and oil refineries, as well as 40 to 50% of the sugar industry and the public railways. 3 Since the 1959 revolution, the Cuban government has not accepted the rental payment for the U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay, and has repeatedly requested, to no avail, that the U.S. leave the occupied Guantanamo area. The Cuban Revolution quickly gained the hostility of the U.S. as it nationalized foreign enterprises offering long-term bonds in return. The U.S. first reduced the sugar quota from Cuba, then declared a total embargo, and finally broke diplomatic relations in January 1961. Bombing of Cuba by planes based in the U.S. began in 1959, and throughout the 1960s sea and air attacks were made on oil refineries, chemical plants, bridges, and other key installations by Cuban exiles and CIA personnel. While the CIA did not always order these attacks, it was aware of them. The not much publicized Miami headquarters had hundreds of Americans directing Cuban exiles in just this type of operations. The CIA had advocated the elimination of Fidel Castro as early as December 1959, and the matter was discussed at special group meetings in early 1960. The plots planned at CIA headquarters included treating a box of Castro's favorite cigars with a botulinum toxin so potent that it would cause immediate death upon being placed to the lips, and providing an agent with a ballpoint pen with a hypodermic needle filled with a deadly poison. The CIA also attempted to set in motion a plot against Castro through its underworld contacts. The agency asked a mobster named Rosselli to organize teams of Cuban exiles who would infiltrate their homeland and assassinate Castro. Rosselli, 34, called Sam Giancana, a mobster from Chicago, and Santos Traficante, the Cosa Nostra boss in Cuba, to help him. Giancana, who used the name Sam Gold in his dealings with the CIA, was then on the Attorney General's 10 most wanted criminals list. The deal between the CIA and the Mafia to murder Fidel Castro was apparently stopped by then Attorney General Robert Kennedy in 1962. 4 Eisenhower had approved a paramilitary training project to overthrow Castro, as a contingency plan, and President Kennedy decided to go ahead with the plan after taking office. The CIA trained some 1,400 Cuban émigrés for action against Castro. 5 Senate Foreign Relations Chairman William Fulbright, upon learning of plans for the proposed invasion, sent a memorandum to the White House that stated that if American forces were drawn into the battle in Cuba, we would have undone the work of 30 years in trying to live down earlier interventions. To give this activity even covert support is of a piece with the hypocrisy and cynicism for which the United States is constantly denouncing the Soviet Union in the United Nations and elsewhere. This point will not be lost on the rest of the world nor our own consciences. And remember always, the Castro regime is a thorn in the side but not a dagger in the heart. 6 On April 15, 1961, 8 U.S.-made planes disguised to look as if they were Cuban planes, and flown by Cuban exiles, conducted air strikes against Cuban air bases to destroy the Cuban Air Force on the ground, but the Cubans were prepared and the few Cuban Air Force planes were dispersed and camouflaged, with some obsolete planes left out to fool the attackers and draw the bombs. 7 The landing began shortly before midnight on April 16, and on Monday, April 17, as the invasion was well underway, U.S. Secretary of State Dean Rusk stated in a press conference that the American people are entitled to know whether we are intervening in Cuba or intend to do so in the future. The answer to that question is no. What happens in Cuba is for the Cuban people to decide. 8 When the invasion force landed at the Bay of Pigs, it met considerably more resistance than had been expected, and Castro's Air Force, which had not been completely destroyed, inflicted severe damages on both the rebel air and ground forces. The invasion was over very quickly. Castro's forces took more than 1,100 prisoners during the fighting and 114 guerrillas were killed during the 3 days of the operation. 9 This was a United States invasion. The U.S. planned it, recruited, trained and paid the mercenary army and supplied the airplanes, boats, tanks, and all military equipment. American servicemen also took part, 4 American pilots were killed in battle. 10 President Kennedy assumed responsibility for the fiasco. 22. During the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, the U.S. immediately mobilized its Marine forces and advised the Russians that they would stop and search all ships heading toward Cuba, and those found with military cargo would be turned back. The U.S. nearly triggered a world war merely to preclude the installation of a few missiles next to the U.S., while hundreds of U.S. missiles in Western Europe and Turkey were already installed and pointed at the Soviet Union. This inconsistency is explained by the totally illogical premise which has been the rationale the U.S. has used for over half a century to justify blatant acts of aggression and disregard of international law: we are good and everything we do is for the good of the world, while any country or individual who in any way opposes our views or any of our interests is bad and has evil intentions, and therefore we are fully justified in taking any action we deem necessary, regardless of any international law or moral code. It is with this premise as an excuse that the U.S. has invaded small defenseless nations such as Grenada, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, destroyed most of the Central American countries with CIA and mercenary armies, was directly or indirectly responsible for the overthrow of countless governments, even if democratically elected, such as Bosch's in the Dominican Republic, Allende's in Chile, and Arbenz in Guatemala, started wars such as the one in Vietnam, and even gave political, economic, and military support to such ruthless dictators as Pol Pot, the notorious butcher of Cambodia. Fidel Castro, who took control of Cuba in 1959, continued leading Cuba until July 31, 2006 when he temporarily relinquished his presidential powers to his brother Raúl because of surgery for an undisclosed digestive illness. Raúl Castro was elected president at the February 24, 2008 National Assembly session, after Fidel Castro had announced his intention not to stand for president again, thus ending nearly 50 years of rule in which he frustrated efforts by 10 U.S. presidents to oust him. 11 * Raúl Castro started a program that is turning over unused state land to farmers who work the soil for profit. He also loosened up travel restrictions for Cubans and implemented other changes affecting day-to-day life in Cuba. Cubans who can afford it can now use cell phones, stay in tourist hotels and buy energy-consuming goods such as PCs and DVD players, which were forbidden under Fidel's reign. 12 * In April 2008 President Raúl Castro freed many prisoners and commuted all death sentences to prison terms of 30 years to life, with the exception of 3 people charged with terrorism. 13 * 36. Dominican Republic. During 1903 and 1904 U.S. forces were used to protect American interests during political disturbances. In 1905 the U.S. took over the administration of customs revenues, and gradually increased its presence and control until 1916 when the U.S. invaded and occupied the country militarily. President Woodrow Wilson sent the Marines to invade the country in 1916. Since the Dominicans resisted, the U.S. started a counterinsurgency campaign which lasted 5 years. During this campaign U.S. Marines machine-gunned peasants, raped, tortured, destroyed houses and imprisoned people, whom they used later for forced labor. The military occupation lasted from 1916 to 1924. The U.S. occupying forces took over all the Dominican customs receipts, floated loans which the Dominicans later were forced to assume, and passed land laws designed to permit U.S. sugar companies to acquire title to huge tracts of land. By 1924, the Dominicans owned only about 2% of agricultural land, while the rest belonged almost entirely to U.S. companies. 1 * In 1930, taking advantage of a popular revolution launched to overthrow the corrupt president elected in the U.S.-controlled 1924 election, the military took over the government. The dictatorship of Rafael Trujillo was one of the most cruel and absolute on record. In 1937 he was responsible for the death of 25,000 Haitians who had entered the Dominican Republic. Trujillo acknowledged the death of 18,000 and agreed to pay $29 for each, as indemnification to Haiti. After this agreement to pay for the deaths was made, the U.S. Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, declared in Washington that the President Trujillo is one of the greatest men of Central America. 2 * Trujillo controlled almost everything in the country, from the armed forces, the government and the economy, to the church, education, and sports. By 1961 he owned about 3/4 of the country, the rest was owned by a few U.S. companies. He filled the capital with statues of himself and renamed it Ciudad Trujillo, the port was renamed Puerto Trujillo y Trujillo, and postage stamps showed his likeness. The U.S. strongly supported Trujillo almost until the end, because as President Roosevelt once said Trujillo may be an SOB, but at least he is our S.O.B. By 1961 the Kennedy administration decided that Trujillo had to go since they did not want another Castro type of revolution. The CIA tried to eliminate him, but was probably not involved in the actual assassination. Trujillo was shot to death in May 1961. Rafael Trujillo Jr. stayed in power for just a few months before strong protests started against his bloody and corrupt government. U.S. diplomats then told the military to install a provisional government headed by Joaquin Balaguer, who had been Trujillo's puppet. To back up this message, 8 U.S. ships were in full sight of the capital while U.S. jets flew along the coastline, and broadcasts from the ships warned that Marines were ready to come ashore. 3 * Once in power, Balaguer indicated he did not regard his government as temporary. However, elections were held after the U.S. once more displayed its military power. Juan Bosch, a writer who had spent many years in exile during Trujillo's reign, was elected president in 1962, in the country's first free election. Bosch made plans for social change and to safeguard civil liberties. Communists, or those so labeled, were not to be persecuted unless they violated the law. This started to bother the US. Also, he made the mistake of securing Swiss credit and abrogated a contract with Esso Oil Company for a refinery. So, the US let him go, as Ambassador Martin announced after the coup that removed Bosch in 1963. Bosch had set up a modern and democratic constitution and legal system and governed with honesty, fighting the corrupt old ways. Even Ambassador Martin, who certainly was no friend of Bosch, admitted the indisputable fact that his brief administration may well have been the most honest in Dominican history, if not in Latin America. 4 In April 1965 there was a coup attempt to overthrow the military government and restore Bosch to power. The Dominican military was not able to control the people even with tanks, airplanes, and ships firing from the bay, and as it appeared that the military was about to be overthrown, the US sent 23,000 troops to prevent this. The US ambassador Tapley Bennett was instructed to change the official pretext for the planned invasion from fighting communism to protecting American lives. President Johnson also asked his allies to help, and so the dictators of Nicaragua, Honduras, and Paraguay sent some troops. Bosch, who was being held in Puerto Rico, was prevented by the US to return to the Dominican Republic. 5 After more than 4 months of fighting, the threat of democracy was eliminated. US troops fought the constitutionalist forces who aimed to restore the legitimate elected Bosch government, but were not permitted to interfere with the subsequent massacres by the Dominican military forces they had rescued, on the grounds that this would have violated US neutrality. 6 38. US forces not only fought the constitutional forces, but perpetrated massacres such as when after sniper fire, they mowed down 67 rebels and bystanders fleeing the area. 7 The US military occupation lasted until 1966, when after a fraudulent US controlled election, Joaquin Balaguer was elected, and for the next 12 years governed to suit the oligarchy and US interests backed by the military which repressed any dissent. US Marines landed in 1800, and there were 8 other landings in the independent Republic of Haiti between 1867 and 1900. In 1905 the US took over the customs of Haiti and gradually increased financial control until President Wilson ordered the invasion of the country. In 1914 US forces were used to protect American interests in times of unrest. In 1915 Haiti was occupied by the Marines. This occupation lasted until 1934. The Marines excluded blacks from public office and subjected them to racist indignities. They also reinstituted virtual slavery by reviving an old law that allowed forced labor for certain projects. One of the leaders of Haiti Marines was the notorious Colonel L.W.T. Waller, who had just been acquitted by a court-martial of atrocities committed in the Philippines after declaring that he had just been following orders to take no prisoners and kill every male Filipino over 10 years old. The US Marines murdered and destroyed at will, leaving Haiti in the state of chaos and total misery that remains until today. 1 In 1918 opposition to occupation led to an uprising which left over 2,000 dead. In 1922 the president imposed in the US-run election was removed because he delayed approval of a debt consolidation loan to New York's banks, and was replaced by one that did not object to complete American control. In 1929 the Marines killed over 10 peasants during a march to protest poor economic conditions. In 1934 President Roosevelt withdrew the Marines, but the US continued fiscal control until 1941, and indirect control until 1947. The subsequent governments were corrupt and incompetent, and in 1957 François Papa-Doc Duvalier was elected president. Duvalier, who outdid his predecessors in cruelty and corruption, eliminated any opposition through his notorious secret police, the Tonton Macoutes, and was strongly supported by the US for most of his long reign, except for a brief period during the Kennedy administration. Duvalier became president for life in 1964, a title inherited by his son Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier in 1971. The dictatorship of the Duvaliers ended when the president for life fled to France in 1986 in a U.S. Air Force jet. During the Duvalier reign, the U.S. armed and trained Haiti's counterinsurgency forces. The Reagan administration, although not enthusiastically, had nevertheless supported the Duvalier dictatorship, and only turned against it when it became obvious that it was going to fall from power. The corruption and repression of the Duvaliers plunged an already very poor nation into unimaginable poverty and misery. A great number of educated professionals fled Haiti, creating a brain drain, while the slums in Port-au-Prince swelled with peasants whose land holdings had been confiscated. Malnutrition and famine became endemic. For the next 4 years the military ruled with the usual repression, and the scheduled 1987 elections were cancelled because of violence. During this time Jean-Bertrand Aristide, a Catholic priest from a poor slum, became prominent as he denounced the scheduled 1987 elections and preached for the poor to organize and resist oppression. This gained him the enmity of the CIA and the Vatican. The U.S. supported a democratic election, figuring that its candidate, Marc Bazin, would win easily since he had all the resources and support. However, when elections were held in December 1990, the presidential winner, by a landslide, with 67% of the vote, was Father Jean-Bertrand Aristide. In a short time, Aristide was able to significantly reduce corruption and to trim the massive state bureaucracy. He won international praise for this, even from the international lending institutions, which were offering him loans and preferential terms because they liked what he was doing. He also cut back on drug trafficking. However, Aristide's denunciations of corruption, his refusal to share power, his attacks on armed forces and business elite interests, and the violence of some of his militant supporters provoked his overthrow by the army in September 1991. The military imposed harsh repression, with thousands killed, and people began fleeing the country. The U.S., which usually had immediately stepped in to support Latin American dictators in their hour of need, did nothing at all to help the democratically elected Aristide during the coup. Moreover, the Bush administration immediately afterwards supported the military rule of the coup leader Lieutenant Gen. Raúl Cedras. The Boston Globe even editorialized that the Bush administration's contempt for Haitian democracy has been scandalous. By refusing to acknowledge the carnage taking place in Haiti, the administration has all but bestowed its blessings on the putschists. In 1993, United Nations mediated talks between the Haitian military government and Aristide, who was by then living in exile in the U.S., resulted in an agreement that Gen. Cedras would step down and allow Aristide to return as president on October 30. However, this and other dates came and went. The U.S. meanwhile pressured Aristide to accept a plan, which among other provisions, called for the pardon of the army officers who prepared the coup. 42. The Organization of American States and Amnesty International strongly condemned the Haitian rulers, and even in the U.S. Congress concern started to show. Therefore, the Clinton administration, after all of their rhetoric about democracy, felt it had to show support for Aristide, but before anything would be done to reinstate him, he was tutored by leading administration officials. As a result, as stated in the Los Angeles Times, Aristide has embraced the principles of democracy, national reconciliation and market economies with a zeal that Washington would like to have in all leaders of developing nations. 4. Finally, the U.S. felt it had to take action. Haitian rulers had also angered the U.S. by refusing to allow a ship carrying a 1,300-strong UN non-combat mission to dock. Occupation of Haiti by 20,000 U.S. troops began in September 1994, and Aristide was finally returned to the presidency to serve the remainder of his term, propped up by 6,000 U.S. troops until 1995. In December 1995, Aristide, prohibited by the Haitian constitution from succeeding himself, reluctantly stepped down in favor of his hand-picked successor, René Préval. For the next 5 years Aristide strengthened his position, and in November 2000 he was elected president with 92% of the vote. Aristide, however, was unable to deliver on his campaign promises because he could not forgive those responsible for the coup that ousted him in 1991 and because of the fierce opposition to his progressive policies by his enemies. The U.S. government never liked Aristide and his dream of redistribution of wealth. He was also strongly opposed by the former Haitian military, which he had disbanded, and Haitian elites, which enlisted lobbyists from both parties to undermine him. On February 29, 2004, Aristide was forced to leave the country after months of protests and when the armed rebellion that had taken over several cities was close to enter the capital. As stated in The Guardian, Aristide was forced from office by people who have little in common except for their opposition to his progressive policies and their refusal of the democratic process. With the enthusiastic backing of Haiti's former colonial master, a leader elected with overwhelming popular support has been driven from office by a loose association of convicted human rights abusers, seditious former army officers and pro-American business leaders. 5 Aristide, who was flown to the Central African Republic, claims that he was kidnapped and forced to leave by American military forces. The official U.S. position is that Aristide's claim is absurd. However, a U.S. official stated that when Aristide asked whether some of the 50 Marines President Bush had sent a week earlier to protect the U.S. Embassy would go to the presidential palace to protect him if the rebels drew close, he was told they would not. So, while no force was employed to make him board the airplane, he had no other option but to go. 6 Once more, the U.S., while possibly not directly involved, did absolutely nothing to help the democratically elected Aristide. After Aristide was forced out, there was an interim government, and in February 2006, René Préval, close to Aristide and a former president of Haiti between 1995 and 2000, was again elected president. The security situation in Haiti is worrying. A multinational United Nations peacekeeping mission has been in operation in Haiti since 2004 and as of May 2008 this force was composed of slightly over 9,000 uniformed personnel, but as of today it still continues to struggle for control over the ubiquitous armed gangs. Haiti is by far the poorest nation in the Western Hemisphere. The majority of the population is struggling to feed themselves and about 70% of Haitians lack regular and direct access to potable water. In 1998 the Inter-American Development Bank approved a loan to revamp the water and sanitation systems in 2 Haitian towns, and although payments began to be made several years later, the water projects have yet to be started because, as many human rights groups indicate, the United States, which has strong influence on the development bank, has lobbied to delay the disbursement of these funds in order to exert political pressure. A June 2008 article by human rights activists stated that this delay of $54 million in international loans is largely the result of aggressive attempts by the U.S. government to block the disbursement of these loans and one of the most egregious examples of malfeasance by the United States in recent years. 7 Grenada. In 1979 there was a bloodless coup to unseat a corrupt and repressive regime, and the Alianza Popular installed Maurice Bishop as head of government. The socialistic government of Bishop did not join in the quarantine of Cuba and immediately gained the hostility of the U.S., which tried to destabilize it by economic means, disinformation, and dirty tricks. The U.S. claimed that this minuscule island of 110,000 inhabitants posed a threat to the U.S., however, the main reason for the U.S. hostility was the fear of another Cuba, since under the domino theory, cause of so many wars, a weak and poor country in particular, could not be allowed to prosper under a non-capitalistic government because that would lead other countries to follow the undesirable democratic path. As a result of U.S. pressure and just prior to the impending U.S. invasion, which had been planned for some time, Bishop was placed on house arrest and then executed on October 10, 1983, along with several of his ministers, one of them a female, and 2 labor leaders. On October 25, 1983 the U.S. invaded the island with 5,000 Marines and Green Berets. During the invasion, about 300 Grenadines and 80 Cubans, mostly construction workers, were killed or wounded. Grenada remained under rigid U.S. military control until elections were held in 1984. Americans were told that the reasons for the invasion were that the safety of American citizens was at risk and that the U.S. had received an urgent request to intervene by the Eastern Caribbean States Organization. In reality, the Reagan administration had asked that this request be made, and even drafted the formal document for the Caribbean leaders to sign. The invasion of Grenada was condemned in all of Latin America. Only the dictatorships of Chile, Guatemala, and Uruguay expressed support. The United Nations overwhelmingly voted its disapproval. To this, Reagan responded, 100 nations in the UN have not agreed with us on just about everything that's come before them where we are involved, and it didn't upset my breakfast at all. A year later, the Human Rights Organization Council on Hemispheric Affairs reported brutality and erosion of human rights, and in 1989 the parliament was suspended and the importation of certain books was forbidden. Mexico. In 1830, fearful of the increasing numbers of Americans in Texas, there were about 30,000 living in that then fairly desolate state. The Mexican government closed the border and put some restrictions on the Texans. In 1836 Texas declared itself an independent republic. Shortly after that, the Mexican troops annihilated the small garrison at the Alamo, but were subsequently defeated. Although Mexico made no further effort to reconquer Texas, it did not recognize its independence. In 1836 General Gaines occupied the Nacogdoches disputed territory for 6 months during the Texas Independence War. In 1842, Commodore T. Jones, cruising off the California coast for some time, occupied Monterey, California, believing that war had started, and in 1844, prior to approval of the Treaty of Annexation by the Senate, U.S. forces entered Texas to protect it against Mexico. In 1846 President Polk, looking for a provocation to start a war with Mexico, ordered General Taylor to the Rio Grande into disputed territory that was inhabited and controlled by Mexicans. Soon a patrol of Taylor's soldiers was attacked and 16 men were killed. The Mexicans had fired the first shot. Taylor sent a message to President Polk saying hostilities may now be considered as commenced. Polk declared war, and without much difficulty the U.S. captured New Mexico and California, and finally reached Mexico City in late 1847. In the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in February 1848, Mexico had to cede to the U.S. all territory north of the Rio Grande, which amounted to more than half of its territory, namely, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, California, and part of Colorado. General Ulysses Grant, later to become U.S. President, described the 1846–1848 war as the most unjust war ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. Between 1850 and 1876 U.S. armed forces entered Mexico several times for various reasons such as pursuit of bandits and protection of American lives. Prior to 1908 the U.S. Army Rangers entered Mexico at the request of the dictator Porfirio Diaz in order to crush labor strikes at the Sonora copper mines and the textile mills of Veracruz. Some of the striking workers were executed by shooting. In 1908, William Taft, then Secretary of War, twice sent U.S. troops to the Mexican border to turn back Mexicans fleeing the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz, as well as capturing, imprisoning, and then returning to Mexico any that had been able to cross the border. The captured Mexicans were returned by extradition proceedings, by labeling them as undesirable immigrants, or by kidnapping them and handing them over at the other side of the border. In 1909, now as president, Taft again sent troops to the border for the same reason. In 1911, in order to support Porfirio Diaz during the revolution that finally defeated him, the U.S. sent 30,000 U.S. soldiers to the border and warships to the Mexican ports to avoid the entry of supplies for the revolutionaries, or the entry to Mexico of Mexicans wanting to fight for liberty. In 1913 a few Marines landed to evacuate Americans during civil unrest. U.S. President Wilson intensely disliked Mexico's president, General Victoriano Huerta, and this led Wilson to try to provoke a war with Mexico. In 1914 he got his chance when a small number of Americans were arrested in Mexican port of Tampico. Although Huerta immediately ordered their release and personally apologized to them for the incident, Wilson demanded more apologies, and also that some of the Mexicans involved salute the American flag. Of course the Mexicans refused, so Wilson launched a surprise attack on Veracruz. Not eager for war, Huerta had several Latin American governments intercede. However, Wilson demanded that any peace be on the condition of Huerta stepping down as president of Mexico. Huerta agreed rather than allowing war. In March 1916 Francisco Villa, a revolutionary and outlaw, in the sole act of Latin American aggression against the U.S., raided the city of Columbus, New Mexico. The U.S., in a punitive expedition of 10,000 troops under the command of Gen. Pershing, entered deep into Mexican territory but could not find Villa and was defeated in a minor skirmish in June 1916. President Wilson withdrew the troops in January 1917. After Pershing withdrew, U.S. troops entered Mexico in pursuit of bandits at least 3 times in 1918 and 6 times in 1919. Latin America. South America. Colombia. From 1856 to 1902 there were 10 U.S. military interventions in Colombia to protect the Atlantic-Pacific Railroad, and or to protect American lives and property during real or anticipated civil unrest. Before the turn of the 19th century, there had been attempts by the French to build a canal through the Colombian state of Panama, but these failed because of lack of planning, corruption, and yellow fever, malaria and cholera outbreaks among the workers. In June 1902, President Theodore Roosevelt signed the Spooner Act, which authorized and directed him to acquire rights and build an interoceanic canal. This act further directed that, failing to conclude with Colombia on reasonable terms, the president was to negotiate for the acquisition of territory in Costa Rica and Nicaragua for the building of a Nicaraguan canal. In January 1903 the Hay-Herran Treaty was signed by the U.S. Secretary of State and the Colombian Foreign Relations Minister. This treaty would have given the U.S. the right to build a canal in Panama and lease an area consisting of 6 miles on either side of the canal for 99 years. Colombia would have received $10 million, plus $250,000 a year for the duration of the lease. The U.S. Senate approved the treaty, but the Colombian Senate unanimously rejected it. Immediately the U.S. government started to persuade key Panamanians, or entice them by bribes and other means, to declare independence from Colombia, and sell a piece of their country to the U.S. Between October 19 and 30, 1903, President Roosevelt ordered 3 Navy ships to the immediate vicinity of Panama. The USS Nashville was ordered to Colon. On Nov. 2, 1903 U.S. warship Nashville arrived in Colon, the capital of Panama, basically precluding Colombian troops from taking action. On November 3 Panama declared independence from Colombia, and on November 6 the U.S. recognized the new republic. Even within the U.S. this act of aggression had critics. Carl Schurz, the Minister of Interior in President Hayes' cabinet, wrote that the president trampled underfoot the principle for the maintenance of which we sacrificed in 4 years of bloody civil war, nearly 1 million human lives. Namely, that principle that under a federal constitution like ours and the existing constitution of Colombia is in this respect very much like ours, perhaps even a little stronger, a state has no right to secede from the Union. Schurz also stated that the president not only recognized the right of secession, but he also recognized the independence of the seceded state without giving the Colombian federal government any chance to enforce its lawful authority in the rebellious province of Panama, and he even sent United States warships and soldiers to prevent it from doing so, thus committing what was practically an act of war against Colombia, and that he did this in violation of the provisions of the Treaty of 1846. With Colombia, which stated in one of these provisions that the United States of America guaranteed the rights of sovereignty and property possessed by Colombia over the territory of Panama. 1* at the end of the XX century. Almost 100 years after the U.S. government instigated the secession of Panama, it again started to get strongly involved in Colombia through the Plan Colombia. The aid, justified as part of the war on drugs, is subject to various demands besides the reduction of the areas planted with coca. The presence of the U.S. military has been on the increase and the scope of its mission has been broadened and now includes training troops, helping intelligence, and strengthening the fight against the guerrilla, the narco-traffic and the paramilitaries. By 2005, the military assistance to Colombia in the last 4 years was over $3,000 million, and the Plan Colombia allowed the presence of 800 U.S. military personnel and 600 American civilians contracted by Washington. These contractors, who are nothing but mercenaries, have the great advantage for the U.S. that the government is not directly responsible for them and their number is not usually included in the troop level reported by the media. Furthermore, they can be placed in situations of danger since their deaths do not have the repercussion that U.S. military deaths would have. Since 1998, more than 20 of these contractors have died in Colombia and their deaths practically went unnoticed. 2. The present conflict in Colombia goes back to the middle of last century when the fight among political factions and the persecution of one of them by the army forced thousands to flee to fairly uninhabited areas. After a while they formed armed groups, some of which seemed to advocate for a fairer society. Today the guerrilla groups, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army are nothing but groups that finance themselves through kidnapping and by serving as a mercenary army to the narco-traffickers and commit massacres and other terrorist acts in order to intimidate the people. The paramilitaries were initially formed by some landowners and businessmen, many involved in narco-traffic, to protect themselves from kidnapping and extortion. But as the paramilitaries fought the guerrillas for control of territory, they committed horrendous massacres of civilians, sometimes with the consent if not the help of 54. The Colombian army, and they also became involved in narco-traffic. During the long years of the conflict, the Colombian army also committed multiple violations of human rights, and the government has been responsible for the assassination of guerrilla leaders and of left-leaning politicians. In Colombia, people argue about how to call the armed conflict, which depends in part on how the armed groups that the government is fighting are characterized. Few deny that the guerrillas and the paramilitaries are involved in narco-traffic and have committed massacres of civilian, planted anti-personnel mines, carried out assassinations, kidnapped civilians for ransom or intimidation, and perpetrated other terrorist acts or acts against human rights. But there is no need to search for another name for this armed conflict. The armed conflict in Colombia is just that, an internal armed conflict, strictly internal, between the government and armed groups that finance themselves with narco-traffic and kidnapping, have perpetrated terrorist acts which the Colombian army also has committed, and attack or combat the government troops when these try to keep them from their criminal activities. It must be emphasized that this armed conflict is not a civil war as the guerrilla would like to call it, since these armed groups do not represent anyone nor do they have significant social support, and the political agenda that they claim to have is only a smoke screen which all their acts belie. The U.S. military in Colombia has committed crimes, some of them gross violations of the law, but they are not judged in Colombia because the treaties of 1962 and 1974 between Colombia and the U.S. grant diplomatic immunity to all U.S. citizens that are in Colombia as part of a cooperation program such as the Plan Colombia. Meanwhile, however, the U.S. demands that Colombia extradites Colombian citizens, even members of the army or the police, for acts committed in Colombia. 3. On March 29, 2005, 4 U.S. military personnel were captured in Texas for carrying 16 kilograms of cocaine in their suitcases in a U.S. military airplane that left the Colombian air base of Apiay near Villavicencio, in the state of Meta. In early 2005, 2 U.S. soldiers, one of them a high-ranking officer, Lieutenant Colonel Alan Norman Tomkarki, were detained at an apartment complex in Carmen de Apical, state of Tolima, with over 30,000 rounds of ammunition supposedly destined for sale to the right-wing paramilitary groups. Both men had been assigned to a training unit in a nearby military base. 4. In August 2004, a U.S. soldier was accused of escaping after running over and killing 2 Colombian soldiers on a road in the state of Meta. The soldier was quickly taken out of the country. The relatively recent case of Colonel Hiet and his wife is one more in the long chain of cases that demonstrates that the punishment that the U.S. imposes on members of their military for crimes committed either against foreigners or against other nations is extremely light. In mid-1999 it was discovered that the wife of a James Hiet, commander of the U.S. Army's anti-drug operation in Colombia, sent cocaine to the U.S. in the embassy's customs-free diplomatic pouch. Colonel Hiet admitted that he covered up for his wife's smuggling operation and helped to launder the money obtained from the sale of the cocaine. However, he was sentenced to only 5 months in jail and his wife to only 5 years. 5*. Meanwhile, the Colombian chauffeur of the Hiets in Bogotá, who only helped Mrs. Hiet with the mailing of a few packages, was sentenced in Colombia to 8 years in jail, a much longer sentence than that of the mainly responsible. Nonetheless, the U.S. cynically asked for his extradition, which was denied, apparently as a result of public pressure. 6*. To allow foreign troops into any country is not desirable even if they are part of the United Nations, but allowing foreign troops of only one country to get involved in internal problems is totally unacceptable, particularly when the troops are from a country with a clearly imperialistic history and aim, as is the case with the U.S. The war on drugs is a farce. The area planted with coca is not going to diminish significantly as long as the peasants do not have an economic alternative, which does not exist now and is not going to exist as long as the licit crops, even if they could easily be taken to the marketplace, which is not the case now, produce profits that are considerably less than those of the illicit ones. Besides, as long as drugs are not legalized and keep reaping exorbitant profits, their production is not going to diminish. If the pressure becomes too great, the narco-traffickers simply move to another place. According to a report of the United Nations, the slight reduction in coca cultivation in Colombia in 2003 has been more than compensated by the increases in Peru and Bolivia. 7*. The drug traffic continues no matter how many hectares of land are destroyed by the awful herbicides. The U.S. government knows this, and it is apparent in Colombia, where after so many years, after so much land has been devastated, after so many deaths and so many extraditions, the area planted with coca has not decreased significantly and the drug cartels continue as strong as ever. In the U.S. the war on drugs concentrates in the capture of messengers, mules, bodyguards, and street peddlers, but not of the big bosses. 8*. Approximately 500,000 people, 1 out of 4 of the 2 million prisoners in U.S. jails, are there because of drug-related crimes. This number has doubled in 1 decade and continues to increase, but even so there is no reduction in the drug use. 9*. Since Canada is the main producer of high-potency marijuana, the U.S., to be consistent, should intervene in Canada and demand that the Canadians fumigate their land with the same highly dangerous herbicides used in Colombia, just as they insist that Colombia does. Likewise, they should fumigate in California and other 56 states where marijuana is one of the main crops. Furthermore, the U.S. is the production center for illicit drugs like amphetamines, ecstasy, and other synthetic drugs, the use of which is increasing much more rapidly than that of cocaine. 10*. The number of deaths due to drugs produced in the U.S., cigarettes, is considerably higher than the number of people who die from using cocaine. The U.S. Supreme Court stated already some years ago that it was amply demonstrated that tobacco caused over 400,000 deaths a year in the U.S., a figure higher than the sum of all deaths from AIDS, traffic accidents, alcohol, homicides, illegal drugs, suicides, or firearms. 11*. In 1989, when the U.S. Surgeon General, Everett Koop, testified before the Office of the United States Trade Representative, he declared that, when we are pleading with foreign governments to stop the flow of cocaine to our shores, it is the height of hypocrisy for the U.S. to export tobacco. 12*. But the U.S. does not only export tobacco knowing that it is the drug that causes most deaths, but they have threatened various East Asian countries with severe trade sanctions when these nations tried to restrict the importation or the advertising of U.S. cigarettes. 13*. The U.S., where alcohol prohibition lasted from 1920 to 1933, should know better than any other country, and they do. That prohibition only leads to the formation of mafias and does not contribute significantly to a decrease in consumption. President Álvaro Uribe Vélez was voted into office for a second term by an overwhelming majority of Colombians in May 2006 following the passage of a constitutional amendment to allow a sitting president to seek re-election. Uribe continued a relentless offensive against the guerrillas, particularly the FARC. The military and the police have been able to capture or kill several highly placed FARC commanders, as well as several hundreds of their fighters, and thousands of FARC fighters have turned themselves in. Uribe's government more spectacular successes against the guerrillas were: A. The March 1, 2008 Colombian military attack on a FARC camp next to the Colombia-Ecuador border, but inside Ecuador's territory, resulted in the death of Roppel Reyes, considered to be FARC's second-in-command, and at least 16 of his fellow guerrillas. This incident led to a breakdown in diplomatic relations between Ecuador and Venezuela with Colombia. The relations with Venezuela were re-established rather quickly, but not those with Ecuador, which are still broken. B. The July 2, 2008 military operation called Operation Jacques, which was planned and executed by Colombian military intelligence, tricked the FARC into releasing 15 high-profile hostages to members of the military who landed in a helicopter inside an area controlled by the guerrilla. There were no human losses. As a matter of fact, there was not even one shot fired. The rescued were a Francois, Colombian citizen who had been candidate for the presidency of Colombia, 3 United States military contractors and 11 Colombian National Army and police members. The paramilitary self-defense units of Colombia, numbering somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 men, underwent gradual demobilization starting in 2003 during a controversial process of negotiations with the administration of President Uribe. The paramilitary groups became involved in drug traffic, and in their fight to control or appropriate land they committed the most gruesome massacres. According to Human Rights Watch and other human rights organizations, the AUC and other paramilitary groups have been responsible for 70 to 75% of identifiable political murders in Colombia for over a decade. Furthermore, witnesses ranging from a former Colombian military officer to an American human rights expert testified that paramilitary groups were murdering trade unionists in Colombia at a rate unparalleled in the world, and that frequently these assassinations were paid by multinational corporations based in the United States. 14 * In May 2006, Colombia's Constitutional Court amended the Justice and Peace Law. The revision allowed victims to participate in all stages of legal proceedings, removed sentence reductions for those who commit crimes again or do not cooperate with the legal process, and required that paramilitary members confess fully. The AUC paramilitaries demobilized, but remnants of combatants from these groups, as well as paramilitaries who had demobilized, are still operating as paramilitaries or as common delinquents. There is also considerable evidence indicating that there are dozens of new paramilitary groups waging a dirty war in Colombia, and that they are responsible for a significant percentage of the country's political violence. In the early morning of May 13, 2008, 13 high-profile paramilitary leaders were extradited to the United States because, according to the Colombian Interior Minister, they had not complied with the country's peace and justice law. Immediately afterwards, President Uribe declared that the United States had agreed to compensate the victims of extradited paramilitary warlords with any international assets they might surrender, and the U.S. State Department said the US courts could also help the victims by sharing information on atrocities with Colombian authorities. The demobilization process has revealed the degree to which paramilitaries have infiltrated the highest levels of Colombian politics. Investigations by the Supreme Court and the Attorney General's office have brought to light startling information about collusion between paramilitary commanders and Colombian security services, military commanders, and high-ranking politicians. By August 2008, 58. There were about 60 politicians suspected of having links to the country's various paramilitary groups, including 32 current or former members of Congress. These congressmen were behind bars. 15 * The Colombian military was rocked by the false positives scandal, which led to the removal of several top military commanders. Enemy groups were found to have sought out young men to kill them and then identify them as ETES guerrillas in official army reports. While the Congress and the military have been tarnished by scandals, President Uribe's popularity did not decrease, largely due to his successful campaign against the FARC. However, recently his popularity has been somewhat affected by his government's failure to step in early and stop the many pyramid schemes whose collapse has caused severe economic hardship in many areas. Furthermore, while polls show that most Colombians would like to see Uribe return for a third term, a growing number of people consider that it would be very unsound if the constitution is changed once more to accommodate the president. 16 * There is evidence that privatization and foreign investment are maintained through military and paramilitary violence. This terror, primarily directed at trade unionists and indigenous peoples and peasants whose land is very fertile or contains subsurface riches, has increased with neoliberal restructuring and the growing presence of foreign corporations. This has created increased number of displaced persons and increases the extreme inequalities that pervade the country. The number of trade unionists assassinated in Colombia is by far larger than in any other country. Since 1991, more than 2,000 labor leaders have been killed. Almost half of human rights violations against unionists take place in the mining energy sector. While the main guerrilla forces, and the ELN have also committed violence against social movement actors, state security forces and paramilitaries account for the overwhelming majority of such incidents. 17 * 3 million people have been displaced in Colombia, the great majority of whom were displaced from mining or agricultural regions as military and paramilitary forces make way for foreign capital. This displacement is bound up with extraordinary levels of violence. 18 * In October 2008, Amnesty International's report, a very comprehensive up-to-date study on the state of human rights in Colombia, shows that while some human rights indicators such as kidnappings and the security situation in some cities have improved over the years, many others have deteriorated. The Amnesty International study debunks statements repeated by the Colombian government, such as paramilitary groups no longer operate, human rights abusers are held into account and the work of social activists and trade unionists is being fully respected. The report further indicates that across Colombia at least 1,400 civilians were killed in 2007 and that of the cases where the perpetrator is 2. known, the security forces were responsible for at least 330 of these, the paramilitaries for around 300 and the guerrilla for some 260. The study also shows that as many as 305,000 Colombians were displaced in 2007. 19 * Currently, Colombia is one of the largest recipients of U.S. foreign aid. Under Plan Colombia, the United States has provided it with nearly $5 billion over the past 6 years. Yet these funds have primarily funded drug crop eradication and narco-trafficking interdiction, as opposed to economic development or regional security efforts. Even though in the U.S. Congress there is recognition that the weak link in the fight against both drug traffickers and organized criminals is the justice system, still 65% of Colombia's 2008 aid continues to be military. 20 * 60. Venezuela. In February 1992, Lieutenant Colonel Hugo Chavez led a failed coup against President Carlos Andrés Porres. After 2 years in prison, he was pardoned by President Rafael Caldera. Chavez then dedicated himself to politics, and with promises of fighting against poverty and corruption won the December 6, 1998 presidential election with 56.2% of the votes. Chavez made substantial reforms in the government by means of referendums and elections, all of which he won. A referendum authorized calling for a constitutional assembly, while the election for the delegates to that assembly gave his supporters 60% of the votes and 120 out of 131 seats. The new constitution approved in the national referendum of December 1999 changed the name of the country to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, increased the presidential term of office to 6 years, authorized the re-election of the president to a second term and approved a procedure to recall a president. In July 2000, Chavez was re-elected president and also obtained a majority of 2/3 in the new unicameral legislative chamber. In April 2002, the largest union, the Venezuelan Workers' Confederation, went on strike together with the Business Federation Feedcamaras and others. 2 days later, on April 11, 2002, about 500,000 opponents of the government marched toward the presidential palace where a pro-government demonstration was taking place. In the ensuing disturbances between the demonstrators, the National Guard, and the Metropolitan Police, 17 people were killed. Meanwhile, a group of high-ranking military officers removed President Chavez from power and took him into detention. The commander of the army gave assurances that President Chavez had resigned, and Pedro Carmona, a leading businessman, was appointed president. Carmona issued, among other decrees, the closing of the National Assembly, the dismissal of the Supreme Court judges, and the abrogation of the Constitution. Chavez followers rushed to the streets and were initially controlled by the Metropolitan Police, but after learning that Chavez had not resigned, troops loyal to him retook the presidential palace, and on April 14 Chavez returned to the presidency. Few people doubt that the U.S. promoted the failed coup the same way they intervened to overthrow Allende in Chile. After all, Chavez had acted and made statements similar to those that in the past had been more than sufficient for the U.S. to try to oust an untold number of leaders, even though, like Chavez, they had been democratically elected. Among Chavez's greatest crimes were, criticizing the U.S., stating that the attack on Afghanistan was a terrorist act, maintaining friendly relations with Fidel Castro and selling him oil cheap, not allowing U.S. anti-drug airplanes to fly over Venezuela, 3 expressing doubt about the benefits of globalization, promoting a regional trade bloc and refusing to give the U.S. information on the country's large Arab community. The Bush administration did not call what happened a coup, but a change of government that occurred as a result of the message of the Venezuelan people. 4. The State Department also stated that undemocratic actions committed or encouraged by the Chavez administration provoked yesterday's crisis in Venezuela. 5. Pedro Carmona and the many high-ranking military officers who had publicly demanded Chavez removal had met with representatives of Bush's government. The White House spokesperson declared after the coup that meetings with dissidents were a normal part of what diplomats do, and that the U.S. government had never encouraged the coup. 6. However, the U.S. did not warn the Venezuelan government of what was being planned and who was doing the planning. In December 2002, the opposition tried to force Chavez's resignation with a strike that totally shut down the exportation of the almost 3 million barrels a day of oil that Venezuela produced. The strike was led by a coalition of labor unions, industry leaders, and oil workers. Chavez replaced the upper management of the Venezuelan National Oil Company and fired 18,000 employees. In August 2003, the opposition began the process to recall Chavez, by means of the procedure established in the 1999 Constitution. The election was held in August 2004 and the vote against the recall, for Chavez remaining in office, was 59.2%. The election results of the recall referendum were endorsed by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter and the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Cesar Gaviria. After failing to oust Chavez in the April 2002 coup or through the August 2004 referendum, President Bush and his administration aimed to isolate Venezuela or find an excuse to intervene. The presence of U.S. technical advisors and military in Colombia is a matter of concern for Venezuela inasmuch as any small border incident fabricated or occasioned by the armed conflict that exists in Colombia could serve as an excuse for the U.S. to intervene in defense of democracy. The U.S. proposal to establish a mechanism to monitor the democratic quality of the American nations, met with strong opposition in the General Assembly of the OAS in June 2005. 11 countries presented an alternative resolution. They considered that the U.S. proposal was clearly aimed against Venezuela. The Venezu 62 Land Foreign Minister, whose country did not sign the alternative resolution, asserted that the U.S. proposal seems as if it is aimed against a single country, mine. 7 President Chavez had the support of the majority of Venezuelans. In the August 2004 referendum he won 59% of the vote. In October of the same year his supporters won 20 out of the total 22 state governor positions up for election, and in the December 2006 presidential elections President Chavez was re-elected by an overwhelming majority, defeating Zulia Governor Manuel Rosales, whose party formed an alliance with several other opposition parties. Though international observers found no evidence of fraud on election day, they indicated there had been voter intimidation and use of government resources to support the Chavez campaign. In August 2007, President Chavez proposed a package of reforms to his own 1999 constitution, including measures that would have allowed indefinite presidential re-election, a reorganization of the geographic boundaries of government, and a redefinition of private property. The proposed reforms were narrowly defeated in a public referendum on December 2, 2007, with 51% of the voters rejecting the proposed amendments. This was the first electoral loss for Chavez since he assumed office. Bolstered by billions of dollars from oil sales on the international market, Chavez established state-subsidized associations in impoverished communities throughout the country to alleviate inequities in education, health, and housing suffered by poor citizens. 8 He channeled a considerably larger part of the country's wealth to better the conditions of the poor, ensuring that improvements were rapidly forthcoming and effective. His government brought approximately 30,000 Cuban doctors, dentists, and nurses to man new clinics and pharmacies in poorer neighborhoods. These notable improvements in the living standards of the poor are the main reason for Chavez's enduring popularity. Chavez's popularity had been impervious to criticism, and consequently his attack on opposition-controlled media was not only unnecessary but also counterproductive, inasmuch as it only strengthened the opposition's arguments. When in 2007 Chavez did not renew the license of opposition TV network Radio Caracas Television, thousands of people protested for several days. Chavez defended his decision in a national address, denouncing RCTV as a permanent attack on public morals, and called news network Globovision an enemy of the state and criticized its coverage of the protests against RCTV's closure. 9 Chavez's support of the Colombian FARC guerrilla also seemed ill-advised, inasmuch as this guerrilla had since decades ago become nothing more than a criminal organization involved in drug traffic and kidnapping, recruiting children and killing and maiming innocent civilians with landmines and terrorist attacks. After the Colombian armed forces killed one of FARC's top leaders, Raúl Reyes, on March 1, 2008 in an attack on a FARC camp on the Ecuadorian side of the border with Colombia, Chavez, during his weekly TV show, called Colombian President Álvaro Uribe a criminal, praised the dead terrorist Reyes as a good revolutionary, and addressed his defense minister, asking him to move 10 battalions to the border with Colombia for me. Immediately later, he ordered troops, jets and tanks to the Colombian border. Fortunately, no confrontation occurred because the Colombian government totally ignored Chavez's aggressive posture. Data on the laptops captured in the attack on Reyes camp confirmed that Chavez had opened Venezuela as a refuge to the terrorist group. This and the subsequent unveiling of a statue of guerrilla commander Manuel Marulanda in the Venezuelan capital caused indignation in Colombia. Marulanda, who died in March 2008, was the founder and leader of the FARC. The Colombian Foreign Ministry sent a letter to its Venezuelan counterpart protesting the tribute to someone involved in drug trafficking, homicide, kidnapping, child recruitment and the use of landmines. In the November 24, 2008 elections, both Chavez and the opposition claimed victory. The opposition party won the country's 3 most populous states, Zulia, Carabobo, and Miranda, 2 smaller ones, and the city of Caracas, the nation's capital and largest city, in their best electoral showing in 8 years. This even though prior to the elections, Chavez had ordered the disqualification of hundreds of local opposition candidates poised to win seats, and manifesting that those barred from running deserved prison sentences for their rampant corruption, not state-sanctioned legitimacy through popular elections. 10 But Chavez also had good reasons to celebrate, since his candidates won about 58% of the overall vote in the governor's races, including 17 of the 22 contests. 11 Although Chavez has significantly improved the conditions of the poorer classes, particularly in regard to health and education, in economic and security aspects his government has failed. Income inequality is on the rise while inflation has increased and basic food staples are scarce. Corruption in the country is rampant and violent crime in Venezuela is pervasive. Murder rate has skyrocketed with more than 13,000 homicides in 2007, kidnapping has increased 400%, armed robberies in the capital take place in broad daylight throughout the city, and the southwest border with Colombia is awash with paramilitary groups, FARC guerrillas, and drug dealers. 12 On February 15, 2009 a referendum with a proposed amendment to the Constitution allowing Chavez and other politicians to stay in office as long as they 64 keep winning elections was approved with 54% of the votes. People and businesses known to have opposed the referendum had been harassed prior to the elections. The unlimited re-election of the president had already been proposed, and was narrowly defeated, in a referendum in December 2007. 13 65. Brazil. João Goulart was the vice president of Jânio Quadros, who was elected in 1960 with the largest majority in Brazil's history. Quadros maintained an independent foreign policy, and had presented Che Guevara with Brazil's highest awards for foreigners, the Cruzeiro do Sul, a medal presented as part of protocol to visiting foreign dignitaries. The military forced Quadros to resign after only 7 months, and Goulart was allowed to take his place, but only after the Congress restricted the powers of the presidency. Goulart was not trusted by either Washington or by those proven friends of the U.S., the Brazilian military. Both thought he was a communist bent upon establishing a dictatorship. Both charges were totally untrue. Goulart was a millionaire landowner and a Catholic, who had supported the U.S. during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. The accusation of dictatorship against him stemmed mostly from his promoting officers he deemed most loyal to his government and not those involved in Quadros' ouster or those strongly pro-US. In the fall of 1961, just as João Goulart was taking over the presidency, the U.S. expanded the influx of CIA agents and aid officials into Brazil. Aid public safety advisors like Dan Mitrian were responsible for improving the Brazilian police forces. CIA officer L.J. Goen went to Brazil under the cover of advisor in scientific investigations. Before coming to Brazil, Goen had set up the first police advisory team in Indonesia, which was instrumental in the CIA-backed coup which culminated in the documented killing of 500,000 Indonesians. Goulart infuriated foreign investors and further increased American hostility towards him with the profit remittance law, which stated that profit remittances could be calculated only on the amount of capital originally brought into the country, and not on the unremitted past profits which had been reinvested in Brazil. The U.S. cut off aid to his government while at the same time giving aid to a few conservative state governors with whom it thought it could do business. 1 In the meantime, Goulart's enemies continued to meet with the U.S. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon. A possible scandal for the U.S., the parliamentary investigation into the CIA corruption of the last elections, where over $20 million had been spent, was averted partly because 5 of the 9 members of the investigating committee had themselves received CIA funds, and because Goulart, still trying to avoid US enmity, laundered the final report. In early 1964 Goulart sealed his fate when he announced the expropriation and redistribution of privately owned land and the nationalization of private oil refineries. Washington was being kept well informed of the progress of coup plans. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, did not question the merits of a military coup against a democratically elected president. His only concern was the success of the coup, but after consultations it was decided that the Brazilian military should go ahead as planned and tentative arrangements were made for secret help if necessary. 2 Washington discussed with Ambassador Gordon the possible need for the U.S. to mount a large material program to assure the success of the takeover. 3 Top secret communiques from the Joint Chiefs of Staff later indicated that 110 tons of arms and ammunition were ready, and a carrier task force, which included an aircraft carrier, destroyers, and guided missiles, was nearby, both waiting on word of Ambassador Gordon if needed to support the coup. The conspirators had already received a favorable response for economic aid in the event of the coup's success. 4. Ambassador Gordon also met with former President Juscelino Kubitschek to take a stronger stand against Goulart and use his influence in Congress to swing those supporting Goulart. The coup began on March 31, 1964, and on April 2 Goulart left the country. 2 years after the coup, during the hearings to consider Gordon's nomination to Assistant Secretary of State of Inter-American Affairs, a senator asked him, "I am particularly concerned with the part you may have played, if any, encouraging, promoting, or causing that overthrow." Lincoln Gordon answered, "The answer to that, Senator, is very simple. The movement which overthrew President Goulart was a purely, 100% not 99.44 but 100% purely Brazilian movement. Neither the American embassy nor I personally played any part in the process whatsoever." 5. Lincoln Gordon, then Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, called the coup the single most decisive victory of freedom in the mid-20th century, and stated that the murderous military dictatorship that followed was totally democratic and the best government Brazil ever had. 6. 68. Chile. Salvador Allende came close to winning the presidential election of 1958, losing by only 3% of the vote. Washington was concerned at how close a Marxist had come to being democratically elected and took action to ensure that Allende would not win the next time by establishing close contacts with key people in political parties, starting an active propaganda and disinformation campaign, and paying more than half of the expenses of CIA candidate Eduardo Frei in the 1964 election. The U.S.'s intervention in Chile was such that one intelligence officer there at the time, stated that as many as 100 State Department and undercover CIA operatives were dedicated to the operation, and that U.S. government intervention in Chile in 1964 was blatant and almost obscene. 1. In the 1964 elections Allende lost, but still received 39% of the vote. The covert activity continued, and involvement of the U.S. in the coup that overthrew the government of Salvador Allende started long before his election in 1970. In 1965, the CIA had already implemented Operation Camelot to detect revolutionary potential in the country. Henry Kissinger, National Security Advisor to President Nixon, said of Chilean voters, "I do not see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist because of the irresponsibility of its own people." On September 4, 1970, Salvador Allende, candidate of the Unidad Popular, a coalition of leftist parties, won the presidential election by a small margin of 30,000 votes out of 3 million cast for 3 candidates. Allende's victory sent Nixon into a rage, and plotting started on how to stop Allende's inauguration. Cables focused on a scheme to derail formal ratification of Allende's victory by Chile's Congress on October 24, 1970. Nixon instructed CIA Director Richard Helms, 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. Not concerned with risks involved. $10 million available, more if necessary. Make the economy scream. 2 According to a declassified September 16, 1970 document, Richard Helms informed his senior covert action staff that President Nixon had decided that an Allende regime in Chile was not acceptable to the United States. 3 A campaign was started to instill upon the Chilean military and others the catastrophe that would befall Chile with Allende as president, and privately military officers were advised that military aid would stop. 4 The CIA was in continuous contact with several Chilean military officers who had agreed to Allende's overthrow. They had the assurance that the U.S. would give them every support except military. However, the commander-in-chief of the Chilean army, General René Schneider, insisted on upholding the constitution and objected to any plans to keep Allende from taking office. General René Schneider was gunned down by military plotters on October 22, 1970 while on his way to work. In the early morning of that day, October 22, 1970, CIA agents had given sterilized machine guns and ammunition to some of the conspirators. The Santiago CIA station cabled its headquarters that Schneider had been shot with the same type of weapons it had given to the plotters. However, the CIA later claimed before the Senate that the actual assassins were not the ones that had been given the weapons. 5 documents reveal that an early coup plan known as Track I continued through the assassination of General René Schneider on October 22, 1970. This documentary record contradicts the long-standing claim by former Secretary of State Kissinger that Track II had been terminated before Schneider's assassination. A declassified top-secret memorandum of October 15, 1970, records a meeting with Kissinger, General Alexander Haig and Thomas Karamessines, CIA Deputy Director of Plans, on promoting a coup in Chile, known as Track II. Kissinger was quoted as demanding that the agency should continue keeping the pressure on every Allende weak spot in sight, now and into the future until such time as new marching orders are given. The next day, a secret Your Eyes Only cable from CIA headquarters to Henry Heckscher, CIA station chief in Santiago, revealed that Kissinger's marching orders were relayed to the field, and that the CIA was to ignore any instructions to the contrary from Ambassador Corey, who had not been informed of Track II operations. The cable read: "It is firm and continuing policy that Allende be overthrown by a coup, prior to October 24. But efforts in this regard will continue vigorously beyond this date. We are to continue to generate maximum pressure toward this end utilizing every appropriate resource. It is imperative that these actions be implemented clandestinely and securely so that the US government and American hand be well hidden. Please review all your present and possibly new activities to include propaganda, black operations, surfacing of intelligence or disinformation, personal contacts, or anything else your imagination can conjure which will permit you to continue to press forward toward our deleted objective." 6 In spite of all conspiracies, Allende was designated as president by Congress. 70. In response to a November 27, 1970 directive from Kissinger, an interagency ad hoc working group on Chile prepared a set of strategy papers covering a range of possible sanctions and pressures against the new Allende government. These included a possible diplomatic effort to force Chile to withdraw or be expelled from the Organization of American States, as well as consultations with other Latin American countries to promote their sharing of our concern over Chile. The documents show that the Nixon administration did engage in an economic blockade against Allende, intervening at the World Bank, IDB, and Export-Import Bank to curtail or terminate credits and loans to Chile before Allende had been in office for a month. 7 Kissinger's aides recall that he was more concerned about Allende in Chile than Castro, because Allende was a living example of democratic social reform in Latin America and his success might cause Latin America to become unraveled and the contagious example of Chile would infect not only Latin America but also Southern Europe. Over the next 3 years, the U.S. spared no effort to destabilize the Allende government, paying particular attention to building military hostility while attempting to strangle the country economically. Edward Corey, the U.S. ambassador, said prior to Allende's designation as president, not one nut or bolt be allowed to reach Chile under Allende. 8 The Allende government rapidly moved to socialize the economy, taking over the copper mines and other foreign firms, oligopolistic industries, large estates, and banks. By a unanimous vote of Congress in 1971, the government totally nationalized the foreign copper firms, which were mainly owned by 2 United States companies, Kennecott and Anaconda. This nationalization measure was one of the few bills Allende was ever able to pass through the opposition-controlled legislature. Allende governed for 3 years. His first year was successful, his next 2 were disastrous, but he delivered on the promises made during his campaign. The Allende government quickly raised production and real wages, conducted an effective agrarian reform and initiated programs such as milk distribution for children, measures that increased consumer demand and permitted industry to take advantage of unutilized capacity and idle labor. 9 However, The economic strangulation imposed by the U.S. severely affected transportation and industry, since American suppliers would not sell needed parts. Problems also occurred during the various changeovers to state ownership, and goods were held back in order to sell them at higher prices in the black market. The resulting shortages produced discontent in the population, as people could not get many of the products they wanted or the parts needed to repair cars or appliances. Furthermore, bus or trucking companies occasionally stopped running, and pro-mail professional and white-collar workers, largely against Allende's government, stopped working, some, probably financially encouraged by the CIA. In the midterm elections of March 1973, Allende's party, against the opposition's expectations, won a large increase of the popular vote, from 36.2% in the 1970 election to 43%. This occurred in spite of the economic problems and the discontent in a large segment of the population. In September 1973, just prior to the coup, there were U.S. Navy ships on alert offshore, 32 U.S. observation and fighter planes in Argentina near the Chilean border, and a U.S. piloted airborne communications control system. On September 11, 1973, amid the mounting chaos, Chile's military struck. The army seized control of strategic sites throughout the country, surrounded the presidential palace, and cornered Allende in his presidential office. He died in a firefight, possibly shooting himself in the head to avoid capture. 10 U.S. and Chilean military officers were meeting in Valparaiso to discuss the coup, when a young American writer, Charles Horman, who was stranded in Valparaiso because of the coup, happened to start a conversation with several Americans, both military and civilian, and was told by a retired naval engineer, "We came down here to do a job and it's done." He also was told something he should not hear by 1 or 2 other American military men. Charles Horman was arrested a few days later in his Santiago residence, and was never seen again. 11 * An internal memorandum of November 16, 1973 to the Secretary of State states that in the first 19 days after the coup, the junta had executed 320 individuals. 12 * Several cabinet ministers were assassinated, the universities were put under military control, opposition parties were banned, and thousands of Chileans were tortured and killed, many fingered as radicals by lists provided by the CIA. Victor Jara, a famous folk singer-songwriter who composed songs against the ruling elite and was a staunch Allende supporter, was killed in the National Stadium on September 16 following several days of torture after his hands and wrists had been broken. 13 * By mid-November 1973, U.S. intelligence estimated the number of arrests at 13,500. 14 * A declassified report given to Congress confirmed, as many had suspected, that during the worst of Pinochet's repression, the head of Chile's notorious secret police, General Carlos Contreras, had been placed on the CIA payroll. 15 * In spite of the U.S.'s efforts to give the Pinochet junta a better image, the CIA propaganda and disinformation machine could not completely hide the facts. The Nixon administration was concerned about opinion in the U.S. because 2 Americans, Charles Horman and Frank Teruggi, were among those who had been executed in the National Stadium. A cable of October 21, 1973 said that their murders constituted a difficult public relations situation. Later, a Kissinger briefing paper V2 of Noy. 16, 1973 stated that internationally, the junta's repressive image continues to plague it. 16 * The Chilean coup leader, General Augusto Pinochet, held power for the next 17 years, enjoying, naturally, the total cooperation of successive U.S. governments. 73. Asia. Southeast Asia. Philippines. In the early 1890s following the arrest of the nationalist José Rizal, who was executed in 1896, preparations were started for armed revolt, and under the leadership of Filipino General Emilio Aguinaldo major fighting began against the Spanish. In 1898 war broke out between the U.S. and Spain, and American ships arrived in Manila Bay and with minimal exchange of fire defeated the Spanish. Following this U.S. victory, Aguinaldo, confident of U.S. support, liberated several towns south of Manila and in June, along with other Filipino leaders, signed the Declaration of Independence. Meanwhile, U.S. troops had landed and with appreciable Filipino help forced the Spanish to surrender Manila in August 1898. The Americans, however, would not let the Filipinos' forces enter the city, and it became apparent to Aguinaldo that the Americans had betrayed him and intended to keep the country occupied. In December 1898 the U.S. and Spain signed the Treaty of Paris, officially ending the Spanish-American War. Spain ceded the Philippines to the U.S. for $20 million. In January 1899 Aguinaldo and other Filipino leaders formally proclaimed the establishment of the First Philippine Republic at Malolos, and in February 1899, as the U.S. Senate voted to annex the Philippines, fighting broke out between U.S. and Filipino forces. In May 1901 General Bell, who commanded operations in southern Luzon, estimated that 1/6 of the population of Luzon had either been killed or died from dengue fever or war-induced famine, in other words, over 600,000 dead in this island alone. A U.S. government report stated that in one province of Luzon where Bell had been fighting 1/3 of the population of 300,000 had been killed, by the army or famine and disease. A Republican congressman, who visited the Philippines wrote that you never hear of any disturbances in northern Luzon. Because there isn't anybody there to rebel. Our soldiers took no prisoners, they kept no records, they simply swept the country and wherever or however they could get hold of a Filipino they killed him. The women and children were spared and may now be noticed in disproportionate numbers in that part of the island. 1 * in October 1901, Brig. Gen. Jacob Smith ordered a battalion of 300 U.S. Marines, under the command of Major L. W. Waller, to make the island of Samar a howling wilderness. Smith then emphasized, "I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn, and the more you kill and burn the better you will please me." He set the minimum age limit at 10. In a subsequent court-martial Waller was acquitted because he had just been following orders, and General Smith was only admonished. 2 * The Filipino-American War took about 3.5 years, the overall conflict nearly 10 years. It is estimated that over 600,000 Filipino lives were lost, American death were approximately 10,000. President Theodore Roosevelt wrote the most ultimately righteous of all wars, is a what with savages, which established the foundations for the future greatness of a mighty people as part of the process of incalculable importance of subduing the red, black, and yellow aboriginal owners of much of the world in favor of the dominant world races. 3 * During World War II, when the Philippines had been occupied by the Japanese, a guerrilla resistance movement organized mainly at the initiative of the Communist Party, called the Hukbalahap, or Hook for short, rose against the Japanese occupiers and fought effectively, and at times side by side with the U.S. armed forces, to drive the Japanese from the Philippines. 4 * Nonetheless, the American military initiated a campaign to destroy the Hooks, even while the Hooks were heavily engaged against the Japanese invaders and Filipino collaborators, and notwithstanding that they frequently helped American soldiers. Guerrilla forces of U.S. and Filipino soldiers, led and organized primarily by U.S. officers, initiated police-type actions against the Hooks and their suspected sympathizers and allowed the Japanese to attack Hook forces, without interference. 5 * In July 1946 the U.S. government declared the Philippines free and independent and no longer a colony of the United States. However, first the U.S. insisted on what was called the Parity Amendment to the new Philippine Constitution. The Constitution had declared that only corporations with 60% Philippine ownership could own or exploit Philippine land and natural resources. By terms of the Parity Amendment, this provision was waived with respect to U.S. businessmen, so that they had equal rights with the Filipinos. The second condition insisted upon by the U.S. was the cession by the Philippine government of some 20 military bases on Philippine soil for the U.S. to use for 99 years. 6 * Not all Filipinos acceded so easily to these new conditions. After the war the Hooks, who were striving for land reform and industrialization which the US had till then successfully opposed, refused to lay down their arms, and declared their opposition to the Parity Amendment and the Military Bases Agreement. Not long after this, the Philippine government started a campaign to suppress the Hooks by force of arms. This campaign took place under the direction of a CIA operative, Colonel Edward Lansdale, who became advisor to the government in connection with the suppression of the Hooks. The display of corpses by arranging to 82. Float them down river was a feature of U.S. counterinsurgency in the Philippines in the 1900s, and again in the 1950s, to make sure the corpses did not sink, they were deliberately tied to, or impaled on, bamboo stakes. 7 After 8 years, in 1954, the Hooks were defeated, so for a second time that century, Philippine nationalism suffered a defeat at the hands of U.S. imperialism. Of the CIA role in this war, a conservative magazine wrote, in the Philippines, suppression of the Hook uprising in the early 1950s is counted as one of the CIA's great, but largely unpublicized victories. 8 In 1965 Ferdinando Marcos was elected President of the Republic, and he was again re-elected in 1969. Since the majority of the people lived in unbelievable misery, nationalist movements resurged, and a new guerrilla movement called the New People's Army came into being in 1969, formed by peasants and led by a newly organized Communist Party. About the same time another armed revolt was started by Muslims in Mindanao, in the southern part of the Philippines, and was directed against the land grabbing and discrimination practiced against Muslims. The U.S. free trade policy prevented the growth of Philippine industry, and the remittance of huge profits by the U.S. firms to U.S. investors impoverished the country. A Philippine government study showed that during the 10 years through 1965 U.S. firms took out of the Philippines about 5 times more money in profits than they had brought in. Furthermore, the people were kept poor because 400 Filipino families, out of a population of 38 million people, owned 90% of the wealth that was not in the hands of U.S. companies. Since the days when the U.S. held the Philippines as a colony, these wealthy families ran the government and provided the base for United States dominance. 9 In August 1972, the Philippine Supreme Court reaffirmed the provision of the Parity Amendment which called for a curtailment of United States ownership in 1974. A few weeks later, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Manila requested Marcos to declare martial law. On September 21, 1972, after spending several hours with United States Ambassador by road and in the face of the growth of nationalist opposition, President Marcos declared martial law. Shortly afterwards, Marcos summoned foreign correspondents to the presidential palace to announce that he would not observe the termination of the Parity Amendment in 1974. American investors and businessmen would, therefore, continue to enjoy a privileged position in the Philippines. 10 Later, with the help of United States military advisors and equipment, Marcos fought against the New People's Army. Marcos, a member of the ruling oligarchy, exerted a dictatorial and extremely corrupt tool by changing the constitution, declaring martial law and holding fraudulent elections. He was strongly supported by the U.S. government, and was praised. 83. By President Reagan as a man pledged to democracy, and by then Vice President George Bush, who announced that we stand with you. We love your adherence to democratic principle and to the democratic processes. 11 Marcos kept power until 1986, when he was deposed by a revolt initiated by a defection of a segment of the military and fled the country with millions of his country's assets stashed in foreign bank accounts. Indonesia. By 1953 the U.S. National Security Council had already adopted one of a series of policy documents calling for appropriate action, in collaboration with other friendly countries, to prevent permanent communist control of Indonesia. 1 After its liberation from the Dutch, Indonesia was ruled by Sukarno. At first, the U.S. tolerated this arrangement, particularly after Sukarno and the army suppressed a land reform movement supported by the Indonesian Communist Party in 1948. But Sukarno's nationalist and neutralist commitments soon proved entirely unacceptable. In 1957–58, the CIA infiltrated arms and personnel in support of the regional rebellions against Sukarno. These operations were nominally covert, even though the CIA efforts were accompanied by an offshore task force of the U.S. 7th Fleet. 2. Concerning Indonesia, President Eisenhower declared on April 30, 1958, "Our policy is one of careful neutrality and proper deportment all the way through, so as not to be taking sides where it is none of our business." On May 15, a CIA plane bombed the Ambon marketplace, killing a group of people going to church, and a few days later on another bombing run over Ambon, a CIA plane was shot down and its pilot captured. The pilot, Alan Lawrence Pope of the U.S. Air Force, was presented on May 27 at a news conference along with his documents, thus exposing that the U.S. president had not told the truth. 3. In 1958, after the failure of the CIA-sponsored regional rebellion, and possibly assassination attempts against Sukarno, the U.S. increased military assistance to Indonesia, but a U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff memo of 1958 makes it clear that this aid was given to the Indonesian army in order to crush the PKI, 4*, which by then was the largest political movement in the country, and not to Sukarno. An important part of the U.S. training and aid was the increasing liaison with the civilian administration and organizations, and political parties and groups at regional and local levels. These army and civilian cadres plotted disruptive activities, such as the army-inspired anti-Chinese programs that took place in West Java in 1959 and were financed by U.S. contributions to the local army commander, and the Bandung anti-Chinese riots of May 1963, which embarrassed Sukarno and the SIE. Sukarno nationalized many private holdings of the Dutch, the former colonial power, and refused to crack down on the PKI, which was peaceful and was making gains electorally. For a number of years, many in Washington, particularly the CIA, wanted to eliminate Sukarno and the PKI. Nonetheless, the Kennedy administration gave aid to Sukarno as well as to the army. However, Lyndon Johnson almost immediately instituted a more anti-Sukarno policy and as of December 1963 withheld economic aid. U.S. administration and CIA officials take credit for the U.S.'s role in helping the anti-communist Suharto take power, however they deny any responsibility in the planning of the bloodbath. From recently declassified cables it can be seen how carefully the U.S. government promoted the impression that they had absolutely no input in what was happening in Indonesia. 6*. In fact, the U.S. government was lying about its involvement. In 1965, when the New York Times claimed all United States aid to Indonesia was stopped, the number of military assistance program personnel in Jakarta actually increased, beyond what had been projected, to an unprecedented high. 7*. American involvement is evident in the events that led to Sukarno's removal from power in 1965. After an alleged communist coup attempt on September 30, 1965, and the murder of 6 Indonesian generals, pro-American General Suharto took charge and launched a bloodbath in which hundreds of thousands of people, communists, suspected communists, communist sympathizers, and mostly landless peasants were slaughtered. This massacre was called by the New York Times one of the most savage mass slayings of modern political history. Estimates of the number killed in the course of a few years range from 500,000 to over 1 million. 8*. The U.S. was not only aware of the slaughter, but approved it. An October 29 cable from Secretary of State Dean Rusk to Ambassador Marshall Green states that the campaign against PKI must continue and that the military, who were orchestrating it, are the only force capable of creating order in Indonesia and must continue to do so with U.S. help for a major military campaign against PKI. 9*. It was later learned that the U.S. Embassy had compiled a list of about 5,000 communist operatives from top leaders down to village cadres, and gave these lists to the army, which hunted these persons down and killed them. 10*. The role of the CIA in the 1965 slaughter is made clear by the former CIA officer Ralph McGehee. His testimony is corroborated by the selective censorship of the CIA, where the necessary circumstances or proofs are lacking to support U.S. intervention, the CIA creates the appropriate situations or else invents them and disseminates its distortions worldwide via its media operations. Estimates of the number of deaths that occurred as a result of the latter CIA phone were deleted. 86. Operation run from 500,000 to more than 1 million people. 11. The CIA's own study concedes that these massacres constituted one of the ghastliest and most concentrated bloodlettings of current times. 12. Furthermore, as described by McGehee, the CIA in 1965 did not merely respond to the events, but actively encouraged and channeled them. 13. Regarding the CIA account of the Indonesia bloodbath, which McGehee claims to have seen, he indicated that, the agency was extremely proud of its successful phone word deleted and recommended it as a model for future operations. Deleted. 14. President Suharto was forced from power in 1998 after widespread protests resulting from the poor economic conditions of the vast majority of the population. During the 3 decades of Suharto's uninterrupted rule, his authoritarian, corrupt, and extremely repressive regime was always supported by the U.S., which trained his army and supplied him with arms. The U.S. administration's criticism of Suharto human rights violations in East Timor were intended to appease the American people, since the continued military support indicated the U.S.'s approval of his regime. At the same time that the U.S. sponsored resolutions critical of Suharto's government in the UN Human Rights Commission, American soldiers were training Indonesia's special forces in urban warfare and sniper tactics. East Timor. East Timor, which is part of the small island of Timor, had been a Portuguese colony since the 16th century. In 1975 a new government in Portugal began a process of decolonization in East Timor and withdrew its presence. On November 28, 1975, one of East Timor's major political parties, the Revolutionary Front for an Independent East Timor, issued a unilateral declaration of independence and proclaimed the establishment of the Democratic Republic of East Timor. The other political parties also proclaimed independence from Portugal but affirmed integration with Indonesia. On December 7, Indonesian troops invaded East Timor and took over the country by force. President Ford and Henry Kissinger, in Jakarta a few hours before the Indonesian invasion of December 7, 1975, had in effect given their consent when all they demanded was that the attack be delayed until after their departure. 2 or 3 days before, Kissinger had received a cable from the State Department on plans for Indonesian invasion of East Timor. Thus, Ford and Kissinger could not have been too surprised when, while discussing another topic, Suharto brought up East Timor. Suharto noted Indonesia has no territorial ambitions. East Timor had declared its independence unilaterally, affirmed that the current situation will prolong the suffering of the refugees and increase instability in the area, and assured the Americans that the 4 other parties favored integration. "We want your understanding," Suharto continued, "if we deem it necessary to take rapid or drastic action." Ford and Kissinger assured Suharto that they would not oppose the invasion. Ford was unambiguous: "We will understand and will not press you on the issue. We understand the problem and the intentions you have." Kissinger stressed that the use of US-made arms could create problems, but then declared that, "It depends on how we construe it, whether it is in self-defense or is a foreign operation," and later added, "It is important that whatever you do succeeds quickly, but it would be better if it were done after we returned to the United States." 1. In the subsequent UN vote condemning the invasion as an act of international aggression, the US abstained, and the Indonesians naturally interpreted this abstention as further tacit acceptance. The US continued to supply Indonesia with US arms and material, which were used to crush the Timorese people even though the use of US arms to attack a 1. third country violated the military assistance agreement under which the arms had been provided. Yet, as Noam Chomsky told the UN General Assembly in 1979, contrary to false testimony by government witnesses at congressional hearings, new offers of arms were immediately accepted after the invasion. Then, and since, the flow of arms has been uninterrupted. including attack helicopters and other equipment required to wipe hundreds of villages off the face of the earth, destroy crops, and herd the remnants of the population into internment centers. 2. Not only were the arms supplied by the US and other countries not for general defense purposes, but they were specifically chosen to meet the needs of the East Timor counterinsurgency campaign, in which saturation bombing by the US supply jets came to play a key role. 3. This was the most obvious sign of the US involvement in the East Timor genocide. The planes were used both to bomb villages directly and also to defoliate the earth as part of a campaign of forced resettlement. Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who was UN ambassador at the time of the Indonesian invasion of East Timor, takes pride in his memoir in having prevented any international reaction to the aggression and the massacres. The United States wished things to turn out as they did, he wrote, and worked to bring this about. The Department of State desired that the UN prove utterly ineffective in whatever measures it undertook. This task was given to me, and I carried it forward with no inconsiderable success. Moynihan knew quite well how things turned out, noting that within a few weeks about 10% of the population, some 60,000 people, had been killed. 4. The subjugation of East Timor was extremely brutal, including the display of corpses by arranging to float them downriver by tying them, or impaling them, on bamboo sticks to make sure they did not sink. This was a feature of U.S. counterinsurgency in the Philippines in the 1900s, and the 1950s. 5. As part of the genocidal campaign supported and supplied by the United States, East Timor was annexed by Indonesia in 1976. Despite several United Nations resolutions on the right of the Timorese to self-determination, the international community ignored the plight of its inhabitants. Only since November 1991, when more than 250 young people were killed during a brutal massacre in Dili in front of TV cameras, and 2 U.S. reporters were severely beaten, did the civilized Western nations condemn Indonesia in a more consistent way. The U.S. downplayed its responsibility in East Timor. Its position basically was that American influence on may easily be exaggerated, although the U.S. averted its eyes from East Timor and could have done far more than it did to distance itself from the carnage. 6. The 90 facts are, however, that the increased U.S. military aid and the US% effort to block any UN action on behalf of East Timor contributed significantly to the massacres. Anywhere from 60,000 to 100,000 Timorese were killed in the first year after the violence began in 1975. In 1979, both the U.S. Agency for International Development and the Australian Council for Overseas Aid estimated that 300,000 East Timorese, or nearly half the population, had been uprooted and moved into camps controlled by Indonesian armed forces. 7. By 1989 it was estimated that the Indonesian troops had killed over 200,000 people, or about a third of the population, in their effort to annex East Timor. 8. The U.S. is probably in great part responsible for teaching the psychological warfare techniques that have been used persistently in East Timor, as well as in Indonesia and Vietnam, among other places. These psy-war techniques include not only killings and rapes, but more sophisticated tactics such as forced relocations of populations, and training civilian youths as paramilitary squads to localize terror and propagate it further. Among these standard techniques, which are widely practiced and disseminated throughout the world, is one which appears to carry a particular U.S. signature: the public display of decapitated and mutilated bodies, not the bodies of criminals or guerrillas, but those of average civilians. An example of inciting secular terror from a displayed corpse is found in the textbook Counter-Guerrilla Operations. Few weapons have quite the same effect on guerrilla morale as a pair of ice picks lashed together, used to puncture a guerrilla jugular, if the guerrilla is left for his companions to pick up. 9 The overwhelming majority of the East Timorese voted in the August 1999 UN-sponsored independence referendum to separate from Indonesia, which had controlled the territory since 1975. In response, militia groups, backed by elements of the Indonesian armed forces, started a campaign of arson, looting and violence that destroyed most of the country's infrastructure and ended only when UN forces intervened. In August 2001, the people of East Timor elected a constituent assembly empowered with writing and adopting a new constitution and establishing the framework for future elections and full independence. East Timor gained full independence in May 2002. 91. Vietnam. In 1950, the U.S., which had rejected repeated overtures of the Viet Minh, the anti-French resistance, became directly involved in Vietnam by subsidizing the French war effort to reconquer their former colony. The U.S. also sent CIA mercenaries and CIA air support. In 1954, after their defeat at Dien Bien Phu, the French gave up, and the Geneva Accords temporarily divided Vietnam in preparation for elections in 1956. However, the United States refused to sign the Geneva Accords, and the Eisenhower administration decided to support a local government in South Vietnam and ensure that Ho Chi Minh did not establish his authority south of the 17th parallel. This was done based upon the U.S. position that a communist South Vietnam would endanger national security, since according to the domino theory this would inevitably lead to the fall of free, non-communist, governments throughout the region. In the spring of 1955, in anticipation of national elections and in accordance with the provisions of the Geneva Accords, 100,000 Viet Minh troops were withdrawn north of the 17th parallel. Ho Chi Minh was confident that he would easily win the national election in 1956, and did not want to give Western powers any excuse for repudiating the Geneva Accords. However, Ngo Dinh Diem, who after Vietnam's partition, and at the US%'s insistence, had been named Prime Minister, issued a statement making it clear that he had no intention of allowing elections. Diem, just as President Eisenhower and John Foster Dulles, knew that Ho Chi Minh was a sure winner of any national election. Eisenhower later admitted in his memoirs, "I have never talked or corresponded with any person knowledgeable in Indochinese affairs who did not agree that had elections been held as of the time of the fighting, possibly 80% of the population would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh as their leader rather than Emperor and Chief of State Bao Dai." 1** Diem then systematically violated the accords, and in mid-1955 sent between 15,000 and 50,000 Southern civilians to concentration camps. Some of these people were civilian workers for the Viet Minh, whose activities were specifically protected by the Geneva Accords, and the rest were non-communist Buddhist opponents of the Diem regime. In October 1955, apparently with the backing of the U.S., Diem toppled Bao Dai, and, in a carefully controlled election in South Vietnam, he obtained 98.2% of the votes, making him president. 2** After the 1954 Geneva Accords, the Viet Minh attempted to pursue the political settlement it outlined, but were blocked by U.S. terror, which led to the killing of tens of thousands of people. 3** One of the U.S.-sponsored terror activities was the Civic Action Program of 1955, in which one of its four defined aims was to provide cover for counter-terror. Largely to avoid the restrictions of the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Indochina, U.S. Special Forces commandos used civic action as a cover to organize civilian paramilitary units in remote regions. CIA's Ralph Johnson trained civilian civic action commando teams to stick a Viet Cong head on a pole as they left a village. 4** From 1960 to 1963, the number of U.S. military advisors increased from 900 to 15,000. By October 1962, armed American helicopters had started flying strafing missions in support of the South Vietnamese forces, and the U.S. had begun moving from an advisory to an active military role in Vietnam. U.S. forces also started spraying vast tracts of forest with Agent Orange, a herbicide containing the deadly chemical dioxin. In August 1963, U.S. Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge stated regarding the U.S. policy toward Vietnam, "We are now launched on a course from which there is no respectable turning back, the overthrow of the Diem government. There is no turning back because there is no possibility, in my view, that the war can be won under a Diem administration." Diem's government had been extremely repressive and corrupt. He lost the support of the people, and opposition grew as South Vietnam's position in the war deteriorated. With at least the consent if not the direct involvement of the U.S. government, a group of dissident generals staged a coup in November 1963, and Diem was murdered. 5. Within days of Kennedy's assassination, President Johnson reversed JFK's plan to withdraw U.S. personnel by the end of 1965. The destroyer U.S. Maddox had been sailing in the Gulf of Tonkin since July 28, 1964, conducting an espionage mission to collect intelligence on radar and coastal defenses of North Vietnam to support covert South Vietnamese forces operating against North Vietnamese shore installations. On August 2, 1964, when 3 North Vietnamese torpedo patrol boats approached, the Maddox fired warning shots and then attacked. The USS Ticonderoga sent aircraft to repel the North Vietnamese attackers. 1 boat sunk, and the others were damaged. In an attempt to possibly lure the North Vietnamese into an engagement, both the USS Maddox and the USS Turner Joy were in the Gulf on August 4, 1964. The captain of the Maddox claimed the ship was in international waters when he read his ship's instruments as saying that the ship was under attack or had been 94 attacked, and began an immediate retaliatory strike. The 2 ships began firing into the night while American warplanes supported them. 6 hours after the initial report, President Lyndon Johnson ordered retaliation, and U.S. jets bombed 2 naval bases and destroyed a major oil facility in North Vietnam. 3 days later, the U.S. Congress gave President Johnson the power to take whatever actions he felt necessary to defend South Vietnam. However, prior to the U.S. airstrikes, top officials in Washington had reason to doubt any August 4 attack by North Vietnam had occurred. John Herrick, the captain of the USS Maddox, cabled Washington his own personal uncertainty that there had even been an attack, confessing that no one aboard his warship had actually sighted the ships. He then speculated that freak weather effects and an overeager sonar man may have contributed to the incident. 7. He cautioned Washington against taking further action until more information was available. One of the Navy pilots flying overhead that night, Squadron Commander James B. Stockdale, later Ross Perot's vice presidential candidate, recalled a few years ago. T had the best seat in the house to watch that event, and our destroyers were just shooting at phantom targets. There were no PT boats there. There was nothing there but black water and American firepower. 8. In 1965, Lyndon Johnson cynically commented, "For all I know, our Navy was shooting at whales out there." But Johnson's deceitful speech of August 4, 1964, won acclamation from the American press. The New York Times stated that the president went to the American people last night with the somber facts. The Los Angeles Times urged Americans to face the fact that the communists, by their attack on American vessels in international waters, have themselves escalated the hostilities. 9. In 1965, U.S. planes started combat missions, and by year-end there were 184,000 troops in South Vietnam. Kennedy's military advisor General Maxwell Taylor said in 1965 that in Vietnam we were too late in recognizing the extent of the subversive threat. This, while already by April 1965, when the U.S. land invasion took place, some 160,000 South Vietnamese had been killed, most of them in U.S.-sponsored terror operations, and many of them under the crushing weight of American armor, napalm, jet bombers and, finally, vomiting gases, according to figures and comments by the anti-communist French historian Bernard Fall. 10. By 1968, U.S. troops approached 525,000. In My Lai, in March 1968, American soldiers while on a search and destroy mission massacred as many as 500 unarmed Vietnamese villagers, including women, children, and the elderly. According to eyewitness reports, several old men were bayoneted, praying women and children were shot in the back of the head, and at least one girl was raped then killed. Lt. William Calley, the group's leader, rounded up a group of the villagers, ordered them into a ditch, and mowed them down with 95 machine gun fire. A military investigation resulted in Calley being charged with murder in September 1969. he was sentenced to life in prison in March 1971, but was removed from stockade and placed under house arrest by Nixon's orders, and was later released in 1974, following many appeals. The South Vietnamese civilians were not only being killed by U.S. troops. The CIA also remained active with Operation Phoenix, the grisly paramilitary operation initiated in South Vietnam in 1968, whose aim was to eliminate influential people, such as mayors, doctors, and teachers who aided the National Liberation Front. Many were also tortured and some were thrown from helicopters during interrogation. Counter-terror units would leave disemboweled bodies along a canal bank path, as a form of psychological pressure. 11 Phoenix established quotas for the number of Vietnamese to be neutralized each month. The target for 1969 calls for the elimination of 1,800 VCI per month. The Phoenix program served notice to province chiefs that their performance will in large part be measured by Phoenix results. 12 William Colby, later director of the CIA, who headed the Phoenix program at that time, testified before Congress in 1971 that Phoenix was a military necessity and an American responsibility, and that according to his record 20,587 alleged Viet Cong had been killed as of May 1971. When asked by a congressman whether he was certain that we could distinguish a Viet Cong from a loyal South Vietnam citizen, Colby answered no. 13 According to the South Vietnamese government, the actual number of those killed by Operation Phoenix was closer to 40,000. In Vietnam, civilian victims were often nameless to the U.S. troops, but there were exceptions such as Ms. Nguyen Y Nan, a widow arrested several times in Saigon, the first time in 1969, and charged with being a member of the NFL. At police headquarters she was given electrical shocks, and an iron rod was forced up her vagina. 3 Westerners in U.S. uniforms watched her being tortured and one ordered a Vietnamese to ram needles under her fingernails. The police told her that these men were CIA officers. 14 Instructions on torture and psychological warfare were even published in Army manuals. The Washington Post, February 22, 1997 stated, "The Pentagon's Inspector General yesterday said repeated mistakes were made in the 1980s that caused descriptions of objectionable actions such as execution and torture to be included in U.S. Army manuals." In January 1968 the North Vietnamese started a coordinated attack on the main southern cities, and they entered Hue and Saigon before being pushed back. The Tet Offensive, although a military defeat, was a psychological victory for the Communists, since it produced the desired results, to start negotiations. In late March 1968, Lyndon Johnson hinted that he would go to the bargaining table with the Communists to end the war, and shortly afterwards negotiations started but made little to no progress. 96. In 1969 the first U.S. troop withdrawals started as part of Nixon's Vietnamization plan, whereby South Vietnam would gradually assume complete military responsibility of the war, with the U.S. still supplying arms. By the end of 1970 U.S. troop levels had been reduced to 280,000, and a year later to 157,000. In December 1972 the U.S. initiated the most concentrated bombing ever in North Vietnam, destroying most of the country's infrastructure. Finally, on January 27, 1973 the Paris Peace Accords were signed by the United States, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, and the Viet Cong. The Paris Accords committed the U.S. and all other countries to respect the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Vietnam as recognized by the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Vietnam, and accepted both the U.S.-backed government of the Republic of Vietnam and the Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam, effectively the Viet Cong, as two parallel and equivalent South Vietnamese parties. It also stated that the United States will not continue its military involvement in the internal affairs of South Vietnam, prohibited the U.S. to introduce advisors, technicians, or war material into South Vietnam, and ordered the withdrawal of all such personnel within 60 days. 15. Very shortly after signing the Paris Peace Accords, Kissinger and the White House announced that they were rejecting the agreements they had just signed. Washington stated that it would retain the right to provide civilian technicians serving in certain of the military branches, and kept or sent 7,200 of them, including retired military men, under the supervision of a U.S. Major General. Washington further indicated that it would continue to regard the U.S.-backed GVN as the sole legitimate government in South Vietnam, thus breaking the central provisions of the Paris Agreement. The U.S. immediately proceeded to implement its stated intentions, in clear violation of the Paris Agreements. 16 * For 2 years after the 1973 ceasefire accords, South Vietnamese government and communist forces attacked each other without any major change in territory. The South Vietnamese then suffered their first major setback in January 1975 and a precipitous rout followed, with South Vietnamese forces withdrawing from Hue, then from Da Nang, the nation's second largest city, and all the way to the outskirts of Saigon. South Vietnam surrendered unconditionally to the North on April 30, 1975. The Vietnamese losses on both sides of the conflict were enormous. Over 2 million Vietnamese military and civilian were killed. About 4 million Vietnamese civilians were casualties in the war. Additionally, close to 1 million more suffered ill effects from the herbicide Agent Orange. 58,000 Americans died during the Vietnam War. 97. According to the Agreement on Ending the War and Restoring the Peace in Vietnam signed by the U.S. during the 1973 Paris Peace Accords, the United States will contribute to healing the wounds of war and to post-war reconstruction of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. And days later President Nixon sent a message to North Vietnam's Prime Minister stating, "The government of the United States of America will contribute to post-war reconstruction in North Vietnam without any political conditions." Preliminary U.S. studies indicate that the appropriate programs for the United States contribution to post-war reconstruction will fall in the range of $3.25 billion of grant aid over 5 years. 17 * None of the promised reconstruction funds have been paid. On the contrary, Vietnam, pressured by the international banks and funds, which Washington controls, has been paying the U.S. for debts incurred by the defeated South Vietnamese government. The US% ally 18 * After the Vietnam War ended in 1975, it seemed that a major policy goal of the U.S. was to maximize repression and suffering in the countries that were devastated by U.S. violence. The degree of the cruelty was quite astonishing. When the Mennonites tried to send pencils to Cambodia and Oxfam tried to send 10 solar pumps, the State Department attempted to stop them. The same was true when religious groups tried to send shovels to Laos to dig up some of the unexploded shells left by American bombing. When India tried to send 100 water buffalo to Vietnam to replace the huge herds that were destroyed by the American attacks, the U.S. threatened to cancel food for peace aid. It appears that the U.S. wanted to punish the Vietnamese for having resisted U.S. violence. 19 * Contrary to what most people believe, the United States achieved its major objective in Indochina. Vietnam was demolished, and there was no danger that successful development there would provide an economic model for other countries in the region. 20 * Telford Taylor, the chief prosecutor at Nuremberg, suggested that General William Westmoreland and high officials of the Johnson administration such as Robert McNamara and Dean Rusk could be found guilty of war crimes under the criteria established in Nuremberg. 21 * 98. Cambodia. From 1955 to 1970 the CIA attempted to remove Prince Norodom Sihanouk, ruler of Cambodia, from power through several attempted assassinations and failed coups. Sihanouk did not want his country to become involved in the Vietnam War and was able to save Cambodia from the devastation that Vietnam and Laos were suffering. He had adopted a neutralist stance in the Cold War, established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, and had accepted aid from the People's Republic of China. Sihanouk also angered the United States by criticizing the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, the US-created political military alliance to contain communism, and by denouncing the U.S. military incursions into Cambodia at a major press conference. In March 1969, under new U.S. President Richard Nixon and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, Cambodia's situation worsened as the isolated and limited attacks across the Cambodian border became sustained, large-scale carpet bombings. To escape, the Vietnamese communists moved their bases further inside the country, but the bombers followed them, and civilian casualties increased. The Nixon administration hid the nature and extent of these bombings, going so far as to falsify military records. This was all kept secret from the American public, the press, and Congress until 1973, during the Watergate revelations. In March 1970, Sihanouk was deposed in a CIA-backed coup, and Lon Nol, the CIA's choice, immediately committed Cambodian troops to the war in Vietnam. But now the Cambodian communists, the Khmer Rouge, under the leadership of Pol Pot, had entered the conflict along with various Cambodian supporters of Prince Sihanouk. Now, the US and its Saigon and Phnom Penh allies had to fight the Khmer Rouge, as well as the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. On April 30, 1970, the US launched its first full-scale invasion of the new war. It produced massive protests in the United States, and also caused the angry resignations of 4 men from Henry Kissinger's National Security Council staff. Kissinger labeled these resignations as the cowardice of the Eastern establishment. In January 1973, the Paris Peace Accords ended American warfare in Vietnam. Prior to the Paris Agreement, the Nixon administration repeatedly stated that the only purpose of bombing Cambodia was to protect American lives in Vietnam, but now, the US not only did not cease the bombing, but it also increased it in an attempt to keep the Khmer Rouge from coming to power. By the time that the Nixon administration finally ended the bombing, under increasing pressure from Congress, in August 1973, more than 2 million Cambodians had been made homeless. As a consequence of the civil war and the foreign invasion, the Khmer Rouge gained strength and in April 1975 took power. By then, as a result of the US intervention and its massive bombing, which had destroyed the countryside and villages, Cambodia was a shattered society on the verge of mass starvation, with vast numbers of refugees in and around Phnom Penh suddenly cut off from the US aid that had kept them alive. From 1969 to 1975, the US bombing killed 600,000 Cambodians, and US officials estimated that 1 million had died from starvation even before the Khmer Rouge takeover. 3** In May 1975, a US cargo ship, the Mayaguez, was sailing to Thailand, and when it came close to a Cambodian island it was stopped by Cambodians and taken to port. President Ford sent a message to Cambodia to release the ship and crew, and after 36 hours, as there was no response, he ordered an attack, even though the Chinese had sent a message stating they were using their influence with Cambodia and expected the ship to be released soon. The US attack began about 15 minutes after the release of the crew had been announced on Bangkok's radio, and while the crew was headed to the American fleet. Cambodian ships were bombed, and the island was invaded by 200 Marines. A total of 41 American servicemen died in an attack made to free 39 crewmen who already had been released. The attack was made, as evidenced by comments of the Ford administration and the media, to show the world that although defeated on Vietnam, South Vietnam surrendered to the North on April 30, 1975. The US was still powerful and ready to act quickly and decisively. 4** The Khmer Rouge mistrusted the educated and the wealthy and had them executed by the thousands. They also began to eliminate any vestige of modern life or Western influence in order to convert the country to a peasant society. Money and medicine were abolished, the National Bank was blown up, the Catholic Cathedral was destroyed, and Cambodia's ancient religion of Buddhism was outlawed. The Khmer Rouge then emptied the capital Phnom Penh, in part, probably, because they were unable to feed the people, forcing about 1.5 million to leave their homes and possessions and go to a countryside devastated by secret US bombing, invasion, and 5 years of civil war between the troops of Lon Nol and Pol Pot. For the next 3 years and 8 months that followed, Cambodia lived under a reign of absolute terror. Anyone suspected of crimes against the Khmer Rouge was tortured and sentenced. 5 up to 300,000 people were executed and a total of about 1 million people died as a result of disease, starvation, and slave labor during Pol Pot's reign of terror. 6 100. In December 1978 the People's Army of Vietnam, in response to growing attacks by the Khmer Rouge, entered Cambodia and pushed Pol Pot's army all the way to Thailand on Cambodia's western border. With assistance from Vietnam, Pen Savan and Hung Samrin became heads of Cambodia's de facto government until Hun Sen took over in 1985. 7 The People's Revolutionary Party of Kampuchea inherited a country in ruins as the nation lacked even the most basic infrastructure. But over the next decade, rather than provide the desperately needed aid, the West and China, led by Washington, withheld assistance from the de facto government because of its ties to Vietnam, and instead pumped aid, money, and arms to Pol Pot's murderous Khmer Rouge. 8 President Carter's National Security Advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, stated that in the spring of 1979, I encouraged the Chinese to support Pol Pot. I encouraged the Thai to help the Pol Pot was an abomination. We could never support him. But China could. 9 In the 1980s, when all foreign aid to Cambodia was embargoed, the US tried to isolate Phnom Penh and Hanoi. But in addition to undermining reconstruction in this war-ravaged country, the US, supported by the Western powers and extensive Chinese military and diplomatic aid, made an effort to restore the Khmer Rouge to diplomatic credibility and military force. US and Chinese vetoes in the UN Security Council ensured that the Khmer Rouge, and not the de facto government in Phnom Penh, held Cambodia's UN seat. 10 The continued UN recognition of Pol Pot as legitimate head of Cambodia was both immoral and lacking legality, and started to be questioned even by US allies. Therefore, in 1982, the US and China, supported by Singapore, came up with a coalition of the Democratic Government of Kampuchea, which, as historian Ben Kiernan pointed out, was neither a coalition, nor democratic, nor a government, nor in Kampuchea. Rather, it was what the CIA called a master illusion. Prince Norodom Sihanouk, Cambodia's former ruler, was placed as head of this coalition, otherwise little changed. The Khmer Rouge dominated the two non-communist members, the Sihanoukists and the Khmer People's National Liberation Front, and at the UN, Pol Pot's ambassador, Theon Prasith, continued to represent Cambodia. 11 Not only did the United Nations at US and Chinese insistence deny the government in Phnom Penh a seat, but it further hindered Cambodia's economic growth by withholding development aid. Cambodia was the first third world country to be denied this aid. Major international financial institutions also barred Cambodia from all international trade and communications agreements. 12 For over a decade, the Khmer Rouge, protected by China and the West, continued to wage guerrilla war against the Hun Sen government from its bases on the Thai border. When the Cold War ended, the Soviet Union and Vietnam 101 stopped supporting Hun Sen. However, the Khmer Rouge continued receiving support from the US, China and Thailand. 13 In 1991, rather than to bringing the genocidal Khmer Rouge to justice, the US and China insisted on its inclusion as a full and equal party to the October 1991 Paris Peace Accords. This was done in an effort to remove the Vietnamese-founded government from Cambodia. 14 A very large and comprehensive UN peace force, consisting of 16,000 military and 6,000 civilian personnel, was installed in the county to oversee and stimulate a peaceful transition to democracy. However, it failed to disarm the Khmer Rouge, which withdrew from the coalition government in 1992 and boycotted the 1993 elections. After the new National Assembly restored Sihanouk to the throne on September 1993, the UN forces withdrew. The Khmer Rouge continued its armed insurgency from bases on the Thai border. The US, in an effort to achieve its foreign policy goals, appears to have sabotaged free and fair elections in Cambodia. In order to continue to punish both Vietnam and Cambodia, the US weakened Phnom Penh's position, as well as weakened Vietnam's support for its former allies with promises of normalization in return for cooperation. 15 * Pol Pot's regime had been named in a 1979 report of the UN Human Rights Commission American Samoa the worst to have occurred anywhere in the world since Nazism. And yet, soon thereafter, he was welcomed by the UN and the US and its allies. Not only were his troops fed, supplied, and trained, and his envoys afforded all diplomatic privileges, but he was assured that he would never be brought to justice for his crimes. 16 * The shamelessness and hypocrisy of the United States and its sideshow, the United Nations, in regard to Pol Pot, stands out even in the long history of lies and about-faces of the U.S. President Clinton said on April 16, 1998. The death of Khmer Rouge leader Pol Pot has again brought to international attention one of the most tragic chapters of inhumanity in the 20th century. Senior Khmer Rouge, who exercised leadership from 1975 to 1979, are still at large and share responsibility for the monstrous human rights abuses committed during this period. We must not permit the death of the most notorious of the Khmer Rouge leaders to deter us from the equally important task of bringing these others to justice. This genocidal Khmer Rouge had been supported by the Reagan and Bush administrations. Laos. Following the French defeat in Dien Bien Phu in May 1954, an international conference to end the Indochina War was held in 1954 in Geneva, and was jointly chaired by Great Britain and the Soviet Union, and attended by the United States, China, Cambodia, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, and Laos. Among other things, the Geneva Agreements called for an end to hostilities in the Indochinese states, and gave the Royal Lao government sovereignty over the whole of Laos. The Pathet Lao were, however, allowed temporary control of 2 northeastern provinces to be used for regrouping its forces, pending its integration with the RLG through general elections. All foreign troops were to be withdrawn from the country. 1 * The CIA involvement in Laos began with a presence in the country in the late 1950s. Initially, the operation involved air supply and paramilitary training of the Laotian Hmong tribesmen, an ethnic group of 300,000 people living in the mountain area of Laos. American dollars also financed public works projects, funded a 25,000-man Royal Laotian Army and helped fix elections for pro-Western candidates. According to Laos scholar Arthur Damen, Laos was the biggest foreign aid recipient in the world at the time in terms of population. 2 * However, by keeping the communist Pathet Lao and its political wing from legitimate participation in the country's government, the U.S. pushed them toward armed resistance. The Pathet Lao allied itself with the North Vietnamese and found support in the Soviet Union and China. 3 * In 1961 President Kennedy chose to make a stand in Vietnam rather than Laos. Along a network of trails known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the North Vietnamese and their Laotian allies funneled supplies through Laos to South Vietnam. To cut off those supplies, Kennedy ordered operatives from the CIA to recruit a secret army of Laotian and Vietnamese Highlanders. 4 * Gradually the U.S. operation evolved into a full-scale management of the ground war in Laos by the CIA. From 1961 to 1975, the CIA actively recruited these Hmong Highlanders to fight a secret war in Laos in direct violation of the 1962 Geneva Accords. The Hmong soldiers blocked supplies headed for South Vietnam and served as the primary anti-communist force in Laos. They acted as guerrillas, blowing up North Vietnamese army supply depots, ambushing trucks, mining roads, and generally harassing the stronger enemy force. This secret army, entirely separate from the normal Laotian government structure, was paid and directed by CIA officials, who decided when it would fight and had it carry out espionage, assassinations, and sabotage missions. 5 * In 1964 U.S. support was extended to include unarmed reconnaissance flights by American aircraft based in Thailand and in South Vietnam. As American bombing raids on Viet Cong supply routes increased in early 1965, North Vietnam began using the Ho Chi Minh Trail linking North and South Vietnam through Laos. Pathet Lao forces sought to extend their control over the areas along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and in doing so clashed with the US-backed troops. American planes were then diverted to bomb the trail, but the bombing was soon extended to Pathet Lao-controlled areas in northern Laos, involving strikes against enemy supply routes and troop concentrations. This pattern soon formed the normal military engagement in Laos. Government troops would move into an area only after it had been cleared of enemy forces by US bombing. The result was that Laos was subject to very intense aerial bombardment, especially in the northeast where most of the offensives took place. Large areas became depopulated and scarred by bomb craters, and many historical places such as the provincial town of Xiangkuan were forever obliterated. Unexploded ammunitions dropped by American planes and landmines planted by soldiers continue to kill or maim civilian population even today. 6 In regard to the U.S. bombing, Fred Branfman, a former American community worker in Laos, wrote, "Village after village was leveled, countless people buried alive by high explosives, or burnt alive by napalm and white phosphorus, or riddled by anti-personnel bomb pellets," and a U.S. Senate report stated, "The United States has undertaken a large-scale air war over Laos to destroy the physical and social infrastructure of Pathet Lao-held areas and to interdict North Vietnamese infiltration." Throughout all this there has been a policy of subterfuge and secrecy, through such things as saturation bombing and the forced evacuation of population from enemy-held or threatened areas. We have helped to create untold agony for hundreds of thousands of villagers. 7 The year 1965 marked the beginning of major military activity in what became known as the Secret War in Laos. Although the full extent of the conflict was not revealed to the American people until 1969-70, the war was not all that secret. Congress was kept well informed. As former CIA Director Richard Helms has pointed out, the appropriations subcommittees that provided the funds for the war were briefed regularly. Also, Senator Stuart Symington and other congressmen visited Laos and gave every indication of approving what was happening. They believed, Helms noted, that it was a much cheaper and better way to fight a war in Southeast Asia than to commit American troops. 8 By the time fighting in Vietnam spilled over into Laos in 1965, the CIA had recruited 30,000 Hmong Highlanders into the secret army. Other people from Laos and from other Asian countries were also recruited. 104. The CIA's secret war in Laos went on for over a decade. The U.S. bombing, started after the CIA's army suffered numerous defeats, dropped more bombs on Laos than all the U.S. bombs dropped in World War II, and a quarter of all Laotians eventually became refugees, many living in caves. From 1957 to 1973 the CIA also carried out several coups trying to nullify Laos' democratic elections, to keep the Pathet Lao, which had enough popular support, to become a member of any coalition government. A report in the Times in May 1962 summed up one aspect of U.S. interference under the headline "CIA blamed for Laos crisis." The administration is now convinced that the Central Intelligence Agency has been up to its old devices again and must share a large part of the responsibility for the situation in Laos. Apparently the evidence shows that swarms of CIA agents deliberately oppose the official American objective of trying to establish a neutral government. 9 In April 1963, Quinam Folsna, Foreign Minister and head of the Peace and Neutrality Party, a man of outstanding intelligence, integrity and courage and the real leader of the neutralist forces, was shot to death as he walked up the steps of his Vientiane home after attending a royal reception. His wife, also badly wounded by bullets from the same machine gun, stated a few days later that she had no doubt the murderer had acted on U.S. orders. She said the Americans were furious with her husband because he had rejected a huge bribe offered a few months before when Folsna was in Washington. 10 By 1973 the U.S. bombing had caused 350,000 deaths in Laos, 11 and 750,000 displaced persons. The Hmong tribesmen formed the backbone of the RLG in northern Laos and suffered most of the casualties. Although numbering 300,000 at the time, they made up 32% of the total refugee population and more than 12,000 died in combat against the Pathet Lao between 1962 and 1975. 12 After a ceasefire was reached in Laos in 1973, another coalition government was formed, but it only lasted until 1975 when, after renewed fighting, the Pathet Lao took over full control of the country. By then, after years of bombing which killed hundreds of thousands, maimed many more, and obliterated villages and farms, Laos had become a land of refugees, and without the American subsidies upon which it had grown dependent for more than a decade, the Laotian economy totally collapsed. Cut off from American arms and air power, the secret army also disbanded. 13 When the U.S. Air Force closed down its radio station, it signed off with the message, "Goodbye and see you next war." 14 After 1975, refugees continued to leave Laos due to persecution against former RLG people by the Pathet Lao government, as well as owing to the poor economic conditions. About 75,000 Lao refugees were known to be in Thailand in 1987, and by 1990 there were still large numbers of refugees going to Thailand. 15 Asia. China, Korea, Japan. And Diego Garcia. China. Between 1843 and 1911 U.S. Marines landed in China over a dozen times, sometimes remaining there for several months, mostly to protect American lives and interests during civil unrest, but also during hostilities between the Chinese and the British, the First Sino-Japanese War and the Boxer Rebellion. From 1911 until 1941, during disturbances which started with the military uprising at Wuchang and the Kuomintang Rebellion in 1912, and then during the civil war between the KMT and the Chinese Communists and the invasion of China by Japan, the U.S. Marines made many landings in China to protect American lives and interests. In 1927 there were over 5,500 U.S. troops ashore and 44 ships in Chinese waters. The U.S. maintained troops in Peking and along the road to the sea until 1941. By 1925 the Chinese Communist Party, which by then had only 900 members, among them Mao Zedong, joined Sun Yat-sen's Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang. By 1926 almost half of China was under KMT's control, but the CCP's membership and influence was increasing very rapidly. Chiang Kai-shek, a prominent leader of the KMT, followed Sun Yat-sen's policy of cooperation with the Chinese Communists and acceptance of Russian aid until 1927, when he ordered a massacre of the Communists and militant workers in the cities, and initiated the long civil war between the Kuomintang and the Communists. Over the next few months CCP membership dropped from 60,000 to 10,000. Mao Zedong stayed in his guerrilla base in the mountains and worked outward from there. His offer of political stability, moderate taxes, and the distribution of the landlord's land were, naturally, attractive to the peasants, and by 1930 Mao was able to declare the Southwest Soviet provincial government. Despite Mao's successes in the south, Chiang Kai-shek defeated nearly all the northern warlords, and set up a stable united government there. In 1934 the KMT forces blockaded Mao's base to near starvation. Mao broke out with 85,000 troops and 15,000 party officials and kept retreating from the harassment of KMT forces. Only 20,000 men, some recruited en route, arrived at Yan'an base a full year later. In 1935 when the marchers captured Zunyi, the Chinese Politburo elected Mao chairman of the CCP. In 1937 Chiang Kai-shek was forced to agree to a shaky alliance after he was captured by a KMT army general who had read of Mao's attempts to unite the warring parties to defeat the Japanese, and was annoyed with Jiang's lack of response to the Japanese invasion of Manchuria and northeastern China. Mao sent Zhou Enlai, one of his longtime friends, to plead for Jiang's life, and thereby show everyone that defeating the Japanese was to be given absolute priority. But in spite of the 1937 outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, the agreement between nationalists and communists broke down, and by 1940 Jiang's best troops were being used against the communists in the northwest. From 1937 until 1945 Chiang was forced to divide his forces to combat the Japanese, to maintain national support, as well as the CCP, to stop them from gaining power. When the US entered the war against Japan in 1941, it soon started to give massive military and financial aid to the KMT government, and Chiang, now sure of the eventual defeat of the Japanese, sent increasingly more of his forces to fight against the Communists. During the last years of the war, Chiang Kai-shek had most of his forces fighting the Communists, not the Japanese invaders. The Chinese Communists had worked closely with the Americans during the war, providing intelligence about Japanese occupiers and rescuing and caring for downed US airmen, even transporting them through Japanese lines to safety. The Communists never accepted a reward for saving an American airman. Nonetheless, when the war with Japan ended in 1945, the US gave most of its surplus war materials to Chiang Kai-shek, who now faced a Red Army of 1 million and a People's Militia of 2 million, and helped him with troops and logistic support. After the war, Chiang Kai-shek included Japanese units in his army, and his government was full of officials who collaborated and served with the Japanese. The US also, very soon after the war's end, started to use Japanese soldiers, the for so long and until then much hated enemy, alongside American troops against the Chinese Communists. The impact of the US military help was great and swift. 2 weeks after the war, Peking and Shanghai were about to fall to Mao's forces, but US Marines and troop transport planes avoided it. The US transported about 500,000 nationalist troops all over China and Manchuria to capture the most important cities, ports and facilities before the Communists could. Later, 50,000 Marines sent by President Truman guarded ports, bridges, railway lines and other key sites, and eventually became involved in the fighting, sustaining many casualties. 4. US troops attacked areas under Communist control and US planes frequently bombed their troops. Nonetheless, Mao's troops continued to rescue Americans from crashed airplanes. 5. In 1946 there were still 100,000 US troops in China supporting Chiang Kai-shek. Only in 1947 did some of these troops begin to leave. 114. Yet, in spite of the help from US troops and Air Force, and the almost $2 billion in cash and $1 billion in military equipment that had been given to the nationalists, their government collapsed. This was not only due to the attacks by the Communists, but also because Chiang Kai-shek's regime was hated by the people as a consequence of its extreme corruption, cruelty and administrative chaos, whereas the large areas under Mao Zedong's administration were models of honesty, progress and fairness. 6. Entire divisions of the nationalists' forces defected to the Communists. In 1949 Beijing fell and Chiang Kai-shek and his soldiers fled to the island of Taiwan. The People's Republic of China was declared on the LST of October in 1949. Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists had already prepared the people of Formosa to accept them, by massacring up to 28,000 people 2 years earlier. This was later admitted by the Taiwanese government. 7. Chiang established a virtual dictatorship in Taiwan, but later made limited democratic political reforms. US aid resumed at the start of the Korean War. Following their defeat, many nationalist soldiers went to Burma, where the CIA organized them and directed them to make raids into China. The CIA built and expanded airports in Burma and brought in troops from Taiwan. This mercenary army, which soon had 10,000 men, aside from attacking China, also started to control the opium and heroin trade of the Golden Triangle of Burma, Laos and Thailand, and clashed frequently with Burmese troops. The raids from the Burma-based CIA/Taiwan Army against China continued until 1961, when Chinese and Burmese troops overwhelmed their base. 8. CIA bases for attacks against China were also located in the islands of Quemoy and Matsu, a few miles of the Chinese coast. In 1952, 2 CIA officers, John Downey and Richard Fecteau, were captured in China after being shot down while flying commando teams into China for intelligence and sabotage purposes. Their capture and sentencing was only announced after 2 years. The U.S. State Department then claimed they were civilians. Fecteau was released in 1971, but Downey was not released until after President Richard Nixon publicly admitted that Downey was a CIA officer. 9 The Chinese claimed repeatedly that the US had dropped quantities of bacteria and bacteria-carrying insects over China and Korea, particularly in 1952, and presented testimony of dozens of captured airmen who had supposedly flown the planes that dropped the bacteria. In August 1952, an international scientific committee was formed with scientists from France, Great Britain, Italy, Sweden, Brazil, and the Soviet Union. After a 2-month investigation in China, the committee issued a long report with many photographs concluding that the peoples of Korea and China have indeed been the objectives of bacteriological weapons. 10 * 115. Taiwan represented China in the UN, with a seat on the Security Council, until 1971, when in an unprecedented step for the UN it was expelled from the United Nations, following the admission of the People's Republic of China after 22 years of exclusion. The resolution to seat Beijing and exclude Taiwan was carried affirmatively by a more than a 2-to-1 margin. The normally exuberant George Bush, head of the American delegation, looked stunned by the turn of events. 11 * 116. Korea. On August 15, 1945, the Korean people celebrated their liberation after more than 35 years of brutal colonial rule by the Japanese, and immediately started to form local people's democratic committees in all provinces, and on September 6, delegates from throughout Korea formed the Korean People's Republic. However, the next day, on September 7, General Douglas MacArthur, commander of the victorious Allied powers in the Pacific, formally issued a proclamation addressed to the people of Korea, announcing that forces under his command will today occupy the territory of Korea south of 38 degrees north latitude. U.S. occupation forces under the command of Lieutenant General John Reed Hodge began unloading from Navy ships on September 8, while hundreds of armed Japanese police on horseback, still under the direction of Japanese Governor General Abe Noabiki, kept angry Korean crowds away from the disembarking U.S. soldiers. On the morning of September 9, General Hodge announced that Governor General Abe would continue to function with all his Japanese and Korean personnel, and instructed his officers that Korea was an enemy of the United States. Subject to the provisions and the terms of the surrender. 1 * Within a few weeks there were 25,000 American troops in the country. This number soon increased to 72,000 to enforce the formal occupation of the South. The United States Army military government in Korea was the sole legal authority in South Korea until Syngman Rhee took office. The KPR was almost immediately avoided by the U.S., which preferred conservative politicians of the traditional land-owning elite. The U.S. was instrumental in the formation of the conservative Korean Democratic Party, and brought Syngman Rhee to Korea on General MacArthur's plane to head up the new party. Rhee had lived in the U.S. for over 40 years. In December, the U.S. military governor declared the KPR and all its activities illegal, thereby suppressing the most popular movement of South Korea and setting in motion a repressive campaign that became extremely brutal, dismantling the people's committees and harassing supporters. 2 * Syngman Rhee took office as president in August 1948. He had been elected in an election boycotted by virtually all Koreans except the elite KDP and Rhee's own right-wing political groups. With his election, the Republic of Korea was formally declared. 3 * The independence of Korea had been pledged, in due course, in the 1943 Cairo Declaration. At the February 1945 Yalta Conference, President Roosevelt suggested to Stalin that, following the war, Korea should be placed under trusteeship before being granted independence. Stalin did not confirm his agreement until May. On August 11, 1945, 2 days after the second atomic bomb was dropped on Japan, the U.S. chose the 38th parallel as a dividing line for Korea, and surprisingly, Stalin agreed to this temporary partition. However, the US and the Soviet Union, as well as the United Nations, insisted that the unification of North and South was a definite goal. Rhee, supported by Washington and the US troops, initiated a ruthless campaign of cleansing the South of dissidents, identifying as a suspected communist anyone who publicly or privately opposed the Rhee regime. As the repression intensified, alliances of the KPR with popular movements in the north, including communist organizations, increased. In the Jeju Island massacre, as many as 60,000 residents were ruthlessly murdered by Rhee's paramilitary forces under the supervision of U.S. officers. 4. When Washington abandoned its commitment to organize Korean-wide elections and instead announced a plan to hold balloting for a separate regime in the South, Jeju erupted. Labor Party leaders staged massive rallies to demand reunification. The police reacted, killing protesters, and some people then took to the hills to fight as guerrillas. On April 3, 1948, rebels attacked police stations and government offices, killing policemen. A cycle of terror and counter-terror soon developed. Villagers across the island were trapped in the middle. Soldiers came to kill and burn just because local people had reportedly fed area rebels. 5. The U.S. military head for this area, Colonel Brown, ordered the interrogation of all those arrested and tried to prevent supplies from reaching the guerrillas. 6. The Americans interrogated prisoners, used spotter planes to find guerrillas, and also organized and equipped the Southern counterinsurgency forces, gave them materials and information, planned their actions, and occasionally commanded them directly. 7. The paramilitary and armed forces eventually gained control of several areas in the highlands and started pushing the villagers towards the coasts, while a naval blockade ensured that the guerrillas, for the main part, ignorant and uneducated farmers and fishermen whose livelihood had been profoundly disturbed by the war and post-war difficulties, did not receive supplies from the mainland. Finally, the people's resistance broke down, and they were massacred all over the island. By early 1949, more than 70% of the island's villages had been burned and tens of thousands of refugees packed the coastline. 8. An American embassy official named Everett Drumright reported in May 1949, the all-out guerrilla extermination campaign came to a virtual end in April with order restored. Most 118 rebels and sympathizers killed, captured, or converted. Ambassador John Mucho wired to Washington that the job is about done. 9. By August 1949, the uprising came to an end with the capture of the last leader of the resistance force. The estimates on the number of deaths in Jeju range from 30,000 to 60,000, and as many as 40,000 fled to Japan. Before the insurgency, 300,000 people lived on the island. 10. On the mainland, guerrilla warfare continued in most provinces through 1950. The rebellion at the port city of Yeosu soon spread to other areas, and for a time it seemed to threaten the foundations of the Republic of Korea. U.S. transport and spotter planes were used during the rebellion, while American advisors were all over the war zone, and U.S. intelligence groups worked closely with Korean Army and National Police counterparts. Fighting before the Korean War had claimed more than 100,000 lives in peasant rebellion, labor strife, guerrilla warfare, and open fighting across the 38 parallel, all of this before the Korean War ostensibly began. 11. The beginning of the Korean War is given as the early morning of June 25, 1950, when, according to the most common version, North Korea attacked South Korea. However, there are questions in regard as to whom attacked first. North Korea stated that after 2 days of bombardment by the South Koreans, on June 23 and 24, the South Koreans attacked the North Korean town of Haeju. This was announced over the North's radio the morning of the 25. On the early morning of the 26th, the South Korean Office of Public Information also announced that Southern forces had captured the town of Haeju, but this was later denied by the South Korean government. 3 major newspapers, the London Daily Herald and The Guardian, and the New York Herald Tribune, printed stories on the 26th stating that Southern troops went across the 38 parallel and captured Haeju. 12. Also, it is significant that Syngman Rhee was very vocal about wanting to unify Korea by force, and since his party had suffered a heavy defeat in the May 30 elections and lost control of the assembly, the idea of getting support from the people might have given him another reason to go into war. However, just how the fighting started on June 25, 1950 is really irrelevant, since there was an ongoing civil war and military incursions routinely moving back and forth across the 38th parallel. The North Korean government had claimed that in 1949 there were 2,617 armed incursions into the north. U.S. State Department Ambassador-at-Large Philip Jessup said in April 1950 that there is constant fighting between the South Korean army and bands that infiltrate the country from the north. There are real battles, involving perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 men. 13*. On June 26, the U.S. presented a resolution to the UN Security Council condemning North Korea for its unprovoked aggression. There were some arguments against this, one indicating that there was lack of information to assign responsibility, and that North Korea should be invited to tell its side of the story. However, the resolution was approved. The next day the Security Council recommended that the UN members give assistance to South Korea as may be necessary to repel the armed attack, but by this time President Truman had already ordered the U.S. Air Force and Navy into combat. On July 7 the UN approved a resolution which stated that all the forces provided by UN members be placed in a unified command under the United States and that the United States designate the commander of these forces. There were token forces by other nations, but this was unquestionably an American war, run by the US and not by the United Nations. 14*. It is important to point out that in 1950 the UN was neither neutral nor balanced. There was no Third World Bloc. Most countries were very dependent on the US, no Soviet bloc country was in the Security Council, and the UN Secretary-General, Trygve of Norway, was a rabid anti-communist, as he made clear in his memoirs. The North Koreans captured Seoul and continued to advance until almost all of South Korea was overrun except for a small beachhead around Pusan Harbor. On September 15 MacArthur, the commander of the U.S. forces, counterattacked, and by October 1 the U.S. forces were back at the 38 trademark parallel. On September 29 President Truman authorized MacArthur to advance into North Korea, and on October 7 the UN General Assembly approved the resolution to permit entry into North Korea. On October 20 the U.S. troops captured Pyongyang, the North Korean capital, and 6 days later they reached the Chinese border at the Yalu River. American planes had violated Chinese airspace several times, and also bombed and strafed Chinese territory in error. When the U.S. troops reached the Chinese border, this provoked the Chinese into entering the war. The Chinese swept southward and advanced within 30 miles of Seoul, but a U.S. counter-offensive pushed them back to the 38 parallel. On April 11, 1951, Gen. Matthew B. Ridgway replaced MacArthur after he challenged Truman's policy by advocating attacking China with massive retaliation. Peace negotiations began in July 1951 and continued with various interruptions until an armistice was signed July 27, 1953, restoring the old boundary between North and South. The massive saturation bombing conducted by the U.S. throughout the war, which included napalm, in addition to incendiary and fragmentation bombs, left cities and villages in total ruins, as well as extremely heavy civilian casualties. A year into the war, a U.S. general testifying before the Senate stated, "I would say that almost the entire Korean peninsula is just a terrible mess. Everything is destroyed. There is nothing standing worthy of the name." 15*. But the bombing actually became even worse in 1952 when the U.S. was trying to improve its bargaining position during the peace negotiations. 120. Large numbers of South Korean leftists arrested by the right-wing regime were secretly killed as its forces retreated in the mid-1950s, apparently to keep them from collaborating with the communist invaders. Subsequently, during their brief occupation of the South, the North Koreans executed many suspected rightists. Those killings, once discovered, were widely publicized in the Western press, but information about the South Korean government's mass executions was suppressed for decades. Sgt. Frank Pierce, in a written report to his company commander, and other American witnesses, reported that 200 to 300 prisoners, including women and a girl 12 or 13 years old, were killed by South Korean military police on August 10, 1950, on a mountain near the hamlet Dokcheon southeast of Seoul. a South Korean officer told the Americans the prisoners were spies, not North Korean soldiers or guerrillas. Pierce, who went to the scene after hearing gunfire, said the Korean soldiers placed 20 prisoners at a time on the edge of a cliff and shot them in the back of the head. 16 An account of those Dokcheon killings reached MacArthur. Although at the time he also commanded the South Korean military, he referred this report to American diplomats for consideration and such action as you deem appropriate. Executions at Daejeon, 93 miles south of Seoul, in early July, are recounted in other declassified documents, accompanied by photographs, found by researcher Lee Do-young at the U.S. National Archives and published in January in the Seoul newspaper Hankuk-I/Bo. In that material, the U.S. Army attaché at the embassy, Lt. Col. Bob E. Edwards, reported that 1,800 political prisoners were executed over 3 days. A U.S. Army major took photos of the killings with Edwards' camera. 17 On July 26, 1950, 300 to 400 Korean refugees fleeing their villages, leading ox carts and carrying their children, headed south toward the village of Nogun-ri, 100 miles southeast of Seoul. The North Korean invasion was progressing in full force. The Americans facing them, members of the 7th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division, feared that North Koreans had infiltrated among the refugees, and if the refugees were allowed through the lines, the North Koreans would then attack the Americans from their rear. The refugees were ordered off the road and onto parallel railroad tracks, and then under a railroad culvert. Then, over the next 3 days, the Americans kept the refugees pinned down under the culvert, and eventually killed nearly all of them. 18 American propaganda spread the belief that American prisoners were dying in great numbers in the North Korea camps as a result of poor condition and cruelty. However, a study of the U.S. Army after the war showed that out of 7,190 prisoners of war held in camps, 2,730 died, and not due primarily to communist maltreatment, but largely to the ignorance and callousness of the prisoners themselves. By callousness they referred to lack of morale and collective spirit. The U.S. official number of communist prisoners who died in U.S./South Korean e.g. camps halfway through the war was 6,600, however, the number of prisoners in these camps was larger than those held in the North. 19 The U.S. probably also used germ warfare against North Korea. In August 1952, after a 2-month investigation in China, an international scientific committee formed with scientists from France, Great Britain, Italy, Sweden, Brazil, and the Soviet Union issued a long report with many photographs concluding that the peoples of Korea and China have indeed been the objectives of bacteriological weapons. 20 2 to 3 million Koreans died during the war, the overwhelming majority of whom were civilians, and of these a large majority died due to the U.S. bombing. 21 1 million Chinese also were killed. Other casualties from the war include 33,600 American and 16,000 UN forces. Japan. Japan's moves to control the oil, tin, and rubber in Southeast Asia and the markets in China, greatly worried the U.S., which saw these Japanese actions as threatening U.S. commercial expansion. Therefore, in mid-1941, the U.S. established a complete embargo on scrap iron and oil, which were vital to the Japanese economy. The U.S. was well aware that these economic sanctions against Japan would very likely lead to war, and the attack of the Japanese on Pearl Harbor a few months later was definitely not unexpected by President Roosevelt or his administration, in spite of their feigned surprise when the attack occurred. On December 7, 1941, the Japanese attacked the American fleet at Pearl Harbor, 21 ships were sunk or damaged, and 188 aircraft were destroyed, 159 were damaged. American dead numbered 2,403, including 68 civilians, and there were 1,178 wounded. Initially the Japanese were very successful, and they occupied Manila and Singapore, but in June 1942 with the Battle of Midway their dominance of the Pacific decreased, and they started withdrawing after the Battle of Guadalcanal in February 1943. By mid-1944 US bombers were within range of Tokyo, and it became evident that Japan had lost the war. The saturation bombing of Japanese cities in 1945 was meant to destroy civilian morale. In early 1945, two firebombing raids on Tokyo killed 140,000 citizens and injured 1 million more. And then, on August 6, 1945, the first atomic bomb exploded over Hiroshima, and 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. 130,000 and 70,000 people, respectively, almost all civilians, died within 4 months, a third or more of them almost immediately. Over the next 5 years, an estimated 150,000 people slowly died from injuries and radiation, and then there were those who lived on, bearing the impact in their flesh, their minds, and their social relationships. Even today, newborns have birth defects directly as a result of the radiation suffered by their ancestors. Before the war, Hiroshima had a population of over 340,000, but several evacuation programs had reduced the population to about 245,000 people in the city at the time of the attack. Hiroshima was uniformly and extensively devastated. Practically the entire densely or moderately built-up portion was leveled by the blast and swept by fires which started almost simultaneously over the center of the city. 2. The atomic bombs were dropped without pretense of hitting military targets. The justification given for these atrocities was that they would end the war quickly, making an invasion of Japan unnecessary. However, the estimates that were given of invasion losses, 500,000 to 1 million men, were unrealistically high in order to justify the bombings. 3 By August 1945, Japan was in a desperate position and ready to surrender. The US leaders knew very well that the Japanese were willing to surrender, had been talking of it for some time, and had instructed their Moscow ambassador to work on peace negotiations. The Japanese code had been broken, and Japan's messages were being intercepted. On July 13, Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo wired the Japanese ambassador in Moscow instructing him to see Molotov and tell him of the emperor's strong desire to end the war and that unconditional surrender is the only obstacle to peace. American intelligence and the US president knew this, as well as that the only condition the Japanese asked was that the emperor, venerated by the Japanese, remain in place. 4 However, President Truman insisted on asking for unconditional surrender. Ironically, after the Japanese surrender was accepted, the emperor was allowed to stay in power, but by then, of course, the bombs had already been dropped. The United States War Department's Strategic Bombing Survey interviewed hundreds of Japanese civilian and military leaders after Japan surrendered, and reported just after the war that, based on a detailed investigation of all the facts and supported by the testimony of the surviving Japanese leaders involved, it is the survey's opinion that certainly prior to December 31, 1945, and in all probability prior to November 1, 1945, Japan would have surrendered even if the atomic bombs had not been dropped, even if Russia had not entered the war, and even if no invasion had been planned or contemplated. 5 Joseph Stalin had promised to enter the war against Japan roughly 3 months after the defeat of Germany, which would have been around August 8. Earlier in the war, the US had sought Russia's help primarily to pin down Japanese armies in Manchuria and thus make a US invasion of the home islands easier. 6 By midsummer, however, Japan's position had deteriorated to such an extent that top US military planners believed the mere shock of an attack by the Russians would be sufficient to bring about surrender and make an invasion unnecessary. 7 Whether the use of the atomic bomb was in fact necessary is, of course, quite different from whether it was believed to be necessary at the time. A review of the 124 writings of scholars on this issue, published in Diplomatic History in 1990, concludes that the experts agree that the bomb was not needed to avoid an invasion of Japan and to end the war in a short time. Samuel Walker, the chief historian of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, wrote, "It is clear that alternatives to the bomb existed and that Truman and his advisors knew it." 8. The Truman administration had a very clear understanding that the war would go on unless the terms of the surrender were changed. Already in April 1945, the Joint Staff Planners said, "Unless a definition of unconditional surrender can be given which is acceptable to the Japanese, there is no prospect that the threat of absolute defeat will bring about capitulation." President Truman was also urged to modify the surrender terms by many people on numerous occasions during the summer of 1945. The president, who indicated several times during the summer of 1945 that he did not see insuperable political obstacles to modifying the surrender terms along the proposed line, nonetheless, on the advice of Secretary of State Burns, eliminated the recommended language of paragraph 12 of the Potsdam Proclamation, which would have provided Japan assurances concerning the emperor. From the president's diary entries at that time, it is evident that he understood that it was very unlikely that the Japanese could accept the unconditional surrender terms that he had presented. 9. Virtually all the important high-level World War II military leaders who had access to the relevant top-secret information are on record as stating that the use of the atomic bomb was not a matter of military necessity, and many of them repeatedly and unambiguously stated this position. On June 18, 1945, 7 weeks prior to the bombing of Hiroshima, Admiral William D. Leahy, the President's Chief of Staff, who presided over meetings of both the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the combined U.S.U.K. Chiefs of Staff, wrote in his diary, "It is my opinion at the present time that a surrender by Japan can be arranged with terms that can be accepted by Japan and that will make fully satisfactory provisions for America's defense against future trans-Pacific aggression." 10 B. On July 18, 1945, Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall led the other members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in urging the President to include language in the Potsdam Proclamation allowing Japan to choose its own form of government, thereby allaying Japan's fears about the Emperor, and prompting them to surrender. C. In a private letter to Navy historian Robert G. Albion concerning a clear assurance that the Emperor would not be displaced, Rear Admiral L. Lewis Strauss, Special Assistant to the Secretary of the Navy from 1944 to 1945, observed. This was omitted from the Potsdam Declaration and, as you are undoubtedly aware, was 125. The only reason why it was not immediately accepted by the Japanese, who were beaten and knew it before the first atomic bomb was dropped. 11 D. Admiral Leahy later wrote in his memoirs, "The use of this barbarous weapon at Hiroshima and Nagasaki was of no material assistance in our war against Japan. The Japanese were already defeated and ready to surrender. In being the first to use it, we adopted an ethical standard common to the barbarians of the Dark Ages. I was not taught to make war in that fashion, and wars cannot be won by destroying women and children." 12 E. The U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff felt so strongly about the matter that at Potsdam they went so far as to ask the British Chiefs of Staff to try to get Prime Minister Churchill to persuade President Truman to clarify assurances for the Emperor. The British chiefs did do this, and Churchill did approach Truman, but to no avail. Moreover, the U.S. chiefs also made a direct approach to the President themselves on the same matter before the bomb was used. 13 F. Eisenhower recalled what he had told Secretary of War Stimson when he visited Eisenhower's headquarters in Germany in July 1945. The Japanese were ready to surrender, and it wasn't necessary to hit them with that awful thing. 14 G. Brigadier General Carter Clark, the military intelligence officer in charge of preparing intercepted Japanese cables for Truman and his advisors, said, "When we didn't need to do it, and we knew we didn't need to do it, and they knew that we knew we didn't need to do it, we used them as an experiment for 2 atomic bombs." 15 H. Major General Curtis E. LeMay, commander of the 21st Bomber Command, said the war would have been over in 2 weeks without the Russians entering and without the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb had nothing to do with end of the war at all. Why did the United States drop the atomic bombs inasmuch as the Japanese were ready to surrender with only one condition, with which President Truman had no substantial problem? This question is much debated. There could have been a certain inertia, in terms of too much money and effort having been invested in the atomic bomb not to drop it. There probably was the arrogance of the victor not to accept even one single condition for surrender, even though there was no real objection to this condition. There undoubtedly was a desire for revenge for Pearl Harbor, and there probably was also the fear of criticism if the bomb was not used, if the bomb was not dropped, and, contrary to all evidence against it, the Japanese did not surrender soon and there were substantial American casualties later on. The one who made this decision and those who recommended it would be criticized. Dropping the bomb would be politically safer. Avoiding the death of innocent civilians in other countries has never entered seriously in any decision of the U.S. government. 126. An analysis of the facts strongly indicates that the main reasons for dropping the atomic bombs were to obtain Japan's surrender to the U.S. before the Russians, who were about to enter the war, could make significant advances, and at the same time show the Communists the might of the U.S. military arsenal. It is clear, that although American leaders at first seemed desperate for a Russian declaration of war to shock Japan into surrender, once the Alamogordo test on July 16, 1945 took place, and proved the immense power of the new weapon, everything changed. The Americans then no longer wanted any Russian assistance. A week after the test, Churchill commented, "It is quite clear that the United States do not at the present time desire Russian participation in the war against Japan." James V. Forrestal, Secretary of the Navy, records in his diary that Secretary of State James F. Burns was now most anxious to get the Japanese affair over with before the Russians got in, and Burns' personal assistant, Walter Brown, noted in his diary that the Secretary of State was hoping for time, believing that after atomic bomb Japan will surrender and Russia will not get in so much on the kill, thereby being in a position to press claims against China. 16 * hardline Secretary of State Burns, who was Truman's chief advisor, purposely impeded Chinese negotiations with Russia on the execution of the Yalta terms in order to furthermore delay the Soviets' entry in the war. According to Truman, Burns explained in one of their first meetings that in his belief the atomic bomb might as well put us in a position to dictate our own terms at the end of the war. 17 * Joseph Stalin's promise to enter the war against Japan roughly 3 months after the defeat of Germany, put the target date on or around August 8, but by then the first atomic bomb had been dropped. The Japanese surrendered to the United States, and contrary to the shared occupation of Germany, the U.S. would be the sole occupier of post-war Japan. 18 * Obliterating cities and killing hundreds of thousands of civilians just to show the military might of the U.S. to the Russians, who at that time were already looked at more as a potential enemy than an ally, was much in keeping with what had already been done earlier that year in Germany, where Dresden, for instance, was bombed literally to the ground before the war's end, probably killing over 100,000 civilians, just because Churchill and the U.S. government wanted to impress the Soviets with the air power of the Western capitalist allies. 19 * W.A. Diego Garcia. Diego Garcia is a horseshoe-shaped atoll enclosing a fairly deep bay. It is the largest of the islands of the Chagos archipelago and is located in the Indian Ocean about 2,000 kilometers from the island of Mauritius. Few people have heard about this island, which once had almost 1,000 native families living there, fishing and also gathering coconuts for commercial use. In 1963 the U.S. expressed interest in this tiny island in order to build a military base. Britain then maneuvered to separate the Chagos archipelago from the colony of Mauritius, and established it in 1965 as the British Indian Ocean Territory. The reasons for this became clear when in 1966 Britain rented out Diego Garcia to the U.S. for 50 years. From 1965 on, Britain forbid visits to family and friends who used to come to Diego Garcia. The other islands of the archipelago were uninhabited and gave the islanders free passage to Mauritius. In 1967 the British government bought and closed the only company that gave employment to the islanders, and started to remove the inhabitants from the island, taking them away in cargo ships. The islanders, who were British citizens, were forcefully removed. By 1973 all the inhabitants had been removed from Diego Gacha. The great majority was taken to Mauritius and a few to the Seychelles. They were left there without a home or money. Officially Britain maintained that the evacuated islanders were not permanent inhabitants of Diego Garcia, although they had been there for at least 2 generations, but temporary workers from Mauritius and the Seychelles. The US then started to build the military base they wanted. A survey made in 1980 among the displaced Diego Garcia islanders by a humanitarian agency found that there were 9 suicides and that the prostitution among children and the young was very extensive. It also found that the death rate by so-called natural causes was much greater than normal in the first 12 months of the forced exile. Diego Garcia is included in this book, although the military intervention was made only after the inhabitants had left and no one was killed by the military. It was included because the actions taken at the behest of the US show such total lack of respect and such inhumanity toward people who lived a very simple life. Isolated from the rest of the world, and they were not enemies, they were not even disliked, they were just in the way. These actions by the US and Britain seem to indicate that the governments of these 2 nations still live by the credo that US President Theodore Roosevelt expressed in his book The Winning of the West, when he stated the incalculable importance of suppressing the red, black, and yellow Aboriginal owners of much of the world in favor of the dominant world races. Diego Garcia was used in support of military missions during the 1991 Gulf War, the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and the Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. Neither the US nor the UK recognizes Diego Garcia as being subject to the African Nuclear Weapons Free Zone Treaty. The agreement between the UK and US for the US to use the island as a military base was made in 1966. It runs until 2036. But either government can opt out of the agreement in 2016. Since their expulsion, the Chagosians have continually asserted their right to return to Diego Garcia, but the British government has consistently opposed them. On October 22, 2008, the House of Lords overturned an earlier decision by the High Court and ruled that the evicted islanders could not return to the archipelago. If the Chagosians are ever allowed to return, they would find their atoll is drastically different from the one that supported their lives for centuries. Half of their island is extensively developed with military infrastructure and the atoll itself has severely deteriorated. The Chagos rest on a large coral reef, and this reef is rapidly disappearing as a result of rising ocean temperatures and the harbor and berthing facilities built by the Americans, which required the destruction of much of the reef. Asia. The Middle East. Iran. During the First World War, Iran declared neutrality, but was invaded by Allied powers, the Russian and the British, to protect the Anglo-Persian oil pipeline and so ensure a constant supply of oil. The Russians left in 1917, the British stayed, and in 1919, after bribing the Prime Minister, made a treaty with Iran which, while it affirmed Iran's independence, actually attempted to establish a protectorate over it. Reza Khan rose from being an obscure military officer to catching the attention of the higher levels of the Iranian government and the British legation, and was promoted to brigadier general in mid-1918. Encouraged by the British, he occupied Tehran in 1921 at the head of 1,200 men. A young journalist, Sayyid Zia-ud-Din Abadabai, became prime minister, while Reza Khan was appointed Minister of War. 2 years later he became prime minister, and in 1925 the Majlis deposed the absentee monarch, the last Shah of the Qajar dynasty, and elected Reza Khan, who changed his name to Reza Shah Pahlavi, as Shah of Iran. Reza Shah initially ended one-sided agreements and treaties with foreign powers, and took control of the country's finances and communications, which up to then were virtually all in foreign hands. He built the Trans-Iranian Railway and started branch lines toward the principal cities. He built roads, schools, and hospitals and opened the first university. He emancipated women and required them to discard their veils. However, this measure, forcing Iranian dress to give way to the European clothes, was not popular with a large portion of the people, and neither were his attempts to westernize art and literature. In politics, the Shah imposed a strict form of censorship, which eliminated both freedom of speech and press. In 1935 he officially changed the country's name from Persia to Iran. Iran declared neutrality in 1939, but the Allied powers wanted to use Iran and its railroads to transport supplies and reinforcements to Russia, and so, in August 1941, just as in the First World War, British and Russian troops invaded and jointly occupied the country. American troops entered Iran later to handle all the logistics. Reza Shah, who was viewed as sympathetic to the Germans, was forced to abdicate in favor of his son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and sent by the British to Johannesburg, where he died in 1944. Mohammad Mossadegh became Deputy Finance Minister in 1917. He strongly criticized the 1919 trade agreement between Iran and Great Britain made after bribing the Prime Minister Vozu with 131,000 British pounds, and which basically would have made Iran a British colony and left for Europe, where he made Western governments aware about this agreement. A few months later public pressure forced Vozu out, and the new premier called Mossadegh and offered him to join his cabinet as Minister of Justice. When the British-backed coup of Sayed Zia and Reza Khan took place in 1921, Mossadegh was one of the few Iranian politicians who questioned the legitimacy of the new government. In 1923 Mossadegh became foreign minister and strongly opposed the British government demand of funds to create a police branch to protect British interests. He was elected to the Majlis in 1924 and opposed the naming of Reza Khan as Shah of Iran. As Reza Khan became absolute dictator, Mossadegh was first forced to stay at home, then arrested and exiled, and finally kept under house arrest in his country home. While Mossadegh was kept out of politics, the British lobbied the passage of the 1933 oil agreement, signed by Reza Shah, to plunder Iranian oil for another 60 years. After Reza Shah left Iran for exile, in 1941, Mossadegh returned to political life. Despite frauds by Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was under British influence, Mossadegh and a group of nationalists were elected for the Majlis in 1943. Later, in November 1950, the Majlis Committee, which dealt with oil matters and was headed by Mossadegh, rejected a draft agreement in which the Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. had offered the government slightly improved terms, which, however, did not include the 50-50 profit-sharing provision that was part of other new Persian Gulf oil concessions. Subsequent negotiations with the AIOC were unsuccessful. When the AIOC finally offered 50-50 profit sharing, it was too late, as the sentiment for nationalization of the oil industry had become strong and widespread. In March 1951 the Majlis voted unanimously to nationalize the oil industry, and in April, pressured both by the Majlis and street demonstrations, the Shah named Mossadegh Prime Minister of Iran. Mossadegh, after presenting his cabinet, immediately enforced the oil nationalization bill. The Anglo-Iranian Oil Co., most of whose stock was owned by the British government, had been exploiting Iran's oil fields since 1901 and paying Iran much less than the British government took from the company in taxes. After nationalization, oil production came to a virtual standstill as British technicians left the country and Britain imposed a worldwide embargo on the purchase of Iranian oil. Britain also froze Iran's sterling assets and banned the export of goods to Iran. At the same time, Britain challenged the legality of the oil nationalization and took its case against Iran to the International Court of Justice at The Hague. The court, however, decided in Iran's favor in spite of British pressure. Mossadegh was 138 pro-American, and contacted the U.S. government several times. The Truman administration had attempted to help in resolving the oil embargo, but Britain and the AIOC rejected the deal, and the economic blockade of Iran was then actively supported by the U.S. After 2 years of economic hardship caused by the West's boycott, Mossadegh announced that he was considering selling oil to the Soviets, and this, as well as the ever-present economic ambitions, led the new Eisenhower administration to consider an overthrow. In November 1952, a British MI6 and Foreign Office team met with the CIA and proposed the joint overthrow of Iran's government based on Britain's plans. In March 1953 the CIA discussed details for the overthrow of Mossadegh with the British, and in April it was agreed that General Zahedi was the best acceptable candidate to replace him. The CIA's chief of station, Roger Guenther, was authorized to begin at once with the CIA's new policy of attacking the government of Mossadegh through grey propaganda. The station relayed this to its own agents, and the CIA art group was asked to prepare a considerable number of anti-Mossadegh cartoons. By then, destabilization other than by propaganda and bribery was taking place, as British and US agents were involved in plans to kidnap key officials and political personalities. In one instance the chief of police was abducted, tortured, and murdered. In June 1953, the Eisenhower administration approved a British proposal for a joint Anglo-American operation, codenamed Operation Ajax, to overthrow Mossadegh. In late July 1953, at the CIA's suggestion, Secretary of State Dulles said, "The growing activities of the illegal Communist Party in Iran and the toleration of them by the Iranian government has caused our government concern. These developments make it more difficult to grant aid to Iran." The CIA suggested the statement in order to inspire articles in the US press to reflect the Iranian press campaign against Mossadegh. CIA agents also set out to alarm Tehran's religious leaders by issuing black propaganda, purportedly in the name of the Today Party, and threatening these leaders with punishment if they opposed Mossadegh. Threatening phone calls were made to some of them, in the name of the Today, and one of several planned sham bombings of the houses of these leaders was carried out. The word that the Shah would support direct action in his behalf spread rapidly through the Colonel's conspiracy promoted by the CIA station. Kermit Roosevelt of the CIA traveled secretly to Iran to coordinate plans with the Shah and the Iranian military, which was led by General Fazlollah Zahedi. In accord with the plan, the Shah appointed Zahedi prime minister to replace Mossadegh. A coup attempt on August 15 failed. Mossadegh refused to step down and arrested the Shah's emissary. The coup attempt was publicized and the Shah fled to Italy. While Zahedi went into hiding, there were mass demonstrations by the 159 National Front in support of Mossadegh, and statues of the Shah and his father were torn down. The failure of this first attempt triggered the second stage of Operation Ajax, which called for a military coup. This new operation also initially appeared to have failed, but after 4 days of rioting the tide turned. The demonstrations in the streets of Tehran, at first spontaneous, were infiltrated by more and more individuals paid by the CIA until the entire demonstrations were in effect funded by CIA and MI6 money, $1 million of which was in the US Embassy, and £1.5 million which had been delivered by Britain to its agents in Iran. According to then CIA agent Richard Cottam, that mob that came into North Tehran and was decisive in the overthrow was a mercenary mob. It had no ideology. That mob was paid for by American dollars. 6*1 Key aspect of the plot was to portray the demonstrating mobs as supporters of the Today, the Communist Party, in order to provide a pretext for the coup. Cottam observes that agents working on behalf of the British saw the opportunity and sent the people we had under our control into the streets to act as if they were Today. They were more than just provocateurs, they were shock troops, who acted as if they were Today people throwing rocks at mosques and priests. The purpose, Brian Lapping explains, was to frighten the majority of Iranians into believing that a victory for Mossadegh would be a victory for the Today, the Soviet Union and irreligion. 7*. On August 19, pro-Shah army units and street crowds defeated Mossadegh's forces. The head of the CIA operation had also sent envoys to the commanders of some provincial armies, encouraging them to move on to Tehran. A U.S. general later testified that the guns they had in their hands, the trucks they rode in, the armored cars they drove through the streets, and the radio communications that permitted their control, were all furnished through the Military Defense Assistance Program. 8*. In the fighting in the capital, 300 people were killed. The Shah returned to Iran, and for the next 25 years Iran was at the total disposal of the US, which used the country as a U.S. military and intelligence base from which they sent surveillance flights to spy on the Soviet Union. Mossadegh was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for trying to overthrow the monarchy, after which he remained under house arrest in his village outside Tehran until his death in 1967. Hundreds of National Front leaders, Today party officers, and political activists were arrested. Mossadegh's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hossein Fatemi, and several Today army officers were sentenced to death and executed. According to the official explanation, the coup was in response to an impending takeover by the Communist Party, the Today, which had close contacts with the Soviet Union, and therefore prevented the establishment of a Soviet-backed regime. This story, however, was not backed up by U.S. intelligence or top government official statements. A secret State Department intelligence report of January 9, 1953, 140, stated that Mossadegh had not sought any alliance with the Today, and that the major opposition to the National Front arises from the vested interests, on one hand, and the Today party on the other. 9*. In March 1953, a few months before the coup, the U.S. Embassy noted that there was little evidence that in recent months the Today had gained in popular strength, although its steady infiltration of the Iranian government and other institutions continued. 10*. And, as reported in the New York Times, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles testified before a Senate committee in July 1953 that there was no substantial evidence to indicate that Iran was cooperating with Russia. On the whole, Muslim opposition to communism is predominant, although at times the Iranian government appears to rely for support on the Today party, which is communistic. 11*. Furthermore, in contradiction to the U.S. claim that Mossadegh's National Front was on the verge of establishing a Soviet regime is the fact that shortly before the coup, in a rally attended by 30,000 people, the Communists hoisted anti-Western, pro-Soviet signs, including some that accused Mossadegh of being an American puppet. 12*. An agreement was signed a year following the coup establishing a new oil consortium in which Britain and the U.S. both had a 40% interest, and which controlled the production, pricing and export of Iranian oil. Iran was now in the United States' sphere of influence and a colony in all but name. The U.S. bought their oil, but at the same time it expected goods and services to be purchased with their oil sales. During the Eisenhower and Kennedy years alone, Iran spent about $2 billion on ATMs and military training from the West, and by the end of Nixon's time in office, Iran was the Pentagon's top customer. 13*. In the 1950s and 1960s, the Shah, with the help of Western consultants and technocrats, industrialized the nation and greatly enriched himself, the elite and the military, and gave rise to a prosperous and well-educated upper middle class, but the workers were forced off the land they had farmed for generations. Little was done for the poor, the vast majority of the country's population, and as a result, the gap between the rich and the poor grew. The presence of countless American advisors and numerous foreign bases also outraged the population, but even more discontent and hate resulted from the corruption which startled even the most hardened observers of Middle East thievery. 14*. Any dissent was suppressed by the Shah's notorious CIA-trained, Savak secret police. Khomeini, an obscure cleric, won a strong following among Iran's poor, who had been bypassed by the reforms and suffered most from inflation and who resented the forced westernization and destruction of their traditional ways. In 1963 Khomeini became a leading protester of the reforms. He was arrested 3 times that year and then exiled. Hundreds of his followers were killed. Savak in the meantime engaged in an increasing number of tortures and executions, thereby increasing the hostility of the Iranians toward the Shah and his Western supporters. 141. In 1977 the Shah, under pressure from the Carter administration regarding human rights, relaxed censorship laws, and the discontent that had been seething for so long started to erupt, leading to protests and demonstrations against the Shah's rule, and finally, in January 1979, the Shah fled Iran. When Khomeini returned from exile a month later he was welcomed by millions, who saw him as the standard-bearer of the revolution. However, many within the groups that had led the revolution, well-educated liberals and moderates, democratic student movements and the working middle class, thought that the views of the Ayatollah, his closest followers and the clerics were medieval. Nonetheless, in a year's time, Khomeini and the mullahs seized power. Prior to the Shah's departure, the US had tried to organize the Iranian military to stage a coup in case it appeared that the government was going to fall, but these attempts failed. After the January Revolution, the US tried to lay the groundwork for an overthrow of the Khomeini government by initiating or authorizing arms shipments to Iran, most of them through Israel, to help keep channels open to moderate or pragmatic elements in Iran, particularly in the military, who would one day overthrow or at least inherit the power. 15 After his abdication, the Shah, terminally ill with cancer, traveled from country to country. He wanted to go to the US, but the Carter administration initially opposed it, feeling this could risk American lives in Iran. However, based on the strong recommendation of former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, the Shah was allowed entry for medical tests. Not long after that, on November 4, 1979, militant students occupied the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and the hostage crisis began. The students, who held 52 embassy employees hostage, demanded that the Shah be returned to Iran to be tried. The embassy staff was not released until January 20, 1981. By the time the hostages were released, Khomeini had consolidated his control over Iran. In September 1980, Saddam Hussein, after declaring the Iraqi/Iranian borders agreement null and void, claimed the whole of Shatt el-Arab back to Iraq, and invaded Iran, starting the bloody 8-year Iran-Iraq War. This was done with at least tacit U.S. support, and there is evidence that the U.S. actually encouraged Iraq's attack. 16 Israel sent arms to Iran, and the U.S., which proclaimed neutrality in the Iran-Iraq War, supported both sides in order to prolong the war and weaken both sides, just as the Israelis aimed to do, while trying to draw both countries into the U.S. sphere of influence. The U.S. secretly provided arms and intelligence information to Iran. Israel transferred vast quantities of U.S. origin weapons to Iran. 17 and the U.S. certainly could have prevented the transfers if it had wanted to. At the same time, the U.S. was also providing Iraq with intelligence information and political support, while its allies, among them France, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, provided Iraq with arms and money. 142. In late 1986, when the Iran-Contra scandal broke, the Reagan administration tilted strongly towards Iraq in order to preserve some influence among the Arab states alienated by the evidence of Washington's double-dealing. In 1987, to protect Kuwait's oil tankers, the U.S. deployed warships in the Persian Gulf. The result was that Iraq could strike at Iranian vessels while the U.S. Navy prevented retaliation by the Iranians. 18 The U.S. also supported UN resolutions condemning Iran and demanding that it accept a ceasefire. The U.S. naval deployments in the Gulf took the life of many innocent civilians. The most serious incident was the shooting down on July 3, 1988 by the U.S. Navy warship Vincennes of an Iranian civil airliner on a routine flight, killing all 290 people aboard. During a one-sided battle against a small number of lightly armed Iranian gunboats, the Vincennes fired missiles at an Iranian Airbus, which was on a routine civilian flight. The U.S. did not even apologize. Rather, the captain and crew of the Vincennes were decorated, and George Bush, who was vice president at that time, said, "I will never apologize for the United States of America. I don't care what the facts are." 19 The war ended in August 1988. After 8 years of war, an estimated 1 million lives were lost, and the economy of both countries was crushed. No territory was gained by either side. Khomeini, the country's supreme leader, died in 1989. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was elected president of the Islamic Republic of Iran in August 2005 after winning the presidential election by popular vote. He is the first president of the Islamic Republic not to be a religious cleric in 24 years. Ahmadinejad, however, is not the most powerful official in Iran. that role belongs to the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khomeini, the religious leader, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Iran, can make the final decision in all policies. Ahmadinejad was a critic of the Bush administration and strengthened Iran's relations with Russia, Venezuela, Syria, and the Persian Gulf states. He has called for the dissolution of the State of Israel and its government, which he does not regard as legitimate or representative of the population, and for free elections in the region. Presently, the US and other nations believe Iran is secretly developing nuclear weapons, but Iran insists its uranium enrichment program is intended solely for civilian energy needs. Ahmadinejad has refused to end uranium enrichment despite United Nations Security Council resolutions and argues that the sanctions are illegal. In this latter assertion he has a point, inasmuch as 3 neighboring countries, Israel, Pakistan, and India, developed nuclear weapons secretly with either absolutely no criticism or only a pro forma temporary rebuke from the United States. 143. And other Western nations, and the sanctions that had been imposed on India and Pakistan, were rapidly lifted. 20*. In its latest report, the International Atomic Energy Agency said it had failed to make meaningful progress in assessing Iran's past nuclear activities. It also stated that Iran was continuing to enrich uranium in defiance of a UN Security Council resolution. 21*. The US said Iran could face further sanctions unless it changed course. While the possibility that the US might launch an attack against Iran's nuclear facilities has diminished, the same cannot be said of Israel, 22*, which is considered extremely likely to do so unless Iran desists of its uranium enrichment plan, and as long as Israel knows that it will have the support of United States in the ensuing war, just as it had in its previous ones. Syria. In 1941 the British and the French occupied Syria with the promise of full independence. When the war ended, the French, however, left only in April 1946. In 1948, Syria took part in the losing war which various Arab nations waged against the State of Israel, which had just been created within Palestine by a United Nations majority decision against the wishes of the vast majority of Palestine's inhabitants and the neighboring states. In 1948, the CIA contacted General Hosni al-Zaim about the possibility of an army-supported dictatorship. 1*. In March 1949 al-Zaim staged a coup, and proposed peace talks with Israel, but after a few months he was overthrown and executed. By the end of the year Col. Adib Shishakli overthrew the government, and with yet another coup in 1951 he consolidated his power to set up a military dictatorship supported by the US. 2*. He ruled until 1954 when he was overthrown. The US saw the post-Shishakli Syrian government as a threat because it was the only government in the Middle East that did not accept US economic or military aid. 3*. Because it protested the formation of the Baghdad Pact, a defensive alliance between Britain, Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Pakistan which was concluded at the urging of the US and Britain, and because of its increasing contact with the Soviets. In early July 1956, CIA agents Wilbur Eveland and Archibald Roosevelt met with Syrian Conservative Party leader Michael Ilyan with plans to overthrow the Syrian government. After Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser announced the nationalization of the Suez Canal on July 26, the planned coup was moved up to October 25, 4*, but the date was later changed, apparently at Britain's suggestion, to October 30, the very day that unbeknownst to the US Israel had started its attack on Egypt to seize the Suez Canal. 5*. Due to this and the fact that Syrian counterintelligence had discovered the plot, the coup was not attempted. On October 29, 1956, the Israeli army invaded Egypt's Sinai Peninsula and the Gaza Strip, ignoring American appeals for restraint, and soon after, Great Britain and France launched air attacks against Egypt. The US took the matter to the UN Security Council, which called for a ceasefire, withdrawal, and a resolution to create a 6,000-man UN emergency force to restore the previous status quo. The US%'s opposition to Great Britain and France, and particularly its opposition to Israel, appears out of character in light of later US policy. The reason that the US did not support Israel in this particular act of aggression was probably because the Eisenhower administration wanted to win the friendship of the newly independent countries of Africa and Asia and keep them out of the Soviet sphere of influence. This would have been extremely difficult if the US had sided with Israel, Great Britain, and France in this gross act of imperialism. Also, the US wanted the two European powers, France and Great Britain, out of the area, so as to establish the US as the dominant power in the Middle East. 6. When the UN's call for a ceasefire failed to contain the conflict, the Soviet Union threatened to intervene, and Premier Nikolai Bulganin even proposed to Eisenhower that their two countries take joint military action to end the war. Eisenhower rejected the proposal and warned the Soviets not to get involved. 7. The crisis ended on November 7, when Britain and France agreed to withdraw. Israel withdrew from all occupied areas only March 1957. In March 1957 the U.S. Congress approved the Eisenhower Doctrine, which stated that the United States regards as vital to the national interest and world peace the preservation of the independence and integrity of the nations of the Middle East. However, as prior and future U.S. actions have shown, the nations protected are not those which are independent, but those subservient to the U.S., the nations independent enough to even attempt to maintain neutrality are quickly the object of covert action, coups, and/or the assassination of their leaders, that is, if they are not the object of an outright invasion. In January 1957 CIA Director Alan Dulles had submitted reports which indicated that the new Syrian government was oriented to the left. 8. Then, in June, an Internal Defense Department memorandum mentioned a possible coup to be carried out against the leftist Syrian government. 9. This coup, which was planned by CIA operative Kermit Roosevelt, was to reinstate former right-wing dictator Adib Shishakli. However, the coup plans were exposed by key Syrian army officers, who turned in their CIA bribe money to the head of Syrian intelligence and named the CIA officers who had paid them. These officers were expelled from the country in August. 10. In September 1957, claiming that Syria's nationalist and pro-Soviet policies were a clear danger to its neighbors, the U.S. sent its Sixth Fleet to the eastern Mediterranean, sent arms to its allies Turkey, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, and prodded Turkey into massing 50,000 troops on Syria's northern border. Between July 1957 and October 1958 the Egyptian and Syrian governments and media announced the discovery of what appeared to be at least 8 separate conspiracies to overthrow one or the other government, to assassinate Nasser, and / prevent the expected merger of the two countries. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and the United States were most often named as conspirators. 11 * 146. In February 1958 Syria and Egypt united as the United Arab Republic with Egyptian President Gamal Nasser as president. This union lasted only until September 1961 when a military coup led by Syrian army officers re-established Syria as a sovereign and independent nation. In the Six-Day War, during June 1967, the Israeli military destroyed the air and ground forces of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan and occupied the Sinai, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, establishing Israel as the foremost military power in the Middle East. The war started, according to the West, as a necessary preemptive, defensive strike by Israel, required by the mortal threats from its neighbors. However, the facts show otherwise. Kenneth Love, a former New York Times correspondent and scholar of the Suez Crisis, wrote that Israel drew up plans for the new war. Immediately after the old. The 1956 war served as a rehearsal for 1967. 12 * The U.S. role in this war alienated the Arabs. U.S. President Lyndon Johnson had assured the Arabs that Israel would not attack and that he would oppose aggression, but he never asked Israel to withdraw from the conquered territories or to resolve the Palestinian question. On the contrary, the United States gave Israel substantial economic and diplomatic support, 13 * as well as covert military help. 14 * Before the outbreak of hostilities, President Johnson moved the Sixth Fleet to the eastern Mediterranean. On May 23, 1967, while declaring an embargo on arms to the area, he secretly authorized the air shipment to Israel of important spare parts, ammunition, and armored personnel carriers. 15 After the war started, the U.S. vetoed a Security Council resolution calling for Israel to return to its pre-war boundaries. Johnson also refused to criticize Israel for starting the war. Author Stephen Green asserts that pilots of the U.S. Air Force flew U.S. airplanes with white Stars of David and Israeli Air Force tail numbers painted on them. The U.S. airplanes, with U.S. pilots in the cockpit, flew over bombed air bases in Egypt, Syria, and Jordan to take pictures for the Israelis, tracked Arab troop movements at night, enabling the Israelis to bomb the troops the next morning, and made reconnaissance flights around the Golan Heights. They flew 8 to 10 sorties a day throughout the war, and carried civilian passports so that, if caught, they would appear to be contract employees. 16 Publicly, President Lyndon Johnson said that the United States provided no assistance of any kind to the Israelis. The 1967 Arab defeat and the subsequent bilateral peace offers convinced most Palestinians that the Arab states were willing to sacrifice the Palestinians. This created a breach between the Palestinians and the Arab states. In Jordan, the Palestine Liberation Organization had become a virtual state within a state there, and in 1970 the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine hijacked several airliners to Jordan. As a result, in September 1970 King Hussein gave the 147th military the go-ahead to destroy the guerrillas' infrastructure. The U.S. deployed the aircraft carrier Independence and 6 destroyers off the coast of Lebanon and readied troops in Turkey to support the assault. Syria, in a show of support for the Palestinians, sent tanks into Jordan. At Kissinger's urging, Israel mobilized in support of Jordan, but before it could enter the country, the Syrian force had been repulsed. The month known as Black September cost the Palestinians 5,000 to 20,000 lives. 17 On October 6, 1973, as Jews were preparing for their holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, Egypt and Syria launched attacks intended to regain the territories lost in 1967. 2 ceasefires were arranged, only to be violated by Israel. Finally, 18 days after the Yom Kippur War began, a third and final ceasefire went into effect. During the Yom Kippur War, the U.S. Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, ordered 4 ships of the Sixth Fleet to within 500 miles of Israel and initiated a UN strategy aimed at tying up the Soviets and delaying a ceasefire resolution. As he later put it, "We wanted to avoid this while the attacking side was gaining territory, because it would reinforce the tendency to use the United Nations to ratify the gains of surprise attack." 18 Kissinger was also instrumental in having 3 ceasefire resolutions, all favorable to the Israeli army's position, passed in the UN Security Council. Furthermore, Kissinger also had arms sent secretly to Israel, a policy publicly ratified by Nixon on October 9. While the airlift of equipment was still covered, U.S. planes, in violation of Egypt's territory, flew directly to Israeli troops in the occupied Sinai. 19 Total U.S. support of Israel did not create stability, on the contrary, it further alienated the Arabs. Israel and Syria held peace talks in the United States in 2000, but these collapsed after the two sides failed to reach an agreement on the fate of the Golan Heights. 20 The Golan Heights, located between Israel and Syria and of great strategic importance in the region, were undisputed Syrian territory until Israel captured the region in June 1967 during the Six-Day War. The area has remained under Israeli control since then. In 1981 the area was unilaterally annexed by Israel, which also gave the 20,000 Druze Muslims living in the Golan Heights the option of citizenship. Both actions were condemned internationally and determined null and void by the United Nations in UN Security Council Resolution 497. Some 18,000 Israelis have moved to the Golan Heights since Israel's illegal annexation of the territory. On September 6, 2007 Israel bombed a suspected nuclear site in Syria approximately 100 miles from the Iraqi border. Israeli officials believed that the target their forces bombed was a nuclear facility, because they supposedly had detailed photographs taken inside the complex, possibly by a spy. 21 Israel's decision to 148. Bomb was apparently made after advising President Bush that North Korean nuclear personnel were in Syria. Syria and North Korea both denied that they were cooperating on a nuclear program, but Syria made only low-key protests regarding the attack. 22 star. Indirect talks between Israel and Syria started months after Israeli airplanes bombed the military complex in eastern Syria. There were 4 indirect rounds of talks with Israel in Turkey in 2008. These peace talks were suspended in September 2008 after Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert resigned over a corruption scandal. In October 2008, American troops attacked a Syrian village near the border with Iraq, killing 8 civilians. A U.S. official in Washington said the raid had targeted militants smuggling arms and fighters into Iraq. 23 Even though Syria's President Bashar al-Assad had cast doubt on the Jewish state's willingness to make peace with Syria, 24 Assad said on December 22, 2008 that the indirect talks his country had held with Israel could move to direct talks and conclude with a peace deal, and further stated that he hoped the administration of President-elect Barack Obama would help by actively pursuing peace in the Middle East. 25 During a 2008 visit, IAEA inspectors found traces of processed uranium in the Al-Khaybar site, which U.S. officials said was a nearly completed reactor of North Korean design that could have produced plutonium, a pathway to nuclear arms. Syria denied having nuclear ambitions and manifested that the site was an unused military installation. Syria's foreign minister suggested that the traces may have been from Israeli bombs dropped in the September 6, 2007 airstrike. 26 Prime Minister Ehud Olmert's attempts to negotiate with Syria appeared to have collapsed when in late December 2008 Israel received a private message from Damascus stating that the Jewish state must first agree to relinquish the entire Golan Heights as a starting point to commence talks, according to informed diplomatic sources speaking to reporters of WorldNet Daily. 27 Lebanon. After 20 years of the French-mandated regime, Lebanon's independence was proclaimed on November 26, 1941, but full independence came in stages. In November 1943, the Lebanese Chamber of Deputies amended the constitution unilaterally ending the French mandate, but only in December 1946 did the last French troops leave the country. The foundations of the new Lebanese state, established in 1943 by an agreement between the 2 most prominent Christian and Muslim leaders, were approved and supported by their followers and later known as the National Pact. It specified, among other provisions, that the President of the Republic should be a Christian Maronite, the Prime Minister, a Sunni Muslim, and the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, a Shia Muslim. The ratio of deputies was to be 6 Christians to 5 Muslims. In April 1957 riots broke out in Jordan after the pro-Western King Hussein discharged his prime minister, who advocated a neutralist stand. The U.S., eager to establish its presence in the region, sent the 6th Fleet to the eastern Mediterranean and stationed a battalion of Marines in Lebanon to prepare for a possible intervention in Jordan. 1 In September 1957, using the danger to other countries from Syria's nationalist and pro-Soviet policies as an excuse, the U.S. again sent its 6th Fleet to the Mediterranean and arms to Lebanon and its other allies in the region, Turkey, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, urging Turkey to mass 50,000 troops on Syria's northern border. In 1957 the U.S. gave money, and the CIA sent specialized agents, to ensure the victory of President Kamoun's candidates. The overwhelming and plainly rigged victory of the government candidates, as well as the pro-US bias of Kamoun, sparked demonstrations which by early May turned into an armed civil rebellion. President Eisenhower referred to the Communists as being principally responsible for the civil uprising, and later wrote, "There was no doubt in our minds that Egypt and Syria had been instigating the revolt and arming the rebels." 2 Cameron appealed to Eisenhower for help on May 13, and U.S. assistance came after the July 14 coup in Iraq, which deposed and executed the pro-US Iraqi king and replaced him by a government led by Gen. Abdul Karim Qasem, a reputed Nasserite. The 6th Fleet, once again, went to the eastern Mediterranean, and arms were airlifted to Lebanon. By mid-August there were over 14,000 U.S. troops in Lebanon. Civil warfare increased immediately following the U.S. intervention, but diminished when CIA propaganda broadcasts in the Middle East warned of the threat of Soviet domination. In the meantime, Robert Murphy, Eisenhower's special emissary, was able to impose an agreement that General Fuad Shihab, a compromise Christian candidate acceptable to Eisenhower, Nasser, and most Lebanese, would become president. The fighting subsided on July 31 when the Chamber of Deputies chose General Chibab to succeed Kamoun as president in September. The U.S. troops left in October. 3 During the Six-Day War, in June 1967, the Israeli military destroyed the air and ground forces of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan and occupied the Sinai, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Arabs deeply resented U.S.'s actions in this war. They had been assured by U.S. President Johnson that Israel would not attack and that he would oppose aggression. But, rather than telling Israel to withdraw from the conquered territories or to resolve the Palestinian question, the U.S. supported Israel economically and diplomatically, and also gave it covert military help. 4 The 1967 Arab defeat and its aftermath convinced most Palestinians that the Arab states were willing to sacrifice them, thus distancing the Palestinians and the Arab states. In Lebanon this, as well as other internal and external problems, caused turmoil and a civil war where Lebanese fought Lebanese, the Muslims were backed by Syrians, and some Christians were backed by Israelis. The presence of Palestinians, refugees from the 1948 and 1967 wars, and of the Palestinian Liberation Organization guerrillas, aggravated the problems, and the Israelis' regular air attacks inflicted heavy losses in lives and infrastructure. 5 In March 1978 Israel invaded Lebanon, apparently to retaliate against guerrilla attacks, but in reality to establish a security zone in southern Lebanon. President Carter formally requested that Israel leave Lebanon, and the U.S. proposed a United Nations Security Council resolution to that effect. Israel withdrew in July but continued to be active in southern Lebanon, even after it agreed to a U.S.-arranged ceasefire with the PLO. In 1978 Israel and Egypt signed the Camp David peace accords. However, the Begin regime did not seek peace with the rest of its enemies. Israel, feeling secure on its west flank, now tried to destroy the PLO, which by mid-1982 had observed its ceasefire with Israel for about a year and had been pursuing a diplomatic strategy. On June 6, 1982 Israel launched a massive invasion of Lebanon. The Israeli campaign, under the direction of Defense Minister Ariel Sharon, included 9 weeks. 152 of brutal ground attacks in southern Lebanon and ferocious bombing of Muslim West Beirut, with great loss of civilian life. The air strikes made use of building-penetrating bombs and phosphorus bombs, which caused horrible burns. By the end of August, well over 19,000 people, mostly civilians, had been killed, and over 30,000 wounded. Israel said it lost 446 soldiers. 6 The Reagan administration knew of the invasion plans as early as October 1981, when Begin confided in Secretary of State Alexander Haig at Sadat's funeral. Although Begin assured President Reagan in January 1982 that he would not invade, Israel's chief of military intelligence, General Yehoshua Sagai, told Haig and Pentagon officials that the invasion was being considered. According to 2 Israeli journalists, at a meeting with Haig, Sharon declared, "No country has the right to tell another how best to protect its citizens." Haig nodded his head. Sharon then indicated that the war might involve more than just removing the PLO from the south, and when asked by an American how far will you go, Sharon declared, as far as we have to go. Haig then said he expected the Israeli action to be fast and efficient, like a lobotomy. Upon his return to Israel, Sharon spread the news that Washington would not object to an Israeli advance into Lebanon. 7*. As the war raged in Lebanon, the Reagan administration vetoed a UN Security Council resolution condemning the invasion. The US has almost always voted with Israel in the UN and has used its veto many times to defeat any resolution that, even in the mildest terms, censured Israel. The vote in October 1990 to condemn Israel for the massacre of Palestinians at the Temple Mount was the first US vote against Israel in 9 years. Finally, in mid-August the US helped to arrange an agreement that included a PLO evacuation to other Arab countries overseen by a multinational force, including 800 US Marines. The US forces left in early September after the PLO evacuation was completed. On August 23, 1982, the leader of the Lebanese forces, Bashir Gemayel, was elected president of Lebanon. He opened discussions with Israel, seeking an alliance that would preserve the minority Maronites' dominance and expulse the Palestinians and Syrians. However, he was assassinated on September 14 before concluding an agreement. His brother Emin Gemayel, who was to succeed him, wanted to reach an agreement with Syria, but the day after Bashir's assassination, Israeli troops violated the ceasefire and completed the occupation of West Beirut. On Thursday, September 16, truckloads of Phalange and Haddad troops were practically led by the Israelis to the entrance of the Sabra and Shatila Palestinian refugee camps, outside Beirut. The Phalange was a notorious Lebanese Christian militia, and 133. Major Saad Haddad's troops were a southern Lebanon militia, which was virtually integrated into the Israeli army. Sharon had decided to allow the Falangist militias to enter the refugee camps of West Beirut despite the fact that the Phalange made no disguise their intentions to massacre the Palestinians. From Thursday until Saturday the Lebanese forces massacred over 1,000 unarmed Palestinian men, women, and children. Bulldozers were used to scoop up the bodies and bury them under the rubble. One of these mass graves was directly below an Israeli command center. At night, Israeli soldiers illuminated the camps, facilitating the massacre. On Friday afternoon the Israeli Chief of Staff Raphael Eitan met with the Falangist command and congratulated them for having carried out good work, authorized them to remain in the camps for another 12 hours and offered them a bulldozer with Israeli Defense Force markings removed. 8*. Israeli forces stationed less than 100 yards away had not responded to the sound of constant gunfire or the sight of truckloads of bodies being taken away from the camps, and told Western journalists that nothing unusual was going on. 9*. People and governments around the world were horrified and outraged at what had occurred in Sabra and Shatila. Under the ceasefire pact, the United States had promised to protect the Palestinians. However, the United States, unconcerned about the massacre and contemptuous of world opinion, but very concerned, as usual, that the crimes of its client state not be included in UN records, threatened to veto a UN resolution if it mentioned Israel. 10*. Israel's Minister of Defense, Ariel Sharon, resigned in the aftermath of the Sabra and Shatila investigation. At Lebanon's request, the U.S. sent 1,800 Marines back into Lebanon on September 29 as part of a multinational force. They were harassed by the Israeli forces and opposed by other factions, particularly by groups who were sympathetic to the Iranian regime. In April 1983, one of those groups, the Islamic Jihad, claimed responsibility for the bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut in which 46 people were killed. In August, Israel partially withdrew to the south, leaving the U.S. Marines in the crossfire between Lebanese factions, and removing their reason for being there in the first place. The United States supported the pro-Gemayel Christian brigades of the Lebanese army during the 1983-84 Mountain War. After U.S. Marines suffered casualties from Druze artillery, although the shelling well could have been unintentional, The U.S. Sixth Fleet responded with heavy fire, and U.S. aircraft flew bombing missions at Druze positions, missing their military targets but causing destruction in civilian areas. This U.S. intervention led to the attack of October 23 when a truck filled with explosives entered the Marine headquarters at Beirut Airport, killing 241 Marines. By February 1984, the Reagan administration had abandoned its intervention in Lebanon and withdrawn the surviving Marines. Both Syria and Israel stayed in Lebanon, the latter in its self-proclaimed security zone in the south. 154. In 1985, CIA Director William Casey and a Saudi prince conspired to eliminate Lebanese Shiite leader Sheikh Fadlallah, believed to be connected to the attacks on the American facilities. In March, men employed to carry out the elimination drove a car bomb into a Beirut suburb near Fadlallah's residence. The explosion, which destroyed a city block, killed 80 people and wounded over 200. Fadlallah escaped without injury. 11 * In May 2000, the new Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, withdrew Israeli troops. After 22 years of occupation. In the summer of 2001, Syria withdrew nearly all of its 25,000 troops from Beirut and surrounding areas. Troops, however, remained in the countryside a while longer. Until July 2006, the country was quite stable and Beirut's reconstruction was almost complete. Then on July 12, 2006, a 33-day military conflict, known in Lebanon as the July War, started between Israel and the Shiite Hezbollah. The conflict began when Hezbollah militants attacked 2 armored vehicles patrolling the Israeli side of the border fence, capturing 2 of the 7 Israeli soldiers and taking them to Lebanon. 3 of the other soldiers were killed, as well as 5 more, which were killed in a failed Israeli rescue attempt. The cross-border raid aimed to free Lebanese soldiers from Israeli prisons. Israel responded with massive airstrikes and artillery fire and a ground invasion of southern Lebanon. Israel also imposed an air and naval blockade. Hezbollah launched rockets into northern Israel and engaged Israel's army in guerrilla warfare from hardened positions. Hezbollah is a Shia Islamic political and paramilitary organization based in Lebanon, where it is a significant force in Lebanese politics, providing social services, which operate schools, hospitals, and agricultural services for thousands of Lebanese Shiites. Hezbollah militants are overwhelmingly descendants of the Palestinians who were forced out of their homeland by Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign during the creation of Israel. 12 * The conflict continued until a United Nations brokered ceasefire went into effect the morning of August 14, 2006, though it formally ended only on September 8 when Israel lifted its naval blockade of Lebanon. The war caused significant civilian deaths and serious damage to Lebanon's civil infrastructure, including Beirut's international airport, and destroyed or damaged tens of thousands of homes. According to Human Rights Watch research, the conflict resulted in at least 1,109 Lebanese deaths, the vast majority of whom were civilians, 4,399 injured, and an estimated 1 million displaced. Human Rights Watch also concluded that, 13 *. The primary reason for the high Lebanese civilian death toll was Israel's frequent failure to abide by a fundamental obligation of the laws of war, the 135 duty to distinguish between military targets, which can be legitimately attacked, and civilians, who are not subject to attack. This was compounded by Israel's failure to take adequate safeguards to prevent civilian casualties. After the war, Lebanon was once again able to revive its economy and government, but the political situation remains precarious. 156. Iraq. AWWI and the war with Iran. During WW, the Arabs helped the British after they agreed to recognize Arab independence following the war, but the British did not fulfill their promises. Later, Britain imposed a Hashemite monarchy in Iraq, and defined its territorial limits with little attention to natural frontiers or tribal and ethnic boundaries. Full independence was not achieved until 1932. During the war with Israel in 1948, Iraqi forces were allied with those of Transjordan. Fighting continued until the signing of a ceasefire agreement in May 1949. The Hashemite monarchy was overthrown in 1958 in a swift coup executed under the leadership of Abdul Karim Qasem. The king was executed. In 1960 the US worked covertly to undermine the Iraqi government by supporting the Kurdish rebels and by attempting, unsuccessfully, to assassinate Iraq's leader, Qasem, who aimed to be a neutralist and had restored relations with the Soviet Union and lifted the ban on Iraq's Communist Party. When in 1961, Kuwait was given independence by Britain, Qasem immediately claimed sovereignty over it on the basis that Kuwait had been part of the province of Basra under the Ottoman rule and only established as a separate territory by the British at the end of WWI. Britain dispatched troops to protect its ex-protectorate. The US supported the 1963 coup by the Baath party, which overthrew the Qasem regime and gave them the names of communists, whom the Baath regime then executed. Thousands of communists were killed. Qasem was also executed. Iraq was at the head of the other Arab troops during the 1967 Arab-Israeli War, and in the Liberation War of 1973 gave material aid to Syria. Iraq was heavily opposed to the ceasefire, which ended the conflict. Relations between Iraq and Iran were rapidly deteriorating in the early 1970s, in part because Iran supplied arms to the Kurdish leader, Mustafa al-Barzani, thereby helping the Kurds in their fight for autonomy in Iraq. In mid-1972, during President Nixon's and National Security Affairs Advisor Henry Kissinger's visit to Tehran, the Shah asked them to arm the Kurds in Iraq. The Kurds preferred to be armed by the US, which acted in effect as a guarantor that the Kurds would not be summarily dropped by the Shah. The US in turn supported Kurdish rebels in Iraq in order to strengthen Iran and weaken the then pro-Soviet Iraqi regime. A CIA memo of 1974 states Iran, like ourselves, has seen the benefits in a stalemate situation, in which Iraq is intrinsically weakened by the Kurds' refusal to relinquish semi-autonomy. Neither Iran nor ourselves wish to see the matter resolved one way or the other. 3. The Congressional Pike Committee investigating the CIA later commented, this policy was not imparted to, who were encouraged to continue fighting. Even in the context of covert action, ours was a cynical enterprise. 4. In Algiers, in 1975, Saddam Hussein signed an agreement with the Shah dropping all Iraqi claims to Khuzestan and to the islands at the foot of the Gulf. In return, the Shah agreed to prevent subversive elements from crossing the border and withdrew aid from the Kurdish revolt. The next day the Iraqis started a massive offensive against the Kurds, who requested help from the US and even sent a message to Kissinger. They received no answer. Within a month the Kurds had been crushed, and the US stood by as hundreds of their leaders were executed. When asked about this by the Pike Committee staff, Kissinger said, covert action should not be confused with missionary work. 5. A year after he became president of Iraq, Saddam Hussein declared the 1975 Algiers Agreement null and void and reclaimed the whole of Shatt el-Arab for Iraq. 5 days later, on September 22, 1980, Iraq invaded Iran, starting the bloody 8-year Iran-Iraq War. The Iraqi invasion had at least the tacit support of the US, and there is evidence that the US actually encouraged it. 6. The Soviet Union was Iraq's largest weapons supplier, and France, with US approval, supplied Iraq with high-tech weaponry. Israel, with US acquiescence if not encouragement, transferred vast quantities of US weapons to Iran. 7. Israel sent arms to Iran for the same reasons that the US, a proclaimed neutral in the Iran-Iraq War, supported both countries, in order to prolong the war and weaken both sides. The US was also trying to draw both countries into its sphere of influence. The US provided arms and intelligence information to Iran and intelligence and political support to Iraq, although some of the intelligence information given to Iraq was misleading or incomplete. 8. Saddam Hussein was also encouraged and strongly supported by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, whose rulers were concerned that the Iran Revolution might spread and topple their kingdoms. In 1984 Reagan resumed diplomatic relations with Iraq. In 1986, CIA Director William Casey prompted Iraqi officials to increase their attacks on Iran. He also pressed them to concentrate on economic targets. To help them achieve this, the CIA provided Iraq with faster access to intelligence from U.S. satellites. 9*158. In late 1986, as the Iran-Contra scandal broke, the Reagan administration started to strongly support Iraq in order to maintain some goodwill among the Arab states, which were naturally upset when Washington's double-dealing became known. President Reagan later claimed that the weapons given to Iran were all defensive in nature. This is not true. As the Tower Commission noted, Oliver North and CIA officials even discussed with their Iranian contacts Iran's urgent need for both intelligence and weapons to be used in offensive operations against Iraq. 10*. In 1987, in response to Kuwait's request to protect its oil tankers, the US RAF lagged Kuwaiti tankers and deployed warships in the Persian Gulf. Kuwait, whose tankers the US protected, was bankrolling Iraq in the war. The result was that Iraq could strike at Iranian vessels while the US Navy prevented retaliation by the Iranians. 11*. The US naval deployments in the Gulf took the life of many civilians. The most serious incident was the shooting down by a US cruiser of an Iranian civil airliner, killing all 290 people aboard. The tensions in the Gulf served the US well, as they encouraged the Gulf states to increase their military cooperation with the US. The US also helped Iraq diplomatically by supporting UN resolutions condemning Iran and demanding that it accept a ceasefire. 12*. The war ended in August 1988. After 8 years of war, an estimated 1 million lives were lost, and the economy of both countries was crushed. No territory was gained by either side. 2 years later, in August 1990, Iraqi troops invaded Kuwait, and this in turn led to a US invasion and the complete devastation of Iraq. The US invasion of 1991 and the economic sanctions. Iraq's occupation of Kuwait, contrary to the official US version, was not unwarranted. Kuwait had been part of the province of Basra under the Ottoman rule, and was only, and for the first time, established as a separate territory at the end of the First World War, by an invading foreign power, Great Britain, who divided the oil-rich zone, cutting off most of Iraq's access to the Gulf, in an attempt to help secure Britain's required oil supply. Then, during the Iran-Iraq War, while Iraq was doing the actual fighting in a war strongly encouraged and supported by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, Kuwait overproduced its side of an oil field located beneath the Kuwait-Iraq border and reportedly also drilled slanted oil wells into the Iraqi side. When the war ended, Kuwait and other Gulf countries exceeded the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries production quotas, driving down the oil price at a time when Iraq, desperately in need of income, could not increase its production since many of its oil wells had been damaged during the war. The US did nothing to discourage Iraq's invasion. On July 19, 1990, after Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney stated that the US still had a commitment to defend Kuwait if it were attacked, he was told by the White House that "You are committing us to war we might not want to fight," and on July 25, during a meeting with Saddam Hussein, after Saddam threatened military action against Kuwait, the US ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie, told him, "We have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts, like your border disagreements with Kuwait." 13*. A week before the attack, intelligence experts advised the Bush administration that an Iraqi invasion to Kuwait was likely. Furthermore, President George W. Bush was briefed by CIA Director William Webster and shown satellite photos of the Iraqi troops massed near the Kuwait border, yet Bush showed little interest. 14*. On the day of the invasion, the administration was informed by the responsible CIA officer that an invasion was imminent, and again, there was no action. 15*. While no action was taken to try to stop the Iraqi invasion, the US had been busy since late 1989 studying ways to respond to an invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. Computerized war exercises and various other wargame exercises included the invasion and bombing of Iraq. The planning on how to respond to an invasion, the lack of action to discourage it, and the almost immediate response following the invasion, suggests that the Bush administration was pleased that Iraq had invaded Kuwait. This would allow them to build more military bases in the Middle East and justify increasing the U.S. military budget. Iraqi troops invaded Kuwait on August 2, 1990, and within hours the U.S. began mobilizing and rapidly building up its forces in Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region. The U.S. condemned Iraq, rejected a diplomatic settlement, imposed sanctions, and prepared for an all-out military assault on Iraq, and with bribes and veiled threats, Bush bought the support of several Arab countries for the American war. The United Nations Security Council immediately condemned the Iraqi invasion and 4 days later imposed an economic embargo that prohibited nearly all trade with Iraq. Within days after Iraq's invasion, the U.S. Senate defeated efforts to halt the production of a military aircraft and the mothballing of 2 older battleships. The impetus to armament building brought out comments like the possible beneficiaries cover the spectrum of companies in the defense industry. 16 * President Bush wanted to invade and destroy Iraq. Testimony before congressional committees in the fall 1990 indicated that the economic blockade of Iraq was very effective and should be continued. But a few days after the November election, it appeared that the president had decided to go to war as he announced a doubling of the military deployment to provide an offensive option. One reason the president had to invade Iraq, which not surprisingly he never mentioned, was the need to increase his approval rating in view of the coming elections, by Stir 160. Ring up the patriotic feelings of the citizenry, who rally around their ruler in a war. Historian John Wiener wrote shortly after the war decision that Bush abandoned sanctions and chose war because his time frame was a political one set by the approaching 1992 presidential elections. Saddam Hussein had made several offers to pull out of Kuwait, some in early August, asking only for a few face-saving conditions, but there was no response from the U.S. When Secretary of State James Baker met with the Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz in Geneva, Baker had instructions from Bush not to negotiate. 17 * Among the reasons given by President Bush for his invasion to Iraq, aside of the need to fight evil, he mentioned that Saudi Arabia was also going to be invaded by Saddam, and that our jobs, our way of life, our own freedom, will suffer if control of the world's great oil reserves fell in the hands of that one man, Saddam Hussein. 18 * The notion that Iraq would invade Saudi Arabia was ludicrous. Saddam invaded Kuwait because he thought he had a right to it, and he did have some valid reasons, and because he figured that at least he would be able to get some concessions. Saddam did not plan to enter Saudi Arabia, he had no claim on it, and it was clear that he would only lose if he did so. Also, if he had intended to enter Saudi Arabia, he did not have to pass through Kuwait, since Iraq has a very long border with Saudi Arabia. Neither the CIA, nor the Defense Intelligence Agency thought that Iraq might invade Saudi Arabia, 19 *, and neither did the Saudis, although they decided it would be wise to show support for the U.S. in its war effort. The idea that our jobs, our way of life, and our freedom would suffer if Saddam took over Kuwait and Saudi Arabia was far-fetched. Saddam most probably would not have squandered their natural resources producing more oil to obtain the same or less revenues as the rulers of Saudi Arabia do just to keep their crowns a bit longer, pressured by the US, so that Americans can drive their huge cars with cheap oil. However, even in the worst-case scenario, Saddam's control of Kuwaiti and Saudi oil would do the U.S. economy only slight damage. 20 * The president later added a new justification of the possible need for war, Saddam's apparent effort to develop nuclear weapons, which, Bush implied, would endanger the American people. However, the evidence that Iraq was on its way to building a nuclear bomb was weak. Besides, the suspicion that a country might be building nuclear weapons seems like a poor reason to invade and destroy it, particularly coming from the nation which has by far the highest number of nuclear weapons, is the only one which has dropped atomic bombs on another country, and is the nation which over the last 100 years has by far started more wars, made more military invasions, and attempted more assassinations of another head of state than any other country. 161. Iraq was invaded by the U.S., not because of the invasion of Kuwait or because Saddam might be building nuclear weapons. Several states not within the US's closest circle of friends already have nuclear weapons, and more are in the process of acquiring arsenals, without provoking any reprisals, and many US's allies have occupied a neighboring country. Iraq was invaded by the US in part to shore up the defense industry and bolster Bush's chances in the presidential election, but the main reason was that Saddam's actions had upset the status quo in an area where the US had vowed repeatedly to go to war, if necessary, to prevent any change that the US perceives as adverse, such as losing the support of the King of Saudi Arabia or the Emir of Kuwait. The US invasion of Iraq in 1991 was portrayed as an altruistic action to save Kuwait from being taken over by Iraq. The US, of course, did not advertise the fact that during the 1973 oil crisis the Nixon administration, along with Britain, seriously contemplated military action to take possession of the oil fields in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Abu Dhabi. Although this was known at the time, certainly by the Saudis, who eventually always make as much oil available as the US demands, it was only recently disclosed by British intelligence documents. 21 On January 16, 1991, after a 6-month military buildup, the US-led coalition launched its attack on Iraq. For the next 6 weeks US planes pounded Iraq systematically, targeting and largely destroying its electrical and water systems. The bombing destroyed 2 operational nuclear reactors. Military attacks on nuclear facilities are forbidden by the UN due to its risks. Alleged biological warfare plants were also bombed. This could have caused grave contamination if indeed they had been biological warfare plants. During these attacks the US used depleted uranium ammunition, leaving tons of toxic debris scattered over Kuwait and Iraq. The day after, the Pentagon announced that virtually everything militarily is either destroyed or combat ineffective. The US deliberately bombarded a civilian air raid shelter, killing up to 1,500 civilians, most of them women and children, and this attack was followed by very heavy daily bombing over Iraq, particularly the capital Baghdad. 22 The US had been very careful to not allow reports and particularly to not allow pictures showing the massacres and human suffering inflicted by the US attacks, but an American reporter who saw an unedited videotape of the shelter wrote, "They showed scenes of incredible carnage. Nearly all the bodies were charred into blackness, in some cases the heat had been so great that entire limbs were burned off. Rescue workers collapsed in grief, dropping corpses. Some rescuers vomited from the stench of the still smoldering bodies." 23 On February 22, 1991, the US began the ground war. During the US invasion, the major media also did not inform the American public of other US atrocities, such as when US warplanes bombed thousands of 162 Iraqi soldiers, mostly conscripts, burning them alive as they tried to flee, or that US troops used plows attached to tanks to bury thousands of Iraqi soldiers alive. Those who tried to escape the bombing horror in Iraq by fleeing to Jordan were subjected to air attacks on the highway. Buses, taxis, and private cars were repeatedly assaulted, literally without mercy, by rockets, cluster bombs, and machine guns, usually in broad daylight, the targets clearly civilian, with luggage piled on top, with no military vehicles or structures anywhere to be seen, surrounded by open desert, the attacking planes flying extremely close to the ground. 24 Tanks pulling plows moved alongside trenches, firing into the Iraqi soldiers inside the trenches as plows covered them with great mounds of sand. Thousands were buried, dead, wounded, or alive. 25 The Independent, a British newspaper which supported the war, denounced the joy shown by the Americans while, virtually unopposed, they massacred the Iraqis. The Independent commented that it turned the stomachs and was sickening to witness a routed army being shot in the back. 26 A ceasefire was announced by the US on February 28, 1991. UN terms for a permanent ceasefire were agreed by Iraq in April of that year, and strict conditions were imposed, demanding the disclosure and destruction of all stockpiles of weapons. The Red Crescent Society of Jordan announced at the end of the war that 113,000 civilians had died. 27 overall up to 200,000 Iraqis were killed during the war. When asked about the number of Iraqi people who were slaughtered by Americans in the 1991 Desert Storm terror campaign, General Colin Powell said, "It's not a number I'm terribly interested in." 28 After the war, the Iraqis violently repressed a Kurdish revolt, which the US had encouraged, and once again the US stood by while the Kurds were routed. Shiites in South Iraq also rose up against Hussein's regime, but the US, after encouraging these uprisings during the war, now feared turmoil and instability in the region and denied the rebels access to captured Iraqi weapons and allowed Iraqi helicopters to attack them. The war ended, but continuing until Iraq was again invaded by the US in 2003, the US and its sideshow the United Nations, maintained an embargo and sanctions that kept Iraq's economy strangled, causing lack of medicines, malnutrition, starvation, and diseases. A Harvard medical team reported in May 1991, that in the first 4 months of the year 55,000 more children died than in a comparable period the year before. 29 The depleted uranium radioactive debris left on battlefields and towns and cities across Iraq has resulted in serious environmental contamination and health problems, particularly among Iraqi children. 163. By using depleted uranium weapons in Iraq, the US condemned the Iraqi people to what amounts to a long-term, slow but very effective, genocidal campaign. Since the 1991 war, thousands of Iraqi babies have been born with horrible birth defects. Felicity Arbuthnot, an English journalist, was shown one of these babies. The baby had no genitalia, no eyes, nose, tongue, hands, or esophagus. Its twisted legs were joined by a thick web of flesh from the knees. Another reporter, Maggie O'Kane, quoted Dr. Zanad Mohammed of the Saddam Hussein Teaching Hospital in Basra, "August we had 3 babies born without heads. In September we had 6 with no head. In October 1 with no head, 4 with big heads and 4 with deformed limbs or other types of deformities." 30 Between August 1990 and August 1997 up to 1.2 million children in Iraq died due to environmental devastation and the harsh economic sanctions imposed COIAE on May 12, 1996. Then Secretary of State Madeleine Albright was asked on the program 60 Minutes about the horrendous human consequences of the sanctions, whether the sanctions were worth 500,000 dead children, more children than died in Hiroshima. Albright replied, "I think this is a very hard choice, but the price, we think. The price is worth it." 32 In 1993 the US launched a missile attack on Iraq, claiming self-defense against an alleged assassination attempt on former President Bush 2 months earlier. The evidence on this alleged attempt is of dubious origin. 33 In 1995, with US backing, Turkey launched a major military offensive, involving some 35,000 Turkish troops, against the Kurds in northern Iraq. In 1998 Congress passed the Iraq Liberation Act, giving nearly $100 million to groups attempting to overthrow the Hussein regime. In December 1998 UN Special Commission head, Richard Butler, removed the UN inspectors at the behest of President Clinton days before the US and Britain launched Operation Desert Fox, a bombing campaign supposedly aimed at destroying Iraq's nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons programs. For most of the next year, US and British planes hit Iraq every day with missiles. The UN inspectors were not removed because the Iraqis were not cooperative, neither were they expelled by Iraq as has been stated. The Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Dr. Mohammad Baradi, stated in an October 1998 report to the UN Security Council, "There are no indications that there remains in Iraq any physical capability for the production of weapon-usable nuclear material of any practical significance." Some of the inspectors later also declared that they had been able to visit all the sites they wanted to inspect. 34 The fact is that the inspectors were pulled out after it became evident that some American inspectors were nothing but spies trying to gain information for the forthcoming attacks. 35 Scott Ritter, a former UNSCOM weapon inspector stated. 164. In 1999 that the U.S. killed UNSCOM and that the U.S. had been using the inspections to choose targets for the planned Desert Fox bombing campaign. 36 Certain inspectors carried scanners and recording devices to secretly intercept Iraqi security messages. Israel and Britain were involved along with the U.S. in the decoding. 37 At the end of the Gulf War in 1991, the US and Britain declared northern and southern Iraq to be no-fly zones, banning Iraq from flying any aircraft in these parts of the country, ostensibly to protect Iraq's oppressed Kurdish and Shia populations from Saddam Hussein. Since that time until 2003, when the US again invaded Iraq, US and British warplanes patrolled these areas, dropping bombs on a regular basis and killing well over 100 Iraqis, mostly civilians, every year. The economic sanctions against Iraq also remained in place from 1991 on, and even the UN, which must share responsibility along with the US for the terrible effects of the sanctions on the civilian population, estimated that 4,500 children in Iraq died monthly as a result of the sanctions and that 500,000 children under the age of 5 had died by 1998 from malnutrition and disease, the latter resulting from lack of medicines and clean water. The total deaths as a result of the sanctions probably exceeded 1 million. 38 See the U.S. invasion of 2003 and Abu Ghraib. In early 2001, after becoming president by virtue of a controversial 5-4 U.S. Supreme Court decision not to allow the counting of tens of thousands of valid Florida votes, George Bush Jr. and his staff already were talking about a change of regime in Iraq. Later Bush stated that Iraq was part of an axis of evil and mentioned the need to invade Iraq again, because Saddam allegedly had or was building nuclear or biological weapons and was funding Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda. The Bush administration soon met with Iraqi exiles interested in overthrowing Saddam and being part of a new government, while the so-called dove among Bush's top advisors, Secretary of State General Colin Powell, traveled to the Arab states and Iran to convince them of supporting the U.S. in their already planned invasion of Iraq. The U.S. claimed early on that Saddam had close ties with al-Qaeda, and even as late as February 2003, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, in his address to the UN Security Council, still claimed there was a sinister nexus between Baghdad and the al-Qaeda network. However, all the so-called evidence on Iraq's links with al-Qaeda was either strongly questioned by other intelligence agencies and experts or stated to be completely false and just another fabricated pretext for launching the invasion. 165. In an effort to strengthen his arguments for the planned invasion, Bush stated in the January 2003 State of the Union speech that the British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium in Africa. This claim was later exposed as a lie by Joseph C. Wilson, a retired U.S. ambassador, who in February 2002 went to Niger at the request of the CIA, and found no evidence Saddam had tried to buy uranium. Wilson said that U.S. and British officials ignored his findings, and stated in July 2003 that it really comes down to the administration misrepresenting the facts on an issue that was a fundamental justification for going to war. It begs the question, what else they ain't lying about? 39 The government of Niger also denied Bush's claim, and Dr. Mohammed El-Baradei stated on March 7, 2003 that there is no indication that Iraq has attempted to import uranium since 1990, 40 and he pointed out that the documents offered by U.S. and intelligence were obvious forgeries. 41 On December 5, 2002 White House spokesman Ari Fleischer said, "The President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense would not assert as plainly and bluntly as they have that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction if it was not true, and if they did not have a solid basis for saying it." 42 Later, seeing that their claim on the uranium purchase had been universally exposed as a fabrication, the Bush administration shamelessly played this down, saying that this claim amounted to just 16 words in the large list of accusations made by the president in his address to the American people. the Bush administration stated that it had intelligence that Iraq had hidden missiles with a range of up to 650 kilometers, capable of reaching a number of countries in the region, and which could be used with conventional, chemical, or biological warheads, and Colin Powell told the UN on February 5, 2003, there can be no doubt that Saddam Hussein has biological weapons and the capability to rapidly produce many, many more. Both of these claims had no factual basis. Colin Powell also stated before the UN on February 5, 2003, we have first-hand descriptions of biological weapons factories on wheels and on rails. The trucks and train cars are easily moved and are designed to evade detection by inspectors. This again was incorrect. Before the war, UN inspectors investigated several US tips about these mobile laboratories and they turned out to be food testing trucks. 43 * In September 2002, President George Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair claimed that a new report from the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency showed that Iraq was 6 months away from building a nuclear weapon. Bush said, "I don't know what more evidence we need," and, in his January 28, 2003 State of the Union speech, Bush stated that Iraq's government had an advanced nuclear weapons development program, had a design for a nuclear weapon and was working on 5 different methods of enriching uranium for a bomb. All of these 166 claims were incorrect. There was no new IAEA report. The IAEA indicated that the report cited by President Bush as evidence that Iraq in 1998 was 6 months away from developing a nuclear weapon did not exist. Shortly before the UN weapons inspectors left Iraq, Dr. Mohammed El-Baradei wrote in a report to the UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan that there are no indications that there remains in Iraq any physical capability for the production of weapon-usable nuclear material of any practical significance. And just before the US invasion, on March 7, 2003, Dr. El-Baradei told the UN Security Council, after 3 months of intrusive inspections, we have to date found no evidence or plausible indication of the revival of a nuclear weapons program in Iraq. 44 * After satellite pictures, intelligence, and other reports by the administration were severely questioned or dismissed as misrepresentation, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld explained on July 29, 2002 that Iraqis' chemical, biological and nuclear weapons were deeply buried. 45 * Rumsfeld, however, did not share with the American public how he came to know this. On November 8, 2002, after many changes to its proposed UN resolution, the Bush administration was finally able to obtain a unanimous UN Security Council vote on Resolution 1441, which gave Iraq a final chance to disarm or face serious consequences. Saddam then almost immediately agreed to the return of the UN weapons inspectors. The UN weapons inspectors returned to Iraq on November 27, 2002. George W. Bush had no desire for peace but an obsession to invade Iraq, which was fueled by the ultra-right empire planners in his cabinet. Even the UN Chief Weapons Inspector in Iraq, Hans Blix, said in an April 2003 interview, "The invasion of Iraq was planned a long time in advance." 46 * The Bush administration worked hard not to allow weapons inspectors into Iraq, and once they were there they tried to hasten their departure. The Washington Post stated that several administration officials are concerned that if weapons inspections resume, their goal of launching a military campaign against Iraq could be delayed or completely undermined. 47 * It was apparent that the weapons inspections were proceeding without major problems and that no weapons were being found. George Bush did not allow the weapons inspectors more time in spite of these facts, or most probably because of these facts, since the longer the inspections lasted and no evidence of WMD or a program to develop them was found, the harder it would be to bomb Iraq without making it even more evident than it already was, that his administration had decided to bomb and invade Iraq a long time ago, regardless of any facts concerning the existence of WMD. 167. The weapons inspectors left Iraq on March 18, 2003, the day President George Bush gave Saddam Hussein and his two sons an ultimatum of 48 hours to leave Iraq or the US would start bombing. The inspectors were pulled out of Iraq and Bush gave his ultimatum, against the recommendations of the Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, who wanted to give the inspectors more time. This view was shared by the governments of France, Germany, Russia, and China and most of the other countries of the world. The US attack was supported by governments though not by the people of other nations in the ill-called coalition of the willing, since practically all counties were bought or bullied into joining, with the notable exception of England where the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, misrepresented, exaggerated and selected facts in such a way that he convinced the skeptical Parliament not only to endorse Bush's invasion but to even send a significant number of troops. At dawn, on March 20, 2003, US and coalition forces launched missiles and bombs at selected targets in Iraq. This attack, the start of the invasion, was made without the mandate of the UN Security Council. On April 9, 2003, President Bush declared the end of the war against Iraq. 3 weeks later, on May 1, he addressed the nation live from the flight deck of the homeward-bound aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, standing under a large sign which said "Mission Accomplished." Bush, clad in military clothes, declared that major combat operations in Iraq have ended. Iraqi civilian deaths from the American and British bomb, missile, and ground attacks during the 3-week invasion cannot be established with certainty, but probably at least 5,048 up to 7,449 civilians were killed, as well as tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers. After the end of the war, Bush and his administration still maintain their claims about the WMD. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer said on April 22, 2003, "No question, we remain confident that weapons of mass destruction will be found." George Bush stated on May 3, 2003, "We'll find them, and it's just going to be a matter of time to do so." And Colin Powell said on May 16, 2003, "We are flooding Iraq with inspectors who will look in every place that one can look in to find documents and to get evidence of their programs of weapons of mass destruction. And we're quite sure we'll find it." 50 However, no sign of any kind was ever found of the forbidden weapons forbidden for Iraq, naturally, not for the US and Israel, or other nations which are either friendly to the US or deemed too strong to subjugate with ease. The US troops were not received by the Iraqi people with flowers and shouts of joy, as the Bush administration had naively suggested they would be, but rather, as should have been expected, with protests and attacks, which did not decrease after Saddam's two sons were killed and he was taken prisoner. Although many Iraqis, 168, were pleased to see Saddam fall, all Iraqis, obviously, hate those who bomb, invade, and occupy their country and then continue to kill people, subject the population to humiliations and convert entire towns into prison camps. Families like that of Daham and Ghafran ibn Qasim certainly have not been out cheering the Americans. After a US tank machine gunned their car killing 3 of their children, they took their wounded 5-year-old daughter to a US Army field hospital where they remained 2 nights sleeping on the same bed. Then on March 27, 2003, they were thrown out of the hospital, literally carried out, into the freezing cold night without any shelter, without even a blanket. Then, said Qasim, he heard his daughter cry, "Papa, Papa, I am cold." Then she went silent, silent forever. 51 The liberators had killed their 4 children, who became just one more collateral damage. Over a year after the invasion, Iraq was still lacking the most basic facilities. There was a shortage of potable water, most of the country was without telephone service, there were frequent and long-lasting power outages, and, ironically, in the country with the second largest oil reserves in the world, gasoline was rationed and people had to wait for up to 1 day to get 30 liters of gasoline. 52 The US intends to use Iraq's oil production to pay for the reconstruction of the destruction it caused. The US also seemingly aimed to profit by handing out contracts, without competitive bidding, to US companies, in some cases to those with close ties to the top officials in the country, such as Halliburton, where Vice President Cheney was CEO before being selected by George W. Bush for executive office. Many of these companies were greatly overpricing their work, which is often also below minimum standards. 53*_ A year after the invasion, the U.S. occupying troops had not been able to control the attacks against them, and even though they generated a savage repression against the civil population, they also were unable to control lawlessness in the streets. The U.S. military and the Iraqis, collaborating with the coalition forces, were still being subject to several attacks a day, and the resistance has managed to shoot down several U.S. helicopters. The American media has been admonished by the Bush administration not to show pictures of body bags returning to the U.S. Also largely absent from the U.S. media are scenes of the suffering brought on by the U.S. invasion and occupation, or the indignities, and gross violation to human rights, which the U.S. inflicts on the Iraqi population. Here are a few examples of the many such events. A. On April 11, 2003, U.S. Marines killed 2 children at a checkpoint, when the driver of the vehicle allegedly ignored warnings to stop. 54*. 169. B. On September 12, 2003, 8 Fallujah security guards and 1 policeman were mistakenly killed by U.S. forces, and 9 others were seriously wounded. 55*. C. 9 members of Sheikh Mishkan Jamali's family, including his son, were killed by American troops in accidental shootings. Jamali, who was working with the American installed council in Ramadai, said at the funeral of his cousin, "They mean to kill as many Iraqis as possible." 56*. D. On November 17, 2003, a U.S. patrol opened fire on a group of people testing weapons in front of a gun shop. 3 Iraqis were killed. 57*. E. On January 7, 2004, a man and a woman, innocent of the attack of which they were suspected, were killed while their house in Fallujah was being destroyed by U.S. troops. Their 5 children were orphaned. 58*. F. On May 19, 2004, an American helicopter fired on a wedding party in western Iraq, killing more than 40 people. 59*. Wherever there was any sign of resistance, tanks entered civilian areas and fired at homes or buildings, while helicopters opened fire from above, or jets fired their supposedly precision missiles into the Iraqi town. U.S. forces surrounded whole towns, troops blasting open the doors of homes, terrorizing women and children, putting the population at gunpoint and often taking away large numbers of men. The Pentagon said U.S. forces had conducted 12,000 patrols and 230 raids and detained more than 1,200 suspects in only 1 week in November 2003. 60*. Abu Hishma is a village of 7,000 people. In November 2003, U.S. troops claimed they were fired on from the orchards surrounding the town. Later, the occupation troops ran into improvised landmines on nearby roads, and U.S. vehicles were fired upon a few kilometers out of town. When on November 17, a U.S. soldier was killed with a grenade, the occupation authorities decided to punish the entire town. A U.S. jet dropped a 500-pound bomb on the village, and troops rounded up the men and took away the mayor, the police chief and most of the town council. 61*. Then, in early December, the U.S. occupying force completely surrounded the village with razor wire, converting Abu Hishma into a prison camp. All adult men had to carry photo identification cards printed in English. No one was allowed in or out for 15 hours a day, which meant that people could not go to the mosque for morning and evening prayers or have enough time to wait for long lines at petrol filling stations. A sign outside the wire fence stated, "Do not approach or try to cross, or you will be shot." "This is absolutely humiliating," a 39-year-old primary school teacher told a reporter. "We are like birds in a cage." 62*. The villagers were prisoners in a foreign land that used to be their own. 63*. By the end of 2003, all the claims that President Bush made in an attempt to justify the invasion of Iraq had been exposed as originating from extremely poor. 170. Intelligence or being plain lies. There was no nexus to Al-Qaeda, there were no missiles with a 650-kilometer range, there had been no siege for uranium in Africa, and there were no chemical or biological weapons and no advanced nuclear weapons program, and the suspected biological weapons factories on wheels turned out to be food testing trucks. By spring 2004, as the Iraqi resistance increased, more of the lies the U.S. used as justification for the invasion and occupation of Iraq were being exposed. The U.S. claimed this war was waged to bring liberty and democracy, but the U.S. rejected plans for elections, suppressed the free press, jailed influential people for speaking their minds and tried to capture or assassinate Muqtada al-Sadr, a Shiite cleric who spoke out strongly against the occupation. Furthermore, U.S. troops continued killing civilians. For instance, in the attack on Fallujah in April 2004, U.S. soldiers killed at least 600 people, at least half of them women and children. The U.S. also claimed it would grant sovereignty to an unspecified Iraqi government on June 30, 2004. However, the U.S. tried to identify and then impose any Iraqis who would be subservient to the U.S. The U.S. Administrator, Paul Bremer, even announced that this new, and yet to be named, Iraqi government would automatically endorse continued U.S. occupation and that, in any case, U.S. armed forces would remain and establish permanent bases. 64**. Even though the many claims for the invasion and the continued occupation of Iraq have been exposed as totally false, the leaders of the U.S. insist that the conquest of Iraq must be pursued to victory. President Bush said on April 14, 2004, "We cannot yield at this point in time. We must remain steadfast and strong. It's the intentions of the enemy to shake our will. And we not going to leave. We going to do the job." 65**. In late April 2004, pictures of the abuse of Iraqi prisoners by the American troops were leaked to the media. Many of the pictures show American soldiers at Abu Ghraib prison forcing hooded, naked Iraqi prisoners to masturbate and pose in humiliating sexual positions, including the performance of sexual acts, while surrounded by rejoicing soldiers and other U.S. military personnel or while a grinning female points at their genitals. Other pictures show naked Iraqi prisoners terrified by attacking dogs, and a hooded, naked Iraqi standing on a box with wires hanging from his fingers, toes, and penis. Thousands of other pictures and some videos, which the Pentagon showed to a small group of legislators, but did not make public allegedly because was concerned about the prisoners' privacy, show more abuses, including American soldiers sexually assaulting naked male Iraqi prisoners with various objects, abusing naked LT. Iraqi women detainees and laughing over dead Iraqis whose bodies had been abused and mutilated. 66**. Previously secret sworn statements by detainees at the Abu Ghraib prison describe in raw detail prisoners being ridden like animals, sexually fondled by female soldiers and forced to retrieve their food from toilets. 67**. The US's own investigation by Major General Antonio Taguba, ordered in late January 2003, also determined that naked female detainees were photographed, videotaped, and sexually assaulted. Abuses of prisoners at Abu Ghraib and other U.S. prisons in Iraq and Afghanistan had been repeatedly denounced by Human Rights Watch and the International Red Cross since early 2003. Then, in January 2004, a CD full of photographs documenting such abuse was given to the Army's Criminal Investigations Division by the young military policeman who reported the abuses at Abu Ghraib. Within 3 days this report was passed on to Rumsfeld, who then informed the president. During the Senate Armed Services Committee hearings in May 2004, Rumsfeld stated that he and the president never saw the pictures until they were made public. He also alleged that he was not provided with details of the abuses until March and that no additional action was taken. President Bush was not advised because, as Rumsfeld elaborated, you read it, as I say, it's one thing. You see these photographs and it's just unbelievable. 68**. Reading that American soldiers forced naked and hooded Iraqi prisoners to masturbate and pose in humiliating positions and that American soldiers sexually assaulted male prisoners as well as Iraqi women, apparently did not make an impact on Rumsfeld. As he himself said, he needed to see pictures to finally comprehend the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the fact that the pictures were publicized contributed to making him realize the gravity of the abuses. The root cause of the Abu Ghraib prisoner abuse was President Bush declaring, unilaterally and without the backing of international law, that Al-Qaeda, and other suspected members of international terrorist groups were illegal combatants and therefore not eligible for the protection of the Geneva Conventions. With this guideline, the Defense Department, in April 2003, set up a special access program with an extremely high level of security. The program's basic rule was grab whom you must. Do what you want. President Bush was informed of the existence of this program. 69 * The secret program's interrogation methods for Al-Qaeda and Taliban suspects, many of which clearly violate the Geneva Conventions, were used in Afghanistan, the Guantanamo base in Cuba and the various secret CIA detention centers around the world. These approved interrogation methods included sleep deprivation, exposure to severe heat and cold, very bright lights and loud music, sexual humiliation, and placing the prisoners in stress positions for a very long time, 70 * 17 ZZ. By late summer 2003, as time went on and attacks on U.S. troops in Iraq continued, Rumsfeld decided to bring the SAP program to the Abu Ghraib and other prisons in Iraq. A confidential report of the International Committee of the Red Cross on the terrible conditions found in Abu Ghraib and other prisons in Iraq from March to November 2003 was leaked to the Wall Street Journal in May 2004. This report, which had been given to the coalition forces in February 2003, states that the abuse of Iraqi prisoners by American soldiers was widespread and routine and included brutality, hooding, humiliation, threats of imminent execution, and solitary confinement in small concrete cells devoid of daylight for nearly 23 hours a day for periods of months. The ICRC report further affirms that the methods of coercion used in Abu Ghraib and other prisons, some tantamount to torture and constituting a serious violation of the Third and Fourth Geneva Conventions, were not the wrongdoing of a few, rather they were used by military intelligence in a systematic way. 71 * Conclusions similar to those of the ICRC were also reached by others investigating the abuses of prisoners by U.S. military forces and the CIA. Kenneth Roth, executive director of Human Rights Watch, stated that following the September 11 trademark attacks, the U.S. military had systematically used torture around the world on detainees. 72 * The investigation of Seymour Hersh, presented in The New Yorker, concludes that the cause of the abuses by American soldiers lie not in the criminal inclinations of a few Army reservists but in a decision, approved last year by Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, to expand a highly secret operation which had been focused on the hunt for Al-Qaeda, to the interrogation of prisoners in Iraq. 73 * And the Washington Post found that none of the arrangements that permit U.S. personnel to kidnap, transport, interrogate and hold foreigners are ad hoc or unauthorized. Been developed by military or CIA lawyers, vetted by Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel and, depending on the particular issue, approved by White House General Counsel's Office or the President himself. 74 * In spite of the evidence and what common sense indicates that these abuses were systematic and approved or given tacit consent at a very high level, President Bush, Rumsfeld, and Colin Powell keep saying that these un-American abuses were the acts of a few who acted on their own. The occupation, from 2005 till today. More than 2 years after the U.S. invasion, the tragic consequences continued to increase. By June 22, 2005, a total of 1,725 U.S. military had died, more than 12,900 were wounded, 75 * and tens of thousands of Iraqi had been killed by the U.S. 173. Bombing, or shot at roadblocks or in sieges like the one in November 2004 in Fallujah. 76 * Furthermore, the conditions for the Iraqi people remained disastrous, the threat of violence was ever present, millions were unemployed and the basic services like electricity, water, and sanitation were lacking or extremely deficient. VFA Pentagon report confirmed there was wholesale corruption and theft by U.S. contractors well connected with the Bush administration. The report mentioned, among other cases, that the Halliburton Company overcharged the U.S. government $108 million for fuel imports. 78 *. A report issued by the United Nations Development Programme revealed an alarming and worsening situation of the quality of life in Iraq attributable mostly to over 15 years of US-led economic sanctions, wars and occupation. This survey shows a rather tragic situation of the quality of life in Iraq, Bahram Soleh, Iraq's Minister of Planning, said in statement, adding, if you compare this to the situation in the 1980s, you will see a major deterioration. This study, Iraq Living Conditions Survey 2004, indicated among other facts that, a quarter of Iraq's children suffered from chronic malnutrition, 3 out of 4 Iraqi families did not have a stable supply of electricity, 40% of families in urban areas and 30% in rural areas lived in neighborhoods where they can see sewage in the streets. About 50% of all families had no access to safe or stable drinking water, and the jobless rate for young men with secondary or higher education stood at 37%. 79 *. The rate of birth deformities and cancer rates among the country's children, after increasing tenfold from 11 per 100,000 births in 1989 to 116 per 100,000 in 2001, was still soaring. This medical crisis is the result of the widespread use of depleted uranium munitions by the US and British forces during the 1991 Gulf War and the 2003 invasion. 80 *. The suicide car bomb attack in the town of Hilla late February 2005 produced the greatest death toll from a single such incident since the US invasion. Those targeted in the blast were young men seeking to join the US-organized Iraqi police and military. The victims, 125 dead and at least 130 wounded, included passers-by and people shopping nearby. Even though the slaughter of Iraqi non-combatants was not committed by American troops, the United States is responsible for this and all the massacres and deaths that occur in Iraq. This is indisputably true from the standpoint of international law, as the U.S. is an occupying power. Following the ratification of the Constitution of Iraq on October 15, 2005, a general election was held on December to elect the members of the Iraqi Council of Representatives, which was to lead Iraq for the next 4 years. This election was boycotted by most Sunni Arabs. After 6 months of negotiations, a government of national unity, under the leadership of Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki, was agreed between the United Iraqi Alliance, a Shiite Islamist coalition, which received the 174 most votes in the election, the Iraqi Accord Front, a mainly Sunni Islamist Iraqi political coalition, the Kurdistani Alliance, a coalition of the 2 main Kurdish parties along with many smaller groups, and the Iraqi National List, a coalition of parties composed of both Sunnis and Shiites created, to offer a secular, cross-community alternative. Maliki came to power because of the support of the anti-American cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, leader of the Mahdi Army, a Shiite militia. The election did nothing to reduce the Al-Qaeda's attacks or the growing conflicts between different ethnic and religious groups, and in 2006 sectarian strife exploded between Shiites and Sunni Muslims. In February 2006, bombers blasted the Gilded Dome of Samarra's Askariya Shiite, one of Islam's holiest shrines. The sectarian violence that followed pushed Iraq to the brink of civil war. Retaliatory attacks hit more than 20 Sunni mosques across Iraq with bombs, gunfire, or arson, and at least 18 people were killed in the aftermath, including 2 Sunni clerics. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the Jordanian national who was linked to al-Qaeda, was killed in a June 2006 airstrike. Zarqawi was responsible for a series of bombings, beheadings, and attacks in Iraq and had antagonized many Iraqis by killing dozens of fellow Muslims. These killings were one of the reasons that many Sunni tribal leaders later joined the coalition forces to fight al-Qaeda. Saddam Hussein, who had been captured near his hometown of Tikrit on December 15, 2003, was sentenced to death by hanging on November 5, 2006 after a trial where the outcome was never in doubt. He was convicted of crimes against humanity for the murder of 148 Iraqi Shiites in the town of Dujail in 1982, in retaliation for an assassination attempt against him. The execution of Saddam Hussein took place on December 30, 2006. In January 2007, President George W. Bush announced his plan to increase the number of American troops deployed in Iraq. This plan, commonly referred to as the Surge, was expected to improve the security in Iraq, principally in Baghdad and Anbar province, which were being racked by bombings and other terrorist attacks by Al-Qaeda and the fighting between Shiite and Sunni groups. President Bush ordered the deployment of more than 20,000 soldiers into Iraq, and sent the majority of them into Baghdad. He also extended the tour of 4,000 Marines already in the Anbar province. The SWRGE also involved a change of focus for the U.S. military to help Iraqis clear and secure neighborhoods, to help them protect the local population, and to help ensure that the Iraqi forces left behind are capable of providing the security. The SVRGE was opposed by a significant group of the U.S. Democratic Party leaders, who advocated for a reduction in the troop level and an early troop withdrawal. In a further effort to reduce the terrorist attacks between the Shiites and Sunnis, the Iraqi and the U.S. governments decided to build walls to separate AE neighborhoods and to control militias and insurgents from entering or exiting any neighborhood without passing a checkpoint. These walls, usually from concrete, are approximately 3 meters in height, but some reach 6 meters, and in some areas the top of the wall is covered with concertina wire. There are patrols to prevent it from bombing by insurgents. The first walls were built in April 2007 in Adhamiyah and Ameriya. The latter wall is about 10 kilometers in length. By the end of 2007 there were over 50 different walls built around different neighborhoods across Baghdad. In April 2007 Muqtada al-Sadr pulled his 6 ministers from Iraq's cabinet because Maliki refused to set a timetable for a U.S. troop withdrawal. Violence between Shiites and Sunnis continued unabated, and in June 2007 insurgents used explosives to demolish the 2 minarets of Samarra's Askariya Shiite shrine, site of a 2006 bombing that shattered its famous Golden Dome. This unleashed a wave of retaliatory sectarian violence. Sunni extremists of Al-Qaeda were blamed. In August 2007 Sadr imposed a ceasefire and purged the Mahdi army of the most violent members. By September 2007 Commanding General of the multinational force Iraq David Petraeus stated that violence had been reduced significantly and that fragile and reversible improvements had been achieved. He stated that the reasons for the improvements in Iraq were the deployment of forces in counterinsurgency operations designed to protect Iraqi civilians, the increased capabilities and ongoing expansion of the Iraqi army and police forces, the creation of the Anbar Awakening movement in which Sunni leaders formed groups to fight the insurgents, and the sectarian homogenization and the physical barriers between Baghdad neighborhoods. But not many agreed with Petraeus' assessment. 1 year after the surge was announced it was very far from meeting its objectives. The purpose of the surge was to provide the breathing space for political reconciliation to occur, but the Iraqi government had only met 3 of the 18 benchmarks laid out. Time magazine stated that the surge is a fragile and limited success, an operation that has helped stabilize the capital and its surroundings. 81*. In March 2008 the Prime Minister, Maliki, ordered an offensive against Sadr's Mahdi army and other militias in the southern city of Basra. The clashes ended only after Sadr agreed to an Iranian-brokered truce. Since U.S. and Iraqi forces kept being attacked in Baghdad's Sadr city district, the U.S. erected a 15-foot-high concrete wall in May 2008 to separate the U.S. patrolled southern section from the northern sector, which was the stronghold of the Mahdi army, the Shiite militia loyal to anti-American cleric Muqtada al-Sadr. 176. Petraeus later said in September 2008 that I don't use terms like victory or defeat. I'm a realist, not an optimist or a pessimist. And the reality is that there has been significant progress, but there are still serious challenges. 82*. However, the surge, The small troop increase and its focus on providing securities in Baghdad and Al-Anbar province, was not the reason for the very significant reduction in violence in 2008. The main reasons were the ceasefire by the Shia cleric Muqtada al-Sadra's Mahdi army militias and that the Sunni fighters of the Anbar Awakening group allied themselves with U.S. forces to fight against al-Qaeda. 83 * Also contributing to reduced terrorist activities were undoubtedly the U.S. assassination campaign against extremist leaders, 84 * the ethnic cleansing of Iraqi neighborhoods, 85 * and the numerous walls that separated Shiite and Sunni neighborhoods. Some analysts such as Council on Foreign Relations fellow Stephen Simon argue that the methods used in the surge are unsustainable and have actually decreased the likelihood of a stable Iraq in the long term. 86 * The Sahawat al-Anbar, or Anbar Awakening, was formed in October 2006 by the grouping of Anbari tribes and former insurgents who opposed al-Qaeda after this group conducted a campaign of murder and intimidation throughout Anbar province. These groups began working more closely with coalition forces to begin securing neighborhoods in Ramadai, prompted in great part by monetary incentives. It also provided its followers with a political platform, and started to establish ties with the Iraqi government. 87 * U.S. troops had been accused many times by Iraqi citizens and government officials of murdering innocent Iraqi civilians, but these accusations have heretofore fallen on deaf ears as the U.S., after a pro forma hearing or trial, find the accused to be not guilty. In December 2008, 5 Blackwater guards were charged with killing 17 unarmed Iraqi civilians and wounding 18 others with gunfire and grenades while traveling in a convoy through a busy Baghdad intersection in September 16, 2007. A sixth guard pleaded guilty to charges of voluntary manslaughter. When they say they were fired on, it is a lie. I ask the Iraqi government to throw out from the country. If an Iraqi killed 17 people, the government would execute him on the spot, said Fullah Ali Ahmed, whose brother Saad died as he was trying to flee the gunfire. 88 * Blackwater Worldwide is a private military company currently contracted by the United States government to provide security services in Iraq. Blackwater security guards are nothing but mercenaries, mostly former soldiers, performing tasks that otherwise would require U.S. Army soldiers. At present, violence, although diminished, is still widespread and several terrorist attacks and assassinations occur weekly. In the first 2 weeks of December 2008, for instance, 89 * slag. A bomb hidden in a cart exploded outside a school in the northern city of Mosul, killing 4 people, including 2 children, and wounding 12 others. B. A suicide car bomber killed 5 people and wounded 25 near a checkpoint in Tal Afar in northern Iraq. C. A roadside bomb struck an Iraqi army convoy in Hilla, south of Baghdad, killing 5 Iraqi soldiers. D. A number of blasts in Baghdad and Mosul killed more than 30 people. 90 * E. A suicide bomb attack on a restaurant in northern Iraq where Kurdish officials were meeting with Arab tribal leaders left at least 55 deaths and about 100 wounded. The explosion happened about 10 kilometers north of the ethnically mixed city of Kirkuk during Eid al-Adha, a major Muslim holiday. 91 *. The long-standing Arab-Kurdish conflict over the oil-rich city of Kirkuk and other disputed territory could also explode into a sectarian war. Kirkuk has a population of 900,000 Kurds, Arabs, and Turkmen and sits on one of the country's biggest oil fields. It lies outside the northern zone run by the Kurdistan Regional Government, but is run by Kurdish fighters and the Kurdish Intelligence Service. Arabs and Turkmen represent about 40% of Kirkuk's population. The Kurds want to annex Kirkuk and surrounding Tamim province into their self-ruled region in northern Iraq, and Iraq's constitution provides for a referendum to be held in Kirkuk to determine whether it should be annexed to the Kurdish regional administration. But the vote has been repeatedly postponed because of fears that a ballot would worsen ethnic tension. Furthermore, neither the central government nor the Shia and Sunni political groups want the rich oil fields to be controlled by the semi-autonomous Kurds. At present, tensions are emerging between the different political factions, tribal leaders, and the government. Nouri al-Maliki, the Prime Minister of Iraq, holds most of the executive power in the government and is also the Secretary General of the Islamic Dawah Party. The current president of Iraq, Jalal Talabani, a Kurd politician, serves largely as a figurehead with few powers. Maliki is creating councils of tribal leaders ostensibly to strengthen the central government, but major political parties fear it is a move aimed at bolstering the Shiite leaders' stature ahead of the parliamentary elections that are tentatively scheduled for late 2009. In the sprawling Diyala province north of Baghdad, an ethnic and religious mosaic, the Arab tribes, which are supported by the central government, are raising fears among Iraq's Kurds, who covet the eastern part of Diyala and would like to absorb it into their autonomous region through a popular referendum written into the constitution. In these areas the Kurds, including the president of Iraq Jalal Talabani, who is Kurdish, view the support councils as IL-178. Legal tribal militias loyal to Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki, but Maliki argued that the councils are politically independent, providing vital aid to Iraqi security forces and receiving virtually nothing in return. 92 *. The central government's power is weakening as Iraq's tribes, sects, and ethnic groups consolidate power in their own regions. In the south, ruling Shiite parties are competing for electoral power against the followers of the populist Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr and Shiite tribal leaders. In the north, ethnic Kurds, Arabs, and Turkmens are in a struggle for control of the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. In the west the Sunnis, who boycotted the last provincial elections in 2005, are actively organizing now to participate in the upcoming 2009 elections. In July 2008 in the city of Fallujah, once the heart of Sunni insurgency, the leaders of al-Nasr Salah al-Din Army, a Sunni militant group, declared they would renounce violence and formed a political party called the National Front of Iraq's Liberals. The National Front and other one-time insurgent groups will compete for power with the established Sunni politicians of the Iraqi Islamic Party and the leaders of the Anbar Awakening Party, the U.S.-backed tribal alliance. In November 2008 Iraq's parliament approved a security pact with the United States. Under the deal agreed with the outgoing administration of President George W. Bush, U.S. troops will have to pull out of Iraqi cities by the middle of 2009 and leave the country by the end of 2011. The agreement was opposed to the last by lawmakers loyal to Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, who demand an immediate U.S. withdrawal. After more than 5.5 years of occupation, at the end of November 2008, the United States invasion of Iraq has resulted in the following: 93 *. Casualties. 1 million or more Iraqi citizens have died as a result of the Iraqi war since the March 2003 invasion. 94 * Per U.S. official sources there have been 4,203 U.S. troop casualties and 313 from other coalition forces, and 30,848 U.S. troops were wounded, 20% of which are serious brain or spinal injuries. A third of the U.S. troops develop serious mental health problems within a few months of returning home. 135 journalists were killed, 91 by murder and 44 by acts of war, including 14 journalists killed by U.S. forces. 95 * U.S. and other coalition partners. Number of troops there are a total of 152,350 troops in Iraq, including 146,000 from the US and 4,000 from the UK. 96 * and about 6,500 armed contract security personnel. 97 * Quality of life indicators. Over 2 million Iraqis were displaced inside Iraq by Iraq War as of May 2007. There are over 2 million Iraqi refugees in Syria and Jordan. 40% of professionals have left Iraq since 2003. The average daily hours Baghdad homes have electricity was 5.6 in May 2007, compared to 16 to 24 hours before the war. Iraqi homes average only 1 to 2 hours electricity per day, per Ryan Crocker, U.S. Ambassador to Iraq. 98 * Only 37% of Iraqi homes are connected to sewer systems. Only 30% of Iraqis have adequate water supplies. 99 U.S. monetary cost. The U.S. has spent about $600 billion and about $200 billion more were approved by President Bush in June 2008. U.S. monthly spending in Iraq was $12 billion in 2008. The following has been lost or is unaccounted for in Iraq. $9 billion in cash. $549.7 million in spare parts shipped in 2004 to U.S. contractors. $1 billion in equipment and services provided to the Iraqi security forces. 100 $10 billion mismanaged and wasted. 101 $1.4 billion Halliburton co-charges and $3.2 billion paid to KBR, a former division, classified by the Pentagon as unreasonable and unsupported and questionable or unsupportable, respectively. In the January 31, 2009 provincial elections to replace the local councils in 14 of the 18 governorates of Iraq, Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki's party scored a victory over rival Shiite Muslim groups. The biggest losers were the Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq Party and the Kurds. The ISCI received only a fraction of the vote it had in 2005. ISCI, which had been the dominant Shia party and the most powerful in Iraq, is a religious party, linked to Iran, with a mainly rural base. The Kurds are weaker because the ISCI, their ally in a strategy to obtain regional autonomy, and the United States, which appeared to support them, lost influence. Furthermore, the Kurds lost control of the oil-rich province of Nineveh with Mosul, which went decisively Sunni. 102 Muqtada al-Sadra's movement did not field candidates under the Sadrist banner but endorsed lists of nominal independents. The Sadrist movement finished a distant second in Baghdad and also finished second in the Shiite-dominated provinces of Maysan, Najaf, and Dikar, south of Baghdad. Sadr lost much influence when in 2008 government forces routed his militia from strongholds in Baghdad and Basra. 103 180. Afghanistan. In April 1978, a coup by the People's Democratic Party overthrew and executed the country's first president, Muhammad Daoud, who himself came to power 5 years earlier after overthrowing King Zahir's corrupt and repressive regime. The Soviet Union had a strong influence in Afghanistan for quite some time, due to its extensive common border, and was its largest trading partner and aid donor. The US and the Shah had been trying to change this, and after Daoud accepted a very large economic aid agreement from Iran, Daoud's government became increasingly pressured by the US and Iran to reduce its dependency on Soviet aid and personnel and its ties with the PDP. As government corruption increased and promised modernization did not take place, lower-level officials and members of the middle class became discontented. In April 1978, as Daoud started to move against his opponents on the left, he was overthrown and killed by army officers sympathetic to the pro-Soviet PDP. The new government under Nur Muhammad Tariqi established a secular state and a non-alignment policy and started reforms aiming to modernize the country. Tariqi insisted that their coup had been free of foreign influence, but since the government received significant amounts of aid from the Soviet Union in the form of military equipment and advisors, it was soon labeled as communist by their local opponents, as well as Western governments and media. Tariqi's regime lacked any base outside Kabul and was isolated from the population in the countryside. Many of the reforms, such as the education of women and outlawing child marriages, clashed with century-long customs, and soon its policies, in a nation with a deep Islamic religious culture and a long history of resistance to strong centralized governmental control, provoked a popular backlash. The resistance was spontaneous, but soon came to be led by an alliance of conservative Islamic groups who referred to themselves as Mujahideen. Armed uprisings met with repression by the government. By early 1979, after Afghan troops fired on demonstrators, the majority of the population became openly hostile, and the repression, particularly by the secret police of Prime Minister Hafizullah Amin, became severe. The PDP party was divided into two rival factions who had fought each other for control of the government while also battling the Islamic rebels. Tariqis and Amin's Khalq faction was militantly Marxist, the Parcham faction included Babrak Karmal and Dr. Mohammad Najibullah. As the country's situation became worse, the Soviets advised Tariqi to dismiss Amin, reunite with the Parcham faction and adopt a mode conciliatory policy. When Amin heard of this, he arrested and assassinated Tariqi. In early December 1979, Soviet troops started to arrive in Afghanistan. Whether they were invited or not is a subject of controversy. Amin had insisted that the Soviet ambassador be changed, and the foreign minister had criticized the Soviets. Yet on December 26, while the rest of about 5,000 Soviet troops arrived, Amin stated in an interview with an Arab journalist, that the Soviets did not interfere in Afghan domestic affairs and respected Afghan independence and sovereignty. 2 The next day Soviet troops fought their way into the presidential palace and killed Amin. People rejoiced after Amin's death. The Soviets proclaimed Babrak Karmal president, and within a few days the number of Soviet troops in Afghanistan had reached 80,000, later increasing to more than 100,000. President Jimmy Carter declared that the invasion jeopardized vital U.S. interests, because the Persian Gulf area was now threatened by Soviet troops in Afghanistan. This and other similar declarations were an excuse for the increased military expenditures that had already begun. The CIA had been training guerrillas in Pakistan and transmitting propaganda by radio to Afghanistan since 1978. 4 U.S. officials had been meeting with the Mujahideen since April 1979 or earlier. 5 and the CIA had been giving aid to them before the Soviet entry to Afghanistan, hoping to provoke a response from the Soviets, such as indeed occurred in December 1979. Former CIA Director Robert Gates wrote in his memoirs that aid to the rebels began in June 1979, and Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, confirmed in a 1988 interview that U.S. aid to the Mujahideen rebels began before the invasion. 6 The United States, China, the United Kingdom, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, among others, sent arms and supplies to the Mujahideen. The U.S. objective of the intervention, as clearly stated by Brzezinski, was to trap the Soviets in a long and costly war of attrition designed to drain their resources, just as Vietnam had bled the U.S. The Soviet invasion in Afghanistan together with the revolution in neighboring Iran provoked a large response from the Islamic world to resist the Communists. The Islamic Republic of Iran, along with many other Muslim nations and groups, gave aid and sent volunteers to aid the Mujahideen. One of the first non-Afghan Islamic volunteer fighters was the Saudi millionaire Osama bin Laden, whose family had close ties to members of the Saudi royal family. Bin Laden recruited 4,000 Saudi volunteers and developed close relations with the most radical Mujahideen leaders. He worked closely with the CIA, raising money from private Saudi citizens. 182. And by 1984 was running the Maktab al-Qadamar, an organization set up to funnel money, arms, and fighters from the outside world to the Afghan war. 7 The CIA kept the Mujahideen well armed, arranged for their military training, urged Middle Eastern countries for donations and pressured and bribed Pakistan to let the Mujahideen use the country as a base for their operations. The U.S., with the support of Pakistan's dictator, General Zia-ul-Haq, began recruiting and training Mujahideen fighters from the 3 million Afghan refugees in Pakistan and large numbers of mercenaries from other Islamic countries. The only thing the CIA did not do was to provide U.S. troops. This time all the dead were to be Soviets, Afghans, and other Muslims. As the Muslim, a newspaper from Islamabad, reported, the United States was ready to fight to the last Afghan. 8 Apparently the CIA was unable to bribe this particular newspaper. The Mujahideen, who never truly formed a united front against the Communists, consisted of at least 7 factions who often fought amongst themselves in their battle for territory and control of the opium trade. In order to hurt the Russians, the US deliberately chose to give the most support to the most extreme groups. A disproportionate share of US arms went to Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, a particularly fanatical fundamentalist and woman hater. whose followers first gained attention by throwing acid in the faces of women who refused to wear the veil. 9 Beginning in 1985, under the Reagan administration, the CIA began to supply the Mujahideen with assistance in high technology such as satellite reconnaissance data of Soviet targets and intercepts of Soviet communications, and weapons, among them state-of-the-art shoulder-fired Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. By 1987, 65,000 tons of arms a year were supplied to the Mujahideen, and CIA and Pentagon officials were ever present in the Pakistani Inter-Services Intelligence Headquarters in Rawalpindi helping to plan Mujahideen operations. 10 In spite of the war, the Karmal government and later the Najibullah regime continued a program of modernization and social works such as electrical energy projects, clinics, and literacy programs. But these governments were still identified with the previous one of the hated Amin. This, and the presence of the Soviets, kept the government from gaining much support. Finally, following years of UN-sponsored negotiations, the last Soviet troops left Afghanistan in February 1989. The Soviets then proposed to the US an embargo on arms shipments to Afghanistan and a ceasefire between the two sides, but the US did not accept these proposals, thereby basically ensuring that the war would continue. The rebel groups continued the war against the government in Kabul. Dr. Mohammad Najibullah, who replaced Kamal in 1986, held on against the Mujahideen until April 15, 1992, when Kabul fell to a rebel offensive. By the time the government fell to the Mujahideen after over 10 years of war, more than 1 million Afghans were dead, 3 million were disabled and 5 million were refugees. 183. Furthermore, over 10 million landmines littered the country, killing or severely maiming an average of 90 people per month. With the fall of Kabul to the Mujahideen, the various rebel groups began to fall out among themselves over who would rule Afghanistan. Some of these groups represented ethnic or religious groups and others represented distinct geographic regions of the country. The 4 main ethnic groups are the Pashtuns, from the south and west, the Tajiks and Uzbeks, from the north and east. These 3 groups are mostly Sunni Muslims and the Hazari minority, which accounts for most of the country's Shiite Muslims. Several rebel groups formed a governing coalition called the Islamic Council of Mujahideen and elected Burhanuddin Rabbani as the interim president of Afghanistan for a term of 1 year. This council excluded the Shiites and Gulbuddin Hekmatyar's group. Hekmatyar then attacked Kabul sporadically for over 3 years with artillery and rockets from his huge stock of US-supplied weapons. The former Mujahideen ruled as warlords in their areas of control while the country disintegrated. Over 10,000 Afghans were killed and hundreds of thousands became refugees as the various armies fought each other throughout the country. There was no central government in Afghanistan. Amidst this chaos, some former Mujahideen, including Mujahideen leaders of Pashtun background, found a leader in Mullah Muhammad Omar, a Pashtun and former Mujahideen fighter who led a new armed group called the Taliban. In 1994, the Taliban attacked and defeated local warlords and began to gather a deserved reputation for order and military success. Pakistan soon began supporting them in part to establish a stable, friendly government in Kabul and stop the waves of refugees that flooded Pakistan's border regions due to the fighting. Throughout the years of the Taliban's ascendancy, Iran supplied arms and military training to the United Front/Northern Alliance forces in northern Afghanistan who were fighting the Taliban. The Northern Alliance included the Uzbek forces of General Dostum, the Tajik troops of Rabbani and the Shiite Hazaris led by Haji Mohammad Mahagig. The Taliban kept fighting other militias, eventually defeating them all. They seized Kabul in September 1996. Masoud and Rabbani fled to the north with their forces to continue the war. By early 1999 the Taliban had control over 85% of the country. The Taliban, while establishing a very harsh Islam-based law, stopped the fighting and killing in Kabul, and brought order and peace to the areas they controlled. With their policies of keeping women veiled and at home, and the harsh punishments for thieves, rapists, and murderers, women were at least safe and 184. Crime almost disappeared. contrary to the times when the warlords of the Northern Alliance forces controlled, or were fighting over Kabul. Tacit U.S. support for the Taliban continued until 1998, when Washington blamed Osama bin Laden for the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, and retaliated by launching cruise missiles attacks at bin Laden's alleged training camps in Afghanistan. 20 people were killed. The timing of the strike, if not the strike itself, was certainly made to distract attention from the Lewinsky scandal, which was engulfing Clinton. The U.S. demanded that bin Laden, who lived in Kandahar, be arrested and turned over for trial or be expelled to a country that would arrest him. The Taliban said bin Laden was a guest, and as pointed out by Taliban's representative at the UN, Afghanistan has a tradition of hospitality and had also refused to turn in Germans and Italians to the Allies during WW2. The Taliban, however, would try bin Laden under Islamic law if the US would give them evidence of bin Laden's guilt. No evidence was provided. 11 Following the September 2001 attack on the New York's Twin Towers, Bush declared Osama bin Laden responsible even though there was no proof, certainly no conclusive proof, that bin Laden was responsible. Again, the US demanded that bin Laden be turned over to the US without offering any conclusive proof of his guilt. After the Taliban denied knowing his whereabouts, the US started the attacks on Afghanistan in order to capture bin Laden dead or alive and find others responsible. Although Afghanistan's government was definitely sympathetic to bin Laden, it could not be accused of complicity. Nonetheless, President Bush was not interested in determining culpability, as he himself expressed with "You are either with us or against us." Soon after, on October 7, 2001, the punishing aerial bombardments and missile attacks began demolishing what little was left of a country already in ruins, killing thousands of civilians and forcing hundreds of thousands to leave their homes. On October 14, the Taliban government made another offer to extradite bin Laden to a neutral country. It can be negotiated provided the US gives us evidence and the Taliban are assured that the country is neutral and will not be influenced by the United States. 12 President Bush ruled out any deals, they must not have heard. There are no negotiations. This is non-negotiable. He also declared there is no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. I was also reported that the Taliban later offered to hand over bin Laden for trial in a country other than the US without asking to see evidence first, in return for a halt to the Western bombing. There was no response by the US. 13 An informal alliance was made between the Northern Alliance and the United States and the United Kingdom Allied forces, with some coordination between Allied air attacks and ground attacks by the Northern Alliance. These attacks led to the fall of Kabul on November 13, 2001. Soon thereafter all Taliban forces were 185 defeated and forced to flee. American and British special forces on the ground in Afghanistan later liaised with the Northern Alliance to conduct raids, ambushes and reconnaissance missions in order to destroy the Taliban and Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda forces. The US attack on Afghanistan is, by the US's own definition, a classic example of state terrorism. As stated during an interview, Noam Chomsky, a leading political scholar, affirmed, "The war in Afghanistan targets Afghan civilians, and openly." The British Defence Minister put it very clearly in a front-page article in the New York Times. He said, "We are going to attack the Afghans until they finally realize that they better overthrow their government." That's a virtual definition of international terrorism. And Chomsky further stated, "My definition of terrorism is taken from the US Code, which seems to me quite adequate. It comes down to the statement that terrorism is the calculated threat or use of violence with the aim of intimidating and provoking fear and damage in order to achieve political, religious, ideological, and other goals, typically directed against civilian populations. I take terrorism to be just how they define it. By that standard, it's uncontroversial that the United States is a leading terrorist state." 14 In 1988, with US knowledge, bin Laden created al-Qaeda, a conglomerate of quasi-independent Islamic terrorist cells spread across at least 26 countries, writes Indian journalist Rahul Bedi. Washington turned a blind eye to Al-Qaeda, confident that it would not directly impinge on the U.S. But after the Soviets left, many of the thousands of non-Afghan mujahideen realized as they returned home, that some of their own countries, like Saudi Arabia or Egypt, were even more of a client regime of the US than Afghanistan had been of Moscow. 15*. The creation of the Taliban was actively encouraged by the ISI and the CIA, according to Selig Harrison, an expert on U.S. relations with Asia. 16*. The U.S. government was well aware of the Taliban's reactionary program, yet it helped them all along. When the Taliban gained power, State Department spokesperson Glenn Davies said that he saw nothing objectionable in the Taliban's plans to impose strict Islamic law, and Senator Hank Brown, chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on the Near East and South Asia, welcomed the new regime. The good part of what has happened is that one of the factions at last seems capable of developing a new government in Afghanistan. 17*. And Phil Gasper, author and philosophy professor at the University of Notre Dame of Namur in California, wrote. 186. Whatever the U.S. government's current rhetoric about the repressive nature of the Taliban regime, its long history of intervention in the region has been motivated not by concern for democracy or human rights, but by the narrow economic and political interests of the U.S. ruling class. It has been prepared to aid and support the most retrograde elements if it thought a temporary advantage would be the result. 18*. While he was CEO of Halliburton, the world's biggest oil services company, Vice President Dick Cheney told other industry executives, "I can't think of a time when we've had a region emerge as suddenly to become as strategically significant as the Caspian." Afghanistan itself has no known oil or gas reserves, but it is an attractive route for pipelines leading to Pakistan and the Arabian Sea. 19*. For some years, a consortium led by the California-based Unocal Corporation had been negotiating with the Taliban for permission to construct an oil pipeline from Turkmenistan through Afghanistan to Pakistan. 20*. In the months before the Taliban took power, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia, Robin Roppel, worked intensively with the governments and other powers that had been, were or, in Roppel's opinion, should be involved in the Unocal project. 21*. After the Taliban victory in Kabul, Unocal announced that this was a positive sign and that cash bonus payments were already being paid to the Taliban even before their victory in Kabul. 22*. In November 1997, a delegation of Taliban mullahs traveled to the U.S. and met with State Department officials in Washington and later with Unocal executives in Houston. At that time, the Taliban's public executions and its treatment of Afghan women were not made out by the U.S. government to be crimes against humanity as they were after September 2001, once the Taliban became the so-called embodiment of evil. 23*. In 2002, while UN forces were on the ground to keep peace and help to organize the new government, U.S. Air Force and Special Ground Forces continued to hunt for Taliban and Al-Qaeda men all too frequently, killing civilians who became collateral damage. In their eagerness and lack of respect for the Afghan population, the U.S. has all too often mistakenly bombed or fired on groups consisting only of civilians. An aid attack on a village in the Uruzgan province on July 1, 2002 killed 48 civilians, including a number of children, who were celebrating a wedding. In response to reporters' questions, U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz said, "Bad things happen in combat zones, and we should have no regrets about going after bad guys." Not surprisingly, U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld also offered no apology. Rather, when speaking at the Pentagon on July 22, 2002, he made the following callous statement: "If a mistake was made, a mistake was made, but it was made with our people on the ground with eyes on the target." 24*. 187. The U.S. also has to bear some responsibility for the nearly 1,000 Taliban who died after they surrendered at the end of the war. In late November 2001, to the notoriously ruthless warlord General Dustam of the US-backed Northern Alliance. The surrender was made in the presence of American intelligence officers and Special Forces soldiers. A few days later the prisoners started to be herded into sealed freight containers, as many as 200 to one truck, to be transported to Shebourgon prison. Many died of suffocation. By the time the trucks arrived a day later there were only dead bodies in some of them. The convoys with the prisoners, dead, dying or alive, arrived at Shebourgon, several trucks per day for over a week. The Red Cross was not permitted to enter the prison until December 10, but by then most of the bodies had been buried. 25 American Special Forces, specifically assigned to work with General Dustam, were present at the location where the prisoners were loaded into the containers and in the area of the prison when the containers were delivered. The truck drivers and villagers knew about it, yet, according to the U.S. commanders in Afghanistan, the U.S. Special Forces were not aware of what was going on. In early 2002 Physicians for Human Rights based in Boston discovered a mass grave at Dasht-e-Lila, near the prison. Investigations by William Haglund, a forensic anthropologist, and other PHR forensic experts found that the cause of death was consistent with death due to suffocation. Data found at the site, as well as reports from witnesses, confirmed that this was one of the burial sites for the prisoners who died in the containers while transported to Shebourgon 26*. By the beginning of December 2001 probably 5,000 civilians had already been killed by US or British troops, becoming collateral damage. Mark Harold, professor at the University of New Hampshire, gathered data from all reliable sources and determined that 3,767 Afghan civilians were killed by Allied troops between October 7, when the bombardments started, and December 7, 2001. Harold emphasized that he did not include those killed in remote areas or those who died later from their injuries, therefore approximately 5,000 killed about 80 per day would be closer to the truth. 27*. Almost all of the incidents of civilian casualties, reported daily by the foreign press but seldom in the major U.S. media, constitute acts of terrorism, but even outside the U.S., few politicians or major communications media dare to call the slaughter by its name. It would be politically unwise to do so. Following are a few of these incidents. A. On October 11, 2001 U.S. jets bombed Karam, a mountain village, killing 100 to 160 civilians. 28*. B. On October 18, 2001 the market of Surai Shamali was bombed, 47 civilians died. 29*. 188. C. On October 23, 2001, U.S. aircraft fired on farming villages north of Kandahar. 30*. D. On October 31, 2001, U.S. aircraft bombed a Red Crescent clinic killing 15 to 25 people. 31*. E. On November 10, 2001 villages in the Kukure region were bombed killing more than 150 civilians. 32*. F. In December 2001 when U.S. airplanes hit a convoy of tribal elders going to the inauguration of the Afghan government in Kabul 65 civilians were killed. 33*. That same month, 110 Paiktia villagers died in a 6-hour U.S. bombing raid. 34*. The killings of civilians continued unabated without the protests of the U.S. puppet Afghan government installed in Kabul, whose sphere of control ends at the Kabul city limits. On December 2, 2003 6 children and 2 adults were killed as a result of a U.S. attack on their compound, and on October 6, 2003, another 9 children were killed as a result of a U.S. airstrike against a suspected Taliban fighter. 35*. These killings were reported by the New York Times, in addition to the foreign press. However, as with all the millions of civilians killed as a result of U.S. terrorist acts in the last 50 years, they were almost immediately forgotten as just another few more victims, in one of the apparently unending U.S. wars to bring peace and security to the world. Afghan detainees and prisoners have been subjected to torture both in Afghanistan and in the Guantanamo Bay prison in Cuba, where many suspected Al-Qaeda and Taliban members were taken. A few prisoners died as a result of torture. The death of 2 Afghans which died in U.S. custody in Afghanistan in December 2002 was classified as homicide by the U.S. military. Another prisoner died while in detention in June 2003. 36 According to President Bush, Al-Qaeda, Taliban and other members of international terrorist groups were illegal combatants and therefore not eligible for the protection by the Geneva Conventions. This pronouncement led Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, to create a secret program to deal with these illegal combatants. This program gave a blanket advance clearance to kill or capture and interrogate targets of Bush's War on Terror. 37 Kenneth Roth, Executive Director of Human Rights Watch, stated that most of the interrogation methods approved for this program had been ruled illegal by the courts. 38 and an International Committee of the Red Cross report stated that some of these practices were tantamount to torture and constituted a serious violation of the Third and Fourth Geneva Conventions. 39 189. When in the year 2000 the Taliban forbade the planting of poppy, the opium production fell by more than 90%, causing huge losses to the powerful financial institutions that controlled and/or profited from the opium trade, including Western financial institutions. With the defeat of the Taliban and the installation of the government of Hamid Karzai, a U.S. puppet, the production of opium started to multiply, increasing from 7,600 hectares planted in the year 2000 to some 55,000 in 2002, 40 and reaching a record of 131,000 hectares in 2004. 41 Meanwhile, many of the old Mujahideen groups that fought against the Soviets, including Gulbuddin Hekmatyars, started to fight against the U.S. presence in Afghanistan, and the resistance to the de facto U.S. occupation caused an ever-increasing number of confrontations. 42 From the time the U.S. started to bomb Afghanistan in October 2001 until June 21, 2005, the number of those killed as a result of the U.S. bombing and occupation was at least 4,000 Afghan civilians, 9,000 Afghan troops, 192 U.S. troops and 99 troops from other nations. 43 The U.S. attack on Afghanistan and the continued presence of U.S. troops in the ironically named Operation Enduring Freedom allowed the U.S. to make significant progress on several long-standing geopolitical aims, to erode Russian influence in Central Asia and obtain a power base there so as to gain greater access to Caspian Sea oil and gas resources, and strengthen U.S. hegemony in the Middle East. Aside from the already established foothold in Afghanistan, the former is being done by the bribing and subjugation of corrupt and vulnerable governments in former Soviet Central Asia. Terrorism has now replaced communism as a justification by the U.S. to intervene around the world at will and achieve its imperial designs. As Edward said, who was professor of English and comparative literature at Columbia University, New York, and one of the most articulate advocates of the Palestinian cause in the U.S., stated, "Terrorism has become a sort of screen created since the end of the Cold War by policymakers in Washington. To keep the population afraid and insecure, and to justify what the United States wishes to do globally. Any threat to its interests, whether it's oil in the Middle East or its geostrategic interests elsewhere, is labeled as terrorism." 44 The war in Afghanistan began with a specific target, finish with Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, protected at the time by the Taliban government of Afghanistan. But Al-Qaeda leaders moved across the border into Pakistan, and for the past 7 years, although the US-led coalition states that it is fighting the Taliban, the fight in Afghanistan has largely been against an assortment of indigenous tribal and religious leaders who for centuries have fought any foreign invader and who furthermore resent anyone who aims to decrease their power and or destroy their opium trade. 45 190. But lately, ordinary citizens who have seen members of their family or clan mowed down by the US and its allies, are joining the fight against the invaders in increasing numbers. Although to the US these victims are only collateral damages, to the Afghans they represent a wife that was killed on the way to the market, daughters and sons blown to pieces as they were going to school, or, as was the case 3 times in 2008, a bride killed on her wedding day by a bomb or mortar fire. But the American military commanders and their soldiers seem to believe that they are going to win the hearts and minds of the Afghans with a few chocolate bars or a handful of dollars. Most of the fighting is in the Helmand province, which produces half the world's opium supply. But the British, which are assigned to that area as part of the US-led coalition, cannot go after the leadership of the Taliban, which has its base just across the border. They are also rather powerless against the drug trade, in part because some of the proceeds are also schemed by the friends, officials, and perhaps family members of the corrupt government of Afghan President Hamid Karzai. 46 Hamid Karzai, an ethnic Pashtun, was a member of the Mujahideen during their fight to drive the Soviets out of Afghanistan in the 1980s and also a top contact for the CIA. When the Taliban was formed in the 1990s, Karzai was one of their supporters, but later he broke with them and became the U.SS choice to lead Afghanistan. As a result of U.S. backing, the Loya Jirga of June 13, 2002, appointed Karzai interim holder of the new position of President of the Afghan Transitional Administration, and in the 2004 presidential election he became the first democratically elected leader of Afghanistan. Although Karzai protests every so often about the hundreds of civilians killed monthly by the US and other coalition troops, he is a puppet of the United States and has no say on any of the military operations which are destroying his country, and on local affairs his power does not extend much farther than Kabul's city limits. The poppy eradication policy propagated by the international community and in particular the United States as part of their war on drugs, has been a failure in Afghanistan, just as in the rest of the world. There are no alternative development projects to replace livelihoods lost as a result of poppy eradication. Rather than reducing poppy cultivation, the eradication program has succeeded only in adding to the extreme poverty in some rural areas and general discontent, particularly in the south of Afghanistan. Despite billions of dollars of aid and tens of thousands of international troops, poppy cultivation has increased every year since the Taliban was ousted. By mid-2007 there were 193,000 hectares used for poppy cultivation in Afghanistan, 47 while in 2001, the last year they were in power, the Taliban had managed to reduce the poppy cultivation to 7,600 hectares. 48 191. In January 2006, NATO's International Security Assistance Force started to replace the U.S. troops of Operation Enduring Freedom in southern Afghanistan. The ISAF had been established by the United Nations in December 2001 to stabilize the country. By November 2008, ISAF had around 50,700 troops from 41 countries, with NATO members providing the core of the force. The United States have 20,600 troops in ISAF and another 11,000 troops in Afghanistan as part of Operation Enduring Freedom to combat any resistance to their presence and train the Afghan forces. 49 private security personnel in Afghanistan exceed 10,000 for registered groups alone. 50 the ongoing 7-year war in Afghanistan has repeatedly been the subject of large protests around the world, and the deaths of the tens of thousands of Afghan civilians, caused directly by the US and NATO bombing campaigns, are provoking revulsion even in those who do not admit that the bombing and invasion of Afghanistan are unjustified aggression. The US and NATO bombings are weakening support for the Afghan government and turning more and more people against the foreign occupation of the country. As the situation deteriorates, the killing of civilians is seen as a final affront in a litany of mistakes by the foreign forces in Afghanistan. Patience among ordinary Afghans has worn thin and anger grows with each attack. The most recent data from the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission indicates that during the first 10 months of 2008 there were 1,798 civilian victims in the country due to the increased bombing of the international forces and the consequent increase in operations by insurgents. 51 humanitarian aid agencies say privately that they believe the figure is significantly higher, as many victims classed as insurgents are actually non-combatants. The number of Afghan civilians killed as a result of the war is probably over 25,000. The totals of available estimates range from 9,267 to 27,607, 52 *. However, the former, lower estimate, grossly understates the casualties and appears to honor U.S. military estimates, which tend to totally disregard or arbitrarily reduce casualty figures reported even by the Afghan government or UN sources. A recent Human Rights Watch report said U.S. investigations, when launched, have been unilateral, ponderous, and lacking in transparency. The routine denials and hands-off attitude are contributing to a growing realization among Afghans that their lives are cheap in the eyes of the foreigners, who have no respect for them or their culture. The wedding party hit in November, which killed the bride along with 36 other people, was the third wedding party in 2008 which the foreign troops converted in a massacre. Mullah Zubiullah Akhand, a Taliban commander in Oruzgan province, says the attacks are sending recruits his way daily. 53 * 192. The people who are fighting with the Taliban are the brothers, uncles, and relatives of those killed by the Americans. They have joined the Taliban and are fighting the Americans because they want to avenge their brothers, fathers, or cousins. There are now Taliban in every village. Many of them have rejoined the movement after the savage attacks carried out by the Americans. And, as Clancy Sasse of The Guardian explains, it is not just the deaths from airstrikes that are poisoning the hearts of Afghans. In the capital, Kabul, each day, terrified drivers swerve out of the way as foreign troops hurtle through the streets in their armored convoys, training their rifles on the drivers and pedestrians and shouting obscenities. Stay the fuck back. 54 *. Following are a few brief accounts of the multitude of incidents of civilian deaths caused by the irresponsibility and arrogance of the U.S.-guided war machine. According to an investigation by an Afghan human rights group released on April 14, 2007, U.S. Marines, who said they came under small arms fire after a bombing, went on a rampage shooting at vehicles and pedestrians along the road. At least 12 civilians were killed and another 35 were injured, including a 16-year-old newly married girl carrying a bundle of grass to her family's farmhouse, who was shot in the back, and a 75-year-old man shot so many times that his son had trouble recognizing him when he reached the scene. A few hours after the shootings, the Marines returned to site of the carnage, cordoned it off, and began removing evidence that it had occurred. 7 journalists representing multiple media outlets complained that the Marines confiscated their equipment and forcibly deleted photographs taken by Afghans working for the Associated Press. One journalist said he was told, "Delete the photos or we'll delete you." After conducting an initial inquiry into the matter, the American military command in Afghanistan found no evidence that the Marines had come under small arms fire after the bombing. 55 *D. According to the Afghan government, an airstrike by coalition forces on July 4, 2008 in Nangarhar province killed 47 civilians, including 39 women and children. This incident came just one day before a terrorist car bomb in Kabul killed 41 and injured 130, mostly civilians. 56 *E. Afghan officials reported that a fighter aircraft battling militants killed up to 27 Afghans walking to a wedding ceremony in eastern Afghanistan on July 6, 2008, the second military attack in 3 days causing civilian deaths. 57 * 93 pounds. Described by one of the survivors, the bridal party was making its way to the groom's village to prepare for the celebrations later that day when the first bomb hit a large group of children who were ahead of the main group, killing most of them instantly. A few minutes later, the plane returned and dropped another bomb in the center of the group, mostly women. Somehow the bride and 2 girls survived, but as they ran down the hillside trying to get away from the plane, a third bomb caught them. Haj Khan, an elderly man escorting the bride's party that day, related that, "We were walking, I was holding my grandson's hand, then there was a loud noise and everything went white. When I opened my eyes, everybody was screaming. I was lying meters from where I had been, I was still holding my grandson's hand but the rest of him was gone." I looked around and saw pieces of bodies everywhere. 008*F. The U.S.-led coalition forces killed 76 Afghan civilians in western Afghanistan on August 22, 2008, most of them children, reported the Interior Ministry. 19 of the victims were women and 50 were children less than 15 years of age. 99*G. A U.S. attack in August 26, 2008 in Herat's Shindan district killed 90 civilians, among them 60 children between the ages of 3 months and 16 years old. The UN News Center reported, the destruction from aerial bombardment was clearly evident, with some 7 to 8 houses having been totally destroyed and serious damage to many others. Local residents were able to confirm the number of casualties, including names, age, and gender of the victims. 60*H. U.S. warplanes bombed a wedding party in a remote village in the southern province of Kandahar on November 5, 2008, destroying an Afghan housing complex where women and children had gathered to celebrate the wedding. Body parts littered the wreckage. There were 37 people dead, including 23 children and 10 women. 61*. Guantanamo Bay Military Prison. The Guantanamo Bay Prison is a United States detention center in operation since 2002 in Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, which is on the shore of Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Since October 7, 2001, when the current war in Afghanistan began, close to 800 detainees, alleged members of Taliban and Al-Qaeda, have been brought to Guantanamo. Some 660 men, including minors 13 years of age, were held in Guantanamo through mid-2004 without charges, hearings, or right to legal counsel. Since then, the number of those held started to decrease as the number of released detainees became larger than that of those newly imprisoned. As of July 30, 2007, approximately 420 Guantanamo prisoners had been teleased, a figure representing more than half the total number of those who were once incarcerated there. 1*. These prisoners were released without charges. Most of the detainees were Afghans or Pakistanis, but there were also about 40 other nationalities. Most were taken prisoner in Afghanistan, but others were captured for unknown reasons in countries as far away as Bosnia and Gambia, kidnapped off the streets, often tortured by U.S. agents, and then taken to Guantanamo. 2*. As of December 2008, a total 245 detainees remained. Of these, more than a fifth are cleared for release, but U.S. officials are finding it difficult to persuade countries to accept them. Some of these prisoners have been there over 7 years without being charged. Of those still incarcerated, U.S. officials said they intend to eventually put 60 to 80 on trial and free the rest. The detainees held in Guantanamo had been classified by the Bush government as enemy combatants, and therefore the Bush administration claimed that the Geneva Conventions did not apply. However, the U.S. did not even comply with the provision of the Geneva Accords, which state that a competent tribunal must determine if a person is a prisoner of war or an enemy combatant. 3*. The Bush administration also claimed that the U.S. laws did not apply to these prisoners when the treatment of the prisoners in Guantanamo was taken up by the U.S. Supreme Court. It ruled in June 2006 that they were entitled to the minimal protections listed under its Common Article 3. In June 2008, the United States Supreme Court ruled in Boumediene v. Bush that the Guantanamo captives were entitled to the protection of the United States Constitution. 4*. However, the conditions for the prisoners did not change while George W. Bush remained as president. During the 2008 presidential campaign, Barack Obama described Guantanamo as a sad chapter in American history and promised to close down the prison. President-elect Obama's legal advisors are planning on bringing up to 80 detainees to the United States to be put on trial. The United States has been almost universally criticized for just about all aspects of its treatment of the Guantanamo detainees. Most detainees were kidnapped and transported to Guantanamo without any kind of legal proceedings and were held without charges, hearings, or right to legal counsel or visits from their family, in conditions that violated all international conventions. Initially, the detainees were held outside within a barbed wire fence without any privacy at all, like cattle. Later they were housed in somewhat better facilities. Most of them were in solitary confinement in 2.6 x 2 meters maximum security cells and were often bound and blindfolded and taken to hours-long interrogations. Many were also tortured for long periods of time. 5*1 of the first to be involved in a campaign to close down Guantanamo was Michael Ratner, president of the Center for Constitutional Rights, who went on 195. Record that President George W. Bush's order stating he had the power to capture people anywhere in the world and indefinitely detain any non-citizen who he believed was involved in international terrorism was outrageous. 6*. On May 25, 2005, Amnesty International characterized Guantanamo as the Gulag our times, lamenting that it evoked images of Soviet repression. 7. And in a series of reports called The Situation in Guantanamo, a Human Rights Scandal. 8. In May 2006, the UN Committee Against Torture condemned prisoners' treatment at Guantanamo and noted that indefinite detention was a violation of the UN Convention Against Torture, and called on the US to shut down the Guantanamo facility. 9*. Leaders of the Democratic Party have also been among the critics of Guantanamo. In April 2007, Senator Hillary Clinton called for the closure of Guantanamo, stating that it has become associated in the eyes of the world with a discredited administration policy of abuse, secrecy, and contempt for the rule of law. 10*. The Bush administration Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said that the prisoners are among the most dangerous, best trained, vicious killers on the face of the earth. Among the vicious killers released after months of detention there were children as young as 13 years old and men well over 80 years old, who could only walk with difficulty. There were cases of mistaken identity, among them a farmer, a taxi driver and all his passengers, and men planning to open a peanut processing plant in Gambia. Some of the detainees were just unlucky people fingered to U.S. agencies by unscrupulous bounty hunters. 11*. In late January 2004, U.S. officials released 3 children aged 13 to 15 and returned them to Afghanistan. In November 2007, the Pentagon admitted that 12 children under the age of 18 at the time their alleged crimes took place had been held at Guantanamo since it opened in 2002. 12*. Close scrutiny of this list revealed that the Pentagon will need to revise its figures once more, as, by its own account, a total of 22 prisoners were juveniles at the time of capture. Moreover, contrary to the Pentagon's account, 5 of these prisoners were still being held. 13*. Amnesty International had already stated in 2003 that, it is a basic principle of international law that any detainee has the right to test the lawfulness of his or her detention in a court of law. The U.S. administration is supporting a world where arbitrary unchallengeable detention becomes acceptable. 14*. And the International Committee of the Red Cross and Human Rights Watch declared that some of the interrogation methods approved for use in Guantanamo Bay Prison were tantamount to torture, have been ruled illegal by the courts, and constituted a serious violation of the Third and Fourth Geneva Conventions. 15*. Australian lawyer Richard Bourke, who had been working for almost 2 years on behalf of dozens of detainees, said in 2003 that the methods used by the 196 U.S. military to force confessions out of prisoners being held at the Guantanamo Bay military prison, clearly fell under the definition of torture under international conventions. Bourke told ABC Radio in Australia that his claims were based on reports leaked by U.S. military personnel and from descriptions by some detainees. 1G. A U.S. military insider, Sean Baker, went public with the abuses that Miller, a U.S. military police officer, suffered after he was ordered to put on an orange jumpsuit and make believe he was an Afghan detainee, in order to determine if prisoners were abused. Baker reported that U.S. military men hit Miller's head against the steel floor. Miller suffered brain damage and has been plagued by seizures since. This incident was purportedly recorded, and was part of one of 500 hours of tapes that the U.S. military refused to release. According to a letter from a senior Justice Department official leaked to the Associated Press, FBI agents also witnessed several cases of abuses. 17 *. The first extensive study of prisoners released from the U.S. detention center at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, found that many of them are physically and psychologically traumatized, debt-ridden and shunned in their communities as terrorist suspects. The 62 men in the study indicated that they had been treated most brutally at the U.S. Air Base in Bagram, Afghanistan, where half of them were held before being flown to Guantanamo. The men said American guards regularly beat them, left them in freezing temperatures with thin blankets, used dogs to terrorize them and, in the cases of 6 men, hung them from ceilings by chains for hours. In Guantanamo, quite a few stated that they had been shackled in contorted positions and subjected to extreme heat or cold, both during interrogation and afterward. 18 *. The appalling conditions were also evidenced by the number of suicide attempts. By September 2003 there were 32 official suicide attempts. Since this was a reflection of the conditions in which the prisoners were held, the U.S. decided that there would not be any more suicide attempts, henceforth they were to be called manipulative self-injurious behavior incidents. 19 * Government records reflect that detainees committed 460 acts of manipulative self-injurious behavior in 2003 and 2004, an average of 1 such act every day and a half. 20 *. But since then data has not been made available. The American Civil Liberties Union filed a federal lawsuit today to force the Department of Defense to release all records relating to deaths, suicide attempts, and homicide attempts at the U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay according to the Freedom of Information Act. By the end of 2008 the Defense Department has failed to comply with the ACLU's request. 21 * Donald Rumsfeld justified the detentions without any legal process, saying, "They have been brought here because they are considered individuals that ought not to be out on the street with the possibility that they could kill somebody." The statement is, shockingly, in essence identical to that made by another fascist, Hermann Göring, during the Nuremberg war crimes trials. Referring to the Nazi concentration camps opened in 1933, Göring declared, "People were arrested and taken into protective custody who had not yet committed any crime, but who could be expected to do so if they remained free." 22 *. But nor everyone in United States agreed with Rumsfeld's, and the Bush administration fascist actions. A Senate Armed Services Committee report released on December 11, 2008 concluded that former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld's actions were a direct cause of detainee abuse at Guantanamo and influenced and contributed to the use of abusive techniques in Afghanistan and Iraq. 23 * In his Inauguration Day speech Barack Obama promised to return America to the moral high ground, and on January 22, 2009, 2 days after being sworn in as president, he issued an executive order requiring that the Guantanamo Bay detention facility be closed within a year. He also signed orders to shut down secret overseas CIA prisons, review military war crimes trials and ban the harshest interrogation methods. These orders represented a clean break from the Bush administration's low moral standard and disregard for international conventions. 198. Israel/Palestine. The State of Israel owes its existence to the intimidation brought to bear by the U.S. on other countries to convince them to vote in favor of partition of Palestine in November 1947, when the UN voted to divide Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state. Since that time Israel has become a surrogate of the U.S. in the Middle East. The U.S. gives Israel almost unconditional political support and supplies it with money and weapons, $3.5 billion annually of aid, without which Israel would almost certainly have to stop its ethnic cleansing, return all the land they appropriated through war and dispossession of Palestinian land in violation of United Nations Resolution 242, and would have to permit the return of the Palestinians who were forced out of the usurped land as stated in UN Resolution 194. The U.S. is unquestionably greatly responsible for the Israel/Palestine problem. Any Jewish claim on Palestine based on populating or ruling the area prior to the arbitrary UN partition in 1947, has no factual basis. Jewish rule in Palestine prior to 1948 lasted at most 400 years, probably considerably less, and the last date that the Jews possibly ruled Palestine was 2,600 years ago, in the 6th century BC. The Palestinians of today are the descendants of the Canaanites, who occupied the Palestine city of Canaan long before 1800 BC, and who remained in Palestine, along with the descendants of Arabs, Persians, and Samaritans after the Jews were expelled in the 2nd century. In the 7th century AD the inhabitants of Palestine converted to Islam. Prior to the arrival of Zionist settlers in the late 19th century, there was little conflict between Jews and Arabs in Palestine. In 1918 Palestine had about 700,000 inhabitants, of which only 8% were Jews. After that date Jewish population started to increase rapidly as a result of the steady immigration of Jews promoted by the Zionists. In 1947 the total population of Palestine was about 1.9 million people, of which 32% were Jews, who, in turn, held less than 6% of the land. In November 1947, when the UN voted to recommend partition of Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state with respectively 57% and 43% of the land, the UN had considerably fewer members than it does today, since most Third World nations were still colonies and thus not members. At that time, 2 years after the end of World War II, almost all countries in Europe depended on U.S. post-war reconstruction assistance and could not afford to vote against U.S. wishes. Latin countries, also dependent upon the U.S. economically, all succumbed to U.S. intimidation and monetary incentives, with the exception of Cuba. The intimidation brought to bear by the U.S. on other countries to convince them to vote in favor of partition was such that then U.S. Secretary of Defense James Forrestal wrote, "The methods that have been used to bring coercion and duress on other nations in the General Assembly bordered closely on scandal." 1 * The UN resolution, which needed 2/3 majority, passed. The final vote was 33 in favor and 13 against with 10 abstentions. Democracy, so often invoked nowadays by the US when it invades other countries, was conveniently ignored in this case, as the will of the Palestine Arabs, who constituted a 2/3 majority in the country, was not taken into account. By denying the Palestine Arabs the right to decide, the United Nations violated its own charter. After 1947, the Zionists continued to appropriate land belonging to Arabs by means of threats, assassinations, and massacres such as the one at Deir Yassin near Jerusalem, where Menachem Begin, later Prime Minister of Israel, and his men, literally butchered some 250 defenseless Arabs, mostly old men, women, and children. 2 * John H. Davis, Commissioner General of the UN, wrote, "The extent to which the refugees were savagely driven out by the Israelis as a part of a deliberate master plan has been insufficiently recognized." 3 * On May 14, 1948, as the last British soldiers left Palestine, the Jewish state was declared. When the armistice agreements were signed in 1949, Israel held 78% of Palestine and some 750,000 Palestinians who were evicted or caused to flee became refugees. The terrorist acts by the Israelis against the Palestinians were such that Arnold Toynbee wrote in his respected work on the history of the world. The Jews knew from personal experience what they were doing, and it was their supreme tragedy that the lesson they learned from their encounter with the Nazi Gentiles should have been not to eschew but to imitate some of the evil deeds that the Nazis had committed against the Jews. 4 * In December 1948, the UN General Assembly passed Resolution 194, which declared that refugees wishing to return to their homes and live in peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so, and that compensation should be paid for the property of those choosing not to return. In November 1967, the UN Security Council unanimously passed Resolution 242, which emphasized the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and called for the withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territory occupied in the recent conflict. But Israel continued to hold on to the land exacted in war, about 56% of the portion of Palestine that was not given to Israel in the 1947 UN partition, and has not allowed the return of the Palestinian refugees. Israel occupies 78% of the land. 200. not including the land occupied by the hundreds of Jewish settlements, built on the remaining 22% of the land nominally held by the Palestinians. Over half a century after the State of Israel was arbitrarily carved out of Palestinian land, the Palestinians still do not have a state. Israeli leaders acknowledged the injustice being done to the Palestinians in statements most probably not meant to be made public. Moshe Dayan, the chief of staff of the Israeli Defense Forces, said in 1953, "Who are we that we should argue against their hatred? For 8 years now they sit in their refugee camps in Gaza, and before their very eyes, we turn into our homestead the land and the villages in which they and their forefathers have lived." 5 And David Ben-Gurion, Prime Minister of Israel, stated in 1956, "I don't understand your optimism. Why should the Arabs make peace? If I was an Arab leader I would never make terms with Israel. That is natural, we have taken their country." 6 The basic facts of the Israel-Palestine conflict are well documented but conveniently disregarded and forgotten by most in the West, where few, particularly politicians, dare to criticize Israel, or any Jew for that matter, since to do so would be to be labeled anti-Semitic. Furthermore, as commented by Robert Fisk of the Independent, ignorance of the Middle East is now so firmly adhered to in the U.S. that only a few tiny newspapers report anything other than Israel's point of view. 7 And as stated by playwright and former war correspondent John Pilger, news and current affairs programs seldom, if ever, remind viewers that Israel was established largely by force on 78% of historic Palestine and, since 1967, has illegally occupied and imposed various forms of military rule on the remaining 22%. The media coverage has long reversed the roles of oppressor and victim. Israelis are never called terrorists. 8 The mainstream Western press rarely mentioned the fact that Israel was committing what amounts to terrorist acts almost daily and is making a mockery of UN resolutions and the Geneva Conventions. Neither did they mention the well-documented past terrorist actions by Israel's Prime Minister Sharon, who was responsible for the 1953 massacres in the refugee camp of El Buraig, south of Gaza, the Jordanian village of Kibbutz, and for the 1982 Sabra and Shatila massacre in Lebanon. Israel Shahak, who was a survivor of the Bergen-Belsen camp, and headed the Israeli League for Human and Civil Rights, harshly criticized Jews' acceptance of Israel's policies and actions. "I am not afraid to say publicly that the Israeli Jews, and with them most Jews throughout the world, are undergoing a process of Nazification." 9*201. Israelis continued perpetrating terrorist acts as defined by the U.S. Code 10* or Army manuals, mowing down women and children, even international reporters, with machine guns, when their tanks and bulldozers entered Palestinian cities to kill members of a Palestinian resistance group or to destroy the homes of the families of suspected suicide bombers, assassinating presumed terrorists and killing civilians by their missiles. The Palestinians, who do not have an air force, army, missiles, or tanks, who have practically no other way left to defend themselves against the occupying forces but by immolating themselves in a suicide attack or launching ineffective homemade rockets, they are called terrorists. Yet, the numerous terrorist acts perpetrated by the Israelis are said to be justified retaliation, and are seldom criticized in the West and hardly ever in the U.S. Palestinian National Authority President Yasser Arafat died November 11, 2004. Arafat had been chairman and longtime leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization and leader of the secular Fatah political party, which he founded in 1959. Arafat spent the greater part of his life fighting against Israel in the name of Palestinian self-determination. He was initially fiercely opposed to Israel's existence, but modified his position in 1988. The PLO was the umbrella organization of Fatah, with which it had few ideological or personnel differences. But as Fatah became ineffective, very corrupt, and too moderate, it started losing support. The Fatah party became the main proponent of a negotiated solution with Israel, and by 1993 accepted Israel's right to exist. Fatah's main rival since then has been Hamas, the militant Islamist organization whose main power base is in Gaza, the home of 1,400,000 Palestinians, and which has not bent to pressure by the West to declare Israel as a legitimate state. Hamas' position with respect to Israel made it popular with many Palestinians who also resented Fatah's corruption and ineffectiveness. Furthermore, Hamas gathered strong support because it ran extensive social programs and established hospitals, education systems, and libraries throughout the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Tensions between Hamas and Fatah increased in 2005 after Yasser Arafat's death. On January 9, 2005, Mahmoud Abbas, a leader of the Fatah party, was elected president of the Palestine National Authority, receiving about 61% of the vote. Over 60% of eligible voters participated, despite difficulties owing to the Israeli occupation and a boycott of the elections by the Islamist group. On January 25, elections were held for the Palestinian Legislative Council, the legislature of the PNA. This was the first election for the PLC since 1996. Since that time, elections were continuously postponed as a result of the ongoing 2002 Israel/Palestine conflict. Voters from the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, were eligible to participate in the election. Contrary to all predictions, Hamas won a majority in the PLC with 74 seats to the ruling Fatah's 45. The United States, which were the main promoters of the elections, had a shock when the results of the elections were known and were declared totally transparent by all international observers. Immediately afterwards, the United States, followed sheepishly by the European Union, declared they would not recognize the Hamas government and proceeded to cut out all aid to the Palestinians. The Palestinians cannot subsist without foreign aid as a result of the stranglehold that Israel has on their pitiful small enclaves, with all access controlled by the occupying power. The U.S. ignored the will of the people expressed freely in a democratic election. The fact that Hamas does not recognize Israel is no reason to make them an outcast. The United States for decades did not recognize China, an enormously big country with the largest population of any other nation in the world, simply because the U.S. did not like their system of government. The Palestinians, on the contrary, have a very good reason for not recognizing Israel's legitimacy. After all, Israel appropriated over 80% of Palestine, ran 700,000 Palestinians off their land through massacres and threats, tore down their homes and built new houses in the same location for the Jewish foreigners so that no trace remained of the Palestinians' homes, and today keeps the Palestinians that stayed in Palestine either living in abject conditions in increasingly smaller patches of land or as third class in what is a textbook example of an apartheid state. In June 2007, Hamas defeated Fatah in the Gaza Strip in response to Fatah attacks. Apparently Fatah had attempted to overthrow Hamas, funded and assisted by the United States and Israel. After this confrontation, Hamas strengthened its control of Gaza even more. Fatah remained in control of the West Bank. Subsequently, President Mahmoud Abbas formed a new governing coalition excluding the majority government of Hamas, and continued trying to negotiate with the Israelis. The Israelis released a few Palestinian prisoners every so often in order to give the Palestinians the impression that Mahmoud Abbas, who has demonstrated to be a totally inept leader of the Palestinian people, is strongly representing their cause. In the meantime, Hamas militia fired homemade rockets into Israel, which rarely caused any damage, while Israel retaliated with missiles that frequently killed Hamas militants and almost invariably killed innocent civilians, many of them children. The U.S. in the meantime continues to give billions of dollars to the Israelis, during 2007 $6.8 million per day, while the Palestinians, which are dependent of aid because of the Israeli stranglehold on the Palestinian ghettos, received only $0.3 million per day. 11*203. In the occupied territories, Israel has created an apartheid regime, applying two separate systems of law in the same area and basing the rights of individuals on their nationality. Under this regime, Israel has stolen tens of thousands of hectares of land from the Palestinians and used this land to establish hundreds of settlements in the West Bank. Since 1967 through 2006, Israel has demolished 18,147 Palestinian homes, 12 and 223 Jewish-only settlements and outposts built on land taken from the Palestinians, 13 As a result of this policy, approximately 380,000 Jews now live on the settlements built on Palestinian land on the West Bank, including those established in East Jerusalem. 14 Israel prohibits Palestinians from entering and using these lands, and uses the resentment that these settlements cause to justify their violations of Palestinians' human rights, such as the right to housing, to earn a livelihood, and the right to freedom of movement. 15 The Israelis of course are counting on the fact that the settlements and outposts they built on land taken from the Palestinians in the West Bank practically prevent any real possibility for the establishment of an independent, viable Palestinian state. And that the longer any serious negotiation with the Palestinians can be postponed, the unlikelier it is that the powers involved in this negotiations will require Israel to return these lands. On December 27, 2008, Israel began a military offensive against the Gaza Strip. After a massive bombing campaign, the Israelis launched a land invasion with continuous shelling from air, sea, and land. The objective of this invasion, according to Israeli sources, was to destroy Hamas infrastructure and military capability. Israel blamed Hamas for their missiles against civilian objectives since the ceasefire ended on December 19, 2008, and Hamas blames Israel for not lifting their blockade of Gaza and for continuing their raids into this territory. The attacks ceased January 18, 2009, when Hamas announced a ceasefire after Israel declared a unilateral truce. As a result of the Israeli butchery, as of January 18, 2009, there had been 1,314 Palestinians killed, including 416 children and 106 women, and over 5,300 wounded, among them 1,631 children. Of the Israeli invaders, only 13 had died, including 3 civilians, 16 considering that the population of Gaza is only 1.4 million. If in United States there would have been a proportional number of deaths to the 1,314 killed by the Israelis in Gaza, the death toll would have been 300,000. Aside of the fact that Israel was attacking a nearly defenseless people, they brazenly committed war crimes by violating most international codes regarding the protection of the population and non-military buildings. They used banned weapons such as phosphorus bombs, used powerful shells in civilian areas, and at 204. Attacked ambulance crews, aid workers, and journalists, as well as a UN office and an international media buildings. 17 The Israelis also directly and wantonly targeted 142 houses, 13 mosques and 5 schools with guided missiles and shells. 18 The scale of devastation in Gaza following Israel's 3-week offensive, already being called the Gaza Massacre, is enormous. 1 million people were without water since the conflict began, and great numbers of people were without power. 4,000 homes were destroyed and tens of thousands of people are homeless. The infrastructure of the already miserably poor territory was totally destroyed: government offices, police and security stations, privately owned office buildings and workshops, 39 schools, and 38 mosques. 19 Since September 29, 2000 through January 18, 2009, 6,288 Palestinians have been killed, 20 among them 1,487 children, 21 and some 39,019 Palestinian have been injured. 22 At the end of 2008, the Israelis held about 10,756 Palestinian prisoners, while the Palestinians held 1 Israeli. 23 Pakistan. The modern state of Pakistan was established in August 1947 and was a dominion in the Commonwealth of Nations until it became a republic in 1956. It initially consisted of the 2 Muslim-majority wings in the eastern and northwestern regions of British India, but the eastern portion seceded after a civil war, guerrilla warfare, and the Indo-Pakistani War of 1971, becoming the independent state of Bangladesh. Pakistan has been politically unstable. There have been 4 coups since independence and plagued with economic problems and rampant corruption. Kashmir, a divided state claimed by both India and Pakistan, has been the cause of strong disagreement between them and the main motivator of 2 of the 3 wars they have fought since 1947. Both sides reject independence for Kashmir, and the dispute is now more dangerous than before since both countries have become nuclear powers. General Pervez Musharraf assumed executive power in 1999 after a military coup d'état and became president in 2001, but started to lose control with his attempt to force out the Chief Justice of Pakistan's Supreme Court in the spring of 2007, which led to countrywide protests. Parliamentary elections were called for November 2007 and exiled political leaders Benazir Bhutto and Nawaz Sharif were permitted to return to Pakistan. However, the assassination of Benazir Bhutto during the election campaign led to nationwide riots and the postponement of elections until February 2008. Musharraf's party was rooted, and Asif Ali Zardari, the widower of Benazir Bhutto, and Nawaz Sharif formed a governing coalition. Musharraf resigned in August after the governing coalition declared that it would seek his impeachment. The coalition dissolved after Zardari refused to reinstate the Supreme Court members forced out by Mr. Musharraf. In September, Zardari was elected president, and soon afterwards he launched an aggressive campaign against the Taliban in the western provinces. After the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, the United States demanded that Pakistan take action against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, which have a haven in the mountains of western Pakistan. Although Musharraf agreed, he only took half-hearted action since he was rightfully concerned about reprisals from the Islamic tribes, which strongly support Al-Qaeda. Furthermore, Pakistan's intelligence services and portions of the military had been backers of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. Since Pakistan was not doing enough to satisfy the United States, the Bush administration started to increasingly attack suspected militants' hideouts with drone sticks and raids by special operations forces in Pakistan's. These attacks were made without previously advising the Musharraf government, which protested in vain against this violation of its sovereignty. The attacks by the American drones led to an increasing number of civilian casualties and increased protest and unrest. Pressured by the Zardari government, the Pakistani army engaged in heavy fighting with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban on several fronts, even in the Taliban and Al-Qaeda strongholds along the Afghan border. Additionally, U.S. military operations from Afghanistan into Pakistan have become increasingly more frequent and unilateral since the spring. This has led to retaliation from the militants with a number of terrorist bombings. The heavy fighting has claimed an ever-increasing number of civilian dead and wounded, and an estimated 250,000 people have fled the helicopters, jets, artillery and mortar fire of the Pakistani Army and the United States forces. Many of the displaced are crowding around the northwest Pakistani city of Peshawar, and about 20,000 crossed the border to seek safety in Afghanistan. The new U.S. President, Barack Obama, intends to make Afghanistan and Pakistan his focus in the war on terror and plans to send 20,000 to 30,000 extra troops to Afghanistan by the beginning of next summer. While he is correct in the belief that the main bases of Al-Qaeda are in those countries, he is perhaps not considering that for 2 centuries Afghanistan has been the graveyard of imperial ambition. The border between Pakistan and Afghanistan is 1,510 miles long, and the terrain along Pakistan's northwest border is forbidding and varies from deserts with summer temperatures up to 124 degrees Fahrenheit to sparsely populated and very rugged mountains that are snow-capped nearly year-round and have peaks over 15,000 feet high. The Afghan and Pakistani tribes living in the border area have common cultural bonds and ethnic loyalties, and their support for Al-Qaeda remains strong. The tribesmen are hostile to foreigners and have a deeply ingrained code of honor, which explicitly forbids the betrayal of guests or those under the tribe's protection, like Osama bin Laden's .7*. Following the terrorist attacks on Mumbai, India, in late November 2008, Pakistan's military push against Al-Qaeda was severely curtailed because the military's attention was now focused on the Indian border. 208. The November 26 through 29 attacks on Mumbai carried out by Pakistanis from a Pakistan-based militant organization, have severely damaged India's already strained relationship with Pakistan. The attacks, a series of coordinated terrorist attacks across Mumbai, India's financial capital and its largest city, were carried out by men using automatic weapons and grenades. At least 180 people were killed and over 300 were injured. Africa equals Congo. The Belgian Congo, a country whose artificial boundaries had been set in negotiations between Belgium, Britain, France, and Portugal, was to obtain its independence, at least outwardly, since Belgium counted on manipulating the uneducated blacks for many years to come. On Independence Day, June 30, 1960, the ceremonies in the Palais de la Nation in Leopoldville, Congo's capital, were solemn. King Baudouin spoke of the beautiful and prosperous time enjoyed by both the Belgians and the Congolese and the promising future ahead. The Congo's first president Joseph Kasavubu followed with a short speech implying that the good old colonial ways would continue but Africans would be holding the top jobs. Then, although it had not been indicated in the program, the head of the House of Representatives invited Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba to speak. Patrice Lumumba addressed his speech to the Congolese men and women, fighters for the independence, who are today victorious, and then spoke of the humiliating slavery that was imposed on us by force, and continued, "We have known sarcasm and insults, endured blows morning, noon, and night, because we were niggers. Who will forget that a black was addressed in the familiar Saint W, not as a friend, but because the polite vows was reserved for whites only? We have seen our land despoiled under the terms of what was supposedly the law of the land but which only recognized the right of the strongest. We have seen that this law was quite different for a white than for a black, accommodating for the former, cruel and inhuman for the latter. And, finally, who can forget the volleys of gunfire in which so many of our brothers perished, the cells where the authorities threw those who would not submit to a rule where justice meant oppression and exploitation?" The thunderous applause from all the Congolese present interrupted Lumumba's speech several times. It contrasted with the look of stunned disbelief in the now even paler faces of the Belgians. Lumumba, the leader of the Congolese national movement, had won the elections in May and became prime minister the month after, while Kasavubu, a veteran nationalist, was appointed to the largely ceremonial post of president. If Lumumba's speech on June 30 had not sealed his fate, his program to eliminate all forms of colonialism and have a government free of foreign interference made him a marked man. The members of the colonial structure left in the Congo, who had expected to continue business very much as usual, and the U.S., which viewed every third world nation that rejected foreign interference as communist, would not allow a nigger to reject them. On July 11, the province of Katanga declared independence. Katanga is rich in minerals, copper, uranium, cobalt, and gold, and the Belgian government, which wanted to keep control of these riches, had changed the provisional constitution in mid-June once a government by Lumumba appeared inevitable. The Belgians unilaterally eliminated the provision that provincial governments were to be decided on a proportional basis, thereby allowing Tshombe, their man in Katanga, to claim the government of the province. Since the nationalist government of Lumumba challenged this, the Belgians sent their officers to Elizabethville, the capital of Katanga, and afterwards sent troops to disarm the Congolese soldiers who had rebelled against the continued command of Belgian officers in the army. The Lumumba government requested the United Nations to send urgent military help against the present external aggression. The UN, however, adopted a resolution proposed by the Belgians to send troops to protect life and property. By July 23 the last Belgian troops left Leopoldville, and the UN proceeded to send troops and set them up in all of the Congo except in the Katanga province, where the Belgians were strengthening Moise Tshombe's regime. The UN Secretary-General, Dag Hammarskjöld, meanwhile reassured King Baudouin that the United Nations had no intentions of taking any action against Tshombe in Katanga, this, despite the fact that Hammarskjöld was well aware, as stated in a telegram by his assistant, that Chambé was a puppet maneuvered by the Belgians. By July 30 the Belgians had built up a force of over 10,000 troops, and the UN army had refused to enter Katanga. On August 2, Antoine Gizenga, Lumumba's right-hand man and delegate to the UN, told Hammarskjöld, "We do not understand that we, victims of aggression, who are at home here, are being systematically disarmed while the aggressors, the Belgians, who are the conquerors here, are permitted to keep their weapons and their means of inflicting death." 4 On August 26, Alan Dulles, the CIA director, sent a telegram to the Leopoldville station chief Lawrence Devlin, "In high quarters here it is a clear-cut conclusion that if continues to hold high office, the inevitable result will at best be chaos and at worst pave the way to communist takeover of the Congo. Consequently we concluded that his removal must be an urgent and prime objective and that under existing conditions this should be a high priority of our covert action." 5 The US supported the Belgian military intervention in Katanga, and actually requested it, not only because of its aversion to someone like Lumumba. 230. Who wanted true independence for his country, but also because a number of high administration officials had a financial stake in Katanga. 6 On September 5 Kasavubu, pressured by the UN, the Belgians, and CIA money, announced that he was dismissing Lumumba and 6 of his ministers from their offices. 2 days later Lumumba addressed the Congolese House of Representatives condemning Kasavubu's coup, and both the House and the Senate overwhelmingly rejected his and his ministers' unconstitutional dismissal. The Senate vote was 41-2. On September 14 Colonel Mobutu announced he was taking over the government. This coup had been strongly supported by the UN and the US, which sent $1 million to Mobutu's Congolese National Army about a week before the coup. 7 Soon afterwards Mobutu surrounded Lumumba residence, placing him under house arrest. In September 1960, a CIA scientist, Sidney Gottlieb, was sent to the Congo carrying a lethal virus to be used to assassinate Lumumba. 8 A 1975 report of the U.S. Senate Church Committee indicates that CIA Director Alan Dulles had ordered Lumumba assassination and that there was reasonable inference that this was done on President Eisenhower's orders. The report concluded that it is likely that President Eisenhower's strong concern about Lumumba was taken by Alan Dulles as authority to assassinate Lumumba. CIA officials ordered a staff scientist to prepare toxic biological materials that would produce a disease indigenous to that area and to deliver the poison to the CIA station chief in Leopoldville, who was to assassinate Lumumba. 9 At the end of September Dulles sent a telegram to the U.S. Embassy in Leopoldville confirming he would take responsibility for the whole operation. "We wish give every possible support in eliminating Lumumba from any possibility resuming governmental position or setting himself up in Stanleyville or elsewhere," and in November the CIA told Devlin that a foreigner with a criminal past would shortly be arriving in the Congo and was capable of doing anything. 10 In the UN many nations strongly opposed Lumumba's removal from office and house arrest as well as Mobutu's coup, and demanded the restoration of Lumumba, but all to no avail, since their motion to restore Lumumba was defeated on November 22 by the United States and her UN lackeys by a vote of 53-24. 11 Lumumba escaped on November 27 and tried to reach Stanleyville where Antoine Gizenga was regrouping the nationalists. On the way he was greeted by very enthusiastic crowds to whom he told he was going to Stanleyville to liberate national territory and protect the people. But, he was captured by Mobutu's soldiers, publicly mauled in a 12 truck before US TV cameras and imprisoned in Leopoldville while UN forces stood by. Later in an army camp, Mobutu watched as Lumumba, on the ground, was kicked and punched by soldiers. 23. In early January 1961 Hammarskjöld came to Leopoldville where he was faced with demonstrations in favor of Lumumba on the morning of January 16. The Belgian foreign minister sent a telegram for the attention of Chambé to the Belgian consulate in Elizabethville, urging Chambé to transfer Lumumba to Katanga. The next day Lumumba was flown to the Cotonou capital. A January 18 AP dispatch reported that on Lumumba's arrival at the Katanga airport, Swedish UN soldiers watched while an already badly beaten Lumumba and the other two were dragged off the plane. They were clubbed, hit in the face with rifle butts, kicked and pummeled. 13 Belgian officers also took no action as this went on, and the head of the UN in Katanga also made no effort to save the prisoner. That evening Lumumba and his two companions were tortured and then assassinated in the presence of high Belgian officers, and one of them commanded the firing squad. 14 Only on February 13 did Katanga announce the death of Lumumba, Mpolo, and Okito. In August 1961 the UN and the nationalists supported the new government of Adoula. The nationalist Guenther, while part of the government, was also the leader of a rebel group based in the Stanleyville area which proclaimed itself the legitimate government of the entire Congo. In January 1962 the UN led by the US ousted Guenther from Stanleyville. While the CIA was providing arms and money to both Adoula's and Mobutu's supporters, the US government forced the UN to demand an end to Katanga's secession, and in February 1961 the Security Council adopted a resolution to this effect. Tshombe, who had been supported by Belgian troops until their forced removal, set about to build an army which could resist the UN, and financed by Belgium he recruited white mercenaries from all over the world. The battle in Katanga lasted until January 1963 when the United Nations forces had gained control of the province. Tshombe left and temporarily stationed his mercenary army in the neighboring Portuguese colony of Angola. In his brief exile from the Congo, Tshombe continued to be supported by interested parties. In mid-1963, he conferred in Brussels with the Belgian foreign minister and the US ambassador. In mid-1964, when the UN forces were pulled out of the Congo, Tshombe returned and replaced Adoula. As the resistance force by the nationalist Pierre Moule, who had been Minister of Education in the Lumumba government, launched a successful offensive, the US, which had been giving some military support to Mobutu's government army, increased this support, sending more arms and planes, including B-26 bombers, and over 100 military and technical personnel. Meanwhile the CIA launched a paramilitary campaign against the nationalists, using a mercenary army. By early 1965 the nationalist insurgency, without any anti-aircraft guns whatsoever, collapsed. 52. Between 1961 and 1965, the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, while still backing Mobutu, had supported several civilian governments to prevent the Lumumbists from gaining political power. In November 1965, after President Joseph Kasavubu decided to appoint Evariste Kimba, a leading figure of the anti-Tshombe forces, as Prime Minister, the Johnson administration, which perceived Kimba to be a Lumumbist, supported another coup d'état putting Mobutu into power. By 1967 the pro-Lumumbist elements were effectively suppressed. 15** In 1971 Mobutu changed the country's name to Republic of Zaire and subsequently changed his name to Mobutu Sese Seko. In 1975 Mobutu said he had discovered and suppressed a coup attempt by the US, which, according to him, did not condone his breaking off relations with Israel, his increasing contacts with China and North Korea, and his nationalization of many foreign-owned businesses. He arrested several men, condemned 7 to death, among them some local CIA agents, and asked the US ambassador to leave. The Zairean government did not provide any proof of the alleged coup attempt, and the US denied the allegations. Relations between the US and Zaire continued as friendly as before, and the CIA made an appeal for the men condemned to death. Later that year Mobutu asked the CIA for help in annexing Cabinda, an Angolan province separated from the rest of Angola by a narrow strip of Zairean territory. The CIA quickly complied, sending arms and giving some help in coordinating the invasion, which was nevertheless unsuccessful. 16** In 1977 former Katanan secessionists from the Lunda tribal group invaded Katanga from Angola, where they had been living and fighting on the side of the popular movement for the liberation of Angola alongside their Angolan tribal members. Mobutu suppressed the rebellion with the help of troops from Morocco and massive military assistance from his usual supporters, the US, Belgium and France. The following year the Lunda again left Angola and invaded their former homeland Shaba. Within days the Carter administration sent Mobutu millions in military aid while 18 U.S. military transport planes carried French and Belgian and later Moroccan and other African nations' troops into Zaire. The fighting was over in 1 month. The U.S. continued supporting Mobutu even though he had accused the U.S. of planning a coup against him, nationalized hundreds of foreign businesses, and despite his autocratic, repressive, and corrupt style of government. Along with his inner circle, he became immensely rich while the Zairean economy crumbled and the rest of his countrymen lived in stark poverty. 17 * Why this support? Because Mobutu was apparently in the Western, not in the Soviet, camp, an anti-communist ally, and because for almost 30 years it was in the national security interests of the United States, as stated by President Carter in May 1978. 18 * 233. In 1994 some 1.5 million ethnic Hutus fled Rwanda's civil war and settled in camps in eastern Zaire. Among them were Rwandan Hutu militia and former army forces responsible for Rwanda's genocidal killings, who started attacking the now Tutsi-controlled Rwandan army and Zaire-based Tutsis. Meanwhile there was also repression of the Zaire army against the Banyamulenge, a Zaire Tutsi tribe who started migrating into eastern Zaire over 200 years ago, and who had recently been stripped of their citizenship. These developments intensified hostilities between Zaire and Tutsi-controlled Rwanda, and led to clashes between the two countries. In October 1996 the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Zaire Congo, was formed with the explicit objective of overthrowing Mobutu. The ADFL was a multi-ethnic Zaire-based coalition consisting of the People's Revolutionary Party, headed by Laurent Kabila, a Luba from the Shaba province, and many other groups, including the Banyamulenge and other Zaire Tutsis. Led by veteran guerrilla fighter Laurent Kabila and supported by several neighboring countries, the uprising soon grew into an anti-Mobutu rebellion. Kabila's ADFL army, while perhaps less brutal than Mobutu's, used children as soldiers, targeted civilians, and attacked refugee camps. At that time hundreds of thousands of Hutu refugees returned to Rwanda. On April 10, 1997, the U.S. publicly cut support for Mobutu, and on May 16, with Kabila's army ready to take Kinshasa, Mobutu relinquished power, fled the capital, and left the country the next day to start a life in exile. Kabila declared himself head of state and changed the country's name back to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Laurent Kabila was assassinated in 2001 and was succeeded by his son Joseph, who called for multilateral peace talks to end the war. The conflict was reignited in January 2002 by ethnic clashes in the northeast, and both Uganda and Rwanda sent in more troops. Despite the signing of peace accords in 2003, fighting continues in the east of the country, where the prevalence and intensity of rape and other sexual violence is described as the worst in the world. The war started as a result of the hatreds born in the Rwandan genocide, although much of the conflict was focused on gaining control of land rich in mineral resources including diamonds, copper, zinc, and tantalite. The illegal exploitation and trade of natural resources generates considerable revenue with which militias acquire greater firepower. 19 * The International Rescue Committee estimates that war, disease, and malnutrition are killing 45,000 Congolese every month in a conflict-driven humanitarian crisis that has claimed 5.4 million victims since 1998, making it the world's deadliest conflict since World War II. 20 * 234. Congo's present conflict stems from a rebellion started in 2004 by renegade General Laurent Nkunda, who claimed the Congolese government had excluded ethnic Tutsis from government positions and had not protected them from the Rwandan Hutu militia that escaped to the Congo after helping slaughter 500,000 Rwandan Tutsis in 1994. 21 * Nkunda was sympathetic to the Banyamulenge, an ethnic Tutsi group, in eastern Congo, and to the Tutsi-dominated government of Rwanda. The forces under the command of Laurent Nkunda were opposed by the genocidal Hutu Power Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, by Congolese National Army and by the United Nations forces. The Congolese army has been involved in looting, rapes and killings, and there is substantial evidence that the FDLR was allied with commanders of the Congolese National Army in the exploitation and trade of minerals as well in their fight against Laurent Nkunda. The UN peacekeeping force, although 17,000 strong, has been unprepared and largely ineffective in protecting civilians. On January 22, 2009, General Nkunda was captured by Rwandan troops along the Congo-Rwanda border. This was a surprising turn of events since Rwanda, and Rwanda's president in particular, used to be one of General Nkunda's top backers. 2 days later, hundreds of his troops agreed to be integrated into the Congolese army. Nkunda's arrest may end the rebellion in eastern Congo at least until another conflict arises. Today, half a century after the Congo's independence, the arbitrary boundaries created by foreign powers without any regard for the different tribal groups and the divisions created afterwards by the greed of the Western nations still cause murderous wars in what was once considered the continent's most promising new nation. 25. Angola. In 1956, several small nationalist groups joined together to form the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola. In 1961, a group of MPLA militants assaulted Luanda's prisons and other locations in the capital. This contributed to the formation of other independence movements with different regional origins, the National Front for the Liberation of Angola, set up in Zaire by Holden Roberto, who went into the CIA payroll by 1962, and the National Union for Total Independence for Angola, which was formed in 1966 under the leadership Jonas Savimbi and was supported by China, which also supported the FNLA. Each of these three groups was basically formed by one of three tribal nations who had been fighting each other off and on for hundreds of years. The MPLA was formed by the Mbundu, the FNLA by the Bakongo and UNITA by the Ovimbundu tribes. 1** There were no ideological differences between these groups, they all wanted independence and freedom from colonialism, and were not particular about who gave them support. It appears that the decision of the U.S. to give support to Roberto Holden, rather than to Agostinho Neto, the leader of the MPLA, was arbitrary. In 1974, the Portuguese regime was overthrown in a military uprising. The new government recognized the African colonies' right to self-determination and independence, and the basis of a transitional government was established in the Alvar Accords, signed in January 1975 by the MPLA, FNLA, and UNITA. This agreement called for elections in October and formal independence in November. However, each faction wanted to be in charge, and by 1975 the ideological divergences and desire to control Angola of their foreign allies increased the animosity between the different groups and contributed to Angola's ethnic polarization. The FNLA, supported by the CIA and China, also received military aid from Zaire. UNITA received overt backing from South Africa and Portuguese settlers as well as from the US and China, while the MPLA had been given some support by the Soviet Union since 1964. The Alvar agreements were never implemented. A week after they were signed, the National Security Council authorized the CIA to give $300,000 to Roberto, who until then had been receiving only $10,000 per year. After the CIA station chief in Kinshasa urged Roberto to move his forces inside Angola, the FLNA attacked and killed a team of MPLA organizers, and thereby destroyed the Alvar Accords. 2** UNITA aligned itself with the FNLA and together they unleashed attacks on MPLA strongholds in Luanda. During the following months all of the factions tried to obtain control over as much territory as they could. The MPLA was by far the most successful, and by midsummer, it controlled most of the 15 provinces. The US not only supported the FNLA with money and training, but also with US airplanes and personnel. 3** Furthermore, the CIA hired American and British mercenaries, and Holden Roberto, with CIA money and approval, hired over 100 mercenaries, mostly British. 4** Secretary of State Henry Kissinger later, in January 1976 told the U.S. Senate that the U.S. was not involved in recruiting mercenaries for Angola. 5*. The CIA also engaged in a disinformation campaign through false stories distributed to the U.S. press. 6*. The U.S. fought successfully to defeat any prospect of peace by discouraging the United Nations to mediate. 7*. And by rejecting several attempts of a negotiated settlement, even when suggested by its ally UNITA. 8*. The United States had gradually switched its support to Savimbi's UNITA and continued to support it intermittently during 2 decades of warfare. South Africa possibly entered the war at the request of the U.S., but in any case, contrary to what Secretary of State Henry Kissinger testified before Congress and wrote in his memoirs, the U.S. knew about South Africa's invasion plans and collaborated militarily with its troops. 9*. The U.S. had been working with South Africa's intelligence service for some years. 10*. It was based on information by a CIA agent that the South African police was able to arrest the African National Congress leader Nelson Mandela in 1962. Mandela spent 28 years in prison. 11*. On November 11, 1975, the date agreed upon to end colonial rule, the MPLA, which effectively controlled all of the provinces, unilaterally declared independence in Luanda, bypassing the formal transfer of power. In late 1975, Zairean troops entered the country from the north in support of FNLA, while South African forces invaded from the south to support UNITA. Several weeks later, in November, Fidel Castro sent Cuban troops to Angola in response to the South African invasion of that country. This, contrary to U.S. claims, was done without informing the Soviet Union and without any Soviet assistance for the first 2 months. The U.S. had claimed that South Africa's invasion of Angola was after the Cuban troops had entered, and that the Cuban troops came at the urging and with the help of the Soviets. 12*. Historian Piero Gligices, based on recently declassified documents from the National Security Archive, wrote, when the United States decided to launch the covert intervention in June and July, not only were there no Cubans in Angola, but the U.S. government and the CIA were not even thinking about any Cuban presence in Angola, and he further states that if 238. You look at the CIA reports which were done at the time, the Cubans were totally out of the picture. But in reports presented to the Senate in December 1975, what you find is really nothing less than the rewriting of history. 13*. By January 1976 the U.S. involvement in Angola had been fully exposed and the Congress ordered the U.S. operation closed down. By then the MPLA, helped by the Cuban troops and Soviet equipment, had defeated its opponents. The war continued into the 1980s with territory frequently changing. South African troops repeatedly entered Angola in order to back UNITA and attack the Southwest African People's Organization, a Namibian liberation movement. The South African troops even occupied parts of southern Angola in the early 1980s. In August 1981, 15,000 South African soldiers with tanks and air support advanced 200 kilometers into Angola. Pretoria justified this aggression as an operation against bases of the SWAPO. This incursion, as well as many other attacks in the following years, was held in check by joint Angolan and Cuban FARDs. In August 1985 the Reagan administration was able to win a repeal of the prohibition against U.S. military help to Angolan rebels. Soon, weapons, including missiles, were sent to UNITA, even though this organization had just been labeled as a terrorist organization by the European Parliament. 14*. International pressure and the mounting anti-apartheid campaigns in the U.S. forced South Africa to enter in diplomatic discussions with the MPLA government. In December 1988, Angola, South Africa and Cuba signed an accord which put an end to the war between Luanda and Pretoria, as well as provided for the independence of Namibia and withdrawal of South African and Cuban troops from Angola. The BICES Accords, signed in May 1991 to end the civil war between the ruling MPLA and UNITA, included a promise to hold democratic elections in 1992. That same month, the last Cubans left Angola. The U.S., however, refused to suspend the economic and diplomatic blockade against Angola, alleging that Angola was a Marxist nation, and also indicated it would not grant diplomatic recognition until after the 1992 election. After 15 years of exile, Holden Roberto and Jonas Savimbi returned to Luanda in late 1991 to launch their election campaigns. The U.S. continued to support UNITA, and this contributed to increased tensions as the 1992 elections drew near. In multi-party elections in September 1992, which the UN certified as free and fair, the head of the MPLA government, José Eduardo dos Santos, won, but Savimbi protested that the elections were fraudulent and refused to recognize defeat. Civil war erupted again as UNITA launched a massive offensive, still supplied by South Africa and private U.S. airlines and organizations. 15 * By late October, UNITA had de facto control over 75% of Angola's territory, and captured the 459 diamond mines of the interior, leaving the government with oil as the only stable source of income. In May 1993 the U.S. recognized the Angolan government. In November 1994, with UNITA on the verge of defeat, Angolan President Dos Santos and Savimbi, the head of UNITA, signed the Lusaka Protocol, a new agreement on ending the conflict and reaffirming the Bices Accords. Full-scale fighting resumed in 1998 and led to the internal displacement of over 2 million Angolans. This large-scale displacement created a mass movement into already overpopulated provincial capitals. Angola's army inflicted several defeats on UNITA beginning in late 1999, and international restrictions on sales of diamonds not certified as coming from legitimate sources also hurt UNITA. After the death of Savimbi, killed in battle in 2002, UNITA signed a ceasefire agreement. As many as 1 million people died in the fighting since 1975. 8 agencies say that by the most conservative estimates the number killed is at least 500,000. About 4.5 million people were displaced by the civil war, and approximately 100,000 people have suffered amputations from landmine injuries. Estimates of the number of landmines in Angola range from 8 to 15 million. Bosos. Ghana. The Gold Coast became a British colony in 1874. Pressure from nationalist movements had led by 1946 to an African majority in Ghana's Legislative Council. However, effective rule remained in the hands of a British governor. Kwame Nkrumah, who had studied in U.S. universities, had been arrested for political activism and already had a mass following when in 1948 he established the Convention People's Party, which called for self-government now. With increasing popular backing, the CPP initiated a campaign of nonviolent resistance. When some disorders occurred, Nkrumah was arrested and imprisoned for sedition. But this merely increased his prestige as leader and his popularity. In 1951, the first elections were held for the Legislative Assembly under a new constitution. Nkrumah, still in jail, won a seat, and the CPP won an impressive victory with a 2/3 majority of the 104 seats. In 1952, Nkrumah became the first African prime minister in the Commonwealth, and went on to win the elections in 1954 and 1956. In March 1957, the Gold Coast became the independent state of Ghana, the first African country to break free from colonial chains. Kwame Nkrumah was the first prime minister. In July 1960, Ghana became a republic, and Nkrumah won the presidential election. Shortly thereafter, Nkrumah was proclaimed president for life, and the CPP became the sole party of the state. Nkrumah wanted a rapid modernization of industries and communications, but with an educated and completely African workforce. Nkrumah sought to unite Africa so that it could defend its international economic interests and stand up against the political pressures from East and West that were a result of the Cold War. Nkrumah was criticized for the suppression of political freedom and numerous cases of human rights abuses. He defended his one-man rule to keep out elites in the opposition parties and traditional chiefs, who might compromise with Western imperialists. The country's economy deteriorated rapidly after independence, money was spent on prestige projects and on advancing the cause of Pan-Africanism and the non-aligned movement. But the main reason for the economic decline was the Western countries' economic war against a nigger who had the audacity of not wanting to compromise his country's freedom and wealth. Credits were withheld, investments and economic development projects came to a halt, and requests for food aid were denied. Nkrumah was not too dear to Western nations because of his leadership in anti-imperialistic Pan-African and non-aligned nations movements. In addition to developing Ghana, he used his country's resources to help other struggling revolutionaries in Africa in their quest for independence. Nkrumah was seen as a threat by the US, when, in order to lessen Ghana's dependence on the West, he increased economic, military, and political ties with the Soviet Union, China and East Germany, and allowed the Chinese to open their first embassy on the African continent. The U.S. animosity toward Nkrumah reached a new level in October 1965 after he published his book Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, which was dedicated to the freedom fighters of Africa, living and dead, and in which he blamed the CIA for many of the Third World problems. The CIA, which had already been laying the foundation for a coup by spreading money among Nkrumah's political enemies, now started the plans for carrying out this coup. The CIA funded and worked very closely with the plotters, members of the police and armed forces with whom it had been maintaining contact. 1 The coup took place in February 1966, shortly after Nkrumah had left on a trip to North Vietnam. Before Nkrumah had departed from Ghana, he phoned President Lyndon Johnson to ask if America could discontinue the bombing of North Vietnam while he was there to meet with Ho Chi Minh. When he finished in North Vietnam, his plan was to journey to the U.S. The CIA station in Ghana had also prepared a plan, which was however not approved in Washington. This plan called for members of the CLA's Special Operations Group to make themselves look like colored people by dressing accordingly and painting their faces black, and at the moment of the coup break into the Chinese embassy, kill everyone there, steal their documents and blow up the building upon leaving. 2 Although the coup was not executed by CIA's men but by Ghanaian military and police plotters, the CIA station in Ghana was given full, if unofficial credit for the coup. The station chief in Accra at the time, was quickly promoted to a senior position in the agency and then transferred from Ghana to Washington, where he became the Chief of Operations for Africa. Within the Ghanaian army and police, the men who carried out the coup were almost immediately promoted in rank. 3 The coup had already taken place when Nkrumah arrived in China on his way to North Vietnam. He took up asylum in Guinea, where he remained until his death in 1972. Following the coup, a great number of Russians, Chinese, and East Germans were asked to leave Ghana, and almost all state-owned companies were sold to in 242 investors. Within a matter of weeks, all the aid that was denied to Nkrumah started to be approved: food assistance, development projects, and credit. Even the international price of cocoa, Ghana's main currency product, rose by 14%. The old colonial powers rejoiced that the United States, the new imperialist, had eliminated another African leader who, just as Lumumba did in the Congo, thought that just because his nation was granted independence, he would be able to keep the old masters and the new bully from draining his country's wealth. But then, Nkrumah was fortunate. After all, they did not find it necessary to assassinate him. N an SS. S. Aeeeet Kaltain Mayway Ee, Anas 47, Yena Aemi 34-7 on. P2 SARS and numerous rabbis. Yitzhak Shamir, then Prime Minister of Israel, described the conference as one more expression of the growing acceptance by the Arab world of the independent existence of the State of Israel. 1 The majority of the people were opposed to the king's relations with Israel, and felt that the Moroccan monarchy, like all Arab monarchies, were enemies of the Arab people and the Islamic Revolution. 2 King Hassan had been a close ally of the U.S. He had sent troops to Zaire in the late 1970s to help the US's protege, the dictator Mobutu, and also had given support to the UNITA forces in Angola, which were supported by the US and South Africa's apartheid regime. 3 Because of this, As well as due to Hassan's good relations with Israel, the West ignored Hassan's corruption and brutality against his own people. Hassan reportedly led a depraved lifestyle, had a personal interest in the large hashish traffic out of Morocco, and amassed a personal fortune of close to $2 billion. 4 Prior to 1983, military officers had already attempted to overthrow Hassan but failed. Another coup planned for July 23, 1983 was not attempted because the CIA, which had been watching General Ahmed Daylimi, caught him on camera meeting with a known dissident. 5 General Ahmed Daylimi was the commander of the Moroccan Army Southern Forces and a confidant of King Hassan. However, Daylimi had been secretly meeting with members of Le Mouvement de Officiers Libres, the underground movement of dissident Moroccan army officers who wanted to overthrow the king and the monarchy. 6 On January 25, 1983, the media in Morocco announced that General Ahmed Daylimi had died on his way home when his car collided with a large truck. In Sweden, where he lived in exile under a sentence of death in Morocco after a failed attempt on King Hassan's life, Ahmed Rami, a lieutenant in the Moroccan army and a leader of Le Mouvement de Officiers Libres, told the publication Africa Now that General Ahmed Daylimi did not die in a car accident as alleged by the Moroccan government. He was tortured and then shot after the CIA informed the king that Daylimi was planning a military coup to overthrow the monarchy in July and replace it with the Democratic Arab Islamic Republic of Morocco. Ahmed Rami stated that General Daylimi was called to King Hassan's palace in Marrakesh at 11 o'clock at night on January 23, 1983. There he was taken to an underground interrogation room, where at 1 a.m. 2 American officers arrived with the king and stayed for some hours. Daylimi was shot at 5 a.m. His body was later placed in his car which exploded out in a suburb. The police cordoned off the area and no one was permitted to see the body, not even members of Daylimi's own family. Asked how he knew of the events in the palace, Ahmed Rami explained that the CIA had been shadowing Daylimi apparently because he was known to favor French rather than US aid that was seen as a potential threat to American interests in the region, and stated that when the CIA handed over a dossier to King Hassan in January it contained a video film of General Daylimi and I meeting in Stockholm last December. That was enough for Daylimi to be eliminated. 7 Almost simultaneously with Daylimi's liquidation, 3 Colonel Col. Bourrat, commander of the Royal Guard, Col. Waziri, director of the Gendarmerie, and Colonel Ducal were arrested and subsequently executed. The king also placed the army on a state of alert on January 25 and 26 after the palace announced Daylimi's death in a car accident. 246. Libya. In 1911, as the Turkish Empire crumbled, Italy invaded and annexed Libya. Following the Second World War and after a brief period under British and French rule, which was overseen by the United Nations, Libya became independent in 1951 as a monarchy ruled by King Idris. In 1969, a military coup under Captain Muammar al-Gaddafi overthrew King Idris and established the Libyan Arab Republic. Gaddafi, the son of a Bedouin farmer who graduated from the University of Libya and Libya's military academy, was a devout Muslim and ardent nationalist. His economic and social programs were socialistic, but he was staunchly anti-communist. In 1970, Gaddafi closed US and British military bases and expelled Italians and Jews. He also banned alcohol and gambling. In 1971, he demanded and obtained significantly higher oil prices, and later nationalized the holdings of British Petroleum. In 1973, the Libyan government announced the nationalization of a controlling interest in all other petroleum companies operating in the country and strongly supported the formation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Libya was instrumental in OPEC measures to raise oil prices, impose embargoes, and gain control of production. All of these actions, plus Gaddafi's arms and development agreements with the Soviets, made him an increasingly unpopular figure in the West. Gaddafi used his large oil revenues to support Palestinian groups and several Muslim movements throughout the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. he was also very vocal about his hatred for Zionists and their progressive appropriation of Palestine, as well as about his strong opposition to the continued European presence and influence in Africa, and US imperialism and support of Israel. All of this led the Western media to accuse him of supporting, with funds, arms, training or other ways, many radical or terrorist groups, such as the Japanese Red Army, the German Baader-Meinhof Group, the Italian Red Brigades, and groups that one or more of the Western governments was in conflict with, like the anti-apartheid groups in South Africa, and the Irish Republican Army. Gaddafi was also accused of trying to destabilize many African governments and being involved in terrorist acts, such as the assassination of Anwar Sadat, various hijackings, a bomb explosion on an American airplane, and blowing up a synagogue in Istanbul. In the summer of 1980, an Italian airplane flying over the Mediterranean was shot down by a missile, while a Libyan airplane carrying Gaddafi was flying nearby. The missile belonged to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The US and France felt they had to issue denials of any responsibility, as did NATO. Information on this incident was concealed, and an Air Force officer admitted that the radar tape for the evening in question had been destroyed. Soon after taking office in November 1980, President Ronald Reagan and his administration started to attack Gaddafi in their speeches, and the US media increased its effort to discredit Gaddafi. Reagan disliked Gaddafi as a person and as a head of state, not only because he was one of the few Arab leaders who continually and publicly denounced US Middle East policy, but also because he had the monetary means to support groups who shared his views. Reagan also found Gaddafi to be an ideal excuse for increasing the military budget and entering into armed conflicts to show off the US strength. Not too much later, the US started its covert and overt acts of aggression against Gaddafi and Libya. In August 1981, Newsweek reported that CIA Director William Casey had authorized a multi-phased plan for the overthrow of the Libyan government and for Gaddafi's ultimate removal from power. This plan included psychological warfare, media disinformation campaigns, and guerrilla operations by paramilitary groups, all aimed at creating turmoil within Libya. The White House issued a denial. The U.S. Sixth Fleet had already conducted maneuvers near Libyan territorial waters in 1978 and 1979, but in August 1981, the Reagan administration, determined to provoke Gaddafi, sent its fleet and air force into waters and airspace claimed by Libya. On August 19, 1981, American jet fighters shot down 2 Libyan Air Force reconnaissance jets over the contested waters of the Gulf of Sidra. The U.S. alleged that it was asserting its right to use international waters, the unimportant waters of one of Libya's coastal bays, and was not trying to provoke Gaddafi. Washington also claimed the Libyan planes fired first. Following the shooting down of the Libyan jets, Gaddafi was said to have been extremely upset and reportedly threatened to assassinate Reagan. After this, the U.S. media started to report Libyan death threats to several high U.S. officials, as well as more threats to the president. In late 1981, the Reagan administration announced that Libyan terrorists had entered the country to assassinate the president and other high officials. It turned out, however, that the individuals named by the government as being members of the Libyan hit squad were associated with an anti-Libyan organization. According to officials who participated in a mid-1981 task force headed by Deputy Secretary of State William Clark to review the Libyan situation, it appeared certain that all the information about Gaddafi's at 248 attempts on the president and other U.S. officials was fabricated by the CIA with the support of President Reagan, Secretary of State Haig and Clark, and later made to appear as originating from independent sources. While stories about threats by Gaddafi were being made up, there were real plans to assassinate him. A 1981 French plot to remove Gaddafi, with U.S. collaboration being discussed, had to be cancelled. In 1983, the U.S. sent naval vessels and airborne warning and control airplanes to North Africa in a joint US-Egyptian-Sudanese ploy to entrap Libya. Agents acting as a pro-Libyan group in Sudan were to request Libyan air intervention, at which time the Egyptian Air Force, guided by AWACs, would attack Gaddafi's planes, but the plot had to be aborted. 4 In 1984, the CIA shared sensitive intelligence information with the French in at least 2 attempts to assassinate or overthrow Gaddafi, and in 1985, a plan by the National Security Council for a joint US-Egyptian invasion of Libya was stopped by the State Department, who did not consider it sufficiently well thought out. In March 1986, U.S. jets from the Sixth Fleet violated the UN Charter and international law when they flew not only inside the contested airspace but also over Libyan territory as well. Since they failed to provoke the Libyans the first day, they returned the next 2 days and attacked an anti-aircraft installation, a ship, and a Coast Guard boat, killing over 50 people including the crew of the Coast Guard ship as they swam ashore. 5 A British engineer in Libya, who saw the U.S. attacks on radar screens, stated that the American airplanes had entered not only the contested territorial waters but that they flew over Libyan territory as well, so that the Libyans had no option but to fight back. 6 On April 4, 1986, while on a victory tour on the aircraft carrier Enterprise, stationed off the coast of Oman, Vice President George Bush declared that the recent attacks by the Sixth Fleet against Libya were a tough lesson for Gaddafi and had given him a nosebleed. 7 The attack by the U.S. was prompted by the December 1985 bomb attacks on the Rome and Vienna airports, which killed 20 people, among these 5 Americans. There were few clues, and Libya was not among the prime suspects, but Reagan soon stated he had irrefutable evidence of Gaddafi's involvement in these bombings, though subsequently he failed to produce this evidence. 8 The disinformation activity during the Reagan administration was continuous. United States and foreign media were given fictitious stories of Libyan terrorist plans, as well as stories linking Gaddafi with every terrorist act that occurred anywhere. There was also a never-ending array of stories designed to create turmoil within Gaddafi's government, such as reports of forthcoming invasions or reports of plots against Gaddafi by his closest aides, some of his troops or his Russian advisors. 249. While the stories about Gaddafi were being publicized, someone exposed an August 6, 1986 memorandum by John Poindexter, the President's National Security Advisor. This memorandum outlined some of the disinformation programs and also stated that at the time there was no indication that Gaddafi was involved in any terrorist activity. 9 This disclosure led British officials to say that US% analysis about Libya were wildly inaccurate and were given to the British in a deliberate effort to deceive. 10 Gaddafi executed numerous domestic political opponents within Libya, and Libyan agents assassinated some 24 Libyans abroad, and he supported some Palestinian factions and other organizations operating in foreign countries, which were considered as terrorist by the West. Gaddafi also organized plots, all unsuccessful, to overthrow rulers of many African and Middle Eastern nations. While Gaddafi denied involvement in incidents in which he may have played a role, he also was accused of involvement in a large number terrorist acts without any evidence whatsoever. The covert nature of most terrorist operations allows the perpetrator to deny involvement, but, at the same time, anyone can be called a suspect. 11 The disinformation campaign of the White House and the CIA, which was designed to fool not only the American people, but also other branches of the U.S. government and the government of U.S. allies as well, had been successful to a large extent. This, together with Gaddafi's demeanor and vocal opposition to many acts by the West, particularly those of the US and France, made him a favorite suspect of any terrorist act, despite the absence of any substantiation, excluding of course those openly and impudently committed by the US, often in the name of democracy. 12 On April 15, 1986, warplanes of the US Air Force took off from their bases in Great Britain and flew to Libya, where they bombed the house of Muammar Gaddafi, killing his 2-year-old daughter. They also bombed other private homes and mosques in Tripoli and Benghazi and the Al-Azizia barracks. From 40 to 100 people, almost all civilians, were killed. A U.S. Air Force intelligence officer confirmed that Gaddafi and his family were the targets. He stated that pilots were shown reconnaissance photographs indicating where Gaddafi was and where his family was, and a CIA aide recalled a CIA briefing in which it was argued that if you really get at Gaddafi's house and by extension, his family, you've destroyed an important connection for the people in terms of loyalty. 13*. The Pentagon, however, maintained that the intended targets, in what Washington called a surgical strike, were Gaddafi's barracks in Tripoli and Benghazi. Washington's comments led a leading British commentator to remark, if this was a surgical strike, I would not care to have my appendix removed by the U.S. Air Force. 14*. President Ronald Reagan explained to the American public that the April 15 attack was in retaliation for the bombing, 9 days earlier, of La Belle Discotheque 250 in Berlin, in which 2 American soldiers died, and stated that our evidence is direct, it is precise, it is irrefutable. 15*. The U.S. claimed that intercepted messages between Tripoli and the Libyan embassy in East Berlin confirmed that Gaddafi was responsible for the bombing. But this was not so, the messages were not conclusive, and the different agencies involved in the decoding came to different conclusions. German security officials declared that Libya should not be the only focus of the investigation, and also looked into rival nightclub owners and drug dealers, as well as terrorist groups. Soon after the attack, Larry Speakes, the White House spokesman, announced that it is our hope this action will preempt and discourage Libyan attacks against innocent civilians in the future. 16*. Few Americans saw the irony of this remark. In December 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland, 270 people died, more than half were Americans. The CIA initially accused members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command based in Syria and supposedly hired by Iran. Later, in early October 1990, U.S. officials announced that new evidence indicated that Libyan agents may have planted the bomb. On January 4, 1989, U.S. fighter planes shot down 2 Libyan jet fighters over international waters off the coast of Libya. Libya claimed the attack was unprovoked, but the U.S. claims the Libyan jets pursued their aircraft with hostile intent. In late 1991, 2 Libyans, Abdel Basset Ali Al-Migrahi and Al-Amin Khalifa Fhima, who worked for Libyan Arab Airlines at the Malta airport, were indicted in absentia in the U.S. and Scotland. Although the evidence against them appeared very weak, they had no history of terrorism, there were no witnesses or fingerprints, and there was no forensic evidence to support that they placed a suitcase containing the fatal bomb in an Air Malta plane in Malta, tagging it so it would be transferred to Flight 103 in London. 17*. What led investigators toward Malta was that the suitcase which contained the bomb also contained items of clothing manufactured in Malta and supposedly sold in a particular clothing shop on the island, and there were 2 very small metal pieces allegedly from a timing device of a type that, according to the Swiss manufacturer, was sold not only to Libya, but to the East German intelligence, which had close contact with Palestinian and other terrorist groups. The hypothesis used for the indictment also implied that the suitcase was loaded aboard the Air Malta flight to Frankfurt and then transferred to the Pan Am 103A flight to London and to the Pan Am 103 flight to New York, all of this without an accompanying passenger. On October 30, 1990, NBC News reported that Pan Am flights from Frankfurt, including Flight 103, had been used a number of times by the DIA to fly informants and suitcases of heroin into Detroit as 21. Part of a sting operation. 18*. And unidentified law enforcement sources were cited as saying that Khalid Jaffer, who lived in Michigan and regularly visited the Middle East, had been a DIA informant and was involved in a drug sting operation based out of Cyprus. The report added that informants would put suitcases of heroin on the Pan Am flights apparently without the usual security checks, through an arrangement between the DIA and German authorities. 19*. In April 1989, the FBI had leaked to CBS that it had tentatively identified Khalid Jaffer, a 21-year-old Lebanese American, as the person who, without knowing, carried the bomb aboard, and that the bomb had been planted in Jaffer's suitcase by a member of the PFLPGC. 20*. As a result of NBC's report, the U.S. Congress held a hearing in December 1990, entitled, Drug Enforcement Administration's alleged connection to the Pan Am Flight 103 disaster. Two DEA officials who testified admitted that the agency had run controlled drug deliveries through Frankfurt Airport with the cooperation of German authorities, using U.S. airlines, but insisted that no such operation had been conducted in December 1988. A report prepared by Interfor, a New York investigating firm, stated that in the mid-1980s Frankfurt Airport was one of the sites of a drug and arms smuggling operations, and that the Frankfurt operation was run by a man from whom Colonel Oliver North's network purchased arms for the Contras, the US mercenary army in Central America. At the airport a courier would board a flight, and after his luggage had passed all security checks, an accomplice baggage handler would substitute an identical suitcase containing the contraband. According to the report, when the CIA discovered the drug operation and that those involved had contacts which could help to gain the release of American hostages in Lebanon, the CIA and the German Bundeskriminalamt allowed the drug operation to continue. This smuggling ring, the report states, then smuggled the fatal bomb aboard Flight 103. 21** In 1998, Libya surprisingly agreed handing over of the two suspects for trial in the Netherlands, before Scottish judges and under Scottish law without a jury. In January 2001 Abdel Basit Ali Al-Megrahi was sentenced to life for the Lockerbie bombing. Al-Amin Khalifa Fhimah was found not guilty. Notwithstanding the fact that Abdel Basit Ali Al-Megrahi was found guilty, and that Gaddafi took responsibility for the terrorist attack, this does not necessarily mean that either of them was guilty. Gaddafi, who was being held responsible anyway, probably found it convenient to accept responsibility and pay the victims in order to free Libya from the trade restrictions which were strangling its economic development. In an effort to improve relations with the West, Libya began to make policy changes and announced in 2003 that it would to abandon its weapons of mass 252 destruction programs and pay almost $3 billion in compensation to the families of Pan Am Flight 103 and UTA Flight 772. 22** In 2004 the British Prime Minister Tony Blair met Gaddafi in Libya, and the US resumed diplomatic ties after 24 years. Later that year Libya signed a deal to pay $35 million compensation to more than 160 victims of 1986 La Belle Berlin nightclub bombing, and afterwards President George W. Bush ended the U.S. trade embargo on Libya and the European Union agreed on full lifting of the EU-Libya arms embargo imposed in 1986. In 2006 the U.S. State Department removed Libya from their state-sponsored terrorism list which it had been on for 27 years, and in 2007 Bush announced that he was sending the first U.S. ambassador to Tripoli in nearly 35 years. In late 2007, Libya was elected by the General Assembly to a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. 23** The longtime international outlaw Muammar Gaddafi of Libya had been welcomed back into the family of nations by Western leaders in return for dismantling his rudimentary programs to develop weapons of mass destruction and paying enormous compensation to the families of the victims of several terrorist attacks for which he took responsibility. The United States Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice made an official visit to Libya in September 2008, the highest-ranking American official to do so in a half-century. Gaddafi, whom President Reagan called the mad dog of the Middle East, is now considered a member of the club, and capitalists are once more flocking to Libya. 24** Hi Nal. Potha. Tails AAA Turner Diet AEAIAJETAP meets, ARI, AE_AE, 5. Pimau El Paoma N3. Pound and J was blown off, that's his brain smeared all over the ground there. They were children, they obviously had no weapons. They were afraid of the demonstration themselves and were trying to get away from it. 8** On July 12, 1993, known as Bloody Monday by the Somalis, several hundred clan elders and civic, political, and religious leaders had gathered, in a meeting which had been widely announced, to find a way out of the crisis, and discuss peace proposals from Admiral Jonathan Howe. 9 As they began their discussions, U.S. helicopters fired missiles at the building where they were meeting. A Somali survivor of this attack, whose arm was shredded off by cannon fire, recalled that American troops stormed in and began finishing off the survivors. They were using their pistols and shot them in the head. 10 According to Red Cross sources, a total of 54 Somalis were killed and over 200 were wounded. An enraged Somali crowd then killed 4 journalists who arrived to cover the carnage. 11 On September 9, crowds of women and children had gathered to watch US and Pakistani troops demolish Somali barricades. When the troops came under attack, US helicopters fired into the crowd with guided missiles and 20mm cannons, leaving the streets covered with the mangled bodies of over 100 men, women, and children. US Major Dave Stockwell, who said the loss of life was regrettable, later declared that the women and children had all been combatants by virtue of surrounding UN vehicles. 12 On October 3, 1993, some 120 men from the U.S. Rangers and elite Delta forces, raided one of AID's buildings in Mogadishu and took some prisoners. Helicopter gunships had started the raid by firing missiles into houses. The U.S. forces immediately attacked. Civilians, AID's forces, and even gunmen from rival militias attacked the U.S. troops to avenge the many civilians killed by the Americans. The U.S. troops fired indiscriminately into the crowd of Somalis, both from the ground and from the attack helicopters, then took Somali women and children hostages and locked them in the building in which they were besieged. 13 U.S. troops also murdered wounded Somalis, a hostage and a prisoner, and used the bodies of 257 Somalis as barricades. 14 On October 4 the U.S. troops blasted their way out. Dozens of cheering Somalis dragged the bodies of American soldiers through the streets of Mogadishu. The battle, which lasted 17 hours, left 18 U.S. soldiers and about 1,000 Somalis dead. 15 The movie Black Hawk Down is based on these events, but from a one-sided perspective. The film omits the events that explain why U.S. troops were met with such ferocity on the streets of Mogadishu. President Bill Clinton withdrew American troops in March 1994, and the last United Nations peacekeeping forces left 1 year later. Canada, Italy, and Belgium held inquiries into the excesses of their troops in Somalia and even put some of them on trial. The U.S. never made any public investigation or even reprimanded anyone for violating international rules by firing indiscriminately at a crowd, shooting at unarmed children, taking civilian hostages, and killing hostages and prisoners. On the contrary, the U.S. gave medals to all those who died in the October 3 and 4, 1993 battle and many of the survivors. Others were promoted. 16 In June 1996, Muhammad Farah Aidid was killed in Mogadishu. In May 2006, began the country's worst outbreak of violence in 10 years with Islamist militias, which were seeking to institute Sharia law in Somalia, battling rival warlords. On June 6, the Islamist militia, called the Islamic Courts Union, seized control of the capital, Mogadishu, and established control in much of the south. In December, neighboring Ethiopia, which has clashed in the past with Somalia's Islamists and considers them a threat to regional security, launched airstrikes against the Islamists, and a couple of days later US-backed Ethiopian ground troops and Somali soldiers loyal to the transitional government regained control of Mogadishu. A week later most of the Islamists had been forced to flee the country. Ethiopia announced that its troops would remain in the country until stability was assured and a functional central government had been established. In January 2007, the ICU forces were retreating from southern Somalia and being attacked by the Ethiopian Air Force. During this battle US launched airstrikes on retreating Islamists, who they believed included 3 members of Al-Qaeda suspected of involvement in the 1998 bombings of the American embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. 17 Another airstrike was made a few days after the battle. The airstrikes were strongly criticized in a number of Muslim countries, which accused the Americans of killing Somali civilians, but the US refused to accept responsibility for those killed. 18 On March 3, 2008, the United States launched an airstrike on a Somali town that US officials claimed was held by Islamic extremists, reportedly killing 4 people and wounding 20. 19 On May 1, several United States aircraft or a ship offshore launched a missile attack against a target in Teusamareb that killed the Islamist leader of Al-Shabaab Aden Hashi Arrow along with another senior Com-258 commander and several civilians. At least 9 people, including civilians, were killed. However, the attack did nothing to slow down the insurgency. 20 During 2007 and 2008, new Islamic militant groups organized and continued to fight against transitional government Somalia and official Ethiopian troops. The Islamists recovered effective control of large portions of the country, and continued to fight in Mogadishu. Sudan. On August 20, 1998, the United States destroyed the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant with over a dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles. The U.S. claimed that the Al-Shifa Pharmaceuticals Industries plant in North Khartoum was producing the ingredients for the deadly VX nerve gas. The U.S. initially also claimed that the plant produced no pharmaceuticals, that it was heavily guarded and that entry was very restricted. In contrast to these claims, Sudan stated that Al-Shifa produced 50% of the country's drug requirements and no chemical weapons. It could have been easily ascertained before the bombing that the plant indeed produced about half of Sudan's drug supply. The plant was routinely toured by school children, and Westerners who had toured the plant or participated in its construction reported no restrictions on their movement and no evidence of chemical weapons production activities. The Clinton administration's stated reason for this unprovoked attack was that the plant had links to Osama bin Laden and that a soil sample they claimed to have acquired indicated that the plant was producing chemical weapons. However, U.S. forces flew a reconnaissance mission to test for traces of gas and reported that there were none. Nevertheless, Clinton immediately authorized the attack. Subsequently, independent experts questioned whether this chemical would be present in the soil of a chemical weapons facility and, more significantly, noted that the chemical was also a pesticide residue. 3 Tom Carnifin, a British engineer who was the technical manager for the plant's construction from 1992 to 1996, declared that he had intimate knowledge of the Al-Shifa factory and it just does not lend itself to the manufacture of chemical weapons. 4 This assessment was corroborated by Mohammed Abdul Wahid, a Jordanian engineer who supervised the plant production in 1997. 5 Erwin Armstrong, a North Ireland filmmaker, who toured the plant while making a promotional video in Sudan the year previous to the American attack, stated that Americans had made a mistake and that in other parts of the country I encountered heavy security but not here. I was allowed to wander about quite freely. This is a perfectly normal chemical factory with the things you would expect: stainless steel vats and technicians. 6 The German ambassador to Sudan reported to his government that Al-Shifa was neither secret nor disguised and could in no way be described as a chemical plant, rather it was Sudan's largest pharmaceutical plant. 7 At the time the strike against Sudan was ordered, the Lewinsky affair was the topic of the day and Clinton was under severe criticism and scrutiny. The decision to attack was made by Clinton with very little input by his chief advisors. 8 Yet, when the politically extremely convenient attacks on Sudan were ordered, the Republicans and the media, which had called Clinton a liar for his role in the Lewinsky affair, quickly accepted his administration's claims for the unsubstantiated attacks. Although earlier on the week of the attacks, Senator Orrin Hatch had publicly called Clinton a jerk, and the Wall Street Journal had branded him a sociopath, both applauded the bombing. 9 And the American people actually believed that the missile attack was made to avoid a terrorist threat to the United States, and not to give some respite to a philandering and lying president. More than a dozen people were wounded in the wreckage of the pharmaceutical plant. Former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark declared that the plant produced 50% of the pharmaceuticals available in the Sudan. It produced 90% of the antibiotics used for malaria, which is the leading cause of death there. A single U.S. missile attack destroyed the single most important health facility in the Sudan and will cause thousands of deaths. 10 As a result of the lack of medicines following the bombing, tens of thousands of people died from malaria, tuberculosis, and other treatable diseases. The U.S. said that the attack was in response to the bombings 2 weeks earlier of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, which it believed were planned by Osama bin Laden, and that the attack was necessary to prevent bin Laden from acquiring the deadly VX nerve gas precursors produced there. President Clinton said on the day of the attack, "I ordered facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan because of the imminent threat they presented to our national security to strike at the network of radical groups affiliated with and funded by Osama bin Laden." A month after the attack, U.S. officials acknowledged that when Clinton ordered the attack they had no direct evidence linking Osama bin Laden to al-Shifa. Later they also acknowledged that the factory was producing pharmaceuticals. 11 Immediately after the attack, Sudan formally requested an on-site inspection of the destroyed plant by the United Nations. Scientists had declared that if the chemicals necessary to make the VX gas had been present, traces would be found in the debris. The U.S., however, did not approve this proposal. The lack of information by the U.S. intelligence in regard to the al-Shifa plant was appalling. A simple telephone call to the Sudanese Chamber of Commerce or to any of the various ambassadors who had visited the factory would have answered several of the basic facts which the Clinton administration publicly got wrong. When they attacked the factory, the Clinton administration did not even 262 know who the owner was. This was not known to us, Under Secretary of State Thomas Pickering acknowledged. 12 When, several days later, the Clinton administration found out through the media that the owner was Saleh Idris, he was retrospectively listed under legislation dealing with specially designated terrorists. 13 And the U.S. froze more than $24 million of his assets. Idris then filed an action in a U.S. district court for the release of his assets, and on May 4, 1999, the deadline by which the government had to file a defense in court, the Clinton administration backed down and had to authorize the full and unconditional release of Idris' assets. 14 The U.S. never has apologized to Sudan, nor did it pay the owner for the destruction of his factory and his lost income. Neither did the U.S. offer any help to the approximately 300 plant employees for the loss of their jobs and income, to the injured or to the families of the thousands who died for lack of the medicines the plant was producing. The war in Darfur is a conflict which began in February 2003 in the Darfur region of western Sudan, originating for economic reasons and involving ethnic and tribal, rather than religious divisions. The conflict has often been described as a clash between Arab and Black African Sudanese, although a January 2005 United Nations report stated that various tribes under attack do not appear to have a distinct ethnicity from their attackers. The underlying reasons for the Darfur conflict are decades of drought, desertification, and overpopulation because the Arab nomads searching for water had to take their livestock further south, to land mainly occupied by Black African farming communities. 15 On one side of this war are the Sudanese military and the Janjaweed, a militia group recruited mostly from Arab camel-herding nomads. The other side comprises a variety of rebel groups primarily from the land-tilling non-Arab ethnic groups. The Sudanese government, while publicly denying that it supports the Janjaweed, has provided money and assistance to the militia and has participated in joint attacks targeting the tribes from which the rebels draw support. 16 Even as it received £1 billion of free food from international donors, Sudan was growing and selling vast quantities of its own crops to other countries, capitalizing on high global food prices at a time when millions of people in its war-riddled region of Darfur barely had enough to eat. 17 The United Nations and Western aid groups have been keeping more than 3 million Darfurians from starving, although many food deliveries are lost due to the hijacking of aid trucks or frequently delayed because government officials obstruct access to the camp for aid groups, accusing them of helping the rebellion. Eric Reeves, a professor at Smith College and an outspoken activist, wrote that the Sudanese government is manipulating national wealth and power to fur 263. There enrich itself and its cronies, while the marginalized regions of the country suffer from terrible poverty. 18*1 of the untold number of raids on Darfur camps and towns occurred on August 25, 2008 in the Kalma camp, a sprawling collection of shacks and mud huts for displaced people. Dozens of people were killed and more than 100 were injured in a government assault. Hussein Abu Sharadi, a spokesman for the roughly 90,000 displaced people living in the camp, said dozens of heavily armed vehicles operated by Sudanese security forces surrounded the camp at dawn and opened fire. The Sudanese police released a statement saying that the operation had been carried out to seize weapons stored at the camp by Darfur rebel groups who were planning to use the weapons to carry out assassinations. 19*. In January 2008, President Bush said this about Darfur: "My administration called this genocide. Once you label it genocide, you obviously have to do something about it." 20*. Yet, over 1 year later, the United States, which so hurriedly and without sound reasons has interfered in so many countries for geopolitical reasons, has opted to stay out of Darfur. Addressing the United Nations Security Council on December 3, 2008, the ICC prosecutor, Luis Moreno Ocampo, spoke about Darfur stating, "Genocide continues. Rapes in and around the camps continue. Humanitarian assistance is still hindered. More than 5,000 displaced persons die each month." 21*. For many years the world has been aware of the genocide perpetrated by Sudan's government and the Janjaweed, its proxy militia, but has done almost nothing to stop it. It took years for the Security Council to approve a strengthened peacekeeping force. Yet over a year afterwards the Security Council has managed to send only 10,000 of the authorized strength of 26,000 peacekeepers. This force is composed solely of members of the African Union. 22*. Much of the fault lies with Sudan's president, Omar Hassan al-Bashir. But, African leaders, Russia and especially China, which has major oil interests in Sudan, are also at fault as they have opposed most United Nations actions against Bashir's regime. The West also bears responsibility for procrastinating in sending help and forgetting their promises not to stand by and watch genocide being committed. The Sudanese government was accused in June 2008 in the International Criminal Court of sponsoring attacks against the civilian population in the Darfur region 23*, and of suppressing information by jailing and killing witnesses since 2004, and tampering with evidence to eliminate their probative value. 24*. On July 14, 2008, ICC prosecutors filed 10 charges of war crimes against Sudan's President Omar al-Bashir, 3 counts of genocide, 5 of crimes against humanity and 2 of murder. The ICC's prosecutors claimed that al-Bashir Master 264 minded and implemented a plan to destroy in substantial part 3 tribal groups in Darfur because of their ethnicity. United Nations officials state that up to 300,000 people have been killed in the Darfur conflict and that 2.7 million have been driven from their homes. 25*. Europe copyright. In A.W. Germany. Following World War II, Germany's top political and military leaders were judged in Nuremberg and condemned to death for war crimes. The Allied forces, led by Britain, the US and the Soviets, also committed war crimes, but the victors are never brought to justice for their crimes. They are sometimes judged by history, but not always, since the victors also manage to rewrite history. Terrorism is quite well defined by the US Code as any activity that involves a violent act or an act dangerous to human life, and appears to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by assassination or kidnapping. 1*. The majority of the bombing of German towns and cities by Britain and the US, was not made to destroy military objectives, but to cause the greatest number of civilian casualties and to destroy towns or parts of a city with the greatest amount of centuries-old cultural and architectural treasures, thereby demoralizing the civilian population. This unquestionably was a terrorist act and a war crime. Very significantly, The only war crime that the Germans were not accused of in the Nuremberg trials was their bombing of English cities. The reason for this was not only that most of the Allied bombing aimed exclusively at producing the greatest number of civilian casualties and demoralizing the population, but also because the intensity of US% and Britain's bombing, and the number of civilian casualties and destruction it caused, was many orders of magnitude greater than that of Germany's bombing of English cities. Consequently, the German leaders could not be judged for a war crime for which the US and Britain were immensely more guilty, as their own records and the utter devastation of German cities made patently clear. Britain and the US decided early on to bomb small cities that had no military targets but that were rich in historical buildings and monuments and cultural treasures. These cities, as well as the A/Sennstadt, old part of the city, of larger cities which also were rich in architectural and cultural treasures, were bombed again and again. Britain and the US worked since the beginning of the war to develop bombs which would create the fiercest fires so that the maximum amount of civilians would be killed. Even Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, when viewing a film showing the devastation of the June 1943 bombing campaign against the populous cities in the Ruhr area, exclaimed, "Are we beasts? Are we taking this too far?" Of course, this reaction did not keep Churchill from approving the continuation of the bombing. The first big success of the incendiary bombs was reached in Hamburg on July 28, 1943. A huge firestorm with winds of hurricane force was formed as oxygen was sucked in to feed the fire. A firestorm is caused when hundreds of smaller fires join in one and enormous masses of air are sucked in to feed the inferno. 40 to 50,000 people died, most in the center of the city. The majority died in their storm cellars, which became virtual crematoriums. About 900,000 people fled the city. 3 Castle, a small city with a wealth of cultural and architectural treasures, also was victim of a firestorm when bombed with 416,000 incendiary bombs on October 22, 1943. The old city center was totally destroyed and 10,000 civilians died, which amounted to 1 out of every 10 persons. 4 Following the success of Hamburg's incendiary bomb attack, Berlin was attacked repeatedly by the Allied forces hoping to achieve the same proportion of casualties as in Hamburg. Britain and the US were counting on 110,000 civilians killed in one attack, but the city's characteristics were such that a firestorm never formed, and to the US% and Britain's great disappointment, the most casualties they were able to inflict in a single bombing attack on Berlin were 25,000 civilians killed on February 3, 1945, at the end of the war. 5 At the beginning of 1945 the Germans were totally defeated and just waiting for their government to capitulate. It was then that the Allies launched their most massive 8 attacks, and the daily average of those killed by bombing increased more than tenfold. Pforzheim, a small city with absolutely no military value, was bombed on February 24, 1945. A firestorm engulfed 4.5 square kilometers of the city, even metal melted by the 1,700 degrees Celsius heat. 1 out of 3 people died, 20,277 out of the 65,000 inhabitants. 6 The city of Cologne, already severely destroyed, was totally devastated by the 262 attack on the city on March 2, 1945. This attack left the A/Stadt, which was full of cultural and architectonic treasures, 95% destroyed. 4 days later the American troops entered the city. 7 Paderborn, Osnabrück, and Würzburg were among the many smaller cities which were totally destroyed 2 months before the war's end on May 8, 1945. Würzburg, which had not appeared as a target until February 1945, and had suffered no damage by bombs, almost disappeared after a 17-minute attack on March 17, 1945. Dinslaken, bombed on March 23, 1945, was one of the many cities where 276. Close to the end of the war, the clearly marked hospital with a huge red cross on the roof was destroyed in broad daylight by low-flying aircraft. Duisburg was bombed 299 times during the war, an average of one bombing attack per week. 8 *. The British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin met in early February 1945 at Yalta, Crimea, and, among other things, it was decided to divide Germany into 4 zones of occupation: American, British, French, and Soviet. The city of Dresden, located in the eastern part of Germany, was to fall within the Soviet occupation area after Germany's capitulation. At the beginning of February 1945, Dresden, which was a city of indescribable beauty and one of the greatest cultural centers of Northern Europe, had not been bombed until that time. The city had no military objectives of any importance. Already before the Yalta Conference, the US and Britain looked at the Soviets, not only with extreme suspicion, but as a potential enemy. With this in mind, Winston Churchill and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the 2 Democratic statesmen, decided that the city of Dresden was to be obliterated by saturation bombing. This would show the Soviets the awesome power of the Western capitalist states and at the same time deny the Soviets a practically intact city. Instead, they would receive a graveyard within a mountain of rubble. The population of Dresden at the beginning of 1945 was 800,000 to 1 million people. The local inhabitants were 600,000, but refugees fleeing westwards from the Soviet army had greatly increased the city's population. Houses everywhere overflowed with refugees, and thousands were living in the streets. On February 13 and 14, Dresden was subjected to 3 waves of bomb attacks in a period of 14 hours. The first bomb fell at 22:03. After the first attack, which lasted 24 minutes, a firestorm engulfed the inner city with winds of hurricane force 9* and temperatures of 1,600 degrees Celsius. The people living in the inner city all died, burned to death or suffocated. There was a 3-hour pause between the first and second raids. The lull appears to have been time to lure civilians from their shelters into the open. To escape the flames, tens of thousands of civilians had crowded into the Grossgarten, a magnificent park of about 4 square kilometers. The second raid came at 1:16 and was designed to spread the raging firestorm into the Grossgarten. Within minutes, a sheet of flame ripped across the park, burning all those who had sought refuge. There's 10 trademark. Shortly after 10:30 on the morning of February 14, the last raid swept over the city. Those living farther away from the burning city center tried to flee from the fire and the collapsing buildings, only to find that Allied airplanes started bombing all the roads used by the fleeing population, while low-flying fighter planes machine-gunned rescue vehicles and those who had reached a green area on the banks of the 2H4 Elbe River, including patients and staff of a nearby hospital, and a group of women close to giving birth, who left their bed at a clinic and were laboriously trying to reach the river. There were no visibility problems for these low-flying airplanes near the river. The easily identifiable hospital patients and staff, as well as the women close to labor, were simply massacred. 11 * Estimates of civilian deaths in Dresden from the February 1945 bombing vary widely from 35,000 to over 100,000. 12 * And historian R. Crossman, among others, estimates upwards of 150,000. 13 * Estimates of 35,000 to 40,000 deaths, are based on body counts. In 1953, George Fade, one of the first authors to publish an objective description of the bombing, cited 39,773 deaths officially identified and registered. 14 *. However, this figure is based on bodies counted, and does not account for the tens of thousands who were incinerated to ashes during the firestorm, where temperatures reached 1,600 degrees Celsius. During excavations of the old Dresden market, it was found that sand had partially become glass as a result of the intense heat from the firestorm. Considering that at the time of the bombing Dresden had 200,000 to 400,000 refugees crowding the city in addition to the 600,000 people who lived there, and that more than 12,000 houses were burned to rubble in the firestorm, it must be concluded that most of those in the center of the city, where the firestorm started, were burned to piles of ashes. Since the refugees were not registered in the city, and would not be identified as missing, the number of people burned beyond recognition as a human being and not appearing in any body count, could easily have been 50,000 and quite possibly more than 100,000. Historian R. Crossman described that most of those who remained below ground were to die painlessly, their bodies, as the heat grew intense, either totally incinerated or melted into a thick liquid sometimes 3 or 4 feet deep. 15 * Historian Martin Gilbert cites Fade's figure of bodies officially identified and registered, and then states that at least 20,000 more bodies were buried beneath ruins, most incinerated beyond recognition as bodies. 16 * During these attacks over 1,300 British and US bombers dropped 3,300 tons of bombs, including 650,000 incendiary bombs. 17 * The cultural center of the city was totally destroyed, of the rest of the city not much was left undamaged, hospitals, schools, and homes, all was in ruins. However, Dresden's only conceivable military targets, its railroad yards and the British-controlled Shell oil tanks were entirely untouched. 18 * Targeting helpless old men, women, and children was the Allied bombers' primary concern. The terror bombing of the cities of Germany that in the end cost the lives of around 600,000 to 800,000 civilians and left some 800,000 seriously injured, is without doubt a war crime. Lying to the House of Commons, Churchill claimed that only military and industrial installations were targeted. In fact, the aim of the Al-278 Lied bombing was to kill as many civilians as possible. Arthur Harris, Commander-in-Chief, Bomber Command, was more candid and urged the British government to openly announce that the aim of the bombing should be unambiguously stated: the destruction of German cities, the killing of German workers, and the disruption of civilized life throughout Germany. 19 * Bombing campaigns like those of the US and Britain, undertaken to produce the greatest number of civilian casualties and destroy non-military targets, were already defined as a war crime in international conventions as far back as 1907. The Hague Convention of 1907, 20 * states in Articles 22, 24, and 25, respectively, that a. The right of belligerents to adopt means of injuring the enemy is not unlimited. b. It is especially forbidden to employ arms, projectiles, or material calculated to cause unnecessary suffering. c. The attack or bombardment, by whatever means, of towns, villages, dwellings, or buildings which are undefended is prohibited. The resolution of League of Nations Assembly on September 30, 1938, 21 * stated that a. The intentional bombing of civilian populations is illegal. b. Objectives aimed at from the air must be legitimate military objectives and must be identifiable. c. Any attack on legitimate military objectives must be carried out in such a way that civilian populations in the neighborhood are not bombed through negligence. The 1968 United Nations Resolution 2444, 22 * states that a. The right of the parties to a conflict to adopt means of injuring the enemy is not unlimited. b. It is prohibited to launch attacks against the civilian populations as such. c. Distinction must be made at all times between persons taking part in the hostilities and members of the civilian population to the effect that the latter be spared as much as possible. The Marshall Plan, known officially as the European Recovery Program, was a U.S. plan for the reconstruction of Europe after World War II. It was signed into law in April 1948 by President Harry Truman. Between 1948 and 1952, the U.S. 219 gave slightly over $13 billion in grants and loans toward the recovery of the 16 nations which joined the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, among them the Federal Republic of Germany. The Soviet Union and its Eastern European satellite countries did not join. While the Marshall Plan undoubtedly helped the recovery of Western Europe, growth in many European countries started before any significant amount of aid arrived. Furthermore, it was greatest in those countries receiving the least amount of aid per capita, like Germany. Contrary to the commonly held belief, The US did not help Europe, and particularly Germany, out of altruism. The fact is that the Marshall Plan was approved for military, political, and economic reasons. Helping the Germans in any way whatsoever was definitely not in the US government's agenda. Long before the war's end, the US considered various plans, among them the Morgenthau Plan, to fragment and industrialize Germany and diminish its people to a pastoral existence. 23 or as stated in the New York Herald Tribune more than a year after the collapse of the Germans, to condemn all of Germany to a permanent diet of potatoes once the war was won. 24 The plan to totally fragment Germany was, fortunately for Germany, blocked by the Soviets, and as US antagonism towards the Soviets continued to increase after the Yalta Conference in February 1945, the US government realized that a strong Germany was indispensable to avoid a Soviet invasion in Western Europe or, in case of an invasion, to absorb the initial onslaught. After the war, the communist parties were very strong in Italy and France. The Marshall Plan aid helped to keep the communists from power, since it was made known that aid would not be forthcoming to a communist government. 25 The countries receiving Marshall Plan aid had to spend the vast majority on American products and had to buy the spare parts from the US. An immediate effect was that the American people's tax money went to the larger US corporations, thus stimulating the US economy. As Julius Krug, Truman's Secretary of the Interior, said in his memoirs, the Marshall Plan was essential to our own continued productivity and prosperity. 26 By giving this aid, the US obtained enormous political influence, and with its near monopoly on new machinery to rebuild Europe, and on most of the other products being imported by Europe, the US created a huge market for its products. Products as well as machinery and its spare parts were sold at inflated prices. Jeffrey Tucker, editor of The Free Market, stated, corporate economic interests overlapped with Truman's political interests, and an unholy alliance between business and government was born. They would use Europe's miseries to line their own pockets in the name of rebuilding and providing security against trumped-up threats to American security. 27 280. The relationship between the Soviet Union and the US had continued to deteriorate after the war due to the US% efforts to establish a separate capitalist West Germany and block Russian expansion. In March 1948, Soviet authorities in Germany imposed restrictions on freight and personnel moving through the Soviet zone into the West Berlin. Berlin was located deep in the Russian zone, but West Berlin was controlled by the US, Britain and France. It was the beginning of the 14-month Berlin blockade. On June 7, the Western powers announced their intention to proceed with the creation of West Germany, and on June 24, the Soviets stopped all surface travel between West Germany and Berlin. The US started an airlift 2 days later. Over the next 321 days, US and British airplanes made close to 300,000 flights into West Berlin, delivering thousands of tons of supplies every day. In May 1949, the Soviets reopened the borders, and in June East and West Germany were established as separate states. There is a misconception about the reason the US gave aid to West Berlin. The US decided to help West Berlin for the same reasons it decided to give Marshall Plan aid to Germany, and these reasons had nothing to do with any love toward the Germans, notwithstanding Kennedy's Ich bin ein Berliner speech. If no aid had been given or no military action taken to break the blockade, Berlin would have fallen to the Soviets. The Truman administration was convinced, probably correctly, that losing Berlin would mean losing all of Germany. Truman considered a military move, but decided on an airlift to supply West Berlin. Greece. At the beginning of World War II, the Greek People's Liberation Army fought the invading Nazi troops and had been praised by Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, as those gallant guerrillas. But shortly after the British troops entered Greece in November 1944, while the war was still going on, fighting broke out between the British, supported by the Greek forces who had collaborated with the invading German troops, and Ellis. A truce was soon agreed by Ellis, but at the end of 1946 Ellis started fighting against the government in what soon became a civil war. The government was corrupt and dictatorial and subservient to the British and the US. Asked by the British for help, the US sent military advisors and rushed weapons, including napalm, to the government. The rebellion was annihilated in 1949. 2 * The US totally controlled Greece from 1947 to the mid-1970, removing and installing prime ministers at will. 3 * The Greek government during that period was corrupt and dictatorial, and its secret police regularly resorted to torture. In February 1964, the liberal leader George Papandreou was elected as prime minister with an outright majority. Immediately the CIA started to work on plans to unseat him, and in collusion with King Constantine, bought enough deputies of Papandreou's own party to set up a right-wing coalition which unseated Papandreou. In 1967, after 2 years of unstable government, George Papandreou was expected to win the scheduled elections. However, in April, shortly before the elections, there was a military coup and 5-man junta took over the government. George Papadopoulos, the leader of the junta, took the title of prime minister a few months later. Hundreds of political activists were arrested under a regime characterized by brutality and repression. The CIA knew all about the coup, which was discussed in a February 1967 U.S. government meeting in Washington. 4 * Papadopoulos had been on the CIA payroll since 1952 and was trained in the U.S. by the CIA. During World War II, he was a captain in the Nazi security forces that hunted down Greek resistance fighters. Of the 5 junta officers, 4 were connected to either the CIA or the U.S. military in Greece. 5 *. In 1969, the European Commission of Human Rights, consisting of 18 European countries, found Greece guilty of grave human rights violations, including torture and murder. The Council of Europe was preparing to expel Greece, but Greece's representatives walked out of the council before they were expulsed. Amnesty International reported that the US had applied pressure on the European countries which were members of the council not to vote for Greece's expulsion, and that the US in official statements denied or minimized the use of torture in Greece. 6 * In 1973 the monarchy was abolished and Greece was declared a republic. Papadopoulos assumed the presidency, but opposition to military rule led to increasing unrest and Papadopoulos was overthrown in bloodless coup. The military government in Greece came to an end in 1974 when Colonel Ioannidis, who had ousted Papadopoulos, overthrew the government of Cyprus. This led to Turkey's invasion of Cyprus and the establishment of a civilian government in Greece. BODX. Serbia and Montenegro. In 1913 Bulgaria, Greece, and Serbia expelled the Ottomans from the Balkans. When Kosovo, which had been part of the Ottoman Empire, was annexed and ruled by Serbia, the hostility and hatred between ethnic Albanians and Serbs in Kosovo increased. Kosovo's Serbs and ethnic Albanians have little in common. They speak different languages, hold different religious beliefs and have different versions of history. Most ethnic Albanians are Muslims, while Serbs are staunch Orthodox Christians. Following World War I, in 1918, the new Yugoslav state was created from parts of the kingdoms of Serbia and Montenegro and several parts of the Austria-Hungary Empire, including Slovenia and Croatian territories. Kosovo remained incorporated into Serbia. During the 1920s and 1930s the Serbs tried to reduce the Albanian land holdings in Kosovo through purchases and confiscation. 1 * At the end of World War II, in 1945, a federal republic was proclaimed under the leadership of the communist partisan leader Tito. In 1963 Yugoslavia became a socialist federal republic comprising 6 republics: Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro, Macedonia and Serbia, and 2 autonomous regions, Vojvodina and Kosovo, which were at the same time integral part of Serbia. After the communist takeover, various events, such as the Prizren trial of Albanians suspected of contacts with spies from the Albanian government and other countries, and the restrictions placed on Islam, contributed to greatly increase the mutual hatred and suspicions between the predominantly Muslim Albanians and the Serbs in Kosovo. 2 In the late 1960s various concessions were made to Albanians, which made them dream of a Kosovo republic. Due to economic reasons Serbs and Montenegrins started to emigrate from Kosovo, which made the Serbian population decrease significantly from about 28% in the early 1960s, to only 11%. 3 The dissatisfaction of the Albanian majority in Kosovo due to economic conditions flared in the 1980 and 1990. Eventually protests and disturbances led to activism for secession and to attacks on the homes of local Serbs. 4 This, in turn led to crackdowns and more violence. Between 1991 and 1992, Slovenia, Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina forcibly seceded from Yugoslavia, whilst Macedonia did so peacefully. The secessionist republics quickly granted recognition by the Western powers. Serbia and Montenegro opted to stay on in the federation. In the 1990s many Serb refugees from the war in Croatia and Bosnia went to Kosovo. There were about 19,000 such refugees by mid-1996. 5 The Dayton Agreement, which ended the war in Bosnia in 1995, did not change the situation in Kosovo, and by the summer of 1996 shootings and bomb attacks started against Serb officials and Serb buildings, and the Kosovo Liberation Army, supported by the majority of ethnic Albanians, began to take credit for these acts. By January 1999 the British attributed most atrocities to the KLA, which came across the border from Albania to attack the Serbs, and were trying to elicit a strong response from the Serbs so as to obtain support from the West. 6 However, in January 1999 sympathy shifted to the Albanians after an attack on the small village of Rakok. The U.S. Ambassador William Walker, who also was the US-imposed head of the OSCE mission to Kosovo, hastily and publicly accused the Serbian security of the execution of about 40 Albanian peasants in Rakok on January 15, 1999. Eyewitness accounts from Albanians state that in the middle of the day, the police raided the village, separated women from men and took the latter into the hills where they subsequently killed them. 7 This version of the events is contradicted by a film shot by reporters of the Associated Press, who had been invited by the Serbian police to film their planned operation in Rakok, which was known to be full of KLA guerrillas. As evidenced in the film, the bodies in the ravine had been moved, there were few shells in the area, and the bullet wounds were not consistent with an execution. The French daily Le Figaro stated that the gully where the bodies lay, was discovered only the day after the fighting, even though there were observers present in Rakok within half an hour after the fighting ended. 8 The French daily Le Monde questioned why so few cartridges were found surrounding the bodies and why there was so little blood in a location where 23 people were found with multiple bullets in their heads. How did the Serbian police manage to gather a group of men and lead them to the place of execution when they were under constant fire by the terrorists? How is it possible that the village people, who returned before nightfall, and the observers, who spent several hours in the village, did not see the bodies in the ravine? 9 286. Dr. Helen Ranta, leader of the Finnish forensic team, strongly suspected that the bodies had been arranged to look like a massacre. On Germany's main TV channel, ARD, in February 2001 she said she was conscious that one could say that the whole scene in this small valley was arranged, because this is actually a possibility. This conclusion was included in our first investigation report, and also in our later forensic investigations, which we made in November 1999 directly in Rakok. 10 By 1998, 9 years after the abolition of Kosovo's autonomy, the KLA was in open rebellion against Serbian rule. The Western powers put increasing pressure on Serbian strongman, Slobodan Milosevic, to bring an end to the escalating violence in the province. They also supported greater autonomy for Kosovo, but opposed the Kosovar Albanians' demand for independence. It appears that the US had already planned to invade Serbia and was only waiting for a suitable reason or pretext to do so. In August 1998, James Rubin, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State, explained that a number of contingency plans were ready to be put into action in Kosovo so a political decision to intervene could be made quickly. Troop numbers needed and bombing targets throughout Serbia had already been selected. 11 An August 12, 1998 analysis by the U.S. Senate Republican Policy Committee stated that planning for a US-led NATO intervention in Kosovo is now largely in place. The only missing element seems to be an event with suitably vivid media coverage that would make the intervention politically saleable. In March 1999, the U.S., acting for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, launched massive bombing attacks against Serbia without the approval of the United Nations Security Council. This was the first attack on a sovereign European country in NATO history. This attack, named Operation Bomb for Humanity, was instigated by U.S. President Clinton, who thereby ignored Slobodan Milosevic's right to try to prevent the province of Kosovo to secede from the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. The right to prevent a province to secede is what caused the long and bloody U.S. Civil War. Furthermore, President Clinton ignored the fact that until the time of the attacks most atrocities were being committed by the KLA against the Serbs. The strikes focused primarily on military targets in Kosovo and Serbia, but extended to a wide range of other facilities, including bridges, oil refineries, power supplies, and communications. The attack lasted 78 days and caused approximately 3,000 civilian deaths, as well as thousands of civilians injured. Many people, including children, were dismembered and crippled for life by cluster bombs. The infrastructure of the country was also destroyed: railroads, bridges, churches, hospitals, schools, homes. The so-called U.S. precision bombing was not very precise. Even the Chinese embassy was hit. 287. After 33 days of bombing, President Clinton explained that seemed like a long time. I don't think that this air campaign has been going on a particularly long time. 12 Washington rationalized the bombing on the basis that it was to prevent ethnic cleansing. This claim was incorrect. Before the bombing, most of the killings and atrocities were carried out by the KLA against the Serbs. The extreme. This May. Serbian repression, deportation, and atrocities, which are quoted as justification for the bombing, began after the U.S. bombing started, not before. 13 The bombing of a defenseless population caused the Serbians to take their hate out on the Albanians, who were the reason that they, the Serbians, were being bombed. The U.S. used depleted uranium bombs in Serbia and caused environmental damage in various areas. Among these, Panspo, Kragujevac, Novi Sad and Bor have been identified in a UN Balkans Task Force report. Cancer rates in these areas are already up to 4 times higher than previously or as compared to other areas in the country. This environmental and health damage was to be expected in view of the abundant and well-documented data of the horrific damage done by the US depleted uranium bombs and shells in Iraq. After the bombing and arrival of the NATO occupation troops, Albanians started to take revenge. Albanian extremists burned down houses of the Serbs and Roma, dynamited centuries-old Christian churches and terrorized, kidnapped, and murdered the tiny minority of Serbs who remained in Kosovo. They have done this without any interference from the NATO troops which arrived and remained in the country to ensure public safety and order, in the words of their UN mandate. Robert Fisk reports in The Independent that 5 months after the NATO troops arrived, of Pristina's 40,000 Serb population, only 400 are left. Statistics from the Serb Church and a human rights group in Pristina suggest as many as 316 Serbs have been murdered and 455 more kidnapped, many of them killed since NATO's arrival. Most Serb victims died in the first 2 months after NATO's entry, but house burning and murder continues. 14 Slobodan Milosevic was forced out of office by strikes and massive street protests, and was handed over to a UN War Crimes Tribunal in The Hague. On February 4, 2003, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia country adopted the name Serbia and Montenegro. In early 2004, additional NATO troops were sent to Serbia to prevent further violence after ethnic Albanians burned churches and homes of the Serbian minority in Kosovo, forcing many of the few remaining Serbs to leave. On May 21, 2006, Montenegrins voted on an independence referendum, with 55.5% supporting independence. 55% or more of affirmative votes were needed to dissolve the state union of Serbia and Montenegro. Montenegro proclaimed its independence on June 3, 2006 and Serbia proclaimed its independence on June 6. This ended the state union of Serbia and Montenegro.